It's a 2nd and 9. And Browning scanning, throwing, picked off, intercepted by Isaiah Rodgers, and he's racing down the sideline, and he will not be caught going the distance. Bengals can make things interesting. Plus, they get the third quarter kick. It's Fant. Lost the football. It's Rodgers again, off and running. Oh, my goodness. He runs it back for a second touchdown today.
Well, we thought Travis Hunter was a two-way player coming into the year. I think we need somebody else to get on both sides of the ball, because when the ball's in his hands, you're not catching him. And I tell you, that was an exceptional play.
All right, welcome in. A lot I want to discuss today. There's actually something that we haven't talked about in a while that I think is really interesting that we'll get to in about 15 minutes. It's weird because we're at Thursday. We are moving ahead towards the weekend, and we have to wait until Monday for the Broncos to play Cincinnati. But there is this sort of, I'm way more into this than others, and I fully admit it. But when it comes to do people, when evaluating your teams, think about the style points aspect of it all? Do you care about the look, or is it just about getting the win and getting the hell out? Because ultimately, yes, I'm somebody that you get the win. That's the ultimate thing that matters. It's the only thing that matters. But when you watch another team last week, like Minnesota, put the spanking that they did on Cincinnati. Minnesota, by the way, I think is built a lot like the Broncos are, at least in the sense of you don't have fully elite quarterback play, but you got a pretty good roster surrounding it. You can look at the defense. You can look at least offensively, there's a pretty big separation between the two teams because they have Justin Jefferson, because they have a running game. But they put in absolute working on Minnesota. Or I'm sorry, on Cincinnati. Do you need to do the same thing to make you sort of calm down? And I fully admit that I'm getting wrapped up in not the panic, but it's like I want to see what this looks like when it's operating at its peak. Because once you see that, you'll get a clearer picture of whether this is a competitive football team this year or not. And why is all the panic surrounding Bo Nix? Well, because how much better are you going to get in other places as we move forward? How much better are you going to get on defense moving forward? Probably not a lot. Be really hard to do that. Could you get better at wide receiver? I suppose. Could you get better at tight end and some other spots? Yeah, I guess. Offensive line is pretty solid. Hard to get a lot better there. There's just some spots on the field where it feels like your team's never going to be perfect. And even if you improve in some areas, the other ones is going to take a minute to sort of catch up. And that's kind of my concern. Is Bo Nix going to be an elevator when the situations are right? Can Bo Nix step up and make a play that is going to make your team better? I think at times he did that last year, and it did take a minute. And that's kind of what my hope is. You know, right around this time last season is when the Broncos kind of took off and looked like a different team. Now, how did they do that? Well, they did it by playing a little bit worse competition. Guess what? That's what you got coming up. You had what felt like the easiest first game you could have asked for. And then you push that to the second week. Initially, it felt like the Colts game was going to be another one of those, not a Titans game, but more similar to that than it would be playing the Eagles on the road. And it turns out that the Colts are really good. You gave the game away. Then you had the Chargers. We all knew that was going to be difficult. But after this, you got a nice little run here of teams that, at best, are mediocre. With the exception of the Eagles, the Bengals at best are mediocre. The Eagles are really good. Jets at best mediocre. Giants at best mediocre. Cowboys at best mediocre. And Texans, it looks like at best mediocre. Once you get that stretch of games, that's where you can start to have maybe a little bit of the turnaround. Things can look a lot better, a lot more consistent anyway, week to week. You can get back to what you did last year, where as much as I'd love to see them close out games late, make the plays they need to win, well, winning by 14 is pretty cool too. And that's what they did last season. They got to this area of their schedule, and they started playing teams like Vegas, and they won 34-18. They played New Orleans. They won 33-10. They played Carolina. They won 28-14. You can start to have a run like that a little bit to get you back in the good graces of the NFL playoff machines. The ones that show you, all right, if you do this, if you beat this team, then you're now a 60% chance to make the playoffs, or whatever. It just puts you on the right track again. Texture says they're pointing out places you can be better. Again, this team's not a perfect roster, but it's a pretty damn good one. So Texture says, have to get better at linebacker. I agree, but you're going to have a spot that you don't feel great at somewhere. You aren't going to have all pros across 11 different positions every time you're out on the field. You're going to have something that's not quite up to par. The good news about the defense is the other stuff can make up for it. Your secondary can supplement for maybe a couple of bad plays out of your linebacking core. Or you can get a couple of sacks that change things. Now, offensively is a little bit different. We'll get to what I think should be happening on offense in about 5-ish minutes. But I really think I can make the offensive conversation as simple as Bo Nix plays better and we aren't having these discussions. I know you could do this probably for any game in any sport, but especially football. I think the style point thing in football, in doing the comparison shopping of, well, this team played this team, and how do you stack up against that one, and transitive property, and blah, blah, blah. You can't really do that in hockey or basketball or baseball. There's too many damn games. And, an off day is going to happen. But when you have such a limited amount of time to make an impression in football, you have 17 weeks, and you have an opponent that you are comparing yourself to that just played somebody else, or an opponent you're trying to size up that just played another team and what you think of them. When you watched what Minnesota's offense did, and yes, they made the change to Carson Wentz at quarterback because J.J. McCarthy was injured. Carson Wentz ain't some all-pro. He couldn't get on the field over the last couple of years. They did this out of necessity, and that offense put up 48. If you struggle to score against this Cincinnati defense, there's going to be, it could feel a lot like the Titans game over again. or the day after they get done, let's say the Broncos win, but it's another like sort of not totally tight, but close enough game, and there are some struggles still on offense, like you're going to feel a lot like you did that Monday after the Titans game, which is, all right, glad we won, but man, why didn't it look better? And so I think there is a lot of pressure that's on Bo Nix right now, and we talked to Legwald last week. He said it looks like he's feeling that. And when I say pressure, I don't mean a 320-pound defensive lineman breaking through the offensive line and jumping on top of him. I'm talking about the pressure of carrying a franchise that has been starved for success for a decade. And being kind of the guy, at least as of last week, that if he played better, they win. That is a lot of pressure. It's why we brought up yesterday the idea of, I made a golf comparison. You can compare this to whatever you want. But I said there's a club in your bag that you just don't like. You and that club don't get along, but you need to have it. And sometimes you got to hit it, but you just aren't confident with it. And if that's Bo Nix's deep ball right now, it's like, go to the range and do it. Because if you don't have that in your bag, it takes away a huge aspect of what the offense is kind of built around, which is explosives. But the last thing you need is somebody overthinking a throw downfield when somebody's wide open instead of just cutting it loose. And that's why maybe Sean Payton looks at Bo Nix and they're on the first tee box and he's like, grab the club that you hate it and hit it off the tee. Like maybe the first drive of the game, he's going to go out there and just start chucking haymakers out there. Maybe. Like I wouldn't put it past Sean Payton at all, because if there's one thing Sean Payton likes to do, it's prove people wrong. And in his case, what do you guys think we don't do well? Oh, yeah, watch this. Like, I could see him going out there and just hug it, chug it, football. Like, just throwing the ball deep to prove a point that we are not scared to do this, and we can. And part of me loves that. And the other part of me thinks they should take a wildly opposite approach that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. So again, we're going to talk to Jeff Legwald at 9 o'clock. I heard him on with PhD yesterday, and he was asked, what do the Broncos do well on offense? His answer was punt. Now, I think there's something they can do well, and we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Also, very interesting thing that's happening in the MLB that I think applies directly to a battle that we had here in Denver for about 4 or 5 straight years and still going. Like, I think I can make a direct one-to-one. And what's funny is I feel like I'm on the opposite side of the argument that I've made for 5 straight years. So we'll get to that in a couple of minutes as well. Broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So again, what should the Broncos be doing that they aren't? And a battle of hypocrisy that I'm having in my head as it applies to something happening in the MLB and something that we've dealt with here in Denver for about the last 4 to 5 years. We'll get to it next.
Jeff, what is the identity of the Broncos offense right now?
Punting.
Yeah, buddy. Everybody loves a good punt.
They got that. They got
the
that
best draft pick that they had this year is Crawshaw.
That's right.
All right, so that was Leggy yesterday with PhD. I don't know what the answer is. You know, it's the same thing when talking about kind of all the football stuff here in town. It's what do you do well? And it's hard to come up with an answer. At least at the moment. It's still early in the year. They can turn things around. They don't really do a lot well on offense yet. That did kind of start to change towards the end of, or I guess the middle of last year. And again, that's why I'm kind of hoping that maybe we're due for one against Cincinnati, where they can have a game that's kind of a springboard to a little bit of confidence. But when Leggy's talking about the best thing you do is punt, I mean, it's...
No, actually, just for the sake of accuracy, he was going against the Deion Sanders grain and giving this team an identity. And he said the identity of the offense is punting.
Well, it's true. But I think we focus sometimes, and I'm guilty of this as anybody, instead of asking the question, what are they good at? We should be asking, what can they be good at? And I think there's a lot of evidence here over 3 games that would tell you this. They can be good at running the football. J.K. Dobbins over 3 games has 41 carries. In those 41 carries, he has amassed 222 yards. That is 5.4 yards per carry. R.J. Harvey, in even more limited touches, has 13 carries for 80 yards. That is 6.2 yards per carry. They can run the football well. Believe it or not, you have a top 10 rusher in the NFL on your roster right now. J.K. Dobbins is 9th. But it just doesn't feel like he gets the touches that he should. His average of that 5.4 yards per carry is also a top, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's 4th in the NFL. I'm basing that on numbers of carries, people who have at least 40. But he's number 4. You can do that. Dude, I remember after the first game of the NFL season, I'm sorry, the first primetime game, Sunday night game of the NFL season. That was between the Bills and the Ravens. Remember this conversation that we were having, Nelly, where I'm watching the game, and you're watching 2 teams put up, 81 total points in that game. The final score is 41-40. And in the 41-40, you looked at how they got to the results. And I saw a Bills team that threw the ball 40 times for 400 yards. And then I saw a Ravens team that I think, I'll go back and look, but I'm pretty sure they didn't throw the ball 20 times during that game. I think Lamar had like 18 or something like that. Just go back and make sure my math is right on this. So Josh Allen threw the ball 46 times for 394 yards. Lamar Jackson threw the ball 19 passing attempts. That's it. 19. And I said, I know what Sean Payton wants to be, but it's what can you be? Sean Payton wants to be the Bills. He wants Bo Nix to be Josh Allen. Go out there, throw the ball 46 times. We trust you. Don't make mistakes and make big plays.
Josh Allen?
That's what he wants. But I think they can be more like Baltimore. And I'm not saying the exact same thing because Baltimore is incredibly talented. They have a two-time MVP and one of the greatest running backs to ever live on their roster. But stylistically, they could look a lot more like that. And I think it would take a hell of a lot of pressure off of Bo Nix. J.K. Dobbins is a very good back. The qualifier with him has always been win healthy. Guess what? Dude's healthy. And I don't know why there's some sort of allergen to feeding him the rock 20 times. But I think if they just shifted a little bit in the way that they thought about the offense, where instead of getting Bo Nix on a rollout or doing an RPO or whatever, instead, if they just went straight up, run the football with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, like they have an offensive line that's capable of doing it. And if you don't have early success, you still stick with it. But the only way you're going to stick with it through the bad is if you make a real commitment to trying to shift your offense more towards that. Especially, like, think about this. Coaches preach every week. Half the press conferences you hear, at least half, of post-game press conferences after a Sunday game are going to be coaches saying this. Either we did or we failed to play complementary football. Hey, Coach, great win today. What went well? I'll tell you what, we played well in all phases. Offense, defense, special teams, complementary football, back and forth. Hey, Coach, you guys lost. What happened? Well, we just didn't play enough complement. You're going to hear that over and over again. So what are the strengths of the Broncos as of right now? They got a good defense. Well, a good defense mixed with a good running game means you keep time of possession in your favor. Your defense stays fresh more. And then when they do go out on the field, they play well because they aren't out there all day. The second you start to have 3 and outs, that becomes a complication. But you just have to continue to trust what that can be. It can't be, well, we ran the ball on first down and we got -1 yards. I guess that we just need to throw it now for the rest of the drive. Texture says, why has R.J. Harvey's usage decreased? I'll tell you why. Because the Broncos don't run the football that much, and Dobbins is playing well, so when they do run the football, he's getting the bulk of the carries. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. You can do both. You can go out, use J.K. Dobbins, feature him as your 1A back within this lineup, and feed him 16, 17, 18 times while mixing in R.J. Harvey for another 10. Like, you could do that. Because that is what I'm talking about with the Ravens. It's what they do. But instead, replace R.J. Harvey's name with Lamar Jackson, but it's the same thing. It's 2 essentially backs that you make a conscious effort for them to get going on the ground, because not a whole bunch of bad things happen when you run the football. There's a bunch of bad that can happen when you throw it. So anyway, we'll get back to this in a little bit. Here's the hypocrisy that I'm dealing with mentally. And I do feel like a giant hypocrite. But hear me out. I have acknowledged that in sports, we all kind of know this. Nikola Jokic could have been the MVP for the last 5 straight years. He had 2 of them robbed from him for none other than, you would say, voter fatigue.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
You don't want to make the same vote every single time, even if you know it's right. And Joker's not the only one that's dealt with this. LeBron's dealt with it. Jordan dealt with it. The greats of the game, you get so accustomed to their greatness that you start to take it for granted. And there's a few really interesting stories in baseball right now. I'm not going to bore you with these for too long, but hear me out on this. We don't look at the MVP in baseball or hockey or football in the same way that we do in basketball, for whatever reason. But this year is an interesting one. Cal Raleigh last night, the catcher for the Seattle Mariners, hit 2 bombs. That took him to 60 as a catcher. A catcher in the MLB has 60 home runs on the year. There are, are there 4 games left, I believe, for the Mariners? Yeah, 4 games. He feasibly could get to 62, which for some of the old school curmudgeons still see as a very holy number within the sport. And everything in my head says, man, I want to reward that guy with an MVP. But then you look at Aaron Judge, who has 51 homers, and he's hitting .328, and he's leading the league in like every different category you could imagine. Cal Raleigh is hitting .248. Everything about those numbers, it's like Aaron Judge is your Nikola Jokic, and Cal Raleigh is whatever else. Your Embiid, your Shea. But I kind of want to give it to Cal Raleigh because of the position that he plays. Am I being hypocritical after yelling at all these people in the NBA for years about stop trying to make excuses for why you don't want to give it to the guy who's most deserving? But when I tell you that a catcher might break the Maris number in homers, that's unbelievable to me.
Brett, I know it's not currently 145 with PhD, but can I ask you a no dumb question?
Sure.
How come in baseball the position of the player who's accomplishing the feat matters matters more or changes the feat? This whole season, everybody's been going, oh my God, look at a catcher hitting all these home runs. Look at a catcher hitting all these home runs. Why is that different than a right fielder hitting 62 home runs or a first baseman?
I tell you this, catcher is maybe the only spot that you would do that for. Outside of like a pitcher, like that's why Shohei is so unique, right? Because he does both. But it's because, imagine your life, Nelly, and I have a right knee that really hurts right now because I'm always on the ground playing with baby Jamal Kale. And every time I get up, Nelly, it's a pain just to get up off my right leg. And this is just me being a normal person. His job every day is squatting down in a crouched position. It's a grind. It's why, it's like a goalie in hockey. Like they don't play every single night the way that McKinnon does. Why? Because it takes a more physical toll on your body. It's an awkward position to be in constantly. And so it's hard for you to stay consistent, I would say, at the dish when your responsibility is that. You ever notice this, Nelly? How teams have catchers that hit like 219 with no power and they play every day for years. And it's because the other stuff that they're responsible for, which is being in control of the pitch game, being in control of kind of like you're the overseer of the field from behind the dish. You have to know the scouting reports of all these different hitters and where to throw I was about to say football, where to locate a baseball, when to go off speed, when to go heat. He's got to be responsible for all of that. And it's just sort of a thankless position, but it makes it really hard physically for you to have that much power. And he's a switch hitter. Like, I'm just saying, catcher is very, very unique. Like, in a different way, you can take away from what a designated hitter does because he doesn't have the responsibilities of going out and playing the field. Like, whatever you take away from a designated hitter for that, I think that you take it times 2 for what a catcher does. And that's why they're incredibly important. And if you find one that's really good, God, are you fortunate? And that's like the lone bright spot of the Rockies this year is you kind of found a catcher that can kind of do everything, which is really, really difficult to find. But that's what I'd say. It's a grind of a position that makes it really hard for you to be consistent at the plate because you have so many other responsibilities and physically it takes a toll on you. Now, I'm not saying that playing the outfield or playing shortstop is easy. But you ask almost any player in baseball, where do you least want to play? They'll tell you, behind the dish. I want no part of that. It's terrible. The amount of times, by the way, they take a foul tip off the hand. They catch one on the inside of the thigh. Those guys are leaving like battered every single game. It's a different sort of respect that you have for a catcher. And for him to get to 60 bombs is, well, I'll put it to you this way. Nobody at his position has ever done it. No one. It's just incredibly unique. But everything statistically would tell you, yeah, but Judge is having a way better year. And that's just the truth. But I'm going against everything I've talked about before when it comes to Jokic and be like, yeah, but I feel like I'm going to give it to the guy who's got worse numbers.
By the way, Brett, a picture's worth 1,000 words. You want to see what a moonshot looks like? Look on the board behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this picture. This was courtesy of Dean Roots,
Yep.
from the Seattle Times. And he's a photojournalist. Just look at that pose, that big dumper striking, holding that bat up in the air. And of course, it's against the Rockies. Like just honestly, watching him beat up the Rockies and make history has just been perfect. It's been fantastic. If there was one team to roll out the red carpet for Big Dumper, It's got to be the Rockies. Just that picture is honestly incredible.
Yeah, the Rockies are just trying to they aren't the worst team in MLB history, so now it's like, can't we just be done? That's how it feels like they're playing right now. We got the win. It's over with. Can we just now end the season? And if that means on the way there they want to throw a couple of meatballs out there to Cal Raleigh, I'm fine with that. No problem. But it's a very, very interesting thing. There's more that goes on in baseball. If you guys haven't, and a lot of you guys have stopped paying attention, there was a collapse from the Tigers that is almost incalculable. With the lead they had a month ago and now blowing that lead last night to the Cleveland Guardians is just straight up unbelievable. August 25th, they had a 12.5 game lead over Cleveland. Last night, Cleveland beats the Tigers to essentially clinch. No, they did, to clinch the AL Central. 12.5 game lead less than a month ago. Or I guess exactly a month ago. And they lost it. Pretty unreal. So 303-504-0925. Who needs the win this weekend more? Is it Dion or is it Jay Norvell? We'll get to it next. I haven't heard Akon in ages. I miss Akon. What happened? Did he get in trouble? Or did he just stop making music? What happened?
He was actually at Red Rocks last year with T-Pain.
Was he?
Yeah, and also I know that he tried to, okay, pop quiz here. He tried to create a cryptocurrency. Guess what you think Akon would name his cryptocurrency.
So it's got to be something Akon with a coin. Coin.
Close. He just went with a coin.
Okay, that's not bad, actually.
I believe it's crashed, but he tried.
Well, yeah, you know what, guys? I got a coin coming out, too. It's called Brett Coin. That actually works.
Whoa.
Dude, I own 5,000 Brett coins. You own 5,000 Bitcoins? No, Brett coins.
5,000.
You actually owe money when you have one.
5,000 Brett Canes? No, Brett coins.
Brett coins. You know what, Nelly? We need to make a bit out of that. I have Bretty and his bets. What can I do with Brett coins? My Brett coin lock of the day? Is that what it should be?
That's what you'll say is you'll say, hey, I got this line. Put all your Brett coins on
yeah, all right.
Packers money line.
That's happening starting tomorrow, okay? You'll have and you know what? That'll be during Moser's Lay It Down. I'll say it's the Brett coin lock of the day. That's what I'm going to do during his Lay It Down. That's going to be the one game that I give. So anyway, we'll do that tomorrow. The place to be tonight is Stoney's on Lincoln to watch Seattle and Arizona square off in an NFC West battle. 70 TVs, 2 120-inch projector screens mean there isn't a bad seat in the house. Grab a Tullamore Dew and a brew and register to win some awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Broncos helmet. We'll see you at 6 at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln. So, listen. This weekend, there is going to be, I think, I'm going to call them on the ledge games. And here's what I mean. We all kind of know that CU's climb to getting bowl eligible is very much uphill. They're a 2-2 football team right now, but they face 3 straight ranked opponents. And even in the games that are left on the schedule that are unranked opponents, at Utah, Arizona, West Virginia, Arizona State, at Kansas State, none of those are going to be easy. It feels like sneaking one of the next 3 is a necessity to try and get there. Like you're going to have to. For the record, the BYU game, they're only favored by 6.5. It's not like this is some giant spread. On the flip side, for CSU, who is making a quarterback change and going with Brousseau, CSU has Washington State. They are 5.5-point favorites. This very well could be one of the last times that they're favored in a game all season. Who needs the win more? And I don't think that this is arguable that it's Jay Norvell. You know, in the context of stakes being on the line, there's not a ton at stake for Dion on a personal level. There's stakes for the team, like every loss that you continue to add up now compounds that percentage chance of you getting to a bowl game. But ultimately, if CU loses, there's going to be a collective shrug and be like, well, okay, we're moving on to next week. It feels like every single game is wildly important for Jay Norvell. And just like the status that they have surrounding Colorado State. I have a very difficult time. If they come out and lay an egg this weekend, I think it'd be very difficult to see him stick around for another week. And I think he knows that. I think people within the athletic department know that. It would just be a really difficult sell to your fan base. Like, the unique part about CSU's season so far is the best week that they've had was a game that they lost by 17 points. And it's a Washington game. Like, I was incredibly encouraged with the way that they played in that opening game. And then they followed that up with the UNC game in which they should have lost. Then they do lose to UTSA. And Washington State, who I will remind you guys, a couple weeks ago, lost to North Texas 59-10. And I believe that game was, do you remember, Nelly, was it 42-3 at halftime? Before North Texas was like, I got to call off the dogs in a game I'm getting paid for at half. That's how bad that team is. The second that they were out of a power conference, everybody just, it was, they were all of a sudden, they're John Travolta in Pulp Fiction. Looking around the room, where is everybody? They all left, all of them. But you get smoked by North Texas like that.
Yeah, it was 42-3 at halftime.
Ugh.
Go Mean Green.
I mean, this needs to be this has to be, and I'll put CSU in the Denver Broncos the same category this weekend. I almost am uninterested in what the score is. It has to be a win with ease type of game, though. That's the feel. Like, I shouldn't feel nervousness in either one of those games, whether it's Saturday or Monday. You need to win and know you're going to win from about 5 minutes into that game until the clock's at zeros in the fourth quarter. That's what you need. So I don't think it's any question that Jay Norvell needs this way more than Dion does this weekend. Big news surrounding college football. There's a guy that was up for the Heisman, and he was in charge of a team that looked like they could be a college football playoff team and a contender for a national title, and that's John Mateer at Oklahoma. If you remember, he's the guy in the offseason that he got sort of wrapped up in that the sports gambling thing because they found old Venmos of him saying he's paying some guy for the USC-UCLA game or something like that. So that all went away, and John Mateer ended up playing really well for Oklahoma. But he had hand surgery, and he is going to be out at least 3 weeks. And in those 3 weeks, they'll be okay in the short term because they have a bye week this week. And then they head out and play Kent State, which should be a win. So they should be able to get to 5-0 without him. That's 2 weeks. But that third week, that minimum of 3, is the Red River rivalry. It is Texas and Oklahoma, which I think you would like to have sort of full steam ahead approach. And then they have South Carolina, and then they have Ole Miss, and then Tennessee, and then Bama, and then Missouri, and then LSU. Like, it doesn't get any easier from there. But they need to weather the storm with a guy who is considered to be one of the best players in the country. Now, with 3 games missed, he's not going to find himself at the podium at the end of the year. But big story nonetheless. And a team that, it is funny, right? Oklahoma and Texas were seen as frauds if they would have a good year in the Big 12. And now all of a sudden, 2 of the better teams in the SEC are Texas and Oklahoma. Like, immediately jumping back in. Texture says, reminder that the last time Wazoo played CSU in Fort Collins, Cam Ward was a Cougar and Wazoo dropped a 50 burger on the Rams. Yeah, they don't got Cam Ward anymore. Tell you that much. They don't have that level of guy really anywhere on their roster anymore. So that is not even remotely in the conversation. This needs to be an easy victory. End of story. You need to get this and do it with ease. So we'll jump back to this stuff in a little bit. During halftime of tomorrow night's Valor and Ralston Valley game on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Also, do you know the amount of games that we have coming up this weekend? What's the total number, Nelly? How many live games do we have this weekend on 92.5?
Starting with high school football tomorrow, we will have 11. This one
11.
goes to 11.
So, tune in all weekend if you want to hear any of these games. I'll give you the rundown a little bit later. But you can watch us live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, and you can download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
It's a 2nd and 9. And Browning scanning, throwing, picked off, intercepted by Isaiah Rodgers, and he's racing down the sideline, and he will not be caught going the distance. Bengals can make things interesting. Plus, they get the third quarter kick. That's Fant. Lost the football. It's Rodgers again, off and running. Oh, my goodness. He runs it back for a second touchdown today.
Well, we thought Travis Hunter was a two-way player coming into the year. I think we need somebody else to get on both sides of the ball, because when the ball's in his hands, you're not catching him. And I tell you, that was an exceptional play.
All right, so it's an odd day because the Broncos play on Monday, and so you're usually turning the page to your opponent today, taking a look at them, and we still got a ways to go. But I do have sort of one thought when it comes to Cincinnati and what you need, and I'm very much in the camp of understanding that the win is ultimately all that matters. But when you're in a position the Broncos are, where it's like you feel like you got a pretty good football team, you blew the last 2 games by not being able to finish. Does the way that game looks on Monday matters, especially after watching Minnesota, who has a similar situation to you, which is a pretty good roster and question mark at quarterback for the moment. Now, Bo Nix better than what Carson Wentz is, but they put up 48. And you're like, You should win this game with ease, right? Like, could this be another situation after Monday night where it's going to feel like the Titans game if they don't have a easy breezy victory, and we're kind of like, hey, yeah, they won, but what was that? Is that a possibility anyway? Or do you just look at, hey, you get the win, move on, who cares?
Well, the way I look at it, the Broncos offense right now through 3 games is about as dysfunctional and disorganized as my digestive system. So it's going to take some time, and I would take anything.
It is disjointed.
I would take anything.
You have a dot above your right eye that I thought was on my screen, but it's on your head. I tried to scrape it off. Yeah. I was doing this.
Try to get it.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Nick, hang on. Let us help you out.
Did you try to scrape that off too? I thought it was like somebody spit it on my screen. Anyway,
Moser, it's been 7 days.
Understood. So
What are you, the chick from The Ring?
I like Coach Sanford. Hopefully, Coach Sanford likes me. I hope he's listening right now on his way to practice or morning film or whatever it is he does at 7 in the morning.
Can I explain my D now?
Well, sure. Yeah, sure you can, Coach. Let me explain. I feel the same way. I heard the Kreckman promo on the way in.
Yeah, Kreckman's taking a Moser approach.
At the bye week, the Broncos will be 7-4. I believe that's probably pretty accurate. That's how I feel about it. Schedule's going to get much easier. You've got teams that are bad, teams that are in the bottom 8, 7 in the National Football League are going to be on your schedule, and you're not that. Coach Sanford thinks that I'm an absolute idiot. At least that's what I've gleaned. Now, he may be right because he's like, look, I even call him off the air. He's like, look, I'm watching the film. They are not that good offensively. And I said, Coach, I dig what you're saying. I do. But that defense is really good. And I heard him and Berto yesterday talking about Jake Browning and whatnot and how many games Browning has thrown for X amount of yards. I dig all of that. I can't bring myself to believe that Bo Nix is regressing. I can't do it. Until I see flat out, consistent, full-on regression, I'm not going to buy into it, Vic. Brett, I just can't do it. So you can call me an idiot all you want. I'm very bullish on them, not only on Monday night. I said they'll lose in Philly, but then following that, as a 2-3 team, they're going to go on a run.
I'm not going to the same camp that you and Kreckman went to, where I'm just assuming they'll win 6 of their next 8, and then this will be a moot point, what we're talking about now. I will say this, though. it does set up a lot like last year. Last year, for the first month, the Broncos offense looked bad. And they struggled out of the gates. They were 1-2. Now, they did have that win over Tampa, which made you feel a little bit better because that looked a lot better than what it has lately. But they were the same record. And then, Moj, the schedule eased up. They played some beatable teams, and they won convincingly against them. You have a chance to do the same thing and just kind of like put all of your fears at ease. The difference is this, though. It was a lot easier to accept last year the losses to good football teams because you didn't know what you were yet. But after making the playoffs and having that experience, you take the expectations up a level, and now it's like you need to see more. So if they can go on a run here in the next, 2 months and rattle off 6 out of 8, then great. Maybe we won't have these same discussions. But it's still going to be, all right, so you beat the bad teams. Can you beat the good ones? And can your quarterback be responsible for that? And I think that's part of the problem, too. Sanford asked this question, Vic. I'll ask it to you yesterday. How many games would you say Bo Nix is personally responsible for the win? In a way that we kind of said Justin Herbert was last week.
Well, I guess the question you're asking is how many games has your quarterback been able to rally your team from a deficit, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's just like he was in control of the game, and he was the elevator that you want to see at quarterback that made everything better.
Rallied your team when it looked like they were going to lose. And I'm telling you, and I wrote this down, remember when the season started, I said the next level for Bo Nix, he had the touchdowns to interception ratio, he had the yards, he put up ridiculous numbers, he got his team to the playoffs, he did everything you're supposed to do, and then some as a rookie. The next elevator is, can you rally your team?
Yeah.
He's yet to do that.
Yep.
I mean, they beat the Buccaneers up pretty good last year.
I'm talking about rescuing your team.
Okay, from
you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do
you
what
know
you're
it
saying.
when you see it.
Yeah.
You know it when you see it. We can get all nerdy and say, well, technically, the Jets game. Yeah, okay. You know it when you see it. 2 minutes to play, you've got the ball, and you're down. Let's go.
I'm looking at the Kansas City schedule.
You
And
know
the Broncos, the Broncos are also fortunate that they're playing a third-place schedule.
Yeah.
Because these opponents on Kansas City's schedule, the Broncos don't have, including Baltimore, Detroit, and Buffalo. Broncos ain't got that. It's set up well for them. The middle part of the schedule coming up looks pretty good. And if they can somehow get to 2-3, which I think they will be, you got the Jets, of course, in London. Feel good about that, especially if Tyrod is at quarterback. And even if Fields is back. The Giants are a mess now with a rookie quarterback. The Cowboys can't stop anything. CeeDee Lamb is beat to snot. You're going to win at the Texans. I just feel really good about where they are. I guess I'm not – I know there are problems. I know there are issues. And, Coach Sanford, I see what you see. You probably see it a little bit more clearly than I do on the offensive side of the football. I see what you see. I'm just not as worried about it as other people.
Okay. I just did this on the fly because Vic mentioned something, and I just wanted to look this up. You're saying rally your team. What does rally really mean? For a team that's like built around a really good defense, it's like, hey, if the defense doesn't have their fastball, can you make up for it, right? Can you make up for it for a week? So just curious.
For me, I'm going to give you my definition.
Okay.
I'll give you my definition. When it looks like you're going to lose, when it looks like defeat is coming your way, the quarterback snatched victory from the jaws of defeat.
No, I totally agree with you that that's the definition of it. What I'm saying, though, is a lot of times for that to happen, look, man, if you're doing a comeback when the opposing team has scored 10 points, like you should have done stuff earlier in the game anyway. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, man, what about games in which the Broncos defense just doesn't have the ability to carry you? So Bo Nix, so far throughout his career, he's won 11 games as a starter, right? How many games do you think they have won in which their opponent has scored at least 20 points?
When the opponent has scored 20, let me think of some back and forth. Well, not Tampa.
No, Tampa didn't get to 20.
Okay.
There's one game that hit me right away. And guess what? It's the only one.
Oh, is it the Browns game?
The Browns.
No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When
It's gotta be
Jameis
the
got
Browns
intercepted
game.
18 times.
When he said, I pray to the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Okay. All right. So hold it there. Is that Bo or is that Jameis?
Well, that's the thing. You remember in that game, Bo threw 2 pretty bad picks.
Yeah.
Drop back, do it to the other team.
In 11 wins, the opposing team in those wins has scored over at least 20 points one time. And that was that game against Cleveland, in which Jameis was trying to bail you out with how many picks did he throw? He threw 3 of them. Bo threw 2. So even in that game, it was sort of a turnover battle back and forth in your defense. Despite not playing great, they gave up 500 passing yards, made big plays.
There are 2 prime examples this past weekend that we saw from quarterbacks that he, in my eyes, Vic, when you talk about passing the eye test, he hasn't done yet. Number 1, it happened to you. Watching Justin Herbert execute on that game-tying drive with guys all over him, throwing it in the window past Benito's ear hole was amazing.
Not many quarterbacks can do that, though, Moser. How many quarterbacks in this league
Agreed.
can do that? Okay. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert.
Talking about what? That's the specific throw or the comeback?
I'm talking about that specific throw.
No, I agreed, but the
that's
comeback,
just a ridiculous
but the
play.
comeback happens, okay? So he makes it happen, and then, of course, they kick. If you're a quarterback and you're ready to go up by 9 with less than 2 minutes to go on the clock, and you get a field goal blocked for a touchdown, that is as demoralizing as it gets. And now you're down.
Yeah.
You're about to go up 9, and now you're losing. And you know what Baker did? He got the ball, and he marched his team all the way down the field and kicked the game-winning field goal. I mean, those are examples of guys who say, all right, screw it. Let's go get it. And you're right, Vic. I'm waiting for that. I'm optimistic it's going to happen.
What about the argument that Baker Mayfield year 2 couldn't do what Baker Mayfield is doing today and allow some time? What about that argument? That argument would hit if not for the unreal expectations thrust on this team, not by us, but by the head coach.
By themselves.
I would also say this. I understand why you would make the comparison that way, because we've talked about, like, hey, if there's somebody you wish that Bo could be, and it looks like he has the skill set to be, it looks like more of a Baker.
Mm-hmm.
Baker took over for a team that was 0-16 and a horrible organization that could never get a coaching hire right, that could never surround him with talent.
And no stability.
It's way different than having Sean Payton in this front office.
I agree with you.
Newsflash.
And this defense.
Yes.
Newsflash. They still can't. To this day, they still can't.
Let me read a text. Let me read a text that should get Mark Moser.
What do you mean?
Up a little bit
What do you mean? What do you mean? Read a text.
What does that mean?
That is not. No. I don't know how you gamed the system. I don't know what kind of Jason Bourne. I don't know what kind of Jason Bourne crap you came up with. I don't.
You tell Shockey you could try to suspend you. Hey, I'm Jimmy.
God.
I'm Jimmy Kimmeling the system right now. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Good God. Don't even start with that crap.
Are you ready?
Yeah, but just for the record, you're not supposed to be there. Okay,
I don't care.
It's like the dad telling the kid, "Listen, if your mom catches you, you're in deep trouble. Don't tell her."
I'm going to read a text, and I want you to respond. Nick has a remark he wants to make, and it's
Nick sounds
directed at Moser.
He sounds pretty dumb, but go ahead.
Quote, do you guys ever get sick of having to talk crap about a young quarterback that's trying to figure it out? There's some good, there's some bad. He's definitely better than when he started last year. Coaching and play calling is doing little to help him. Progression won't be a straight exponential growth with no hiccups. I mean, look at this. Moser's been doing radio for decades. He still sucks. Everything takes time.
Hey.
I knew that Nick was stupid. I could tell from the get-go when Vic said Nick. Hey, it's Nick.
Hey, don't personally attack people on the text line.
Just kidding, Nick.
There's no reason to personally attack people.
Nick, let me explain to you. First of all, no, I don't get tired of it. Second of all, I completely understand what you're saying. You're right. He's in year number 2. He still has some growth to go. I mean, he's played, almost 90 games through college and pros, but that's beside the point. I didn't put these expectations on him. His own coach did. I didn't say, hey, they should be a better football team this year than they were even last year. His head coach, who he's joined at the hip with, did. Okay, so don't. And by the way, Nick, it seems like you're a little bit sensitive. We are just talking about him. I mean,
Hold on,
I've
though.
prefaced every comment I've said is, you know what? I like this guy. I believe in this guy. I believe this guy is going to be better not only on Monday, but he's going to start hitting those throws and things are going to start coming to him. He's going to adjust in year number 2, and it's going to be terrific. I've been saying that.
There's a difference in all of this. That argument from Nick could hold water if I was asking Bo Nix to be Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, but I'm not. I just need Nix to hit a wide open wide receiver. Like Moser, I'm not asking Nix to make the throw that Herbert made to tie the game. That's such elite level playmaking and arm talent that it would be unfair for you to ask just your average Joe quarterback to make plays like that. I'm saying when the guy's wide open, can you hit him? That's
so
a
right.
completely different discussion.
No one is asking him to pull off Elway miracles here. No one is asking that.
The team is good enough if he's just okay.
The ask is really simple, Nick, and if you think we're being too harsh, the ask is really simple. Hit an open receiver.
Yeah.
Get your proper footwork, because it looks like you've gone backwards in footwork. Your pocket presence doesn't look right. And maybe it's just the first 3 games, you don't start hot, and you get better as the season goes on. But if you're telling me that the pocket presence and the work in the pocket looks good, you're fooling yourself.
Well, I saw a video yesterday, Vic. Somebody did, I can't remember who it was. Wish I could give him credit. But they did a breakdown of some plays from the game last week from Bo. And it was surrounding what you're talking about, his footwork. So he drops back. He has as clean a pocket you're going to have. Nobody's even close to beating one of the offensive linemen. And he just starts running. Rolls out to his right, just starts running. And then he tries to make a throw to Cortland Sutton, who is NFL wide open. He's got to step on his guy. It's not like he's all by himself, but he's open.
Yeah.
And instead of settling his feet down and stepping into the throw, he makes the throw as he's running, and then he goes like this. His chest is facing Sutton, and he chucks the ball in the dirt. And it's like, that's the kind of stuff that you can't have.
Listen, we're not going to get into the minutia of quarterback play here, but Mike Sanford, pretty much an expert on this. He played the position, coached the position. I think he knows what he's talking about when it comes to quarterback play. So listen to him.
Well, he and I though, Vic, we've been going back and forth. He has me a little bit concerned.
Okay, but
I know what I think, but coach is drilling it in my face.
Particular play. I want to specify one particular play. The flea flicker overthrow to Mims. The reason he overthrew that play is because he took unnecessary steps in the pocket to heave it down the field. If you look at it, and people are going to say, well, blame the lineman for getting in his way. You mean the lineman that's blocking for him?
He's doing his job.
That's doing his job? That's got a man in front of him so it doesn't hit him? You mean that guy?
Yeah, he's engaged.
Or is it his guys? Is it his fault, or is it Bo, who, for some reason, go back and look at it, took 4 big steps into the pocket right at the lineman? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. We can get back to this in just a little bit.
Vic, he can't look. He's still trying to find ways to go back in time and fix things. Okay,
it can be adjusted.
And
I think
he's going to continue to work on that. And so once he figures it out, he'll let us know.
I think early in the season,
I didn't like that
just
at
a little
all.
bit of happy feet. The happy feet will calm down. The jazz hands will calm down. And he'll get into that rhythm, and he'll look whole again. That's all. That's what I think it is.
I agree.
I think it's all fixable. I don't think it's anything that's no reason to panic. It's just early in the season. A lot of information coming from Peyton. He's thinking out there. He's a little, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Nobody's saying.
If I want to scream, I'll scream.
But to throw your head in the sand and say, don't criticize the young man. No. It's not, that doesn't work anymore. It's not how this works.
Just hit an
Go
open
listen to
guy.
Smooth jazz.
Hitting an open guy is not criticism. It's just that's a basic thing you should do. Grab a dew and a brew with DMac tonight for the Thursday night game at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln. We'll have tons of awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Broncos helmet and great deals for you all night. See you at Stoney's on Lincoln starting at 6. When we return, I I'm going to apologize. I feel like a hypocrite. I had made an argument about something that's been on in Denver for like the last 4 or 5 years, saying you're stupid if you try and make this argument, and I'm going to take the side of the people that I hate next.
Straight up 2025. You dealing with something? Got a little erectile dysfunction? You embarrassed about it? Sloughing it off? Saying no big deal? Hey, man, do something about it. Look, it's none of my business, but you should take care of yourself. You'll be happier. Your partner will be happier. Everything will be better. And you should go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%, and they've been in Colorado for a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of guys. So if you got some ED issues, why not get it taken care of? Schedule a visit from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, including the all-revamped, renewed place in Castle Rock. It's absolutely fantastic, and these are experts. Colorado licensed medical people. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. If you got something wrong, get it taken care of. Stop waiting. 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Okay, so listen. I have railed against these people. I've called them names. I've called them morons, idiots.
Let's get this straight. Let's set this up, Vic. For 5 years, Brett, we'll turn you on in a second. For 5 years, Brett has been against whatever group this is, and now apparently he's joined the club.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, not. I just have to say it.
Just say it right now. Is it going to make me happy or sad?
Neither. It's just going to be a hypocrisy on my part.
Okay.
So for 4 or 5 straight years, I've lamented and called names the people who have said that Joker is not the MVP of the league, when everything very clearly points to he is better than everybody else we're talking about.
Okay.
And I've lamented voter fatigue, which is very real in the cases of Joel Embiid's MVP and Shea's.
Okay.
Aaron Judge statistically is very clearly the AL MVP, but I want to give it to Cal Raleigh.
But you have voter fatigue.
And I don't even know if it's voter fatigue, but it's just like, despite Cal Raleigh's hitting like 248.
Yeah, he's hitting 328 with 51
He's the new
bombs.
kid on the block. He's the shiny object. He's the guy now.
I do want to give extra credit to doing that from the catcher position. Like, that's the way I'm doing the math here. And again, I feel like a hypocrite. I do, because everything statistically says this is no question Aaron Judge is the best player in the American League and he deserves the MVP. And I'm like, but he's a switch-hitting catcher with 60 bombs. What do I do with that?
All right, so tell me if this sounds familiar. It seems that you are penalizing a guy for generational greatness.
Yes, I'm a hypocrite. I admit it.
You are. You're a total jerk.
I don't know what to tell you, though. Like,
follow your own convictions like you normally would.
To be fair, though,
you got this big. You know what? I just think you like thinking of Big Dumper, and that makes you. That makes like you make you feel fuzzy inside or something.
Hold on a second. Cal Raleigh did something that nobody in MLB history has done, though. He did do that, which is, as a catcher, they got 4 games left. He could beat the Maris number. Like, he could get to 62. He needs 2 more. They played against the Rockies last night. If you guys weren't paying attention, and you weren't, I know you weren't. I'm not talking to you guys, listeners.
You hit a bomb.
No, not a bomb. He
2
hit
bombs.
a bomb to get to 59, and then a second one in the 8th to get to 60. Here's what it sounded like.
Fly ball to right field, number 60! A catcher has hit 60 home runs. Your MVP moment, Cal Raleigh.
So that's Mariners Radio Network.
That's crazy.
So they hit 60.
To think that.
So he hit 60 bombs on a night where Seattle won the AL West for the first time in 24 years. Mm-hmm. It was this huge, momentous night in Seattle last night. And all I'm saying is it wrong for me to want to give extra credit for a position that nobody else wants to do? You ask anybody on a baseball field, what's the least position you'd want to play? It's no question catcher.
Well, let's go back to the original argument, who the MVP is. All right. And I like to answer that question with another question. Who would you rather have?
Aaron Judge.
I mean, I'd rather have Judge.
Well, then that's your answer. The end.
Although
that's your
a
answer.
switch-hitting catcher who can hit 60
it's very easy.
Is fun.
It's like the SGA and Joker question. It's like it always comes down to, okay, great.
Yeah, who would you start your team with? Which of those guys?
Who are you taking?
Would you take Mahomes or Josh Allen?
Right now, that's a question that's going to lead this. I take Mahomes.
Yeah.
I take Mahomes because he's the proven
champion.
on the
but
bigger
Mahomes
stage.
was very clearly not the MVP last year.
No, Josh Allen was.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, like, even if you're basing it off that, Josh
Allen.
You know what I mean?
But if the numbers are close, is all I'm saying. If the numbers are close and the argument's made, the question I always ask is, who would you rather have? It's that simple to make that judgment.
I'd rather have Aaron Judge. No offense to Cal Raleigh.
By the way, I played this during the break, and Moser got upset for some reason.
Can I say this, though? I was talking to Brendan McNicholas the other day. His kid now, right, is playing. His kid threw on the gear. His kid's a left-handed catcher. Looks pretty. You ever seen a left-handed catcher?
He's a left-handed catcher?
Yeah. I played ball all through my youth with a left-handed catcher. It's really kind of a cool thing. You probably have never even seen a left-handed catcher's mitt, have you?
No.
Anyway, we're talking about it, and I used to go at batting practice from time to time, throw the gear on and get behind the plate, and it's kind of fun, right? Man, you take a couple off like the thigh, or you take one off the mask hard on a foul tip, especially when a guy is
off your throwing hand, a fingertip, like it's brutal.
Let me tell you. So I'm having this conversation, and Scott Wedgwood is right there, and I go, you have to be a special kind of something to want to, put your head in the way of these things coming at you at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, you got to be dumb. This is Wedgwood.
Truly.
And I'm like, dude, you guys are brave, because all it took was a couple off the thigh or off the cup, or honestly, off the mask, like a foul tip off the mask. And I'm like, I'm out of here. So, yeah, I'll give you a little special consideration for the catcher doing what he's doing.
A texter says, shouldn't a catcher be a better hitter? All he does is look at pitches. That's like saying a quarterback should be a great corner because he sees coverages all day. It's not how that works.
Physically, nobody goes through more duress during a game than a catcher does. Physically.
Guys, do me a favor real quick. Not you guys,
Squat,
but just listening. Go ahead and squat down for 5 seconds and get back up. Tell me how your knees feel.
Well, when
now imagine doing that for 3 hours a night.
Which is why the catchers always eventually move someplace else.
Oh, yeah, they have to move to first. They'll DH late in their career.
I say we do an entire segment in squat formation.
No.
Negative. I'll pass on
My
that.
right knee is I feel like I am one get off the floor playing with baby Jamal Cale away from popping that sucker.
Boy, do I need to
like
squat.
an ACL is going to go.
Now, what were you and I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah.
You made this argument during the break, or I did?
No. I didn't make the argument. I just played something during the break, and it made you angry, and this was Cal Raleigh after the game.
I think last night what I kept hearing from everybody on this team was we got more work to do, and it seems like this team was just even more focused tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people heard what I said last night, might as well win the whole thing.
All right, Aaron, back up to you. Naughty Cal.
Naughty Cal. You're so naughty.
You're my naughty sale.
Hey,
You're my sale. You're naughty.
Have you ever interviewed somebody and they pulled out an F-bomb or a curse word during the course of a game? I've done it before.
Yeah, I have. I just glossed over it. Just keep going.
Exactly. I do not, and it's happened several times. I will, let me tell you right now, employers, I will never apologize for that person.
No.
That's their problem. I'm not gonna sit there and go, I'm gonna go, that was cool. Anyway, that's them. That's not my problem. I'm not gonna say we apologize. When people turn to the camera, we apologize. You heard some things on what? That's them. It's not me.
Yeah.
What am I apologizing for?
I'd say you want to become. Do you want to become completely immune to all of that if you're a human being that is not a big fan of the colorful language? Come play 18 holes with me, Brett, and Vic.
Yes. Yeah.
Because one round and you'll be immune.
Friend Mark Moser.
You'll be immune for life. I promise you.
Moser will miss a putt. He'll say what he always says, and then I'm going to go like this. Oh, naughty Mose, you naughty Mose.
Back up to you. Naughty Cal.
Naughty
Cal. You're so naughty.
It's my sale, and you're naughty. And I love my sale, and I pet my sale, and then I kill my sale. But you know where he got that, right? But you know where he got that, right?
Yeah, it's Major League.
Yeah, Tom Berenger.
But Moj, you reacted like bleep this guy when you heard him say it. What's that about?
No, my bad. You know what? I hope Seattle wins the whole thing. I really do. I hope Seattle goes all the way. They're a likable bunch, I guess. They really are. Look, yeah, the first time they've won the division in 24 years. They got a bunch of just grinders on that roster. Good for them. Good for them.
By the way, I'll keep this on my board. So anytime Moser starts going on about the Battle of Gettysburg and why it was so important, I'll just go.
Naughty, Moj. Naughty.
You're naughty.
Hey, just quickly, I know that, again, because this has been such a disaster for the Rockies this year. Although the one bright spot, like we're talking how cool it is to have a catcher that hits 60 bombs. The one cool thing about the Rockies is you have a catcher who's really good.
Yeah.
Like you have one of those too, which is nice.
You do.
If Cal Raleigh weren't doing what he's doing, maybe your catcher here would be the toast of the damn league, right? I mean,
behind the dish, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple good ones, but I mean, Hunter Goodman is, I think, cemented himself as one of the tops in the league. So, I mean, you have one of those, which is nice. If you're not paying attention to baseball, though, I'm telling you guys, it's one of the craziest stories. going on in sports, but it's
nobody
baseball.
even does anybody even pay attention to it?
Here's
Because
what's going on.
I saw the creep over the last month. I'm like, there's no way they get there. There's no way.
The Detroit
There's
Tigers
no way.
have been terrible forever.
They've been collapsing.
Ever since prime Miguel Cabrera, when they had Maglio Adornias in 2005, something like that.
Ever since Kirk Gibson.
Basically ever since Verlander left that team, they've been just awful. And they have a good team. We saw it last year, that payroll of $17 million in the postseason. They were fun to watch. And they followed up this year with a really good season. They had a 12.5 game lead a month ago. 12.5 in the AL Central. They're now a game back of Cleveland, who just beat them last night.
They've lost 8 in a row.
Dude, they got to the end of August.
It is the most
and they
epic collapse
yes.
you're going to find this late in the season.
Wait, there was another team that did this a couple years ago. God, who was it? Remember that? There was another team that was just bonkers. Oh, man.
Weren't the Mets was it the Mets?
Was it the Mets? Somebody did a couple years ago, and everybody's like, I cannot believe they let that get away.
They've lost 10 of their last 11. I've just been, because I take a peek. I'll go and I'll peek and look at standings and see who's doing what. I'm like, there's no way the Guardians are catching them. Finally, people in Detroit, they got a dang good football team, and they're going to have a baseball team that wins a division. I can't believe it, right? First time in 20 years or whatever. And they have absolutely just blown it.
And you know how
it's honestly, it's shocking. I'm watching the highlights from last night, and their catcher, there's a pop foul behind the plate. He's standing underneath it. And he just flat out drops it. That's how it's been going for them.
Well, you guys know how when things are going bad, there's always a play that kind of epitomizes your season or how a game went. For the Broncos Super Bowl against the Seahawks, it's the snap over the head. You're just like, okay, well, that's going to play on a loop. When the Lions went 0-16, what's the play that they play all the time from that season?
Running out of the back of the end.
Orlovsky running out of the back of the end zone. Did you guys see Scooball 2 days ago?
When he tried to throw it between his legs?
Where he tried to hike it to the first baseman and airmailed it over his head.
Yeah.
When you start getting plays like that epitomize sort of your downfall, look the hell out. Because who knows where it stops.
It's did they just get lazy? Because after you lose, let's say you lose 7 of 8, or let's say you lose 6 of 7. Okay, you're like, damn, and then you look in your rear view, and all of a sudden here comes Cleveland. Then you're like, boys, we need to get our act together here. But then you can't. They can't recapture it. They can't find it again.
Hey, speaking
they
of,
they can't
you know what
get
it is,
going
Moj?
again.
It's like putting. It's like putting. You have a couple weeks where you feel like you can't miss. And then you lose a little confidence, right? You miss a 3-footer. And then you go a month just afraid of every putt on the track. You don't even want to touch your putter. You're afraid of everything. That's what the Detroit Tigers are right now.
Speaking of, it's another thing on that subject that makes me very, very nervous what's happening right now. We'll get to that in just a second. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday Night Football. Tonight, don't miss Seahawks Cardinals starting at 6. Back after this.
Might as well win the whole thing.
Naughty Cal.
Nico McBrain.
Jeff Legwald's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Again, the confidence and trying to put things together for the Broncos offense. You know, we were being talked to on the text line by one text earlier in the show as if we are being so overcritical of Bo Nix's performance so far because he's a young quarterback trying to figure things out. And part of me understands that I don't buy into what Moser says all the time, where it's like he's played 1 million games. Well, it's not the NFL. He's a year and 3 games into his NFL career. It's different. But when I talk about hitting wide open wide receivers, that's not a adjust to the NFL thing. That's just playing the position no matter how old or what level you're at.
Leggy has a terrific article 2 days ago explaining why the Broncos are 1-2 and the 3 trends that are creeping up on this team that sort of show why they are. Too many penalties, not connecting on the explosives, right? We've talked about that, and the inability to close out. He's absolutely 100% correct in every single one of those. I'm on the side of I think they're going to figure it out. I'm on the side of I believe this team is too good to have these things continue. That's what I believe. Now, I guess I could be wrong. Maybe Tuesday morning I'm going to be, I can't believe it, they're 1-3. I don't think so, but maybe they will be. But here's what I don't think. I don't think over at Dove Valley anybody is panicking. I don't think over at Dove Valley, I think they look at this rationally. I think Sean Payton's been remarkably calm.
He has, yeah.
In his post games and trying to, explain things. Now, I'd like him to acknowledge that his quarterback not connecting on the explosive that he called up right, that he drew up the play and he called it and it just didn't connect. I'd like him to say that, it's probably a little bit higher than 50th on my list, but I think they are going to clean it up. I think they're going to take care of some things, and I just feel they're going to be okay. I don't sweat it today, Vic.
You know how every week we concoct a reason that this particular game feels like a must-win game? Like every week we've like, well, this is important for this reason. Well, this is important for that reason. Like last week it was, if you want to make sure the Chargers don't run away from the pack, you got to win this game. You got to prove your worth, right?
It's true, though.
Yeah, I know. But, every week you come up with a reason. Game 1, you can't lose to the Titans at home. Can't do it. It's a must-win. Game 2, oh, man, I guess that one of the ones we've seen so far, the least of the must-wins.
Yeah.
How about this one?
Well, you can't lose this game.
Well, that's what, you could say that about all of them.
No, but this one is... You dropped the 1-3 against a team that just got waxed by like 42 points last week. It's a little bit different. This is just like, it's must win or you suck sort of thing. Here's what a texter says, by the way. Does the offensive line take any blame for the Broncos' issues? Can't run the ball, and it seems Nix doesn't have much time. No, and here's why. Go back and watch, if you can, go back and watch the game again and tell me how many times Nix was under actual pressure as opposed to pressure that he had in his head.
I think the texture is talking about run blocking versus pass blocking. According to Pro Football Focus, the Denver Broncos offensive line is number 1 in pass blocking. Number 1. Near the bottom of the pack in run blocking. How can you have such a disparity? Is it the play calling?
Say that again. What were the numbers?
Number 1 offensive line in pass blocking. Number 1, according to PFF. Near the bottom of the pack in run blocking. Essentially the same thing they were last year.
Well, they were top 5 in both categories last year. As far as the blocking.
In run blocking?
Yes.
Okay.
They're top
well, they're
5
not
in
there
both.
now in run blocking.
If that's true, then how do you have the 9th leading rusher in the league? That's what J.K. Dobbins is. Unlimited carries, by the way. He doesn't get as many carries as he's got 41 on the year. Kyron Williams, who's just above him, has 55. Who's 7th is Javonte, actually. Javonte's 7th.
We're also 3 weeks in, bro.
Yeah. This is what I'm getting at, though.
We're 3 weeks in.
But just hang on a second. Hang on.
All right.
J.K. Dobbins is averaging 5.4 a carry. Is that pretty good?
That sounds pretty damn good to me.
I think it's still a commitment issue. Like,
well,
it still feels that way.
I agree. I was listening. Tyler Polumbus made a good point. He reviewed the game in L.A., and he said the Chargers in the first half, if you remember trying to run the ball in the first half, how'd that go?
Not
trying to
well.
run the ball in the first
Not great.
All right. Harvey and Dobbins combined for 0 yards. All right. It just was too hard to run the ball. And he said, as he watched the tape, the Chargers just had the perfect defensive alignments, the perfect calls for those particular plays. It wasn't anything necessarily bad the linemen were doing, but they had no chance to block those particular plays. Now, you could say that's a coincidence or whatever. Did that just turn around in the second half? It looked to be, because in the second half, it was like a different offense. If that's the case, and all of a sudden the floodgates open, keep flooding it.
Yeah. I mentioned this after the first Sunday night game of the season. A Sunday night game that featured 81 total points scored between the Ravens and the Bills. You guys remember it was the 41-40 game. And the way that they got to those numbers was completely different. Josh Allen threw the ball 46 times for 394 yards. And to get to 40 points for the Ravens, I understand it's a loss, but to get to 40
Henry
points.
went insane.
Well, how many passing attempts did Lamar Jackson have?
I think 19. Yeah.
19 passes.
Yep.
And I go, you are much more built, not to say you'd be the Ravens offense. I'm not saying that. But as far as stylistically, you are much better built to be the Ravens than you are the Bills, but it feels like Sean Payton wants to be the Bills, and that's not where your strengths are.
Did I say Derrick Henry or did I say Travis Henry just now?
You said Derrick.
Okay, good, because I called Derrick Henry Travis Henry the other day to somebody in conversation. Which wasn't, hey.
You know, there's something about being able to run the ball.
Completely different dudes.
And run it effectively and continue to run with just no fear whatsoever in what the opposing team can do. There's something that just rips the heart out of a defense. Is there anything when you're watching a game and you see your team getting just beaten down, and let's say you lose a game, I don't know, 62-36. Let's say that's the score.
Sure.
And in that game, the opposing team is just throwing the ball all over the field. You can always say, just a bad day at the office. But when you lose 62-36.
And Chris Brown goes insane on the ground.
And the run game is the number one reason you lose 62-36, because I'm trying to find the stats from that game. I attended that. I'd never seen a run game that the opposing defense could do literally nothing. Here it is. Colorado generated 582 yards in that game. They rushed for 415.
Yeah.
415 yards rushing in that game.
Hey, where do you think that kid is today?
That kid that was crying?
The kid, the crying.
Probably an accountant.
The crying kid in his Nebraska gear, bawling his eyes out on national television. Where is that kid today? Somebody's got to know him.
I think that...
Ask your wife. She knows everybody in Nebraska.
She does not. Out of the four major sports we got in this country, how you lose, I don't think there's anything worse than a football team being dominated on the ground.
No doubt about it.
Because that is just straight up, we're stronger than you are.
Gonna push
and it's
you around.
like, because when you run the football,
yeah,
there's no real surprise design to it. Every time you drop back to pass, there could be a rub route, there could be some sort of whatever, right? Some tricky play design. Running the football.
Yeah, that kid. Yeah. Where's that kid?
Running the football is about this. I'm going to line up. You know I'm running it. I know I'm running it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
I could tell you where I'm running it.
Yeah.
You know,
Vic, you're a doctor. Is it possible to get hit in the mouth so hard and so often that you no longer have a mouth?
Funniest story I've ever heard still to this
because
day.
if they're running the ball down your throat, dude, they are hitting you in the mouth every single play.
Funniest story I've ever heard still to this day is Larry Allen when he was with the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
And they knew that they were running right up his butt. Would get to the line and go, whoop, whoop, saying the train's coming through.
Yeah.
The run is coming right here, and I'm going to throw you 15 yards downfield.
And there's nothing you can do.
And we live in a day and age. Listen, the run game is what it is today, but when your running back is lined up next to your quarterback on every single play, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different. It's not the same. It's not.
Are you arguing be under center and?
I'm just saying it's different. I'm not arguing anything because in the college game, in the high school game, everybody's running this. You tell me That's why when I get excited when I see Georgia Tech play because it's different.
Like, if I told you guys this, how shocking would this be to you as we get the break? J.K. Dobbins has 41 carries this year for 222 yards. What if I told you on 17 more carries, Saquon Barkley has 28 less rushing yards? What if I told you that Josh Jacobs on 17 more carries has 42 less rushing yards?
Who would you rather have?
What if I told you Jahmyr Gibbs on 2 more carries has 42 less rushing yards?
Agreed. Who would you rather of all those?
Christian
backs,
McCaffrey, 52 carries for 176.
I'll take every single one of them over our guy, but it doesn't mean that our guy's not playing well.
I guess I would say they're more committed to the run game.
Well, yeah, they're giving them extra opportunities, right? But that doesn't say to me that the run blocking's atrocious. You know what I mean? So we can get back to this a little bit later, especially with Jeff Legwald at 9 o'clock this morning. Who needs to win more? Is it Prime or is it Norvell? We'll get to it next.
If you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't going to be able to take that over and 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 over again. They just not going to want that.
Tune in tomorrow night at 7 for our high school football game of the week. Nate and Andy. You get the old double dipperoo of Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. They're going to have the call as number 2 Valor faces off against number 4 Ralston Valley. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. That is, by the way,
Double dipperoo.
So there's a whole bunch of altitude flavor in there. It's Nate and Andy, Kreckman and Lindahl calling the game tomorrow, and Mike Sanford of the Morning Sprint is going to be coaching in the game.
Dude, I might have to check that one out. My nephew has a flag football game on that same field next door before that, and then I think I'm going to stick around. He's 5, Moser. And then...
That's neat.
Okay. Oh wait. See, you're going. Hold on a second.
Wow.
You're going to your nephew's 5-year-old nephew's flag football game.
Just tell him to put on the pads and hit somebody.
At 7 years old, they put on the pads. Trust me, he's going to do it at 7.
I wanted at 3. At 3 years old, Oklahoma drills. Line it up and get after it.
My son started at 7, full pads. That's when you start.
Incidentally, this is a hell of a football.
Put his hand in the dirt. Come on.
Hey, this is a hell of a football game tomorrow night, dudes. Both teams are unbeaten. I mean, this is. If you're talking high school football, this is a big deal.
Dude,
I don't see you.
I want to go to a 5-year-old's flag football game.
I'm stuck here because I'm going to both games.
So what?
I don't know what to do because, my allegiances are very conflicted. It's going to be a hell of a game between 2 undefeated teams, and it's a bit of a rivalry brewing between Ralston Valley and Valor. One features Coach Sanford, a friend, a colleague. The other one features a former intern of mine at Channel 4, Jared Anacito, who's done a hell of a job. At Ralston Valley.
Hey, one time, my nephew, who now is in college, he's a regular college dude. When he was young, he played the viola. You know what that is?
It's
like a
all
fat
of those
violin.
things.
It's like
they
a fat
all look
violin.
like a violin
Yeah,
to
yeah.
me, just different sized violins.
And so, what did I do? I went to his concert one time, and you know what it was? It was this. And I thought, you know what? If I ate hemlock right now, I'd be happy.
All right, great.
Get off our show!
That neat story.
There are some things you don't have to do for your family.
Did you?
Viola concerts and
You
flag
didn't have
football.
to add that story.
Okay.
For this family.
For a radio family. Yeah, that was, Moj, that was the equivalent of me sitting through your kid's little recital. Or not your kid, your nephew's. Anyway. Naughty, naughty, naughty,
Naughty,
Moj.
Moj.
Naughty.
Hey, are you going to play my Jeremy Bloom interview at some point in the show today?
We are, yes.
Yes, 8:45. 8:45 is what we got it slated for.
All right, Jeremy Bloom, the father of NIL, about the future of college sports. It's brilliant what he had to say. You got to listen to it.
We'll get to that in just a little bit. We have Jeff Legwald at 9. We have Chad Brown joining us in about 25 minutes. Give a breakdown of the football weekend, which, by the way, because you guys know Altitude Sports Radio loves football, just saying.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
What is the king, by the way, of live television or live programming now? It's just games. It's sports, right?
Live sports.
We have, starting tomorrow with high school football.
Or The Golden Bachelor, which my wife and I watched last night, the first 2 episodes.
Gross. We have, starting tomorrow with the high school game, 11 live sporting events over the weekend on this radio station. 11?
Why is it gross? You can still be 65-year-old in love.
I don't need to watch it.
Don't
need to watch it. It's disgusting. Is what it is. Yes.
We had to look away.
Are they kissing? Ew. Turn it. Gross. Don't. Anyway, who needs to win more? Is it Prime or is it Norvell this weekend? And I think it's pretty clearly Norvell, unless you guys have a strong argument that can change my mind. But if CU loses, to a certain extent, it's kind of like, yeah, okay. Nothing's really going to happen. If CSU loses again at home against a team that they should be way better than, which is an awful Washington State game, Washington State team, there could be dire consequences.
Listen, it's a no-brainer who needs a game more. Prime has 10 million reasons to be secure in his job.
Yep.
All right, Jay Norvell, after January 1st of this year, they can buy out the remaining year of his contract pretty easily. This is a make or break for Jay Norvell.
Well, does that mean that? Okay. So you're putting on this particular football game. I guess you're probably right.
Washington State was down 42-3 at home.
You seem to think that no matter what.
At home against North Texas.
Understood. You seem to think that.
North Texas, not Texas.
Understood.
Not Texas
yeah, the mean green.
So think about the Longhorns and then think north of that and try and imagine a school out there.
Denison, Texas.
Lodo Chad, the pride of North Texas. I dig what you're saying, but you seem to think that it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to get fired.
I'm sorry, that was at North Texas, not at home, whatever.
Who seems to think that?
Brett.
If they lose this weekend, I think so.
You mean like right away or will he last the season?
Well, I just gave you the parameters. If you
wait till January 1?
Yeah, he's got 2 years left on his deal, but after the first, the buyout goes away.
Yeah.
And you just pay off the remainder of his contract if he gets to that point.
So even if he doesn't win another game this year, they're not going to fire him until January 1st.
I don't think CSU is in the business of paying off coaches.
Agreed.
They can't be in. It's an expensive business to be in.
And I don't want to talk about Jane Orvell getting fired anyway. Look, I know they
need results, though, man.
Understood. The San Antonio loss is bad. I get that. What I can't figure out is how they acquitted themselves in Seattle pretty dang well.
Their best game was a 17-point loss,
yeah,
which is crazy.
For a lot of that game, they were right in that thing. How did they regress to what should have been a loss against dang UNC? How is that even possible?
I don't know. But it is I think this is massive. And you're doing this in a week where you're changing quarterbacks. They're going with Brousseau. They're benching Fowler Nicolosi. And it's all right.
Well, the kid has flair. One thing I will say about Brousseau, having watched him this past weekend, the kid's got some flair. He does. And we'll see if that flair is going to. And sometimes you need that. You just need some spark. You need a guy to go, hey, man, and just get something, get something cool going, something fiery, something exciting. Just kind of get everybody amped up about it. And I'm sure the canvas is going to be rocking. I hope that it is.
Texter makes a good point, by the way. I've seen people throw out that January 1st sort of deadline for buyouts and stuff like that. Can you afford to wait that long?
What's your quick fix?
It's not about having a quick fix. It's about, by that time, there's probably a lot of coaches that would find different jobs already. Kids that can see the writing on the wall are going to transfer, and you need to be able to try and grab transfers back to replace them. That would put you in a pretty tough position.
I think Vic is correct, though. I don't think CSU's in a position of paying coaches not to coach.
We are in a vacuum right now. And that's why I can't wait for you guys to hear this Jeremy Bloom interview, because where college sports is currently sitting, there are so many teams out there like CSU that perhaps would be better off in a different league, in a different circumstance, playing for a different type of championship.
What do you mean? FCS?
When you hear it, it's not necessarily that. No.
Okay.
No, it's not that. And people, when they take offense to that, I know CSU fans are going to take offense when I say stuff like this, but there's nothing wrong with that. You're not playing the same. You don't have the same stakes here. You don't have the same funds. It's not even waters for you and some of these other teams. It's not, and never will be. It never will be. I don't know how you can say you're playing on the same level as the Big Ten and the SEC.
Well, you can't.
And most of the Big 12 schools.
You can't. Even if the Rams somehow got into, let's say the Pac-12 reformed. It's reforming, right?
It is, and they're joining it.
Let's say it reforms.
This isn't hypothetical. Most going to happen.
But they're hoping that kickstarts.
Yeah.
They're hoping that kickstarts the programs into what they were before, or perhaps something close to what we're seeing now. And
They're not going to be a Power 5.
Guys,
that's all
it's
there is
over.
to it.
Yeah.
And even if the Pac-12 became a Power 5 again, which they won't, or even if somehow the Rams were asked by the Big 12 to come in, they simply don't have the funding available to them to compete with the big ones. And it's not – I don't know what else to say. I feel bad for them.
It's not a knock on them.
It's not a
just
knock.
reality.
It's just the reality.
It is 100% reality, and that's why a lot of these institutions who don't have the necessary funds and never will, they don't play in the same pool. What are you doing? Why are you knocking your head against the wall? Just embrace what you are. and
Just
play
like-
against like-minded teams.
Yeah.
And that's why it's already done, everybody. It's already done. The SEC and the Big Ten, those two conferences, those teams in those conferences, they're in.
They own college football.
And then half of the Big 12, not even all the Big 12, maybe half of the Big 12, half of the ACC, and that's it.
Yeah.
But you
and no offense, Brett. Hey, Brett, no
That's
offense.
it.
No offense. CU, even with all their peeps, they don't have the necessary funding to compete with the vast
But
majority
here's
of the SEC or the Big Ten.
You can't.
It's crazy.
You can't, though. You can't admit that you're lesser, okay? Everybody acknowledges this. It's not like some secret, but you can't admit it and go to some other thing and be like, well, we'll just let the Big Ten and the SEC do their own thing, because how do they make nearly the same amount of cash
I'll
if
tell
you
you
aren't
how.
in the same league?
Gosh, can we just play Jeremy's interview?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Can we just play, because he has ideas on how to get this done?
Okay, so you just want to play it now and then get to like the reaction after
Yeah,
the break?
I want to play. I mean, Jeremy Bloom, and just to give everybody feedback here. Jeremy Bloom, years ago, 20 years ago, sued the NCAA because he played football for CU. He was also an Olympic skier.
Can't believe he didn't win. I can't believe he didn't win.
Would not allow him to accept endorsement money in skiing, like goggle companies and all that. They said, no, you can't do it. And he said, why not? Baseball players are playing minor league baseball in the summer and accepting money. Why not? And this is ridiculous. So he had to quit football. He quit football 2 years after he started because they wouldn't let him accept money. And he sued the NCAA. And I think he became, in essence, the father of NIL, because everything he wanted back then is what players are getting today. So I asked him. I was in his office a couple days ago. He is now running the X Games. He is the CEO of the X Games. And I said, if you were running college sports, how would you rearrange things? How would you make this work?
Well, you have obviously an athletic body, you have an athletic mind, you have a business mind, you ran a business, you wrote a book, Recalibrate, which I've read. I highly suggest you read this. I got to ask then, because you're watching now from the sideline as everything you ever wanted is coming to fruition now. College athletes are getting paid.
Yeah.
Just from your personal opinion, how would you operate things? How would you run the show? How would you make it work?
I think it's pretty easy. I think you carve out the top 60 programs and you create a separate league, and you probably have 2, maybe 3 conferences. And the governance is set at the conference level, not the NCAA level. And you have a players union. I mean, you have collective bargaining. These institutions put these athletes on contract. That will solve the transfer portal, right? Because if you sign a high school senior to a $150,000 deal, it doesn't need to be tens of millions. For a 3-year, 4-year commitment, now you know that athlete's going to be there.
Equal commitment, both sides.
Both sides,
yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's just a normal contract,
Yeah.
right? Like, and I think the ADs, the universities, and coaches really need help. I think it's absurd how the system in which they're trying to build programs for. I mean, they ran Nick Saban away, rightfully so. They're running a lot of people away. And so I don't only see it from an athlete perspective, like a student, like they need help. And so these college universities need to put these athletes on a contract, get a 3-year commitment, pay them for that, negotiate up front. But they really need to separate the top 60 programs from everything else. And from women's soccer and tennis and some of these non-revenue generating sports, they should stay collegiate. Not that they can't make money, but they probably shouldn't be thought of as pro leagues. And then I love the concept of relegation, because there's more than 60 great football
They do it
programs.
in Europe.
So the bottom 10, 10 teams after 2 years, they get relegated to, call it a D2. Top 10 teams in that D2 get sort of promoted to that top tier. And you always have like the Boise States of the world or Fresno State when they were really good, having the opportunity to jump up leagues. But these are huge, baseball, basketball and football. These are $1 billion.
These are brands.
These are brands. These are sort of professional leagues, and that's okay. Embrace it. Like, go monetize the heck out of it. Let everybody make more money. But they got to clean up this transfer portal situation. Like, just because you have a tough conversation with a kid, or you bench a kid, you can't worry about them transferring next month because they didn't like the conversation that you had.
All right, I'm going to give you a couple years to get this X game thing going, because you're the perfect person.
All right, and then we went on and on and on. But he brought up a lot of points there, and then I know we need to take a break and we can talk about that. 60 programs, conferences govern the whole thing. Forget the NCAA. Players union, 3-year contracts, commitment both ways. And the last one I think is very interesting, relegation. I want to talk a little bit more about that.
So we'll get to that in just a second. Again, why watch the game tonight on one screen at your house when you can watch on 70 and two 120-inch projector screens like DMac's going to do tonight? Head over to Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln starting at 6 p.m. for the game. Awesome prizes, and have a Tullamore Dew and a brew. There is no better place to watch games than Stoney's on Lincoln. Back after this.
Dan Kaplis Law wins big because it attracts world-class lawyers representing honest and courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Kaplis Law, serious firm for serious cases. Dan Kaplis Law accepts righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis right now. If you need their help, call them, 303-770-5551, 303-770-5551, or hit them up online, DanKaplisLaw.com.
All right, so Chad Brown's going to join us in 10 minutes. Vic, we just heard from Jeremy Bloom.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the things that he talked about are things that should be implemented immediately. I still do have one question about something he said, but go ahead, Vic. What were you going to say?
I mean, the points he made are nothing new. I mean, we've heard these before. I thought the last point was interesting, and there's some massaging. He said college sports, led by college football, needs to be a 60-program sport. 60 programs in Division I, whatever you want to call it. Conferences run it, all right, 2 or 3 conferences and 60 programs, a players' union, 3-year contracts, players committed, as well as coaches.
I mean, that's pro football then, Vic. It's
Right,
pro football.
The last point, though, I think is interesting and one that I think makes it distinctively different than pro football, and that is relegation. How do you relegate? You can't do it year by year because of television contracts, because teams won't commit. Like, you're not going to get Alabama and Notre Dame to agree to that. They're not going to do it. They're not going to say, okay, what if we have a bad season? We ain't doing it. They're not going to do it. So I think the way you do the relegation is you take an average of 3 years. You take your average wins over 3 years. And those that are on the bottom of those averages after 3 years, let's say that the worst 5 teams are relegated to this whatever level you're back on, and the 5 best teams on that level move up.
But hold on a second. So you're saying that those teams then are relegated for 3 years?
3 years. 3-year windows.
Yes. I don't know about that. I like just the regular relegation where the next year
I don't believe in windows.
Play
so
yourself
in the regular
right back in.
Okay, in that regular relegation, then Florida State, for example, would have been relegated to the lesser level last year.
Yeah, then we'd be right back at it this year.
Okay.
Nobody's agreeing to that.
There's no way that these programs
they
agree
won't.
to that.
Yeah, they won't agree to that.
Yeah, they won't.
And I don't know how to tell Buffalo's fans this. Hey, man, if they went 60 teams, you're not in.
That's my next question. I spoke to Jeremy about that because, our discussion has been in reference to CSU. What about CU?
No, if they go 60, I'm sorry, you're not in.
I disagree with you.
Not right now. In terms of play wise, you're not in.
You take 60 teams in terms of play, potential, and funds. You know that funds matter, Moj. Funds matter. At the end of the day, the funds win as much as anything else.
Okay. So I guess they got more funds than Rutgers, maybe.
Then that's not.
They got more than Purdue. They got more than Northwestern. They got more than Minnesota. No, they don't.
No, just to start this league, I'm saying, though, Brett, to start the league.
Yeah.
Do you take Iowa State or CU? Iowa State's got the better record. Which program is better off for this type of outfit, as I'm asking you? Fund-wise, revenue-wise, facilities-wise.
Iowa State.
I disagree.
I'm being facetious here, Vic.
No, but hang on a second. If you're going to start this league, you can't have Iowa State successful. You can't take a team without the same, nearly the same level of success and say the team that's less successful, far less, is getting in over the team that's way more. You can't do that.
Okay, then how do you pick 60 teams to start this?
In my head,
Why didn't you ask him? You should have asked Bloom if he's got it figured out.
I just don't think it's feasible. I don't think anybody would agree to this because I don't think anybody would volunteer the idea of if I have a bad year or two, I'm missing out on this type of money.
But you're looking at this differently than I am. You're looking at this as if to say if you don't make the top 60, you're just done. You're not. It brings up an entirely different opportunity. What is so wrong with the next 60 teams? You got the top 60, then you
because
got
you can't
the next
win
60.
a national championship.
Sure you can. In your division, you can.
Okay.
Nobody would care about that.
Hold on a minute, Moshe. In Europe, when they have different leagues, they did a whole damn series documentary on Wrexham. They weren't premier level. They weren't premier level. You mean to tell me that there won't be any pride, school pride, or any competitive zest in those games that are played?
Yeah, I'm
sure
there will be.
FCS level.
I'm sure there will be. But, okay, example me then. Which team in the SEC are you leaving out?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm
because
just telling
Vandy
you, there's no
4-0
shame.
and ranked number 18.
Moj,
and you think that they stink.
Moj, I'm saying there's no shame in going down a level if you don't have the means to compete with the big boys. Not everybody has the same amount of money, Moj. You don't live in Cherry Hills, Moj. You don't live there. You can't afford to live in Cherry Hills, and you can't. You may think you're a Cherry Hills resident. You're not. Correct?
No.
Correct? Okay, so you're not trying to fool.
Listen, I have no delusions that I'm a Cherry Hills
So you're not
person.
trying to fool yourself into thinking that. You may have days where you're thinking you're big bucks, Moj, but you're not there. So what is wrong with embracing who you are?
I'm just trying to think of who you're going to leave out.
It's going to kill college football here. It's going to kill it. Like,
how is it going to kill it? I just told you, embrace who you are. Hey, Colorado School of Mines has a pretty damn good program, and they get kids from everywhere.
All right,
they're not Division I.
Okay,
They're not,
okay, Vic.
Okay,
you tell CU fans, and you tell Chad Brown in 2 minutes that just accept who you are. You're the School of Mines, and just play your mind schedule or whatever. I mean,
you would
come on, bro.
A million times out of a million. No disrespect to School of Mines. You would rather be a terrible, awful, god-awful, dog-butt, crappy Division I football team.
You'd rather
you absolutely
not me.
would be.
No, well, that's you. That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Okay,
not
Vic.
me.
Okay, all right. Wouldn't you rather have the crappiest house in Cherry Hills than the nicest house in Goodland, Kansas?
Hey, you can decide whatever you want to decide.
Maybe you would. I don't know. I'm trying to use your analogy.
But guys, all of the money, if this is straight money, okay? If this is what we're talking about here, all the money that Deion brought in, Deion was the same guy at Jackson State. Didn't get that kind of money, did they?
Yeah.
That's why nobody would do it.
It's because he's in a new neighborhood.
Nobody cares. Deion is not nearly as successful from a win percentage here than he was at Jackson State, and nobody cared. That's what I'm talking about. Like, and I don't want to see any teams here. I don't want to see forget CU, CSU, Air Force, all those teams. I don't want to see them go to that level again, where it's just like they're their own little thing that nobody cares about.
Josh in Firestone understands what I'm trying to say. Josh writes in, it won't kill it, guys. Montana State, they live for college football. They sell out every game. They're in the national championship conversation every year in FCS. They embrace that new level at the top. And
this
they're winning.
Montana.
They love it.
There's four
so
professional.
What? What do you think CSU is?
Stop
you
for a second.
You think CSU's Alabama?
Hang on a second.
Good God.
There's 4 professional teams in this town. It's hard enough to get people to pay attention and get money to your school, and now you want to take them down a level and think that's going to
But
be
that's
fine.
Not down a level. You're leveling up to the teams that are considered your compatriots. Your colleagues.
Vic, I understand what you're saying.
Would you rather go 12-0 in the CFL or 6-6 in the NFL? Like, this isn't even close to me. It's not even close. So we can talk to Chad Brown about it.
Brett, what level of baseball did you play in college?
Division II, and I'd rather play for a really crappy Division I team.
But could you play in Division I? Could you?
I could have.
Could you have? Did you get any offers to go Division I?
I did not.
But you went Division II, right?
I did.
Because that suited your skills and who you are. Now, were you mad about that? Were you what? You just did what you do.
No, I had fun, but if you're asking me where I'd rather play, there's no question. I would take the worst.
Again, I'd rather live in Cherry Hills.
Okay.
I'd rather you just. You know what? I'm going to take your hoodie and I'm going to strangle you with the cords.
All right, so let's welcome in Chad Brown, who joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident union, Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney, RamosLaw.com. You lead this off, Vic, and ask him the question that we've been talking about here.
Hi, Chad. I had a conversation with Jeremy Bloom about what college
now he's all
sports
calm for Chad.
do.
Yeah, you won't jump down Chad's throat, will you?
And Chad, Jeremy succinctly had an idea of 60 programs, and they govern themselves, conferences, and then he proposed the idea of relegation. And I said, okay, I think it's a great idea. And these guys started clamoring and crying about, well, how do you pick 60? Well, you just do. And there's nothing wrong with the next 60 teams. The teams that don't make the cut, they play for their own championship, their own level of greatness. And what is so wrong with embracing that level? That's all I'm saying. These guys disagree with me. They say it would never work. I ask you, do you think something like that would work?
Of course that's going to work. That's where the college model is headed. And it's not going to be 60 teams. It's probably going to be 40 teams.
Thank you.
And it's going to be 2
Thank you.
divisions of 20 teams each that will compete for the Tier 1 national championship. And there will be relegation. And if you're Cincinnati, who's in Tier 2, and you want to go up and play with the big boys, then go for it. You win your Division 2 championship, your Tier 2 championship, then yes, you get the opportunity to go up and see if you can compete with Alabama and Texas and all these big money schools in Ohio State. Yeah, and chances are it's going to be difficult for you because you're not going to be able to order $7 million in beef to feed your athletes in 1 year, and you'll get your butt kicked and you'll have to go back down.
Chad,
but there will be an occasional plucky upstart who gets a chance to go up and make it.
Chad, these boys thought that you would disagree with me wholly, and now they have nothing to say. Go ahead, boys.
No, I would say this. Then if that's the case, and look, this isn't a question about is it heading in that direction, it's do you want it to? And I don't, because I think most of the college football in this town would be outside of that upper
I don't
tier.
care. I don't care. This isn't about this town. This is about the sport. This is about college sports. I don't care. If you don't cut it, you don't cut it. This ain't field day.
Okay. So to Vic's point, it isn't field day, and there are just certain economic realities that are just true in college football, and I see it every single weekend. So if you don't have the money to compete for a Tier 1 national championship, then why slam your head against a brick wall? Go become the Tier 2 national champion. Rock that. Kill it. Give your fans hope every weekend that we will win a national championship. Make everybody believe. And then if you and your program and your coach and your athletic director think you can go up to the big level and compete with the big boys, then go for it. But chances are you won't, because you don't have the money to do it, which is the same economic reality we face now. But those teams who are in Tier 2 or Tier 3 still have to present some viability belief that they can compete up there. They can't.
Can I just jump in one last thing, Moj, and then you can go. Sorry.
Oh, I'm cool. I'm just soaking it all in.
I guess there's a bigger question, which is, do you think college football has to be changed? And I guess I don't see what the problem is right now with the way that it is. Why does it feel like we have to move in a different direction? It's been this way for 120 plus years, where it's like, there's always been teams that haven't been competitive, that would never win a championship, and we've had no problem up until like 3 years ago. That's what I don't get.
Okay, well, now money drives almost every decision. And so we've seen conference realignment that's not based on the kids, that's not based on geography, they're simply just based on a money grab.
Sure.
And if that's the direction where we're going, where USC and UCLA become part of the Big Ten, as absurd as that is, and Cal is part of the ACC, that's part of a money grab. Now, the next phase of this is to start to kick teams out. Hey, Vanderbilt, you don't bring anything to the SEC. You don't bring us any money.
They're 4-0 this year.
They are 4-0 ranked 18th.
They're 4-0 this year.
But they still don't bring any money.
It's an aberration.
They still don't bring any money. So if these things are about money, it's going to start making those ties are the next one, where they can strengthen the money ties, and they'll start to pluck away somebody from the ACC or somebody from the Big Ten or somebody from the Big 12, and they'll kick Vanderbilt out because Vanderbilt doesn't bring the dollars. So that's the next phase of conference realignment. And then after that, they're going to look around. It's going to be the SEC and the Big Ten with roughly 20 big dollar schools. And they're going to say, you know what? We're going to do our own thing. We're going to have our own national championship, and everyone else can go kick rocks because we are the big boys here. We make the money. We have the television contracts to prove it.
Okay. I'm standing in front of CU boosters, former players, national champions, studs, not including you. All right, I'm going to throw you in there.
Thank you.
And I say, hey, and then all the boosters are there too. And I say, Kelly, sup, Kelly. Hey, you guys just be happy competing with Montana.
Oh well,
that's who you are. Okay, just
tough.
Montana and Boise State. You know, that's.
I don't like it either.
It would never fly in a billion years.
Chad, your response
Not
would be
in
what?
a billion years.
Chad's going to speak like a capitalist now, and let's hear what he has to say. I guarantee it. Go ahead, Chad.
Okay, so in this scenario that you paint, Moj, CU would not be going against Montana and Boise State. CU would be a part of Tier 2, and Boise State and Montana would be down there in Tier 3. And each one would get a chance to compete for their own version level of a national championship. I know it sucks, but there's just certain economic realities that are undeniable. And as much as we like to poke fun of Mike Gundy with his mullet and I'm a man and I'm 40, when he had that rant a couple of weeks ago about the difference in dollars between some of these programs, he's actually correct. So Ohio State and these top 5 programs probably pay their analysts, not their coaches, but their coaching analysts, the same that CU ends up paying its entire assistant coaching pool. So how can you compete if you don't have the money to have 10 or 15 former head coaches or NFL position coaches as your analyst. You can't buy, like I said, $7 million in beef to feed your athletes. You can't have a weight coach who makes $750,000 to be the weight coach. How are you expected to compete with that? So it just comes down to a level playing field. It comes down to a realistic opportunity to win a national championship. And I hear you. It sucks to be, oh my gosh, we're tier 2. And to Vic's point, it's kind of tough. It is what it is, and there's not much you can change there. And again, with the relegation model that Jeremy Bloom talked about, and I've been talking about this same model we're talking about right now for literally 4 years on TVs and microphones across the country. And in the end, almost everybody goes, well, that sucks, but I see where that's where college football is going.
You know
and
what,
so,
Chad? And if it hurts, and I understand the hurt, that's just reality. Listen. You're not Notre Dame. You're not Alabama. You're not Texas. And you never will be. And that's just what it is. And when you're trying to compete with these schools year in, year out, oh, yeah, you're going to beat them. You're going to have a game. But unless you have the funds to compete with them year in, year out, you're not on the same level. Money drives the sport, not the other way around now. The sport doesn't drive it. Money drives the sport. That's what I'm trying to say, Chad. Are you?
I'm exactly on the same page. And when you are UCLA, who is a part of the Big Ten right now, but they have games where outside of their quarterback, they've got $400,000 on the field at any given time outside their quarterback. And they're going to play Ohio State, who's also in the Big Ten, who's got, what, $15, $12 million on each side of the ball? How is that fair? If this was a professional sport, which it basically is at this point, we would say that that's not fair. That the difference in dollars allows you to buy a different caliber of player, and it's showing up for UCLA, and it's showing up for Ohio State. There's a reason why Ohio State's either number 1 or number 2, and UCLA's not ranked at all because they can't compete from a dollar standpoint.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stink.
Chad, if you cut it to 50
how in the hell did Cal go to the ACC? How did that even
money?
Man,
money.
Cal sucks. Berkeley sucks. They don't got any money. Bunch of nerds.
Chad,
how is that even possible?
Chad, as a proud, loyal former Buff, if you cut this to 50 teams, would CU make the cut?
They would certainly be in the discussion. And in my scenario that like I said, I've painted for 4 years to radio stations around the country and TV shows. I haven't ranked out what those teams would be, but I think we all know what the top 20 would look like. And the next 20, I guess we could have some argument. And if you add 10 more to that, then CU becomes a part of that argument. But I can't say without a doubt that they make it because, again, it's more than just your tradition or your past success. It's where are your dollars are
it's your commitment.
Right now.
Commitment.
Can I ask one thing on the way out, Chad? Because you played for an amazing team. Would you have committed to CU if they were tier 2?
No, because I had opportunities to go to other places. And so my scholarship offers for other schools, USC being one of them, which I think would be included in this top 40 scenario.
Sure,
well, then I would be choosing a top tier team. I would go the un-Shedeur Sanders route where I try to weasel my way onto the field, and I would take the probably tougher, more challenging route and go tier 1.
Yeah. Okay.
So what's the problem then? So then CU would get high school guys that may not have the same resume that Chad Brown has. It doesn't mean that they're bad players. It just means
no.
Chad Brown.
Well, I guess what the point that I'm making is Chad Brown's incredibly good. So is Cordell Stewart and a host of other guys that played in your era. That's just not happening again. Like if you need to build your way back to that, CU, like this wasn't, they didn't win a national title in 1930. It was in the 90s. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't that long ago where you could build your way back. But the second that
35 years ago.
That's how much the sport has changed.
God, I'm feeling old, man.
But hang on. The second that you get relegated to a tier 2 role, it feels like teams like CU and everybody else that's in this state in college football is never getting back to the top. That's it. It's going to be an admission that you're never going to be in that conversation again. Because right now, could CU win the Big 12 next year and be in the college football playoff with a shot? They could. They could do it. It's not that crazy to think about. But the second you move to this, that's done.
There
All
has
that
to be an
over.
unfettered commitment to spend enough money to win every damn year. And there are 50 schools who are willing to do that. And Chad knows it. He sees it every weekend.
Yeah.
There are 50 schools who are willing to commit the funds no matter what to get it done. Is your school financially committed to do that? Yes or no? This is a school who years ago thought about banning the sport.
I guess. Go ahead.
Before we got Coach Prime, this program seemed like it was relegated to quitting football. We couldn't retain Mel Tucker, Carl Durrell. He couldn't move the program forward. Any coach that we got that was going to be successful was going to be plucked away for a higher money deal. And any player that showed any promise, let's go with Christian Gonzalez, who ended up being a first-round pick out of Oregon. He started his college career at Colorado, but we couldn't pay him, so he left for greener pastures, literally greener pastures as far as money went, and greener pastures for bowl opportunities and a chance to get in the NFL.
And their stupid
Ends up being a
uniforms.
first-round pick. So I'm not saying I want this to happen. I'm not saying that I love this, and it's going to hurt my heart for CU if this becomes the case. But unfortunately, there's just some economic realities that are just undeniable. And with this model seeming to be the way that we're going, and both the SEC and Big Ten pretty darn close to 20 teams already, I mean, literally the handwriting is on the wall. You can choose to read it or not, but it's there.
Chad Brown joins us every single week. Really appreciate the insight today, Chad. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Who you got this weekend?
Yeah, who you got, man?
Who you got this weekend?
I got Auburn at Texas A&M. Obviously, the Illinois at Indiana game wasn't so great.
Dude, I can't.
Texas A&M being undefeated right now, and Auburn barely losing to Oklahoma. This will be a good one.
I wish you were on the entire day because I could sit here. Honestly, I could sit here and talk about Fernando Mendoza all day. That guy's the real friggin' deal, but I can't. We got to go. I'm sorry.
95% completion 2 weeks ago, 91% completion last week against Illinois.
He's playing himself into the first round right now.
Chad, you're the best. Thanks so much for the time.
See you guys. Thank you.
Chad Brown. Take a quick break. Back after this.
Straight up 2025. You dealing with something? Got a little erectile dysfunction? You embarrassed about it? Sloughing it off? Saying no big deal? Hey, man, do something about it. Look, it's none of my business, but you should take care of yourself. You'll be happier. Your partner will be happier. Everything will be better. And you should go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%, and they've been in Colorado for a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of guys. So if you got some ED issues, why not get it taken care of? Schedule a visit from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, including the all-revamped, renewed place in Castle Rock. It's absolutely fantastic, and these are experts. Colorado licensed medical people. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. If you got something wrong, get it taken care of. Stop waiting. 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Okay, I'll be honest. You guys are going to have to rein me in. I could talk about this the rest of the show. I really could.
So can I, because it's a debatable topic, and we happen to fall on the other side of the fence. I understand basic economics, and you guys seem to not. So,
but no. It's not that I don't understand it. I just don't care about it.
That's fine. But it's taken over the sport. It's become a professional sport, and that's what's sad. It's not what it used to be. It's not about competitive balance. It's now about financial balance. That's what it is.
But what I'm trying to figure out, I guess.
Just get all the money you possibly can while you can.
It's just a reality. I'm a
hang on.
Money. Now.
And maybe you have an answer for this. I haven't heard a good answer to this yet. What is truly wrong with it now? What is the need for people to want this sort of change when I feel like the product's fine?
Like the top end schools don't want to deal with the bottom end schools. They're already trying to get rid of them.
Well, they sure as hell seem to need them 3 times a year when they need to book a cupcake win.
You asked what's wrong with the model, and I told you what's wrong with it. They don't want to give money to teams that don't make them money.
Okay, from now on, I'm saying, let's say your little scheme comes into fruition here. I'm saying you just have to play everybody inside your own damn tier. That's it. Yeah. You don't get to play anybody outside your tier.
But you need bad teams.
Brett,
you need them.
I know that Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year. I get it. Listen, I'm not disputing that it's going to happen. But do you think there's any disdain in the conference and the ADs that Vanderbilt gets a cut of the SEC money every year and they don't play to standards? Do you think there's a bit of yeah? So do you think
I don't understand why there would be. Why? You need a conference, and there's going to be bad teams in your conference.
Why does Vanderbilt have to be in the conference?
Do you think the Kansas City Chiefs look at the Browns like, why the hell do they get a cut of our money?
Sports.
Do you think that the Dodgers look at the Rockies and be like, bleep this team, get them the hell out of here? Like, you need bad teams. It's how sports work. Teams, you play head-to-head, and then one team wins a game and one team loses, and then you stack those up over the course of a year, and then there's teams that are usually worse than others.
I agree, and if you minimize it to 50 teams instead of what it is now, you'd still have bad teams.
I can't imagine if I'm Ohio State how like Air Force would bother me at all. I wouldn't think about them. I don't think it wouldn't spend a second of my time what I think about Air Force. That's all I'm getting at. Like, I don't understand why they're like, they need to throw a middle finger and be like, bleep you guys, get the hell out of here, do your own thing. It's fine.
I mean,
the way it is.
Do you think, honestly, well, maybe they would. I'm trying to think. If you're an SEC fan of some school in the SEC or Big Ten, one of the big ones, I mean, do you not want to play other teams? I mean, do you not want to play teams outside your conference and all? I mean, isn't it kind of interesting? Or if you just play the same teams all the time, I don't know.
Because what this would, and also, Vic, what it ultimately do, because the bulk of the money comes from football.
Yeah, envision how it would work.
This isn't a purely football thing. That this would affect everything within the school's athletic department. Everything. It would affect every sport that they have, because the amount of money you get from being Tier 1 as opposed to Tier 2 would be monumental. And the chances for you to try and battle your way back into it is going to be impossible. Well, the TV contracts that the Mountain West gets right now is basically a byproduct of, well, every once in a while, we're going to have, I don't know, Washington play against Colorado State that could get us some TV revenue. Mm-hmm. You know, all of that stuff would now go away, and you would affect the athletic departments of all these schools.
I think, as Jeremy Bloom so appropriately put it, this remains primarily a football model and / basketball to some effects, and every other sport remains collegiate. Collegiate. There's a difference. There's professional and collegiate.
Yeah, you're good luck putting that tube back in the toothpaste.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not pounding. I'm not sitting
here. The toothpaste back in the toothpaste.
I'm not pounding my fist on the table saying this needs to happen. I don't care if it happens. I don't care. I'm just telling you what's going to happen. It already is. It already is.
I think it's silly.
Happening.
I think they'll regret it. If they do it, I think it'll be a giant regret.
Which schools? Vic, let me real quick question.
Investment firms are lining up. Venture capitalist investment firms are lining up to provide money to these conferences, to invest in these conferences, to set this model up. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because they're experts at making money. They know how to make money.
Vic, which schools in the Big Ten you leaving out?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I
don't know the
I don't
answer to
think
that.
there's. If you're talking about, well, Chad said
Well,
40.
Northwestern is out. Sorry.
Rutgers
Rutgers is out.
How about Wisconsin?
I don't know.
See, can I just say something real quick again? Because this is just part of it. Just college football is just a money talk now. It's an economics 101 course. Texture says, Brett, the thing that you're missing is tiers already exist. They just aren't codified on paper. CU is already a tier 2 or 3 program. Okay, that's fine, and I agree with you. That is what's going on right now. Here's the issue. The second you say the Big 12 isn't a thing, the millions of dollars they get from the Big 12 TV contract, which is a massive number, goes away, and CU doesn't have money anymore. And then that means all sports there, all the money they would pay for facilities or to try and be in the conversation of getting a high-class recruit from another place is gone.
All gone.
You're done. And
how's relegation working in Europe for soccer?
It's different, man. It's the
Why?
Europe model is different from what we do here. It just is.
Why?
Because we've had this forever.
So?
What is the so?
What the so is, I mean, if you get knocked down to that other tier, there's nothing that says you can't raise your way back up. You just
Okay, I'll tell you mostly what it is that in a lot of those places that have the soccer stuff, that's their main thing. That's what they do. Their town is obsessed with it. Wrexham is obsessed with Wrexham. It's not Wrexham and the Broncos and the Rockies and the Nuggets and everything else. They have one thing. So, yes, you can invest all of your time, all of your money, all of your fandom into one thing, even when they're not very good, because it's the only thing you got.
Yeah, Montana and Montana State, it's all they got, bro.
Hey.
It's all that Montana has, bro.
Is CU, to me, the disparity is so apparent. You can watch it every week. When you CU versus, I don't know, Miami.
Sure.
Same athletes on the field?
No.
Disparity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the disparity.
Yep.
Wyoming came to play CU the other day. They're in both Division I. Is same athletes on the field?
Of course not.
All right, so now take Wyoming and Miami. What is there's such a wide gaping.
Take the Bills and the Titans. I mean, yes,
But
there's
that's-
good and bad.
But the Bills and the Titans, there are 32 teams. In college football, there's over, count them.
120.
130 some. I forget the number.
That's all I'm saying. You're going to get that same disparity, good and bad, if you cut it down to 40. What's the difference?
That you eliminate 85 different teams and their ability to make money for athletics.
Let's be done with this, and I'm going to conclude it with my own personal point of view. You want to go that route, fine, I'm out.
I'm kind of with it, too.
You want to go that route, fine, I'm out.
Now the
I'm
people
out.
like Vic, it's less effective for you because you have Notre Dame and they're going to be in that, so that's not a big deal to you, and as it will be for fans of the 40 teams that are in it.
It's not
Everybody
about my
else will
team.
be out.
No, I don't want you to use that yard. If I'm going to say this, if Notre Dame all of a sudden tomorrow woke up and said, you know what, I actually thought about this. We want to be like an Ivy League school. I'd be okay with that. I would. I mean, it would suck. It would say like, oh man, Notre Dame. Like, oh well.
If they turned you're like Harvard football,
yeah,
you would not watch Notre Dame every week.
Sure, I would.
No, Moj.
Maybe not with the same zest, but I'd watch. I'd still be committed. Sure, I would.
There's no way.
Okay, listen. You're making about your interest in the sport.
So they're Harvard football and they're playing Texas State every weekend. You're watching, please.
I'm telling you, unless you have. And somebody just argued, hey, Vic, what do you mean CU doesn't have the necessary money? They're paying Prime $10 million. It's not about paying the coach. It's about paying the players.
Yeah, they don't have the same player money. They don't.
Yeah.
It's about
either way, Vic. It would
CU pays their coach. They do that.
I'll just say I would be less if it goes that route. Me personally, I'm going to be less interested.
I would.
I don't want it to happen. That's it.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. You could call it what you want, or it looks the way it looks. I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. Long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good. So I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever.
Jeff, what is the identity of the Broncos offense right now?
Punting.
Yeah, buddy. Everybody loves a good punt.
They got that
best draft pick that they had this year is Crawshaw.
That's right.
Jeff Legwald yesterday with PhD, but he joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Leggy, funny answer, truthful answer. But one thing I was curious about is I looked this up. The Broncos currently possess the 9th highest running back in the league by yards in J.K. Dobbins. He's averaging 5.4 carry. I know we always talk about running the ball more, but in regards to J.K. Dobbins, do you think that if they just did that, that would make life so much easier for Bo Nix, who seems to be struggling with basic throws now?
Well, I mean, I always think that. And, I think there's always the tendency to say the running game is carries. And I'm not sure that that's the only thing. For me, it's more timing, how you use it. Are you using play action? Does the defense react to you a certain way to defend you? Like the Chargers. Chargers play heavy amounts of zone coverage, the proverbial cloud coverage, everything in front of them, light boxes, basically. Now they show and flash other things. You can never say they always do one thing and all that. But the oldest adage is still true. The only way or the best way to get a team out of that is to run the ball at them successfully. And when the Broncos did that on a 3-play drive to open the second half, they found success with that. I think after they have successful drives over the last 3 seasons now, I don't think we often see repetition. And I think that's just part of Sean Payton's DNA. He would much prefer to keep moving around because he believes, and look, he's got plenty of numbers on his resume to support his belief that, unpredictability is an offense's biggest weapon. So I think that's the battle the Broncos are in right now. How much of the unpredictability they can pull off and still succeed.
They're so unpredictable that they confuse themselves sometimes, which lead to, and it's one of the reasons it drives me crazy. You can have an exotic offense, but when that offense warrants penalties, when that offense confuses the players themselves, you've flown the coop a little bit. How exotic is too exotic? It feels like they're too much at times.
Well, and I definitely, again, these are long-held truths for him on offense. And, the numbers are the numbers. What they did in New Orleans was, an era of offense that is earmarked by what they put together. But when you're going to sub 3 and 4 players on every play, you really are testing your team's ability and resolve to make that happen. I just see them late in the play clock this year a lot, and I think that has bled into Bo Nix's play a little bit as a young quarterback. I was just telling somebody the other day, I was talking to a pro personnel director, and we were just chatting, and I simply love how we all pretend young quarterbacks are going to get to skip the tough part because they had a little success. Like a rookie quarterback isn't going to be a rookie quarterback at some point, or a second-year quarterback isn't going to be a second-year quarterback at any point. Young quarterbacks need help, and I don't think often enough in the NFL they always get that help they need because the expectations for them to succeed are so in a hurry, and people are pushing so hard for those things.
I need your help. I sit here today about a lot of things, but specifically the Broncos. I sit here today, Jeff, and I've been saying the past couple of days, I don't have any worry. They're going to be a playoff team. I think they'll be at least 7-3. Going into that Chiefs game, I just feel they're too good to keep screwing this up. Am I overreacting in that regard, or how do you think this is going to play out? Because I think they're going to be just fine. Other people think that I'm crazy.
Well, Moser, I think one thing that they have flashed elite level play on defense. I don't think there's any question. And I think everyone I know in the league would say that. But again, then you peel it back. Well, they've surrendered 300-yard passing games. So how do those two things, fit together? I think both can be true, that they flashed elite level. They didn't get the closer, like a baseball closer. They didn't get the final out they needed in the last two games on defense. But the concerning thing for me about them and their overall profile, the two things are offensively, 7 drives in a game, in an NFL game, with 9 or fewer yards is alarming to me. And they had 4 drives in an NFL game of 1 yard or less. 4 drives, 4 possessions. You only get 10, 11, 12 possessions in an NFL game. It ain't college football. And to have 4 of those go for 1, 0, or negative yardage is an alarming statistic to me. However you feel about numbers, it's still something that's got to make you pause.
I hate numbers. I hate them. Absolutely despise them.
And the other thing is penalties. They're going the wrong way on penalties. I think they've gone 6 to 8 to 10 in accepted penalties. And that is not something Sean Payton's teams in the past have functioned very well with. I think they're the 4th, including declined penalties. I think they're the 4th most penalized team in the league right now. And if you're not going to have a high-functioning offense and you're one of the most penalized teams, I think that's a trouble spot too. And the other thing is the penalties are evenly distributed, exactly 50-50, same number of penalties on offense and defense right now.
Leggy, with all of that being said, I go back to Monday's press conference with Sean Payton where he said he was not, I think his quote was, the missed deep balls in the game is about 50th on his list that he's concerned about right now. It concerns me a lot because of what you just mentioned. This is not an offense that can sustain a 10-11 play drive for a touchdown because they just aren't good enough, and I don't think they can make up for a mistake. So when you get a wide-open wide receiver downfield 3 different times and you miss, it's huge because you're reliant on explosives. Are you concerned about the deep ball accuracy of Bo Nix?
Well, I would argue we don't know yet if they can sustain drives or not. They haven't sort of committed to that. We've seen a lot of, okay, here's a first down run, here's an attempted deep shot. That's not sequencing plays to me. And look, I understand everybody's abilities involved in all this, but I think Sean has sequenced plays much better at other times as a play caller. I think right now, even he, whether he will admit it or not, I think he is trying to find, okay, what are my go-to plays with this group? And sometimes in real time, that's tough to do. And I think that's where teams have a hard time. You see a lot of this in September because you don't want to show anything in the preseason, so you don't work on anything that in the games that really matters. You're just trying to get through them healthy and evaluate some guys. And you weren't kicking the tires and getting the wrinkles out of some of this stuff you're trying to do in real time right now. And the Chargers are a bad matchup to try and figure out what you're good at because they just make you, they just play sort of a Novocaine defense. We're just going to do this and see if you have the moxie to hang in and keep beating your head against the wall a little bit. And honestly, the Broncos were in position to win that game very easily. Had it won, frankly, if they just make one or two plays. So that's the good news. But if you can't close the deal, I think offensively those deep balls look worse because, now you're looking at a game that, where you could have had an easy margin and it wouldn't have mattered. He could have kicked 3 field goals and it wouldn't have mattered. But, that's not how it works.
Jeff, I think Bo will get better in the pocket. He tended to see some happy feet out of him, some throws where he made moves in the pocket that didn't make sense at the time. But I think it's early in the season, and I take a page from the old, this is almost preseason because they don't do anything in the preseason, so he's going to work through that. Having said that, they missed on some deep shots. It was a point of contention. How much you want to make a bet against Cincinnati? They start the game with 4 or 5 deep shots just to make that right again.
Just let it rip. Yeah. But, it's hard. I think, again, what I was saying earlier, I think we all want to pretend he's not in his second season. Look, he started 61 games in college. I get that. But, about 10 of those are the same kind of tension you're going to feel from a defense that you feel now on any week by even the worst defenses in the league. You get more disguise and coverage and more athletic ability from the worst defense in the NFL than you get from 95% of the college defenses you're ever going to see in a career. So, he's in his second year and I see second year things. People have spent months going to school on him. This is Peyton Manning used to talk all the time how the next year you had to sort of figure out what people had figured out about you, and that was part of the challenge of getting better every year. And that's where Bo Nix is. I don't think none of this is unexpected to me. I'm not surprised by it, and I'm like I do every year. I want to see how the people around him deal with it because you don't want the frustration of the quarterback to bleed over onto other people.
Well,
in your organization.
Well, I'll leave you with this. I didn't like his. I'm still trying to figure out how to go back in time, or go back and da 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 da. I'm still. I'll keep working on that. Like, dude, you missed some throws, man. I believe in you. I think you're going to be fine, but I don't need you to stand up there and be a smartass. That's me. Figure it out. I think you will, and you're going to be fine.
I get it, but I remember when I was 24, when, some people would say I'm still a smart ass now at 62.
I would say you are a total and complete smart ass.
But sometimes you're in that window after a game where guys are not going to give the best answer they're going to give on something.
Right. You're right.
Today will be better when he's asked. I'll guarantee it.
No doubt.
Yeah, I don't hold it against the kid. The competition.
I'd be more worried if he wasn't peeved, frankly.
Yeah,
I want to. I accept. I think sometimes as media and fans and consumers of football, we forget how much they pour into it in a week, even on a bad team.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Just pretend.
You make a good point.
I totally agree. Just don't pretend it's not happening.
That's all. But I think Jeff's point, and because I was like you, Moser, on the day after, I was like, we don't need that. But the more I thought about it, is how soft am I to expect this? I mean, we snark every day on this show. It's part of what we do. Would you rather have it that way, or would you rather have disingenuous Russell Wilson?
I'd rather have this than Russ. Okay, if you're doing a comparison, yes, and I'll leave you that. And your whole Legwald, your whole thing last week, you're doing the radio thing. That was smart ass. That was big time.
I am a smart ass. I made a career out of it. Let's all understand. If I worked in a cubicle somewhere, I would have lasted about 2 weeks, and I'd be out there, doing whatever. So who knows? But I think part of being the quarterback, though, in the NFL is dealing with that frustration in certain ways. And 5 years from now, he'll be better at it than he is now. But again, that's part of the job. It's what you signed up for. And it's why you're the highest paid guy on every team once you get past your rookie deal.
Leggy, can I just, for 30 seconds, ask a question that you hate, which is looking into a crystal ball?
I'll look in. No worries.
Somebody's going to be 1-3 after this Ravens and Chiefs game. Is one of those, is who loses that game, are they still going to be a playoff team or not?
I have a hard time believing both those teams aren't going to be in the playoffs. I mean, I watch them play, and I'm like, they're going to beat enough people to get in the playoffs. I think it's a case where you see two very high-profile teams that the schedule makers have very intently tried to give very difficult games to out of the gate.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're good, that you have to feed the media beast that is the NFL, and you get night games and you get weird road trips. And, it's like the one year the Broncos had Hackett's year, I believe, where they had a Sunday game, a Monday game, a Thursday game. They had like all the weird games right in a row, but they had a London game. I mean, they were just all over the place, and it's just part of life. But I do have a hard time believing both those teams won't be in the playoffs.
If Baltimore loses, they're still going to win their division. Bank it.
They're just too good.
Too good. They're too damn good. Exactly right.
But, again, it's, with Detroit's really good. I mean, that could be like a Super Bowl preview in some ways, that game. That was a spectacular game.
Yeah.
I mean, the talent level on the field's ridiculous. And, the edge those two teams played with, they're not only good, they're bold. And there's nothing better than watching bold, good teams go at it.
Chef Legwald joins us every single Thursday at 9 o'clock. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, fella.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. From tonight through Monday, Altitude is broadcasting 11 football games. 11. And that includes our NFL Quadcast on Sunday that will start at 7:15 a.m. from London with Vikings Steelers. It'll continue with the Eagles at the Bucks, feature the Ravens at the Chiefs at 2:25, and then wrap up with Packers at Cowboys. It's all powered by Rally House. Shop every team in town.
Dude, that is so rad. What a day. What an absolute day.
You turn our station on Sunday, football.
That's sad. I mean, we got football all over the place, man. You got Avs on Saturday night. Dallas Stars will be in town for a little preseason tune-up action.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Dang right.
I'm exhausted this morning.
It's that thing on your head. It must be sucking your energy out or something.
What about that thing on your face?
Yeah, it sucks a lot of energy out of me. I can promise you that. No doubt about it. 100%.
Do you guys want to get back into the Jeremy Bloom stuff or not?
That's it. You know, it's not even an argument. It's a reality, and some of us are just not committed to reality.
Okay, so then we're just going to be on the outside looking in, Vic, and that's
who's we? Who's we? What do you mean?
College football fans in Colorado. We have no shot. We have no shot at ever winning the big one ever.
I'm just telling you, as long as Prime is here,
then I'm out. It bores me. I'm out.
Can I make my point?
Sure.
Okay. If they're indeed going to 50 teams, let's say 50 of the top teams, and that's it. If they're going in that direction, as long as Prime is here, and as long as he attracts national television, which he has, every damn game's on national television, CU's going to be fine. My worry is what happens when or if he's not here. Then what?
Well, what we're talking about here, and Nelly's going to get this queued up in a second, is Vic had the chance to talk to Jeremy Bloom, and among a whole bunch of things surrounding college football, he brought up the idea of relegation and turning this into a 2 or 3 conference league featuring 60-ish teams. So here's what Jeremy Bloom said.
And then I love the concept of relegation because there's more than 60 great football
they do
programs.
It in Europe.
So the bottom 10, 10 teams after 2 years, they get relegated to, call it a D2. Top 10 teams in that D2 get sort of promoted to that top tier. And you always have like the Boise States of the world or Fresno State when they were, really good, having the opportunity to jump up leagues. Yeah. But these are huge, baseball, basketball and football. These are $1 billion.
These are brands.
These are brands. These are sort of professional leagues, and that's okay. Embrace it. Like, go monetize the heck out of it. Let everybody make more money.
So that's the gist of it. And again, Mose, you said something during the break, or maybe it was on the way to a break when we were last discussing this, which was if they did this, you'd be like out on college football.
It wouldn't have my interest as much as it does now.
Didn't we say that, though? I mean, you said a lot of the same thing when they decided to pay players.
No, he didn't say he'd be out.
He said disinterested. You don't know who plays for whom. We've gone down this road. Oh, my God, the transfer portal. Look what it's done. We don't know what's what. And yet on game days, on Saturdays, the ratings are through the roof.
Yeah, but it's still the sport. Like, they've changed traditions. They've changed conferences. They've changed all this. But everybody's still competing for the same slice of the pie. That hasn't changed. If you do this, that changes.
I'm in a different.
You're watching different leagues.
I'm in a totally different restaurant. Okay, I'm dining at McDonald's. I don't know, which I like, by the way. Yeah, that quarter pounder with the bacon on it, super good. Anyway, it's just different, Vic. It'll be different. I don't want to. Look. I have no problem. My Sac State Hornets compete for an FCS championship. Okay? It ain't the same. Do I watch them? Yeah, but it ain't the same, man. Everybody knows it's not the same. And there's nobody up in Laramie.
Do you really watch them? When you say do you watch them, do you really watch them?
Oh, when I can find them on TV, I do. But
how many times a year is that?
Once or twice.
Yeah.
I don't seek them out. At the same time, there's nobody in Laramie going, yeah, man, we got a chance to win a national title, but there's always that carrot out there, Vic. At least the carrot exists.
Moshe.
What?
I'm going to stop you there.
Okay, stop me. Yeah, please stop me.
They have divisions.
Hold me back, bro. Hold me back.
They have classifications in high school. They've had them for years.
It's not the same.
I'm not doing this with you. I'm not going to do it with you.
Okay.
I can't.
All right, then I won't go there.
But it's not the same.
Okay, but are you saying I'm going to be less loyal to my high school because they're not class 5A or 6A?
No.
Am I less loyal? Am I less attentive? Am I less what? What is it? Because you seem to think that because you're not top dog, that suddenly nobody cares. I totally disagree.
I can say with 100%, okay, I can't do that because I don't know the future. Almost 100% certainty that if you take teams that are of the ilk of CUs and CSUs and you tell them they are no longer competing for the same title as the big dogs are, they will lose interest.
CSU's not competing with those titles right now.
They have the opportunity to do it.
CSU's not going to compete for a national championship.
They have the opportunity. They could be Boise State and be the non-Power 5 that makes the playoff. It is possible for them to do that. It is impossible if they move to a different league. That's just the truth.
Look, I got to show up and share a field with one of the rich guys.
See, now you're just being condescending.
Well, I'm being condescending because you guys are all about being in the club.
See,
I'm all about competition. I'll give you another example. Here's another example.
Hold on, Vic. Because you're using all these big words, I'm going to take it as a sign of disrespect.
That's fine.
Now shut your mouth and help me with the sale.
Great. When I was helping coach my kid again, this is you're going to say it doesn't matter, it's not the same, but I coached my kid in football when they were like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, right? And they played for Golden. And at that time, there was 2 divisions. Division 1 was, man, those are the studs. And Division 2. We were in Division 2 at that time, and we went to the Carnation Bowl, which is the championship. And, man, we were so proud to be there, and
That's
it was
they're kids.
Do you think – I know they're kids. I get it. But you think the level of loyalty and pride and devotion is less?
Yeah.
Children.
Your 5-year-old nephew playing in flag football is going to go to the I Eat Boogers Bowl, and you're going to be so damn proud of him. Of course you are.
The University of Montana and Montana State play for FCS championships.
That's
North
all
Dakota
they got.
State
That's
plays.
all they got.
Are they less devoted and loyal?
Yes.
Are they less?
Yes.
Really?
Well, I don't
really?
know
Really?
From a numbers,
Montana and Montana State sell out every damn game.
From a numbers perspective, yes.
Last year's FCS national title game, do you know what it drew? FCS national title game.
A lot.
The highest rated FCS national title game ever.
Yep.
There's not less devotion. If anything, there's more.
No, this is
but
what
you are so holier than thou on this that you think
I'm arguing for the little guy to stay in the club.
I'm arguing that the little guy needs to play with little guys.
No. See, here's what you didn't understand about my point. Devotion, not in the fervor in which an individual loves their school. If Montana won a national title against Alabama, would they have more fans?
They can't.
But if
they can't, they can't.
If
they don't have the horses to play with Montana.
All right, I'll ask you, Moshe, because he's
Shut him
purposely
off.
not doing this.
Shut him right
If Montana won a national title against Alabama, would they have more fans than they do now?
Yes.
That's the point. Because you're playing for a bigger thing. And
what are the chances of Montana getting to a national title game against Alabama? Real chances. What are they?
Zero.
They
what
don't
are they?
have one
Well,
because
then
they aren't.
shut up with your stupid chances because they make no sense.
Okay, I used an actual college football example, and you used a child a second
Yeah,
ago.
but you're saying things that make no sense.
No, I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You don't understand. You're saying things out of hope and dreams, and you're idealistic. You're not being pragmatic.
No. My argument is very simply this. There's nothing wrong with the current model. And the only reason people want to do this is because these big schools want to break away to have more money for themselves. And I don't think that needs to happen. I think it's silly. And I think you would turn off, and this is what they don't understand. This is why I said I think this would be a disaster for them if they actually did it. Because I'm with Moj. You know what game I'm really excited about this weekend is Bama and Georgia.
Big time.
Can't wait to watch.
Yep.
If the teams I care about aren't competing for the same thing, I don't care anymore.
Josh from Colorado writes in on the text line, I'm an alumni
listening.
of the University of Idaho. We have to pick our battles. When the Vandals can beat Montana, I'm very proud. Go Vandals. He's not expecting to play against Alabama. You got to know who you are. Who are you?
They aren't there already. There are teams that are already there. CSU is already here. That's the point. Montana is not. They are used to that. That's what they've always been.
Call me crazy. Can Mose just go to crazy land for a second here on purpose and not on accident? And Vic, if you say a word, I'm driving to Golden right now. Part of me, I sit back here with my stupid shirt on, my camouflage shirt, my digital camo, and I dream, golly, what if the Rammies run the table and they got to like number 12 in the country? How cool. Now, the odds of that happening are very slim. But let's say they did. Let's say they started a season and they went 12-0 in the regular season. And they beat Washington and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And they got to number 12 in the country and they got a kick at the can against whomever. They're playing, who knows who, Michigan in the playoff pig bowl, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
The fact is, the system right now allows me to dream of those things. And it could happen. It's not like it can happen. It could. It's very likely not to, but it could. And that's where the carrot is for Moj. That's where my carrot exists, Vic. I got a carrot, and that's where it lives.
Great. Can I speak now? Steve Jimenez on the text line said, I've never said this before, but Vic is 100% correct.
Right, Steve.
So what?
Diedrich
There's
writes
plenty
in.
of people who say they agree with us too. Who
I
cares?
know. Diedrich writes in, Vic, you're such a small, dumb person. You know who you are and admit you're wrong. We got both sides of the aisle.
Can I ask you something?
We got both sides. Hey, listen, we both. The difference between you and me and you guys is I understand what's coming, and I'm fine. You guys keep trying to put it off like it's not, and like you live in this little bubble as if it's all going to stay the same, and we're all going to. It's not.
Why did the Super
change
League,
is coming?
Why did
either you accept it or you don't?
Why did the Super League in Europe not happen?
Because the fans said they didn't want it to happen. The fan basically, okay, is that so? Let me ask you then: did the fans stop the Pac-10 from falling apart? Pac-12?
No.
Did the fans stop that from happening?
No.
Okay. Did the fans stop Did the fans stop CU from joining another conference?
See,
you don't carry the same weight here, bro.
Hang on. Changing a conference is changing your opponents, but you're still in the same league. What I'm telling you is, if they did this, the millions of people they would turn off for the 40 teams that are left would be a very dumb decision.
Guess what? CU turned me off. CU when they stopped playing their rivalry game every year. I want that game. I love it. It turned me off when CU Nebraska stopped playing. I love that game. Do you think that stopped them from doing what they're doing? What drives them? What drives the sport?
Money.
It's not my thoughts. It's not yours.
But losing millions of viewers to a product would have an impact on TV rights and stuff like that. It would. I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. This is where I think it's stupid kind of on both fronts. Now, here's what's going to happen. They'll make enough money, and they'll get a bigger slice of the pie where they'll say, I don't care. But I don't understand what's wrong with what you have right now. Nobody's answered that. They'd be like, it's coming. I go, well, why?
Because the SEC and the Big Ten are bullies. That's why.
Because they don't want to.
Well, then
because
screw 'em.
the marquee teams.
Then go and fight for your own thing, and I won't care about your schools anymore.
Well, that's what they're doing. I mean, I'm just telling you what they're doing. They don't want. They believe their product is far superior and deserves a better platform and stage than your product.
They already have a huge platform. They already have the biggest platform and stage.
And they want it all to themselves.
Stage do they need?
I'm just telling you what's happening.
Friggin' Kiss concert up there with 80 billion speakers and fireworks and crap.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm telling you what's happening. And they don't want to share it with the CSUs. And they don't want to share it with the, I don't know, name another school that wouldn't make the top 40.
Let me tell you
the
something.
Iowa States.
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick? Just very quickly.
Sure.
Who won the Live Tour last year?
I have
Who
no idea.
won the DP World Tour?
No clue.
Who won the European Tour?
No idea.
Because the big league is the league that matters.
Vic, I'm over at the arena the other day doing media day for the Avs. And NBA Youngboy has a concert there that night, right? And I kind of take a peek through one of the volumes and I see them setting up the stage and whatnot. He's got this full-on graveyard. Like a full graveyard on stage. Anybody go to that show? I didn't see the show, obviously, but I'm like, that's a hell of a production, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Iron Maiden. I mean, that's the SEC.
I don't care about your stupid
that's the
concert
SEC.
analogies.
No, that's the SEC and that's Big Ten. They've already got the biggest stage.
Right.
Why do they want to kick? Why do they want to kick some other band from playing the tailgate in Parker. Kick them off the stage. Screw you.
I'm answering questions.
What?
Greg with 2 Gs, you asked what's wrong with it currently today. Why did they have to change it? Well, what do you moan about that's wrong with college football? The transfers, right? You don't know who plays for your team every year, right? Yeah. That's what's wrong with it. That's what's wrong with
then
it.
Change that. Then have them sign contracts.
I think Jeremy Bloom just lined it up for you. Okay, now you change that, right? You
then it's
force teams.
Now it's pro football. It's just all pro football.
So now you force teams, no transfer portal, or you limit the transfers, correct? Correct?
Is that what they would be under contract.
Okay, so those contracts come into place, correct? Now you're going to contract these players to teams that they know and schools that they know are going to pay more and commit more.
Okay.
And that naturally is going to limit the schools who can do that. That's all I'm telling you. There's schools who can and schools who can't.
Okay.
So you're going to get it anyway.
The Kansas City Royals lose good players all the time to the Yankees and the Dodgers because they can't afford them. And they're still competing for World Series. They're still doing that. That's what I'm getting at here. There's always going to be teams that have more advantages than others. Moser, does the Maple Leafs have more of an advantage than Columbus in attracting free agents? Yeah, they probably do. I mean,
and you know what those leagues have in common? You know what those leagues have in common, Brett? They have 30 to 32 teams, not 125 and 150.
So,
okay, your smugness right now is wearing me out. Let's get the break.
So, can listen to us anywhere.
Wearing me out,
on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Fact checker next.
Zero interest for 72 months. Lease credits up to $11,000 off. Right now, you got that at Silterhar Motors at Broomfield on EVs. But listen, the federal tax incentives are going away in 5 days. You better do it now. They've got the largest selection of EVs in Colorado. They've got the top-rated Ford F-150 Lightning. They've got the awesome Ford Mustang Mach-E. They've got a lot more than that, but you got to do it quickly. Get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So I saw, by the way, Evan Ingram heading into the weekend. I think they're like a day late on a lot of stuff right now because they have the extra day.
Monday.
Polumbus was talking about that. That's a really weird thing as a player because you have this routine that you're in, but you play on Monday. So it's like your Tuesday's your Wednesday's your Thursday. You're like everything just kind of gets thrown out of whack.
Your mom's your dad, your uncle's your sister. It's all weird.
Evan Ingram is questionable heading into Monday's game. How important is Evan Ingram right now? Or has he been such like in a non-part of the offense that you don't even kind of factor it in?
Vic, I don't even think we know because even when he's played, he's been
uneventful.
Not even uneventful. He's unnoticeable when he's actually played. So I really don't know. I need some data.
The biggest spotlight we saw in Evan Ingram came in the preseason when he caught a short pass from Jarrett Stidham and turned it into a 50-yard gain down the right sideline.
Yeah.
And that's when we saw and said, wow, that's what he can do. That's different.
I can't wait until his calf and back give out.
You know how it would be like...
Right, that's what we said.
If PS2 was questionable going into the game, or maybe he's a bad example. Let's go with Jonathan Cooper.
Cooper.
Jonathan Cooper. He's questionable going into the game. And then you get the update that, hey, he's good to go. He's going to suit up. You'd be like, yes. If they say that about Evan Ingram, I'm like, oh, okay. And I hope that changes. I hope they use him more, but I don't know. It's just he's weird. And the injury report is always powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
Hey, Vic, before we're done with today, and again, we got all kinds of football tomorrow. Got some lay it down coming. I'm going to lay a lot down. I'm doing a segment, insider segment. I heard your Brett Coyne crap.
Because we played an Akon song coming back from break earlier in the show, and Nelly said, did you know that Akon has his own crypto coin, and he calls it A-Coin? And I said, well, what would mine be? And Brett Coin's perfect.
Brett Coyne sounds really good.
It sounds just like Bitcoin, and so I'm going to have the Brett Coyne lock of the week during Moser's Lay It Down.
And I would listen to my Lay It Downs this week because I cannot, it's physically impossible and universally impossible to get hosed like I did this past weekend.
It was tough. I admit it.
Statistically, Vic, you're all about the numbers, you and your numbers and Vic statistics.
Yeah.
Statistically, it's impossible for me to get hosed the way I got hosed. So just stand by. Things are probably going to be pretty good. But, Vic, I was thinking, man, as we sit here right this second, I am so confused even at this moment about college football. I'm so confused about what you cannot do, how much money people can get, who's getting what, the disparity between even the Big 12 and the Big 10 and the ACC and blah, blah, blah.
Moser, we talked about this.
I know, I'm just so, but yeah. Vic, I'm sitting here, I'm so confused. And you know what the sad part is, Brett? From this point on, from today, September 25th, and by the way, happy birthday to my beautiful baby wife.
Happy birthday to the bear.
My beautiful baby wife turning 29 today. I would just love to poke the bear a little bit. Yeah, well, we'll see. And the point is this.
It's not your birthday, it's her birthday.
Right. Exactly. It's only going to get worse, Vic, from this point on. It's only going to get more confusing to me. And I'm sure almost everybody listening, they know what the hell's going on right now. I don't know. Even inside these organizations, even inside these universities and their programs, you got to have GMs and you got to have money people and you got to have blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. It's just it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough to even think about.
And some schools will be able to afford it, and some will not.
Okay, but it's just the condescending tone of your voice.
It's not it's reality.
I know, I know it
reality.
is. But the way
you're
talk,
confusing.
You are so punchable right now. The way you talk. Am I right, Brett? Is his face punchable or what?
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
There's a condescension.
There really is.
I'm going on 7 days.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I know, buddy.
We got
Do
you.
it again. A stab in the face with a soldering iron.
Can I give you a stat?
7 days.
Can I give you a stat that's pretty crazy?
Sure.
So, one of these teams from the Chiefs and the Ravens is going to lose this weekend, and it's going to put them at 1-3, which is unfathomable. But here's something about the Ravens to keep in mind, and this is to keep in mind against the Chiefs, who we know over the last couple of years have had a hard time scoring, which is weird to say, but they have. The Ravens have scored over 100 points through 3 weeks. They lead the NFL in scoring, and they're 1-2.
Yeah,
they're the only team to have a sub-500 record through 3 weeks while scoring 100 points. All the other teams combined that have done that were a combined 68-7.
But their schedule is it's been brutal.
I understand.
If the Broncos had to face the Bills, the Lions, and the Chiefs in 3 out of the first 4 weeks, they would also be a 1-3 football team, but way worse.
But what I'm saying is, you would think to yourself, God, I do not want to play the Kansas City Chiefs after they start the year 1-2, coming off a loss and going back home. That's the last place I want to be. But if I'm the Chiefs, I'm like, that Monday night loss from the Ravens is the worst thing that could have happened. Like, the Ravens, who already have an offense that is unbelievably awesome, are now going to be pissed, too.
You're so right. And that applies to every sport.
Yeah.
Who you play and when you play them matters. Look at the NBA playoffs. I mean, you think OKC, I know they won a title, but they got some breaks along the way, who they played and injuries, big injuries, right?
Yep.
Who you play and what they have matters. It does.
Well, so Xavier Worthy is now back practicing, so I guess he's going to play. But how much are the Chiefs missing Rashee Rice? And it's not just him and his production, but it's how he fits in that offense to make things go.
I don't buy that stuff.
You don't buy it?
Everybody's talking about, when Rice and Worthy come back, they were healthy last year for at least a portion of the year. I didn't see that offense that much different.
They won 15 games.
With their backfield?
Pacheco, ever since his leg got busted up, he just hasn't looked as explosive.
I drafted him for this stupid fantasy draft you guys forced me to get into, and I had to demote him. He hadn't done crap.
By the way, guess who I'm playing this week?
Wait, you relegated him?
I've relegated him. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that he's going to be really good.
Guess who I'm playing in fantasy this week, Brett?
Vic?
Pork rind.
How about that?
Oh, I'm going to get him, too. I'm going to get you. Hey, Vic. Look at him. He put his glasses on. Hey, Ben Franklin, I'm going to get you. I got you.
I got to find another running back.
You're mine, baby.
How do I go get another? How do I do that?
I'll trade you one.
No, seriously.
I got a bunch.
How do I go get another running back?
You can trade, or you can just pick somebody up.
I'll trade you.
Where do you find them? Where are they?
You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Trust me.
By the way,
you're a savvy guy.
Guess what I have? I got Spears from Tennessee.
That's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
Hanging out, waiting to get activated.
That's pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
Go outside, nerd.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, I got a couple here. Let's start off with Brett completely misunderstanding how physics work.
Yeah, you're good luck putting that tube back in the toothpaste.
That's not how that works, Kane.
Strike that.
Yep.
Reverse it.
And then second up here, we talked to Chad Brown earlier. Chad Brown. Here's a clip of Vic calling him 2 different names in the span of 3 seconds.
It would never fly in a billion years.
Chad, your response would be
what? Not in a billion years.
Chad's going to speak like a capitalist now.
Now, I know Chad's from L.A., but I don't think they call him
Chad. Hey, Chad.
It's Chad Brown.
Chad took the 4
we're going to talk football with Chad Brown, and then we're going to go to the club later with Muffy.
I can't believe that's an actual voice. That's how people sound.
It would never fly in a billion years.
Chad, your response would be what?
Not in a billion years.
Chad's going to speak like a capitalist.
Chad. Well, we had that, and then we had what? We had what was Homegirls doing after the Cal Raleigh thing? Play that for me again.
Yeah. The gal from Seattle.
Yeah, the Seattle gal gave a groan and a
get in the.
Whoa!
Oh.
No, that was the promo telling you to get in the game. This is more of what she said.
No, that was the next part. What's the next part?
Naughty.
Yeah, play the next part.
Naughty.
You're naughty, Cal.
As Nelly
You're
finds
naughty.
at iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast.
My
Have a
Sale.
wonderful
running back.
You're naughty, Sale. You're naughty.
We'll have a wonderful
Sale.
running back.
Thursday. We'll talk to you guys
I'll
tomorrow.
trade you one. Make
Love
an
you.
offer. Make an offer.
Might as well win the whole thing.
All right, Aaron, back up to you. Naughty, naughty Cal. Naughty Cal.
The early down run game, particularly to start games, hasn't been very good either. In the first half this season, in early down runs, the Broncos running backs rank number 31 in success rate at 18%, number 28 in yards per carry at 3, and number 26 in EPA per attempt at minus 0.26 per run. A whopping 36% of these runs have gone for 1 or fewer yards, the number 8 highest rate in the league, and only 18% have gained 5+ yards, which is 31st. Sean Payton must figure this out. Denver has faced 2 bottom 10 defenses this year. The Titans ranked number 28, the Colts ranked number 23, and 1 strong defense in the Chargers last week. Next up, Denver will play the Bengals defense, which ranks number 20 overall, but number 25 on early downs. The focus all week this week must be on early downs to avoid third down. They have a tailor-made opponent to look much better on early downs this upcoming Monday night. They need to correct these issues, and it can start this week. But right now, the Denver Broncos' biggest problem is their own inefficiency with play calling, strategy, and execution on early downs to start games.
That was Warren Sharp breaking down exactly what's going on.
Did you say Warren Shart?
Shart? No.
I think I heard Warren Shart.
That would be an uncomfortable last name, man. Those are one of those last names that you'd end up having to change once you hit 18. Like, yo, Dad, I'm sorry, but I ain't going through my life named Shart.
Yeah, I'm not going to Shart for the rest of my life, Dad. All right?
No,
I'm going to make sure I use my filter.
Although
and
I
not
guess
Shart.
By the time you hit 18 and you've gone through high school with the name Shart, you're probably like, what? Bring it on.
You know what you are? You're just like the boy named Sue that Johnny Cash talked about. You are one
man.
Tough dude, man.
You're just like, all right, bring it on.
Yeah, what do you got for me?
You want a piece
I've
of the
sharted
shark?
Before. Yeah, I sharted this morning, in fact.
I'll be sharting your face, man. Let's go. Yeah, it's Warren Sharp.
That's one way to start a show right there.
Listen, there has to be people named Shart out there, right? There's people named Shart.
There's everything, right?
There's
everything.
Yeah, it's just it's like, man, change that name, man. Why are you going through your whole life with that name?
Sorry, I'll let you guys do your actual real show.
No, we can get. Let's just get into Sharty.
Yeah, we did. We didn't. We don't need to ask for permission. We just did it.
Oh my God!
Welcome to the morning sprint on this Thursday, September the 25th. We got NFL football tonight. We got high school football tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Fairly large game. You want to just give us the entire game plan? I'm sure no one from Ralston Valley is currently listening.
I wouldn't listen to the show if I were them. This guy's an idiot, man. You know what? I would listen to it.
Ralston Valley's like, we're going to roll that team.
Yeah, this team?
Their coach sounds like a chucklehead.
This guy's an idiot. He doesn't know a thing about early down success. He's just like Sean Payton, man. That guy can't do anything. He went 3 and out in his first drive against Mullen, and I did.
That's right. We talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it.
I hate having bad early downs.
Well, you and Sean Payton, man. You and the NFL. They love it. So this is Turn the Page Thursday. Turn the Page Thursday. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Wright. I believe he'll be back tomorrow or Monday.
So what was Wednesday then? If today's Turn the Page Thursday.
Wednesday was we were going to turn the page, but we were still too pissed off about that loss this weekend.
I thought you and I exercised the demons of Bill Belichick to move on to Cincinnati.
We tried, man. We tried, but we are fully turning the page today. We're not going to discuss that game at all. We're moving on. It's Cincy.
So, are you better today? Are you ready to not dwell on the past and surge forward to what lies ahead? And what does lie ahead? What does lie ahead, Coach Belichick? Do you have any clue what may lie ahead for your Denver Broncos?
Who you facing next, you mean? Coach, do your job. Actually, that's the most famous thing Bill Belichick is known for?
So this is pretty funny.
All the Super Bowls and the do your job.
So on my actual weekly work schedule, everything was themed when I was a college football head coach. Mm-hmm. And a 24-hour rule was a real thing. But it was Monday morning at 7 a.m. We called the meeting. We're on to Cincinnati.
Okay.
In honor of Bill Belichick.
Okay.
That no matter what happened, a great win, feeling yourself, set all kinds of records, or a terrible loss, you got to move on.
Got to move on.
And Bill Belichick was right, man.
Well,
and it's crazy that truly it came true for the Broncos. that they're actually playing Cincinnati. It's not just a figure of speech like I've been using where I just got the brakes beat off me by Marshall and I got to move on. Instead of Cincinnati Bengals, I'm moving on to UTEP.
Yeah.
This is actually the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
Well, we're on to Cincinnati.
Matter of fact, I'm sure Sean Payton had the joy of saying that to his coaching staff or whoever's like, all right, we're moving on to Cincinnati. Let's go. So we are turning the page here on Thursday. We'll have Cody Rourke, the host of the Locked On Broncos podcast and the Broncos beat reporter for Mile High Sports here at 10:20.
Stud. Good dude.
Yeah, he's going to break this down
Cody?
for us. Not really.
Cody's a dude, man. He's a ball-knowing dude. He's kind of piped up, too. Got sleeve tattoos.
Wait. Like Polumbus?
No,
like Polumbus Swole?
Nobody is Polumbus. Probably in the entire state of Colorado.
I swear, man.
You have to be either like a certified MMA heavyweight champion of the world to be more jacked than Polumbus, or you have to be a bodybuilder.
Tyler's getting to that bodybuilder point, man. You know what I mean?
Legit.
Where he's so wide. He's got that like cobra back. I'm like, is he a dog?
Is he a member of the show The Incredibles? That he looks like he is? Because he is the perfect V right now.
It's so crazy that's the way he went, man. He was so thin after he quit playing ball.
Yeah, he was looking like
he was
hanging out on Colfax, man, figuring things out.
Man, he was real slim.
Figured out life on Colfax.
Man, he put on like 100 pounds of muscle. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But either way, yes, we are on to Cincinnati.
KJ, you could just use that drop when we get sidetracked or we start dwelling on the negatives of the past or we can't seem to move on from Bo Nix's missing throws. We just have to understand that we are.
But we're on to Cincinnati.
Yes, we are.
All right, so here I got a stat for you because we played that soundbite from Warren Sharp about
You said it again.
The ineffectiveness.
Do you not have the ability to say peas?
No, now that's how I'm just going to pronounce his name. That's just it.
But you actually said it the first time.
He's the sharkster now.
You really called it. That might be one of your tricks that you learned at whatever media school, and I don't even know
Baylor?
why. You went to Baylor?
Yeah, man.
How'd you get so twisted, man?
Why are you?
That's a
Baylor.
good Baptist school
fault,
right there.
Man.
But that's a good Baptist school.
It is. The colonel was very much like, he wanted me to go to Notre Dame, obviously, Italian Catholic. He's like, go to, and I was like, I'm not going to, no, first off, I don't think I can get into Notre Dame.
I'm from Texas.
I'm not
we
going.
do Texas things in Texas.
Yeah, I'm going to. 36% of the Broncos' runs are getting 1 yard or less. And
so it's a run efficiency problem.
Is that what it is? I mean, KJ and I think Cody, I'm going to have to read the article that he put out today, I think are pointing at the offensive line being like, so listen, man, you guys have been great, but not good enough. Like if this, like, this is your job when you're supposed to want to run the ball as an offensive lineman, right? Pass pro is man, nobody likes to do that. But running the ball, you get to smack somebody in the face, so let's go. So what do you think? What's the deficit there? 36% of the time you hand off the ball, it goes 1 yard, 0 yards, or you go backwards. That's not ideal.
It's not good, and I can understand now hearing those numbers. It's even worse when you consider Warren Sharp's citing of the two defenses that you've played that are bottom 10 defense in the National Football League this year. Like, the Colts are not a great defense, especially when you face them without a multitude of starters. Their best pass rusher.
They were all banged up.
Their best corner. Their second best defensive back. Like, that's not... And then, I think the Chargers are a good defense, man. A good defense.
You think so?
I don't think they're Eagles good.
No.
Especially last year. I don't know. They're
not Broncos good, right?
They're not Broncos talented, in my opinion, top to bottom.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
They're a bit of a no-name defense, minus Derwin James.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, name another player right now.
No, I'm not good. Yeah, I can't do that.
It's tough.
Yeah.
And none of them are household football names. Except for Derwin James.
Right. Because, that's part of the Chargers' problems is you got Justin Herbert, who's a star, and then you don't really have a difference maker on either side of the ball that can, take over. Just be like, I need 6 yards. This dude's going to find a way to get 6 yards.
And this is – so everybody's talking about the Bengals like they're the 32nd defense in the NFL. They're better than two of the three defenses you've played.
Yeah, some of those guys got paid this offseason.
But they're better. They're statistically better this year. Even with the debacle against the Minnesota Vikings.
Man, even giving up 48 points.
But you know what a lot of that was, man? It was the turnover game. It was a ton of turnovers that the Bengals offense didn't come through, and they didn't play smart, clean football. And so, like, if you're the Bengals, you can look to that and say, these are things we can shore up.
Yeah.
Now, the Broncos could say, we're going to do the same thing and create pressure on Jake Browning that leads to more takeaways that this team desperately needs. The Broncos won last year. They won games because their defense turned people over and their offense played just opportunistic enough. It wasn't, there were very few times during the season last year that you looked at the offense and said, man, that sucker is humming.
Yeah.
Humming.
Right. Even when they did, I mean, they scored 30 several times over that stretch in the middle of the season when they run.
But would you also say a lot of that was attributed to advantageous field position, really good defensive stops, takeaways, sacks, flipping the field position?
Yeah.
Those types of plays. And right now, that's where the Broncos need to get back to as a team. But I also think you need more at-bats to combat this 36% rushing numbers on early downs are 1 yard or less. Man, when your best tailback is not getting any semblance of bulk of carries, 10 real carries in the game against the Chargers, 11 was a backwards lateral on a called pass play.
Yeah.
Because Bo ran straight up the field and flipped it out behind the line of or behind himself. That's not enough to get the data you need. You need to put the ball in the stomach of a running back. Jam it into that six-pack ab of either RJ Harvey or I'd prefer J.K. Dobbins, and do it 25 plus times in a game. See what happens. Maybe you will start to turn that bad number around. But how can you do it if you're not really investing in it?
Yeah. If you're Sean Payton, do you lean into the fact with the team this week that you could very well be 3-0, or do you lean into the fact that we've just lost 2 straight and it can't be 3 in a row? What the hell is going on? You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of positives around these first 3 games for the Broncos, but at the same time, you're 1-2.
You know what you do? You keep your process, and Sean Payton's got a very good process, clearly, for how he prepares a team to play football. If he didn't have one, he wouldn't be a head coach in this league for as long as he is. So anybody who's thinking that he's completely lost his fastball, he hasn't. You keep the process, and really all you can do is you take the 3 known data points, which are the outcomes and the scores of your first 3 games, and you respond to those outcomes. And you would do the same thing if you were 3-0, because everybody would be patting you on the back, and it would probably be even harder to respond to that, to prepare yourself for a game against the team that people think that you're just going to show up and obliterate, which I think that is nuts to think that way.
Yeah. The place to be tonight is Stoney's on Lincoln to watch Seattle and Arizona square off in an NFC West battle. 70 TVs and 2 120-inch projector screens mean there isn't a bad seat in the house. Grab a Tullamore and a brew and register to win awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Broncos helmet. See at 6 at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln. We'll hear from Mile High Sports' Cody Rourke next as we roll on with the morning sprint.
What is going on? The great state of Colorado. Coach Mike Sanford here. And I want to tell you about my guy, my real estate agent of choice, and that is Barry Remington. I'm fired up to tell you about a Colorado native that grew up in Arvada, graduated from Fairview High School, and then proudly wore the uniform of the Colorado Buffaloes, where he played linebacker and is still the all-time leading tackler for the CU Buffs, where he played for Coach Bill McCartney, the best of the best. Barry also raised his family in Boulder County, and all the Remingtons are local and proud CU grads. Barry's daughter, in fact, Cassie, well, she's worked alongside him in the real estate market for 7 years. I worked with her 4 years ago and working with them again this fall to sell my home. And she brings smart insights, high level of communication, and just a fresh female perspective, and is an absolute joy to work with. But Barry, having years of experience in nearly 40 plus homes every single year that he has sold, Barry and his team consistently, they deliver results because Buying a home, selling a home, guys, this is a major decision. Barry ensures that you will find the right one or the right buyer without getting stuck in a bad situation. So don't just settle for any agent. Make sure you work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit Barry Remington, that's 1M, BarryRemington.com to see all of his listings and find out more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
That funky monkey? Brass monkey. What's up, Beastie Boys? What up, Denver, Colorado? Welcome back to the Morning Sprint.
Cody Rourke, certified Beastie Boy fan.
Oh, who isn't, though, right? Who isn't a bit? Well, let's bring him in. Let's bring him in and ask and see exactly who he is currently listening to. Who's on repeat on Cody Rourke's music playlist as we bring in the Broncos beat reporter from Mile High Sports. He is the host of the Locked On Broncos podcast. It is Cody Rourke. And Cody, how you doing on this Thursday, my man?
Yeah, I'm doing great. You know, we're about ready to head to practice. The weird week, Monday night, always throws the schedule off a little bit in terms of what you're able to see. So Denver's going to be back on the practice field for the first time today. To answer your question, really, honestly, Metallica stays in my playlist.
Yeah, that is some old school.
Yeah, you're a man after my heart, Cody. I love that.
That's about it.
Hey,
Coach.
man, there's something that Mike D's got for you too. Just lean in on little Beastie Boys, man. The boys from Brooklyn, all good.
That's not bad, man. I love the Beasties. But I love me some Metallica too. I can't believe they're still touring. When was their first album? Have they been doing it for like 30 years, man? Has it been almost 40 years?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, they just keep going hard. All right, let's talk a little Cincinnati Bengals. I want to ask you right out the gate about what was posted today on Mile High Sports, and I want you to break down exactly what it means when you say the Broncos offense lacks volume distribution. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the first 3 weeks of the season, in the past game, we know the Broncos' passing offense has kind of been hit or miss. I felt like it was probably its best in terms of efficiency in week 2 against Indy. But you look at all these other teams, especially teams that Denver has faced, they'll have 4 or 5 receivers that have at least 30-plus yards or 4 or 5 catches, whereas the volume distribution for the Broncos in the passing game through 3 weeks really has kind of been hit or miss. Week 1, Troy Franklin, I think, had the most overall targets in that game. He had 6 catches. Then in week 2, he had 8 catches for 89 yards on 9 targets. This past week, it was Cortland Sutton with 6 for 118. And then the next leading receiver was R.J. Harvey with 3 catches for 14 yards. So when you have that distribution being one receiver carrying all the production and there's not a lot of consistency elsewhere, it's a little problematic. And I'd say part of that could be to the Broncos' overall lack of a pass-catching tight end, maybe. So how defenses are playing Denver is certainly unique early on here in the season. And you can tell that they're trying to take away Cortland Sutton as their main option. But why not get Pat Bryant more involved? Why not get Marvin Mims more involved? Marvin caught that touchdown in week 2, but only saw 1 target after that. So for me, it's the distribution and the volume spread out amongst all these receivers and pass catchers. It's not good enough to sustain or even help this team even win.
Cody, with that being said, Sean Payton is a disciple of the West Coast offense. The Bill Walsh, Don Coryell, Paul Brown, if you go even further back, where pure progressions in what the defense gives you is ultimately going to dictate where the ball ends up going. What do you suggest for a team and a head coach that it does have true deep-rooted beliefs in pure progression reads? If one's there, then you throw it to 1 every time. If one's covered, you go to 2. If 2's covered, you go to 3. How do you manufacture those particular touches if the reads are just telling you to go to 1 if it's there?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. It depends on how the defense is playing you, and certainly the Broncos through 3 weeks have faced nothing but heavy zone defense. I mean, the Chargers, they played in dime most of the game. They played in nickel. They ran a lot of cover 3. They ran a ton of quarters coverage there. So it really is predicated on taking the explosives away here. I think a reason we haven't seen that, Coach, is because they simply just cannot run the ball in the earlier downs. I mean, you're really just kind of predicating and letting the defense dictate what you want to do offensively. There's times where I would say for Bo Nix, look, he's been the subject of a lot of conversations this week. I would say there are times where Bo doesn't trust his mechanics. He gets a little sloppy in it. And then there's times where it's good, and then there's a breakdown in protection. I think a lot of it is, Coach, and I'm curious for your thoughts on this because you watched the film as well. At times, I feel like the Broncos offense just doesn't have a quick passing game. They don't have that. A lot of it is predicated on these longer developing routes or these medium type developing routes to get to about 10 to 12 yards depth downfield. There's no quick hitters. We saw a slant by Pat Bryant in week 2. That was about it. But I think that's a big reason why as well. I mean, you have no quick game here, and it plays in the hands of the zone defense. And especially, if you face a Chargers team that has the personnel of Dion Henley at linebacker and Derwin James, who could just roam in the box and let your DBs play back underneath. That's the challenge, and that's the problem here. This week against Cincinnati might be the opportunity, though, for this offense to get it right.
Cody, you bring up a really valid point. Like, if you were to talk about a Sean Payton-led offense that has a complete void of quick game, like that's who Sean Payton is. And the
Michael Thomas.
Yeah, I mean that's been the West Coast offense in its birth. And Sean Payton, I would say, he took the original concepts of the West Coast offense and applied them almost even above and beyond what, say, a Bill Walsh did or a Steve Mariucci did, and really said that the run game can be replaced by the quick pass game. The slant flat, dragon X line, gun double wing left, two-jet Dragon X line. Like, that's the type of stuff that slant flat to one side, double slant to the other side. The thing that's interesting is if you go back to Bo Nix's career at Oregon, and even the best moments of him being in rhythm as a Denver Bronco quarterback, it's been the slants that have been good. What got him going against the Indianapolis Colts early in that game? Remember those two slants on the backside to Patrick Bryant? That looked really good. Now, what's the problem with that? Is that defenses can play hard inside leverage. They can take it away. And if you want to take inside leverage away, then, okay, what are you left with? And that's what I am still wondering. On another note, the Bengals are much maligned on the defensive side of the ball, but I think it's a much improved unit with Al Golden running it as opposed to Lou Anarumo. Just the time ran out there for Anarumo at Cincy, and you just saw him in Indy. But Al Golden changing up this defensive structure. I don't think the defense is nearly as big of a problem as the offensive line for the Bengals. This stat right here blew me away. Bengals running back, talented running back at that, Chase Brown, okay? He has rushed for 93 yards this season. Of those yards, 147 of 93 yards have come after contact. That means that negative 54 rushing yards are what the offensive line has essentially blocked for him. What do you make of that Bengals offensive front, and what can the Broncos defense do to not just exploit it, but frankly obliterate it?
I mean, watching the Bengals game so far, even going back to the preseason, and we saw Joe Burrow get blasted in the preseason, they have a tremendous issue on that offensive line. And look, they've invested draft capital. They've signed big free agents at times, but those fits just seemingly haven't worked. And obviously, former Bronco Dalton Reisner is now over there. I know he's dealing with a calf injury. We'll see if he'll play on Monday. They are just getting out physical, lower man wins. We talk about it. This is a very, very good matchup, at least for this Broncos defensive front. I mean, Nick Bonito coming into last week's game obviously led the NFL in pressures. Joe Alt hadn't previously surrendered. He only had one pressure given up in over 117 offensive snaps. And Nick Bonito ate his lunch last week here. We saw the Broncos get after Herbert 5 times, which, Coach, you know this as well by watching him. Herbert is one of the hardest quarterbacks to sack in the NFL because of how long and athletic. And I would say as well, like, his pocket presence is very, very good. They got to him 5 times. Last year when the Broncos played this Bengals team, granted there's some different pieces now, they sacked Joe Burrow 7 times and still lost the game here. So this is a good matchup for the Broncos defense, I think, for their pass rushers, their front 7. But the question is, can you eliminate some of those explosives? Because even though no Joe Burrow, you still have all those weapons to go forth with. And I would say the concerning statistic here, if you're the Bengals this week, is that Jake Browning's been sacked 4 times in 2 games. He's been picked off 5 times in 2 games. This is where the Broncos defense needs to get some of the issues that have plagued them so far through 3 weeks. They need to get them right. They've played great. They've bent, but late in games, they have broken. And that has been a little bit of a concerning trend. But when you're on the field for 80-plus plays, Coach, it is tough to overcome that.
The Broncos' offensive line seems to be doing a good job of keeping Bo upright, but the run game is, I don't want to call it non-existent, but it's certainly not what anybody would want to see. So what's going on? I mean, the difference between pass protection and run blocking, why? I mean, tell me this. How do you feel about the Broncos' offensive line through 3 games?
I feel like they've taken a step back from what we saw from them last year, I would say. And I don't know, and Coach can speak to this. Like, people don't understand how hard the outside zone scheme, when you add that into the mix, like, there's landmarks and it's all about angles and getting to the right spot, and you can't have any backside leakage. I think implementing that and adding it, I like the wrinkle of it, but I think it has definitely impacted this offensive line. I think they're thinking too much. You can clearly see that sometimes on tape. And yes, there are some deficiencies. Heck, even Quinn Miners, Tier Tart bowled him over a few times in this past game here. So I just think that, I feel like we've seen more success from the run game when they've gone more gap scheme, where it's like, hey, we're going A gap. That's where we're going. Just line up and go, versus, hey, we're going to try to stretch this out and hit the cutback there if it opens up, because quite frankly, the cutback hasn't opened up consistently enough. So I would say that the O-line has kind of taken a step back, but it's early. I still think there's room for them to improve. But I don't want to start calling to ask for guys to be replaced here, but I'm thinking to myself, why not see what Alex Forsythe can do? Because I really feel like Luke Wattenberg, the center position, has kind of been the weak spot here on the O-line so far this year. But then again, it varies. Once again, I don't know what those guys are being coached to do. I just know that sometimes you see Wattenberg getting moved or the communication between him and the guards isn't necessarily where it needs to be. That could be also on everybody else as well, not just Luke. So not to pinpoint just one guy. I just do feel like the offensive line has taken a little bit of a step back, but I think they have a chance to regroup here as the season goes about.
Yeah, it's one of my big fears from this offseason, talking all this wide zone talk. And I say, I know 2 of 3 that you just mentioned, 2 of your 5 starting offensive linemen are just not built for wide zone schemes. And it's Mike McGlinchey. Mike McGlinchey was a part of the 49ers offensive line that wanted to be fully committed to the wide zone. And that's why Mike McGlinchey was available for the Broncos to pick up, because they just flat out were not satisfied with his fit. Now, I've coached Mike McGlinchey, great gap scheme guy. Unbelievable tackle coming off the football, white-knuckled, and creating double-team movement at the point of attack. I find the same with Ben Powers. I think Ben Powers is not a wide zone player. And it's interesting you mentioned that, because last year, duo, counter, and power were really the bread and butter for this Broncos offensive line. And I thought Wattenberg looked great in that space. He has not looked good. And you bring up that name, and that was, to me, the drop-off last year when he got hurt and Forsythe came in was fairly significant, because Forsythe is very, I think he's athletic. I think he's fleet of foot, but I don't think he's like a mover at the point of attack in gap schemes like Wattenberg is. So it's almost to the point, Cody, as I'm sitting here kind of going around this, does this team just need to get back to its roots in the run game, get back to its roots in the gap scheme game, run power, run counter, run duo, and realize that J.K. Dobbins is very good in that space as well?
I mean, it doesn't hurt at this point, too. And I've loved, like, the Broncos had success running the ball against Indy when they were pulling Ben Powers. They were pulling Quinn Miners. You'd have center pulls at times. There's even been times, too, it's been very sporadic where, you get a tackle pull, guard tackle pull there, and you run different looks here. I think that's what you have to ultimately do here. I think that they've tried, and they talked about this in training camp. We're implementing this new outside zone scheme. Well, I mean, they didn't get it going in the preseason. Here we are 3 weeks into the regular season. It hasn't formulated. It has not been successful. At what point, Coach, and you know this by working with guys, at what point do you pull the plug, or do you keep sticking with it for a few more weeks to say, hey, maybe it'll click? That's the fine line that I think Sean Payton and Zach Strief kind of have to come to terms with here, because if the offensive production isn't working, the run game isn't working on first down or second down, and you're finding yourself consistently in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, whatever it may be the average for them this past week, that's going to be problematic. This offense is going to regress even further, just because I agree with you. I think you have to have the personnel to be able to do it. And I don't think that Denver has those guys right now. And there's going to be a lot of interesting conversations if that is the story all season long. And then you get into the offseason where now it's like, all right, we got some decisions to make. What changes could they possibly look at?
But isn't it the job of the play caller and the head coach in particular to scheme up what fits your personnel? As opposed to,
100%.
Especially in year 3 and a pivotal year for a quarterback in his second year. Like, why just make the decision to go square peg round hole? It doesn't quite make sense to me. The only thing that adds up a little bit, and I'd love to hear your take on this, is all of the movement passes and play action, bootlegs, nakeds off of the wide zone are easier to scheme up and just tie in better with the run game if you commit to the actual wide zone. And that's what frankly, that's what Bo's doing well right now, is the naked game and the bootleg game. That's where he's finding a majority of his success. How do you reconcile the fact that your quarterback almost needs those Brock Purdy-esque type throws that tie in with the wide zone, but you're not very good at the actual base scheme? Like, what? That's where I'm at right now.
Well, if I'm a defensive end or an outside linebacker or a safety that's lined up kind of outside there, maybe I'm blitzing, maybe I'm just coming down to cover. If I see that Bo is under center, I'm automatically thinking to myself, okay, hey, if it goes away from me, quarterback, counter, reverse, I'm playing the bootleg backside.
Yes.
And it's like defensive coordinators are doing the same thing. They're telling that guy, hey, just go. Like, you got the lane here. Just go. Get your hands up because something's coming underneath. I think teams have schemed against it pretty well after the first week of preseason. I mean, not the preseason. First week against Tennessee, I thought the Colts tried to play that relatively well. You didn't see too much of that. And so you have to become more than one-dimensional at this point here Go back to some of the concepts we saw last year, the quick hitters, the gap scheme stuff, because if you can't get the wide zone scheme, I mean, Coach, you're right. Like, why do the things that make it ultimately successful in the passing game if you can't run it, from the run scheme there? That, I think, is where we're seeing this offensive identity or lack thereof really kind of boil over to a point where I think fans are saying, hey, what's going on? Like, Bo's getting a lot of criticism, and luckily he deserves some criticism for how he's performed. I think mechanic-wise, and you've talked about this as well this week, he's abandoning some of his core mechanics because of the things that they're asking this offense to do. And I think a lot of it is he doesn't have consistent trust in the protection as we have currently seen.
All right, last question for you, then we'll get you out of here. And this one is, well, I don't know if it's easy or not, and I want to hear from Coach as well. Who's the best offensive player on the Broncos right now?
Ooh, this is tough. I mean, I would say Troy Franklin right now is their best guy, just from a consistency standpoint. I think it would be Cortland if he wasn't seeing all the different bracket coverage that he's seeing right now, and they're doing a really good job. Defenses are playing zone, keeping everything in front of them essentially, outside of a couple of the trick plays and designs that we saw. They're really trying to impact Cortland Sutton's downfield threat, and that's where Troy shined in two out of 3 games so far this year. I would go with Troy here. Coach, who do you have?
You mentioned a guy that I do really like, and I think he's going to deliver consistency if given opportunity, and it's Pat Bryant.
Oh,
yes. I like what I saw at training camp was very different than what my take was coming out of the draft and the combine and everything. That guy plays really violently off his insteps. He can create separation. He's a really efficient mover, and it's still, even though Troy Franklin has answered the call this offseason and through the first 3 weeks of the season, there's a certainty when the ball is in the air when Pat Bryant is on the other side of it. And I love that type of certainty for a team that's finding itself offensively and has struggled with efficiency. I want more Pat Bryant.
Okay, man.
Agreed.
I'm with you too. I love Pat. Let's see it. But that is Cody Rourke of Mile High Sports.
You know why I like Pat Bryant?
Why?
Because he and I had the exact same 40 time. Me at pro timing day.
We've had this discussion. It is ridiculous that you both ran a 4. Was it 4.68?
4.68. Yep. Exact same time.
What could you touch right now, Cody? What about your 40? What's your 40 look like? Is it a before?
My best 40 that I ran was 2 years after high school when I was still playing. It was a 4.6. It was a 4.69. It wasn't like a.
Let's go, man.
But that was it.
Cody Rourke and Patty Bryant, baby. We're all in the same neighborhood, and we're proud of it.
Yeah. Now, you know what? That's speed, though. That's NFL speed. Both of you have NFL speed.
Not now.
I tore my ACL because of it, though.
Yeah, he's got an ACL, and I actually have 0 meniscus in my left knee, so I ain't doing anything.
For celebrating a coaching call.
Me and Devin Key, man. A little flying high five, a little flying chest bump. Got the old torn meniscus.
All right, Cody, thanks for spending some time. We much appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for
having me.
Yeah, that's Cody Rourke of Mile High Sports as he breaks down the Broncos for us.
I love talking ball with that dude.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. He had some interesting ideas. He had some interesting comments.
It's just it's cool when you talk to him because Cody does an unbelievable job of studying film, of studying the numbers, studying the analytics. He's a diligent worker. Check out his work if you haven't already, but give him a follow on Twitter on the X Machine. Cody Rourke, just a great dude too.
Cody Rourke NFL. Go ahead and get it. The Ramos Law Hotline. He was joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Go to ramoslaw.com. The place to be tonight is Stoney's on Lincoln. We already told you about that. I think DMac's going to be there, right? DMac's going to be there at Stoney's. From tonight through Monday, Altitude Sports Radio is broadcasting not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 11 football games. Our NFL Quadcast on Sunday starts at 7:15 a.m. from London with the Vikings and the Steelers. Then we go Eagles at the Bucks, featuring the Ravens at the Chiefs at 2:25, and then we wrap up with the Packers at the Cowboys. It's all powered by Rally House. Shop every team in town. We will roll on after a quick break. Go, KJ, go. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for our high school football game of the week. Nate and Andy will have the call as number 2 Valor faces off against number 4 Ralston Valley. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips Pros in Men's Hair.
It's the worst part about doing this job and doing that job is every time you read that, I get really anxious. I'm over here like twitching out, like my eyes doing a weird thing.
He's going to say it wrong?
No,
He's going to mess it up?
No, I'm not. No, it's just I'm nervous about the game. I'm playing against a good team.
Every time I mention Valor and Ralston Valley?
Yeah, I just get nervous, man.
Yeah. I mean, do you still wake up nervous on a game day
you
did like when you were young?
Yep, every single time.
Yeah, get them bubble guts a little bit. Like, whoo, here we go.
Like, man,
Two lattes in the morning. 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Does it ever settle down? Because there has obviously over the years there's been several Avalanche players who they work out before a game, but just to get some of that nervous energy out, they just
the endorphin release there.
Yeah, and then I'm like, man, he did a whole workout before he decided to play a hockey game. What's going on right here? But you're nervous up to kickoff. Then it settles down.
Especially when you're playing like a really good team. But you're nervous too when you're not. Like you're like, what if we just stink today? You're playing about, like what if we just come out and just lay an egg?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but how soon do you realize that your team doesn't have it? Like how long does it take for you to suddenly be like, wait, what's going on here?
I almost kind of assume that we don't have it until like the game's over. I'm like, oh, we actually won.
We won. We got it. You know what? We did much better than I thought we were. Okay.
That's all. I mean, it's the Saban effect on this industry, man. Is that we just live in a world of just misery.
Yeah, well,
I need to try to find a way to just find more joy on a daily.
It is crazy that Saban
and celebrate the good small successes.
Just one of the most successful people at his job ever, and he feels like it's miserable sometimes.
It's so miserable because the standard is the standard, man.
I mean, it's a lot of winning and a lot of money and a lot of praise from people, but it feels like he might have been a much happier person if he did something else. But I don't know. I mean, happiness might not be his goal in life.
He'll tell you, I'm just the son of a coal miner from West Virginia.
Yeah, good old. I mean, he's great. He's great on ESPN. Man. I did not know how he was going to be when he got to TV.
He spoke here in Denver at ACE, this awesome scholarship foundation for to give school choice to young people, which was awesome. I was invited to go with the head of school at Valor. And I heard Saban speak, and I'm kind of mixed on Saban. I know he's amazing; he's the greatest to ever do it. But like some of the evils of college football, I can trace back to Alabama and how they were recruiting and all that.
Yes,
he was fantastic speaking.
Was he?
Fantastic! Sure. Like his message impacted me, and I was like, yeah, that guy's really good, and he's pretty authentic too. He's a pretty genuine, authentic guy, and I liked his transparency. I was shocked. He was talking about the state of college football and state of the college athletics space and how it's losing its educational mission. And I thought it was awesome.
Saban talking about educational missions?
You'd be surprised, man. Like
he was not concerned about that at Alabama. That was not his number one concern when he was at Bama,
his numbers would argue with you.
No, I'm sure
his
you're probably
numbers of
right.
graduation success rate would argue with you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's not number one on his list.
I know that Pat Surtain is very much a self-made man and also was raised incredibly well by his family, his parents. You want to talk about a great representative of Alabama's and Nick Saban's program? Think about every time that Pat Surtain gets in front of a microphone. That is an impressive, well-spoken young man.
Yeah, no, I love me some.
That's humble. That guy is. He has this way about him that when I hear him speak, when I hear him after a game, before a game, in training camp, I'm like, that's a real dude right there, man.
Yeah.
Like he is what you want as your leader in your football program.
I mean, we got Bama, Georgia this weekend. This week. How do you feel about college football? It's still so, it feels like there's so many things up in the air, and it feels like college football, even though I love the way it is right now, is just making up stuff as they go along. There's the structure of it as it used to be is no longer there. We don't we get the 12-game playoff. We might get 16 teams.
God, there's 16 right now that you're even that excited about.
I don't know.
College football.
I don't know, man. But
I don't know, man. Tell me right now who's a worthy national championship football team right now to your eyes.
Somebody that let me see.
Indiana? Because I mean, but
just,
really,
yeah,
Indiana,
just because they've been rolling teams
the Hoosiers,
and they're the Hoosiers.
really?
You're right. They're 4-0. And listen,
they wear
I
candy
hate
cane
Iowa.
striped pants to basketball warm-ups.
I hate Iowa, and I hate the way they play football. So if Indiana smacks them in Iowa this week, I'll jump on the Hoosiers bandwagon, sure.
But they're not winning a natty, bro. Come on, man.
They might, man. They might. They're the 11th team. I mean, they're going to get into it, right? Unless they just lose 2-3 games. Well,
you know what would be sweet if they get to the national championship game? If they just wear themed jerseys that are Hickory High School jerseys.
Bro.
And just lean all the way in.
I mean, didn't Indiana Hoosiers basketball, they've broken out the Hickory High
they got to do it
unis
football.
before.
Hickory football?
That would be dope,
That
though.
would be a banger. What are they kind of? It's kind of like a brownish gold and red.
Yeah, it's like that real old. It's like that 1940s,
and they should do it with
1950s.
that satin material.
Yes, exactly. That'd be great. That'd be great. But right now, I mean, how do you feel about college football? Because, I mean, you were in it, then you were out of it. Now you watch it. How are you feeling about it?
It's awesome.
You change the rules, do weird stuff, NIL, whatever. I still love it.
It's the funniest thing because you heard it yesterday. In fact, I was able to have a conversation with one of my coaches about it, Brock Heward. I told some stories about some things about college football that are wounds for me, right? And one of them was Dabo Swinney and how he carried himself at that College Football Coaches Association.
Yeah, we had that conversation yesterday.
He's dog cussing everybody. And I'm like, dude, you're the same guy after games that says this, that. And then also with Lincoln Riley shutting down a local reporter that...
He just made me angry yesterday.
Again?
Yes.
What'd he do?
Lincoln Riley did... He did that thing where he pitched a fit. He was whining about what? Oh, the start time of his game. And it was the whiniest, Whinerton head coaching thing. It was just yesterday. Lincoln Riley was just... And I was like...
I think I saw it. He was talking about that they had the very latest kickoff time.
And then he had the very earliest
and
kickoff
now they have,
time. And he was just going off. But the way he was... The whining about it, it was like... It wasn't him just saying... Here's what's happening, and that shouldn't have. He was just whiny. It felt like a high school kid, just like, I want to. I was like, Lincoln, damn, bro.
So back to it yesterday. So I kind of have this, you could see there's some woundedness with how I carry myself around college football. Because I gave my entire life to it up until, the last 2-3 years, and now I'm covering it.
Yeah.
And I can be bitter about it. I can look at examples that I say, man, I wish that wasn't the standard and we weren't elevating those people to be in positions of, where they're the spokesperson for the entire sport. And then I also look at like the evils that exist with NIL and the selfishness of that and the nasty tampering nature of the transfer portal, which is gross and awful. And everybody talks about it.
Slimy.
And so really, like, I have wounds. I think it's a joke. And then Saturday morning comes around, and it is such a good product.
Right. You're like, let's go.
Oh,
let's
I love
watch
this.
it. Let's
Gosh,
lock
I hate
in.
this. It's like almost that Sunday morning through, we'll just say Friday night, even though there's games on Thursday, Friday, and action on every day of the week. But really Sunday through Friday night, I'm like, gosh, college football, it's the worst. It's gross. I hate it. Saturday morning. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to hear what Pat McAfee's going to say on the... That's how I feel about it, man.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. I love me some college football. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday Night Football. Don't miss the Seahawks and Cardinals starting at 6 p.m. tonight.
It's nothing about the past, nothing about the future. Right now, we're preparing for Cincinnati.
Tell him, Coach. Tell him, Coach Belichick, who just made the cover of U.S. Weekly magazine, along with his. Although he didn't.
I think Berto.
Yeah.
The same guy that didn't know what the date of Halloween is this year or any year.
That's true.
And also was a little bit perplexed by what actual day New Year's Eve is.
I don't know which months have extra days and which ones don't.
Yeah, there's like a cheat for that. I don't really know it too
right,
well.
But I don't need to know this stuff to survive on the planet.
We did establish that you know what leap year is, right? And what leap day is.
I didn't. Yeah, I understand. It's like every 4 years there's an extra day, or they
take
away a day.
What month?
It's got. I have no idea.
February 29th, man.
Okay.
There's a February 29th every 4 years.
So normally February only has
28.
Okay. See,
January 31, February 28 until leap year 29. March is a 31 banger. April's a 30.
Right. And then there are those people I've heard that they're born on February 29th.
I think May's a 31. June's a 30.
Is it? I have no idea.
July's definitely a 31.
I have no clue about any of that stuff.
September.
I have no idea what I'm doing 3 days from now, much less, January 24th or some nonsense like that. But either way, welcome back to the Morning Sprint. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Bertolli, filling in for Alex Ryanemi, who will return any day now, I'm sure. Just any day. He'll be back. And we would like to discuss what's happening on Monday night when the Denver Broncos take on the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, we're going to use this segment to ask a simple question. Or KG would like to ask a simple question when it comes to Sean Payton. Should Sean Payton, when you're a head coach and you're trying to motivate your team, what do you think Sean Payton was trying to accomplish during the offseason and during the preseason when he said this could be a Super Bowl team?
I don't know.
What do you think he was trying to? I mean, is that a motive? Is like if you're a coach and you say that to the media and your players
does it feel a little bit like the movement that the Oprah Winfreys of the world were the manifest and move, baby?
Maybe that's what it is.
You speak it into existence and it shall happen.
Yeah. You get a Super Bowl and you get a Super Bowl and you get a Super Bowl. Yeah.
It felt a little
power of positive thinking.
The only thing that I would say it felt a little bit like for me was having been around training camp. The vibes were good, man. The vibes were good at Broncos training camp, but it was a no drama training camp. There were very few storylines that were distracting.
Right. There wasn't a lot of competition.
And so you know what's funny is that as a coach, when it's going that way, it's almost sometimes a little bit uncomfortable.
Right.
And so you can go one of two ways. When there is an absence of adversity, there are certain schools of thought within coaching circles to say, I'm going to create a crisis. And that's what Urban Meyer notoriously did. Right. And he got that from Woody Hayes, Ohio State. Bo Schembechler, a bit of a notorious create a crisis.
Right. It's all burning down. The house is on fire.
Think about the Junction Boys, the great TV show was created. It's military thought process, right?
Yes, especially like with Bear Bryant and them.
To train yourself for the hardest of mental challenges, you've got to manufacture fake challenges,
right.
Or real challenges that are manufactured. Or you could go the other way, which is where you start saying, okay, everything's so good and vibes are so awesome. I'm going to go out and throw out this gauntlet in front of my entire roster and say, that's the standard.
Right. This is what I expect.
So then you now have to work towards that end. Where I think that's not a bad thing, because I think positivity is a good thing. And I think Sean Payton choosing positivity in that moment is a good thing.
Right, I agree.
Where I thought it went over the top for me, namely for a particular player, is for his second-year quarterback.
Yeah.
It felt a little bit like from that moment that preceded preseason games until now, it feels like Bo is a quarterback that is trying to write the checks or cash the checks that his head coach is writing.
Yeah. I agree
and it doesn't feel like he's comfortable going to the bank and having Sean Payton's signature on that. And hey, I'm going to cash this now. That's not your signature. That's Sean Payton's signature.
Right.
And that's where I think that was an abject failure, putting that on a quarterback that I don't think's there yet.
Do you think when a coach says that, do you think the ownership group goes, oh, well, if Sean Payton if our head coach expects a Super Bowl, then guess what? I expect a Super Bowl appearance as well. And you know what? If you don't get there, we're going to have an issue. And it's not because I'm putting these goals on your desk. It's because you're telling me that's what you expect. Do you know what I mean? Like, it almost feels like if I'm the Walton Penner group, I'm like, all right, Sean, great. You say Super Bowl. Well, where the hell is it? What's going on? Where are we at right now? Does it even put more pressure on Sean himself to say stuff like that?
Yeah. I just don't know if Sean can help himself. Is what I think all of us have learned.
Yeah.
It's
this is just who he is.
Yeah, I mean, you're a unique individual when you essentially are banned from a league for, we'll call it at very best, questionable franchise practices in New Orleans, okay?
Right. Yes.
Typically what most coaches in the fraternity would do is just lay low. Sean, in his, quote, laying low, had a damn movie made about himself.
A movie, went on TV. Yes, he did all those things.
He did the tour.
He made a movie about why he got suspended and what he did when he was, you're right. You're
he
exactly
glorified
right.
the fact that he was basically
he got paid.
He got paid for his multitude of sins as the leader of an organization.
Right. He turned that negative into a positive.
So clearly he is obsessed with the spin. Can we agree with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
is it always good?
No.
Is it always good?
No. You can't say always about anything, right?
You're right.
Can't say always about anything. You know what? This is something I said to Springer last night. And it's a quote that I'd heard before. I've heard variations of it before. And it is, perfect is the enemy of good enough. Which means if you're trying to be perfect, sometimes it gets in, especially in sports, if you're trying to be perfect, it gets in the way of being good enough to win.
Oh, man. I feel like that.
Perfect.
I feel like you just spoke to me.
Perfect is the enemy
I needed that.
of good enough. And
But
sometimes
doesn't good enough kind of suck?
It's right.
Because doesn't good enough catch up to you eventually?
Right. Well, I've heard it before as
don't you think good enough got you boat raced by the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah, but good enough gets you into the playoffs. Good enough gets you another year on the job. You know what I mean? Good enough.
That's a really man, this is a deep conversation.
Sean,
we might not need to. KJ, no commercial breaks. We need the next 50 minutes to unpackage this.
Sean's brain and Bo's brain seem to be somehow connected on the same wavelength when they're both looking for that perfection. They're looking for the perfect football game, the perfect offense, the perfect pass, and sometimes perfect is the enemy of good. And I think they need to be good before they can try to be perfect, I guess is what I'm saying. They're reversing the way it's supposed to go. You flip it, man. You get good, then you try to be perfect. Don't try to be perfect before you're good. Or you think I'm crazy?
I think that's brilliant.
Thanks, Coach.
Are you considering a second life as a philosopher? Are you going to bring us back to Socrates? Are we going to go Socrates here?
No, man. Although I don't know what that pays. What does it pay? Does it pay better than this?
It's a unique job. It's kind of an extinct job right now.
I think it is extinct. Like I think it pays
Can you
zero.
give yourself some type of some type of Greek philosopher name?
No, I don't know. I mean, we could come up with one. Some of those names.
Bertocles.
Bertocles.
I like Bertocles.
Bertocles, the all-knowing, the future-seeing.
Speaking of, we were just talking about always. You can't ever say always, is what you said, right?
Right. Yeah, you can't ever say always about anything.
Adam had a great line here. As we're getting very philosophical here from the Shot Mazda text line. All generalizations are false.
I like that one,
and what I would tell you is that generalization is also false.
That's man, we're going next level.
Oh my God.
Coach is playing three-dimensional chess, and we're all just sitting here looking at checkers.
It is a 40.
40 chess?
You can hear it and smell it as well, just for the record.
How about this from the 970? Do you guys really think that what Sean Payton tells the media is the same kind of conversation he has with the owners of the Broncos?
No, never, right?
No.
It's there, and you can see that with any coach.
Right. Well, most of you guys are charming sons of guns, right?
One thing I'll say about
you are charming individuals because you have to be there to be a leader of men, right?
Yeah. The thing that's kind of unique is I have been able to be at probably somewhere between 50 and 60 scrums of Sean Payton between training camp and post games last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a more punchable face when you just listen to the sound bites that are wrapped into, just 30 seconds of maybe what was a 7-minute presser. I actually was a little bit shocked when I was when I was physically there for all of those scrums and pressers. After good games, after bad games, I felt like he was more genuine and authentic than I thought he would be.
Yes, because you're right. I mean, sometimes he goes after media dudes, but he loves talking football. He'll do it he'll have a 30, 35-minute press conference just talking football.
I did not have an appreciation for Sean when I was doing this job, but not doing the legwork of being there physically at training camp.
You were just hearing the sound bites?
Yeah, and I was just, just allowing other people to paint my picture of what I think.
Mm-hmm.
And the more and more I got around practice and training camp and being able to broadcast every day for the last 2 training camps is just a gift that I can't be thankful enough for. Growing myself in my football knowledge, understanding the NFL culture more because I know the college and high school culture. But I left with more of an appreciation for Sean Payton than I thought.
Okay.
And it's weird because there's times where I get frustrated as a fan. I'm not a lifelong Broncos fan. I've always liked the team from afar. Now I've been living here for, I'm coming up on 5 years, which is crazy. But I think he's more of a ball coach than I thought he was before. And I almost want Sean Payton, man, after this kind of rough, 1-2 start with a lot of expectations, I almost want to see him just go back to his roots.
Yeah.
Just go be a ball coach.
Just go old school. Because you're right. I think he's the star in the TV.
Yeah,
and,
it's like, and there was a point in time during training camp, I just kind of felt like he was getting caught up, whether it was like, I don't think all of his efforts and energies are going towards this national narrative control. Maybe it's just like 2% of his overall bandwidth, but that 2% gets so loud.
Yeah.
That's all we hear.
Yeah.
Is Sean Payton's, telling Diana Rossini, leaving her late night voicemails.
I love my cue.
I love my cue. And then Kay Adams and, just staring into the dreamy eyes of each other and talking about how amazing Bo Nix and this team is and Super Bowls and this. It's like, dude, you know what, Sean? You know what makes you really good? And this is any of us football coaches. Just go coach ball.
Yeah.
Go love these kids. Go love these professional athletes.
The NFL machine just it just keeps grinding away, though. You know what I mean? Like, if Sean says nothing, we're going to talk about him saying nothing. If he says, you know what I mean? The NFL media machine is always cranking. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The NFL is in the news. So I get it's tough for someone like Sean who loves to talk about anything and everything when you want to keep a low profile because you have to address the media. They're required to talk to the media. He can't just be like, hey, you know what? Talk to Lombardi. I'm going to go relax this week or whatever. He has media obligations. So at some he can never just not say anything. He could go Belichickian, I guess, and give absolutely zero answers.
I guess I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying make the main thing, and that's not controlling when you do get a chance to get in front of it.
Yeah, I get you.
And just go lean back into, hey,
Right.
man, I'm going to build my relationship as strong as I can with Bo Nix. We're going to get in the foxhole together. Let's get in the trenches together and find out what he does really well. And I want to see to it that I do everything in my power to acquit that young player to optimize his God-given abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be great, man. I'm here for the elevation of Bo, but I thought it was like a graph. You know what I mean? You start here and you go and you go straight up, but Bo's he's a roller coaster ride, and I'm here for it. But you know what? We're coming up on a year and a half, man. I'm gonna have to see something during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Valor and Rostam Valley on 92.5. We'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222.
A lot of twos.
Oh, it's time. It's time.
You ain't ready for all that.
Yeah, all that out there, or for KJ's news, NFL news. And
You ain't ready for all that,
KJ. We got a
KJ.
concert going outside the. There's going to be a concert. Is this Mix or Cool? One of the radio stations where is it Mix is having a concert out there? I mean, these are some good looking people. Like we don't usually get like actual music artists in at the radio. This is fun for us. But all right, NFL news and notes with KJ Grandison. Go ahead.
Yesterday we organically stumbled into a conversation of, how much pressure is on Sean Payton in regards to getting this train back on the tracks. And Jeff Legwald stopped by the morning show this morning, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and he talked about just some of the things that Bo Nix is up against, and it can just easily be avoided if Sean just does his part.
When you're going to sub 3 and 4 players on every play, you really are testing your team's ability and resolve to make that happen. I just see them late in the play clock this year a lot, and I think that has bled into Bo Nix's play a little bit as a young quarterback. I was talking to a pro personnel director, and we were just chatting, and I simply love how we all pretend young quarterbacks are going to get to skip the tough part because they had a little success. Like a rookie quarterback isn't going to be a rookie quarterback at some point, or a second-year quarterback isn't going to be a second-year quarterback at any point. Young quarterbacks need help, and I don't think often enough in the NFL they always get that help they need because the expectations for them to succeed are so in a hurry, and people are pushing so hard for those things.
What is the benefit of these massive personnel packages? What's the benefit of bringing in like 4 or 5 guys?
Well, it's a little bit what Cody Rourke was asking for. Sometimes if you have upwards of 12, 15, I've even been one time I counted at Boise State. We had 50 personnel groupings in one game plan.
The hell is that about?
Well, what you're doing is you're putting say you have 8 receivers that are a part of the receiver group, and then 4 tight ends that are part of the tight end group, and 3 running backs that are part of the running back group, 2 fullbacks that are part of that, an extra offensive lineman or 2 that are a part of jumbo packages. You're creating all of the permutations of those humans to get certain people in the right position to get the targets that Cody Rourke was begging for the Broncos to give to certain players with more regularity.
Yeah.
Right? Like the targeting of Troy Franklin was close to non-existent after 2 weeks of play, whereas in the first 2 weeks, it was very clear that was a part of Sean Payton and Bo Nix's plan to get him the football. So it's a good way to, like, say Cortland Sutton is an X receiver. The X is the split end in 1980s football term, meaning that you are typically what used to be an end man on the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden you became a receiver and you split that guy outside. So he's singled up by himself, and usually it's into the boundary. That'd be the X receiver.
Okay.
But all of a sudden you're like, okay, they like to play a lot of cover 2, which means a corner is directly over the X receiver, playing the flat and jamming him, plus a safety that's playing the half over the top of the X. Well, I got to get Cortland Sutton at F, which is the slot, or in the West Coast offense, they call it the zebra. The zebra, all of a sudden, I got to get him in the slot. Well, now I have a new personnel grouping that is Zebra Cortland or Zebra Sutton, because now I want to use that middle of the field to create some open opportunities for my big-time receiver. Oh, but I actually kind of want him to get to the field because, man, they play a lot of just single coverage, soft to the field. I might have him at the Z position, which is the old flanker, the off-the-ball motion receiver. Well, then now all of a sudden you got Zebra Cortland at Z, right?
Yeah.
And then you add that and stack it with all the different tight ends.
How quickly are you making these decisions?
Well, they're all on the call sheet.
Okay.
So, like, I should have brought a call sheet, but, like, on a call sheet you have little code words that like Zebra Sutton at F could be called unicorn.
Okay. And so you're just screaming, unicorn, unicorn, unicorn. And that player personnel grouping knows that
those humans all run on the field and they know which position they're lined up in.
Okay, interesting.
And then that's a way that you as a
you think
play
the Broncos
caller,
have like the Boise, they have like 50 personnel groupings or something ridiculous like that?
maybe more.
Wow.
Maybe more.
Wow.
I mean, the NFL's insane, man. I mean, these guys they're pros at this. Like, Sean Payton's been doing this for so dang long, and he wants to find different ways to make sure he gets the right guys in the right seats. Because then, like, the stakes are so high in pro football. I mean, think about the amount of people that are sitting there, like, waiting for targets for certain players because of fantasy football and overs and parlays and hitting this and that. Like, it's a big business, man. And the pressure is on when you're a head coach. And if your big-time dude doesn't touch the football multiple games in a row, that's on you.
Right. That's a you problem, not a
And
he
so
problem.
then the solution becomes, all right, I got a personnel to get the right guys in the right positions and move the chess pieces.
Okay. All right, KJ, I like that. What's next?
We're getting ready for Cincinnati.
The Week 3 loss to Minnesota was the 14th time the Bengals have lost by 20-plus points under head coach Zach Taylor. In the previous 12 occasions, they're eliminating the 2020 loss. That was the season finale against the Ravens. The Bengals are just 4-8 in games following a 20-point loss. However, they've been competitive in those contests, with 7 of those losses decided by 1 possession. If you're the Broncos, does this bring more comfort knowing that, yes, they potentially still lose a lot after big blowout games, or does this make it more nerve-wracking that you're like, okay, they're always kind of like one shot in the dark away?
I'm nervous. They got beat by 38 points, man. That's a whooping.
Yeah, it's not a good thing.
Right? They gotta be. These are professional. They got pride.
Think about the National Football League. How often do teams that do have an embarrassing game allow that to stack up game after game? It doesn't happen very often.
Right? No, I can't think of. I'm sure it's happened with just bad teams, but there's no way a Cincinnati Bengals team who came into the season thinking Super Bowl and then they get walloped by. I mean, they got smashed last week.
And the crazy thing is the previous 2 games were both dubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They beat Cleveland and Jacksonville. Then they lost their starting quarterback and got mollywopped. And now they're going to come in angry as all get out, right? They have to be angry.
Browning played a good amount against Jacksonville, didn't he?
Yeah. Matter of fact, he threw – right. Wait, is that the game that Browning threw all those picks? He came in and replaced Joe, and he threw like 3 picks in that game.
That was the game before.
That was the game before that he threw 3 picks? So it's – because, you're right. He had 241 yards against Jacksonville, did Browning. And then, I mean, just 140 in those 2 picks in that whooping by Minnesota. But so he came in. You're right. Joe went down early. Yeah,
this is basically a 2-1 squad.
Yeah.
It's a 2-1 squad with Jake Browning playing. Shoot. I mean, Jake Browning's essentially, for all intents and purposes, he's 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's throwing some picks now.
Yeah, he's still right. When you're throwing 3 picks in a game, man, I mean, he threw the ball 32 times against the Jags and got picked 3 times, man. Although the Bengals threw the ball 50 times that game because Burrow threw it.
Is it Jake Browning, who's either fiance or wife or girlfriend or something, just dresses like crazy at games?
I don't know. I mean, I'm down to find out. I'm down for KJ to find some pictures and let me know. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm here.
I think it's a girlfriend.
All right, Jake.
Yeah, this is she got famous for this outfit. I don't know if you remember. It's like a white.
Oh,
is that called a unitard or a
Jake?
leotard?
Lock that up, man.
Is that a unitard?
Down. Yeah, that's a full. That looks like a superhero suit. It's a onesie. Is basically what that is. It's a onesie, man.
Yeah, rocking the onesie.
Oh yeah, what's up? Hey, what's up? Listen, Jake. What are you doing? Put a ring on it, Jake. Don't. This is. Yeah,
it's wild, man.
Yeah. Like I like the hat, but everything like.
She was trending a couple years ago.
This is why we have you on, Coach, because I did not know this.
Yeah, I remember. I was like, Jake, because I know Jake Browning. Jake Browning, personality-wise, and I recruited him, tried to get him to go to Boise State back in 2014. Washington. Chris Peterson got him, the departed Boise State coach. I'm like, that jerk. He's like the football Rain Man.
Oh, is he really?
Personality-wise. Like,
you're like, he's kind of special, but
what were some of the? Because he's a football savant. He's got a true photographic memory. I mean,
oh really? So
photographic memory.
He's just one of those guys who has no problem with the play sheet because it's just in his brain.
Zero.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
So
about Jake.
when I fast forward a decade later, after I had recruited him as a sophomore, junior in high school. And I see that that's what he's working with. I was like, that doesn't matter. That don't add up.
Right. He's like, what is? You're right. He's like, Wapna. I gotta wash Wapna. Yeah. It's like, Jake, you're pulling that, man. Way to go, brother. All right, what's next, KJ?
We're getting ready for Cincinnati.
Speaking of other people that have some interesting choices and preferences,
it's working for him too, bro. It's working for him too.
It depends on it depends on how you define working for.
Oh, you're right.
Like I said, football's my thing.
That's all he wants to focus on is football, y'all.
As for me and my household, I kind of prefer for me and my spouse to grow old together.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
For us to
not just her sitting there going, can't wait till he kicks it and I get that money. Can't wait till he's gone.
Berto, you stupid.
But I'm just saying that you know what I mean? Like that's the future of that relationship, right? But listen, embrace
really
love
think
where
Jordan
you find love.
Is Jordan Jordan something, right? That's Belichick's gal.
Mm-hmm.
You think she really is asking for the credit card to go to the concession stands before games?
No. I don't know. No. But who knows, man?
Oh, my God.
Bill, I want a glizzy.
And Bill's like, glizzy, what is that?
Whoa.
Can you imagine the different, the terms, the language that she has had to teach Bill since they started dating, just so they can have the same conversation?
Do you think Bill's a 6'7" guy now because he's dating a 23-year-old?
Yeah.
Do you think that she says like, Bill, you just look chopped today.
Right. Or right. She's like, Bill, you look like buns. Do you think he knows what he's talking about? But Bill, you're looking like cheeks today, honey. And Bill's like, what? Buns?
What's buns?
All right. Do we have one? Wait, I don't even know what we're talking about. What are we doing? KJ, dude.
I got you. Let's get back on track. We have several great NFL games here on the station this weekend, including the Sunday night football game between the Packers and Cowboys, which you can find literally right here starting at 5:30 because we're the home of Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night football right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones said this week that the team has no plans to honor Micah Parsons, or in Jerry's words,
Michael Parsons.
Micah responded saying, quote, "No, there's a lot of things I can consider disrespectful throughout this process, but I wouldn't say the tribute is one of them. I would say I just think their hard feelings may be there for them. But for me, I'm happy where I'm at. We got a really good football team, so I guess I can receive my tribute in a win, I hope," end quote. Do we expect there to be any bad blood between the Packers and Cowboys, because each team is vying to say they won the trade?
Yeah, there could be some bad blood, but I think right now the Packers, after losing to the Browns, the way they lost to it, they got a lot bigger fish to fry than worrying about a bunch of shenanigans. The Cowboys, I could see Jerry and or just the organization having some semblance of immaturity as it relates to something surrounding it.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, I feel like Jerry Jones is petty enough that he might. Matter of fact, if I'm Jerry Jones, I just when I'd have the PA guy just be like, "Welcome back, Michael Parsons," or whatever, just completely butcher his name again, or whatever it is that Jerry's going to do with his pettiness.
If like the stadium PA had all of the drops of him every
Saying
time.
Michael.
Yeah.
Michael Parsons.
Green Bay Packers tackle made by number 11, Michael Parsons.
Michael Parsons.
Oh yeah, I mean, and sometimes I like people when they get a little petty, but nah, not Jerry. It's gonna be annoying. But I mean, sooner or later you got to embrace the man here, and years from now when he's in the Hall of Fame, you're gonna have to have a nice visit from her. I don't know. Well, I guess you can be cranky about it the entire time if you want to, but if not, either way, it all works out for me. I think Green Bay is absolutely going to destroy the Cowboys in Dallas. That game is in Dallas. And
You been to a game there?
Yeah.
Is it loud?
It is loud, and it is big. I went to a Thanksgiving game of all time.
I've been to a high school state championship game there.
Oh, that had to be crazy.
Really fun.
That had to be crazy. Did they fill? I mean, that's an 80,000.
It was like a 54,000.
Yeah, and it's
person crowd.
It's wild. I bet you people outside of Texas wouldn't realize just the hype around high school football in Texas.
Why is the Colorado high school state championship not at Empower anymore, man? You got to bring it back.
Yeah, you know what they absolutely will do is they'll host it when they get the new stadium, right?
Yes.
That'll be great. Brand new
and
Broncos
then you
stadium,
can
high
play a
school
game
championship.
in maybe like a weather controlled environment.
You're right, because it'll have the roof, man. It'll be great. It'll be awesome. All right. You're listening to the Morning Sprint. That was Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Bertinoli, and we're coming to you live from the Backs and Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice. We'll roll on after a quick timeout.
Colorado, what's going on? Coach Mike Sanford here. It is just around the corner, and we're talking about ski season, snowboard season, and I'm going to be heading up to the Loveland ski area where there are 1,800 acres of skiable terrain that get packed with snow, not people. So I would strongly advise that you check out skiloveland.com. Get to the website right now. Click on tickets and passes. I'm doing it as we speak. You can find lift ticket prices for a day, but I would say right now, for a limited time, you should sign up to get the season pass while it's still on sale at a tremendous price. Young adults, just $449. That's 15 to 22 years old. So your high schoolers, even your college-age kids can get a season worth of skiing at Loveland for $449. Adults are $679. Man, you go 10 times, you got the best deal in skiing across the country. And then for a child, 6 to 14, where my children all fit, just $199. Tremendous deal to get up to Loveland where you can ski and get on the slopes and not worry about a bunch of crowds and a bunch of lift lines. So check out skiloveland.com right now.
Grab a do and a brew with DMac tonight. I'm looking at DMac right now. He's housing some Chipotle as we speak, but tonight he's going to be drinking and watching football. DMac's going to be out there for Thursday night game at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln. We'll have tons of awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Broncos helmet and great deals for you all night. We'll see you at Stoney's in Lincoln starting at 6. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, the last segment of the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and KJ Granderson and Alex Ryan and me will be back soon, I'm sure, just any moment now. Coach, I want to ask you, you know what? We're going to start diving into more NBA and NHL stuff coming up because obviously the Avs are already doing preseason. We'll have they play Dallas on Saturday here. There's like 3 or 4 preseason games next week for the Avalanche. Media day, I think is Monday for the Nuggets. They'll start getting ready for the season. The ESPN has released their top 100 NBA players. The number 1 player in the NBA, according to ESPN, is Nikola Jokic. So right now, according to that list of the top 100, Joker is the best player in the NBA.
Not Shea, huh?
Nah, Shea.
Because he's hurt?
No.
Is he banged up?
No. He should be good to go. But I can just show you. They say that Joker's been the best player in the NBA for several seasons. Just because he didn't get that MVP vote doesn't mean anything. The man averaged a 30-point triple-double last season. But yeah, SGA did go from, he was ranked the 4th best player in the league last year. He moved all the way up to number 2, right behind Joker. Luka Doncic is number 3.
Did you hear about this? That Shea Gilgeous-Alexander holds a garage sale?
Wait, what?
Every year before the start of every NBA season for his teammates to buy his designer clothes and stuff that he no longer is wearing.
Really?
And his quote is, I don't charge them too much.
What? He's making, when his new deal kicks in, he's going to be making $70 million a year? He's going to be making $70 million a year and that man has a garage sale? Listen, just give those dudes your clothes. Don't make them pay. Although I will say that those are some expensive swag. But that dude's worth $300 million. $300 million, you got a garage sale? When's the last time? Listen, man, if you're whatever. I mean, I guess a little bit more money is a little bit more money. But don't be taking advantage of your teammates like some young rookie on the Thunder or something. And SGA's like, yo, I'll hook you up.
That T-shirt right there, that's an $1,100 one. I bought it for $1,800.
Yves Saint Laurent or something. You're like, I'll give it to you for $5,000, Rook. That is weird. But
are you a Shea guy?
No.
I'm not really a Shea guy.
I just don't. I don't like hate the brand of basketball. You know what I mean?
Here's the deal.
I'm not here for a bunch of free throws.
You know what's weird, man? Is I actually kind of hate my man from the Timberwolves.
Oh, Anthony Edwards.
I kind of low key hate him, but I actually really like his game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
He's fun to watch play ball.
I don't dislike Shea.
Yeah.
But I don't really love his game.
No, it's not fun. It's not fun to watch. I
don't think Shea's a bad dude.
Not entertaining. No,
it's so weird that he has a garage sale for his designer clothes.
The city in Canada where he was born and raised gave him the key to the city and named a street after him this summer. I know that much. He was up there just hanging out in some small Canadian. It might be a massive Canadian. I don't know. But
yeah, it's this tiny town called Toronto.
It's going to be something like that.
California. Beautiful.
Anthony Edwards, ranked 6th in the Hamilton. Is that where it was? Hamilton, Ontario, or something like? Okay, they gave him the key to the city.
He was legitimately born in Toronto, though.
Was he really?
Yeah,
and he just
Hamilton.
Played his high school ball in Hamilton or something ridiculous like that. So yeah, but I tell you right now, according to ESPN, the top 5 players in the NBA are all foreign-born players. None of them are from America. All the top 5 players in the NBA are Nikola Jokic, SGA, Luka Doncic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Victor Wembanyama. None of those dudes born in the U.S. None of the top-ranked American-born basketball player is Anthony Edwards at number 6, and then Steph Curry at number 7.
Yeah, and by the way, the tiny town of Hamilton, Ontario.
Right, how tiny is Hamilton?
Just a very small, quaint metropolitan population of 785,184.
That's a big.
And they have their own Canadian Football League squad.
Oh, what, the Bulldogs? No,
Hamilton Sabercats.
Sabercats. There you go, Sabercats. Man, so that's a big. So he got a whole street named after him somewhere in Hamilton. Like you can just drive down SGA Boulevard or whatever. I think.
Sweet.
Yeah, I need Joker. Matter of fact, I need every single Nugget player to get a street. That's what I want. Yeah, I want to drive down Christian Braun Avenue. Oh, I did it, man! The season haven't started. I did it.
It's because you're not in midseason
form.
Oh,
you're right. My bad. Let me switch it up. Christian Brown. He was ranked. I saw. Aaron Gordon is the second highest ranked NBA player on this list. AG was ranked 40th. So the Nuggets have the number one player in the NBA and the 40th ranked player in the NBA, and Jamal was ranked 46. Jamal was ranked behind Aaron.
Wild.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously based on the season you had last year, and Aaron Gordon was so important for what the Nuggets did in the playoffs. But yeah, if AG is your second best player, you got problems. You need Jamal to be your.
You do.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Jamal's got to be that guy. He's got to be that dude. Are you ready for the hockey season, man?
I'm really excited. This season in particular, just for me selfishly, I love every hockey season. And throughout my life, I certainly have never had a ton of bandwidth to be able to be
locked
into every single sport. But I have gone in major waves as I've moved around from different area to different area. When I was coaching at Sanford, there was a really fun era of San Jose Sharks hockey with Roenick and
oh, really? That was that time?
Pavelski.
Nice.
There's a lot. It was just it was the Shark Tank. The Tank was a really fun place to go watch a hockey game. Nashville, I was there for Stanley Cup when I was coaching at Western Kentucky.
Oh, interesting.
I got to drive the Zamboni.
Yeah, how does that?
It was Western Kentucky night, some random.
And they're like, hey, welcome in the coach. He's on the Zamboni.
I think like nobody.
Did you ride on it or did they let you
I
drive
thought it was so cool. I just rode on it. I thought it was so cool, man. And nobody gave a crap I was out there. Anyway.
No, really?
Yeah.
They were just like
who's this
going
Jimbo?
to get a beer and going to the bathroom.
Yeah,
and you're just like, what's up?
I'm like, what's up? You guys see me? I'm out here. I'm so cool. Go Toppers.
Hey, man.
But here's why I'm more excited this year is I've gotten to know Brent Burns pretty well. And he's like my favorite athlete maybe I've ever had a chance to interact with. Just down to earth, humble, mature. He comes out to football practices every once in a while.
Oh, really?
Because his daughter goes to the same high school I'm coaching at. And she's become friends with my daughter who also transferred in at the same time. And it's just, they're an unbelievable family. And he is an unbelievable representative of what you want a pro athlete to be.
Oh, yeah. Everybody loves Brent Burns.
He is the dude,
he's
man.
beloved.
And he looks great. He is in shape. He doesn't wear socks.
Right. He's probably
or shoes.
Right.
He doesn't.
He's got
he
no
never.
teeth.
He never comes around with his teeth in.
Yeah, no teeth for Brent. Like that's
he's got his boy, the zoo handler that travels along with him, sleeved up fella. They're just great peeps, man.
I love him. I love the fact that he's gonna be playing for the Abs this season. It's
I'm gonna try to kind of.
When's the last time I was excited for a 40-year-old player? But yeah, I love me some Burns, man.
It gets you some Burns. I'm excited for some Landy.
Yeah, it's so wild.
I'm excited for some Landy, man.
It's so wild. I mean, he showed his presence the very first preseason game, but yeah, it's been so long since you had him as a player on your team for the entire season. And I mean, it means something. So you know this as a coach.
Vibe checks are better right now than a year ago. With Landy and Burns in the dressing room.
Yes.
Their presence.
I agree with that statement. Yes.
I just don't know that Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, personality-wise, in and of themselves, are the perfect leadership blend. I think.
Right. McKinnon's type of leadership is get it right. You know, he's like, listen, man.
Put that potato chip down, you fatty.
Yeah. Nathan McKinnon is perfection is the enemy of good enough. You know what it is?
And then Cale's just kind of sitting there like, hey, what are we doing here? Oh, yeah. I don't really get why he's so mad.
Now you got Gabe back. It's going to be, he lifts all boats.
He's like, hey, shut up, man. Just let him have a damn potato chip. And then Burns, he's like, hey, bro, everything good? Hey, guys, good? Yeah, let's have a good time today.
Yeah, love that, man. Love that, man. All right, for the coach, Mike Sanford, and for KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Brittle, and for Alex Ryan and me. Thanks for tuning in today on the Morning Sprint. We got PhD coming up next.
Boys, I'm wearing my Bolieve hat today.
Oh, you flip-flopping again?
I'm not flip-flopping.
Flip-flopping?
I'm hoping.
Flip-flopperoo?
I'm a little bit more of a hobo, but I'm putting it on to show that it's not all about dump it on Bo. You got to be fairly critical. So, I want to have a little moment of serenity for our guy, Bo Nix. I don't want him to think we're all against him.
Oh, so you reading the critics that got on you yesterday, and so you want to make up?
No.
Flip-flopping. That's what we call it.
This is organic believing and hoping for the best. And, because like I told you yesterday, he just needs to
snap out of it.
That's it. Just got to snap out of it. Snap out of it, and we'll be okay. It's a gorgeous day. Really beautiful day.
It is a nice day.
Crazy nice day.
Took the dog on a long walk today. It was beautiful out there.
Did you ask the dog if he wanted to go on a long walk?
Yeah. And he said...
He was all right with it, huh?
I was going to ask what her name was. I'm sorry. Too soon.
Oh, man. Off the top rope.
Talking about that dog. Hey.
I just put a hat on.
Yeah. Today's funny. I was having lunch with Tyler's sister. That's actually a fact.
Okay. Story?
No, I actually did. Yeah, that actually happened.
He's got two of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Her name's Heather.
Okay.
This is the one I met 1,000,000 years ago. Her husband was the head basketball coach at Columbine. I think it was the first time I met her. And that might have been San's kids. Or whose kids?
That is French for without.
Without.
Sans is French for without. He was throwing some French at you right there.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. Yeah,
That's okay.
Yeah. I think when I first met her, it was
they
might. Yeah, pre-children. Could have been. Yeah. So. Yeah. Now she's got 5 of them things.
You're explaining who she is, but not why you're having lunch with one.
Well, I was trying to do my best DMac impersonation, so I went up there and met Kevin alone. Thinking I could get him alone for an hour.
You're talking about our boss.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you do with our boss?
Well, he bought me lunch. I'm not going to interrupt this story, but we need to circle back to you for a second here.
To me?
Yep. In a minute, we're going to circle back to you. Okay.
All right.
We got some stuff we got to talk about. So anyway, I was having lunch.
Awesome.
and then Tyler walks in. And he never stops up there. I never go to pot. Yeah, never go there. How was that? It was great. That it was ranch good. sauce. Wasn't it? Good sauce. Sandwich. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so he walks in. Hey, Tyler comes in. Next thing I know, this attractive, taller lady comes over. And goes, Tyler gives me a big hug, and I go, "That's his sister." Yeah. I said, "I haven't seen her forever." So then she joined us. So the 4 of us just enjoyed lunch up there. Yeah. It was nice.
Oh, that's
nice.
wonderful.
My sister and I did not plan it. We just happened to show up at the same place at the same time.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. Scott happened to be there doing his best DMac impersonation. Yeah.
So you're having lunch with the boss.
Kissing up a little bit. Yeah.
Can't say that's ever happened with me.
So, really? Today?
Ever.
How about yesterday?
Yesterday, no.
Really?
Did I have lunch with the boss?
Not lunch. Not really?
Lunch.
Well, he didn't. You didn't. They didn't share a sandwich. You didn't have a session yesterday?
Did I talk? Yeah, we talked. Yeah.
Okay. We were getting live play-by-plays, and it was going on for an hour.
Yeah. There was some stuff going on.
Yeah, you hour-long meeting, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. It's that time of year, Tyler.
That time of year.
That time of year.
Okay. Okay. We want to.
I don't know what to say.
Well, neither do we.
Yeah, well, I think you guys are smart. You can figure it out. So you're smart guys. So good.
Oh yeah, what's this? How much raise are you getting? What's this pink slip in my envelope I have here? What is that?
Hey, there's a lot of things have happened in my life this time of year. So some good, some bad.
Mine was December 12th.
Yeah. Well, that's the way things go in the world of rock and roll. So
that's what they say. And then we walk in, there's a concert going on.
Yeah, that's Divine, and she is a CU graduate, and she is a Mix 100 recording artist, just a young recording artist. She's trying to get her way in the world of rock and roll or whatever pop music is these days, and she's an incredible voice, great presence.
Really good voice, really
Beautiful.
kind of a what they were playing, kind of a bluesy, jazzy.
Yeah, like R&B sort of.
Soft R&B type. Yeah,
really good. She's got a guitar player with her and like some backing tracks, and it's a really cool thing. Like a bunch of the Mix 100 listeners are like invite-only sort of deal. It was, I've worked at a few radio stations over the years. When an artist is willing to come in to perform, it's always such a neat thing, and you root for him. You hope for the best. You never know.
When we were over at the other station, I guess we can call names out, but I think, didn't KBCO used to have a studio and they would record
Studio
it?
C?
Yeah, and then they would record it and they'd play it like throughout the week and the evenings and stuff.
Legendary.
And then they put a big CD out of
every Christmas.
Yeah.
They would do it every year. They would have, there was a time artists, like even big-time artists, would come into radio stations.
Well,
that day seems to have come and gone. But
Ed Sheeran's been in there with these guys before.
He has.
They've had some big names, man.
You hope so. Is Divine. Great name, huh? Divine.
Let's hope. What her first name is?
I don't know. She
Isabel,
goes by
maybe?
Is,
or?
Scobus. she's...
Scobus.
She likes the buffs.
Then you both wear your CU. You knew she was here, huh?
I did not.
You guys tried to hit up on Is. I did not.
No,
I didn't know.
I knew that there might have been some Chipotle here today. I knew that, and I knew she was
I didn't know that. Did you know that? I did not know that.
Well, there was an email that went out from Big Rob talking about Is Divine.
I might not be on Rob's email list.
It was sent to everybody. It really, really.
I don't know who
you are. It was literally
it,
sent to everybody in the company.
I don't know who you are.
You know who Big Rob is? How do you miss him?
Which one?
Big Rob.
Well, they were both called Big Rob at one point.
I know. They're both kind of big, but
Is the other one Little Rob now?
I don't know. I guess, relative to.
Can we go Big Rob, Good Rob?
Big Rob is Good Rob. They're both Robs are good. I love both of our Robs here.
John Elway emailed me.
John Elway emailed you.
Well, John Elway Chevrolet. Sorry.
Oh,
confusing. Yeah, I said, well, wonder what Elway want. Oh, it's John Elway Chevrolet. Here's a new truck. Oh,
did you see? Pat Surtain has a new little internet show.
I did see that.
Pretty good.
Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
I got to admit, man, Pat Surtain to me doesn't have the world's biggest, greatest personality, but I thought their podcast was great.
Who's doing the podcast?
He's doing with Terry and Arnold, I think, Tyler, who's another cornerback.
Is that their podcast?
It's a company, yes. So it's a company that does podcasts, and they're coming in hey, you two should do a podcast, and we'll produce it and make it look good, and blah 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 blah. He's been asked to do it, obviously.
Gotcha. Well, but probably promised a little do-re-mi to do it.
Oh, I'm sure, and I'm sure they hope it does, something, and it is something. But let me give you a snippet of it. I thought it was pretty fun.
When you got into it with D-Hop last season, bro.
I just say the DeAndre Hopkins. They're talking about it's got a great name. Closed on Sundays, which is, for cornerbacks, that's fantastic.
When you got into it with D-Hop last season, bro, how did you feel about that?
Tension is rising, bro. You know what I mean? My blood flowing. I'm already man, if he tries some shit, I'm going to go all out. Boom. I quick jam him. Disrupt his rhythm a little bit. We go down the field. He grabbed me by my jersey. He tried to little boy me in a way. I'm I ain't one of them.
I ain't going. I ain't going.
I'm 6'2", 205. I ain't going. I'm built a little different. I grabbed a hold of him, and then I swung it straight to the ground. Boom. I lashed all out. When we got up, we started jawing, and I was like, blah, you can't put me. You got the wrong one. This and that. He came to realization okay, I ain't going to do that again. He the one. He different.
You got the one.
You got the one. I'm the one. For sure.
So Pat Surtain is screaming at him, you got the one. What are you doing coming at me?
I'm the one.
I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I love those type of stories and that kind of fun stuff. I think that's awesome.
Pat's not he's not a big talker. I really hardly ever even see him talking on a field. So it's kind of funny hearing those stories. I mean, I'm sure he does talk because at some point you're gonna get caught up and stuff, and you're not gonna back down, right? Compared to last year, it'd be fair to say he's had a little slower start.
Oh my God!
Although I think he and Moss both, it's a little overblown how bad they're playing. I would like to throw that out. Andy pointed out last night on our little podcast.
You got a little podcast?
Yeah, open on Sundays. I think we're going to change the name to. But Andy pointed out that targets that Moss has been targeted more than any other cornerback in the league through 3 weeks. Which isn't necessarily a shot at him, by the way. And oh, by the way, the success rate is at 50% or right at 50% or less. So not bad, considering how many targets he's had, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if quarterbacks came in at the end of a game and said, well, you only completed 50% of your passes, you're probably saying you probably lost that game, didn't you?
And the majority of that is teams just saying we don't want to throw a Pat Surtain.
Yeah.
It's not so much we're trying to pick on Riley Moss as we don't want to go after Pat Surtain. You know, Pat got – I saw some people trying to roast Pat for that route that Lad McConkey had. There was nothing that Pat could do on it. He got picked. He flat out got picked, and he's getting roasted all over the internet for it. You know what Pat reminds me of?
Because you know why? He's at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And we always want to bring the guy at the top down.
Yeah. You know what he reminds me of, though? Two guys that played two of the biggest diva positions in all of football. The two biggest diva positions would be defensive back and wide receiver.
Right.
Like just they're the loudest. They're the biggest trash talkers. Their egos are through the roof. Demaryius Thomas and Pat Surtain remind me a lot of one another. DT was a quiet wide receiver. You know, he wasn't a big trash talker. He wasn't about himself in the locker room. He was reserved. Pat Surtain, I feel like, is a pretty reserved dude. I hardly ever see him talking trash on the field, and yet they're the best of the game at what they do.
Well, apparently he was telling DeAndre Hopkins, I'm the one, at one point or another. I don't know, man. Where do you think corner is in terms of challenging positions in the NFL? Because Pat Surtain said, besides quarterback, it's the hardest position in football.
So I've always thought that corners and offensive tackles live the exact same life. You don't notice them until something bad happens, right? And nobody's looking at all the good stuff Pat Surtain does out there, but they see Lad McConkey beat him on a 7-yard route. They're like, oh my gosh, Lad just roasted him. Well, not really. Corner can be great all freaking game long. And then you get beat once, and they beat you over the top for a 40-yard bomb, turns into a touchdown, and all of a sudden you're the worst player on planet Earth, right? So I do think there's a lot of pressure on the position. Mentally, I wouldn't say it's the most stimulating position. I wouldn't say it's the most challenging position mentally. But
it's one of the positions you better have some athleticism.
Well, if you just think about it, I mean, just think about it. The other dude is doing what's natural. He's running forwards. The other dude knows his route. The other dude gets to fake you. You are literally backpedaling. You're turning your hips, and you're trying to shadow a dude without having any clue what the route is that he's going to do. Yeah, it's tough.
Do you think Pat's playing a little less than this year? Is there a drop in his performance this year?
I don't necessarily think so, to be honest with you. Even if, like you said, the game over there wasn't like they went burning for touchdowns and 150 yards or anything. I think he gave up 60 yards on 7 completions. So he's right there. I will say this. You run the risk, though, of all of a sudden now putting out a podcast, and if you go from being the defensive player of the year to just all pro, has your game slipped? Or from defensive player of the year to starting Pro Bowler. Does that mean your game slipped? Were you distracted? I just think, and listen, it's like this with every little kid. Oh, you got a C in class. Was it because you're on the tablet too much, or was there's distractions are easy forms of told you so's or finger pointing moments for whoever's involved. I think it's unfair, but I think got to keep an eye on it.
Well, clearly Bowen, as important, with the Bo Leave hat here today, but clearly he's off his game from last year for whatever reason. Sophomore slump, bad mechanics, too much pressure. I have no idea. And I don't know if that's the same at other positions too, you have little slumps at other positions as well. And what's the difference between a slump and certainly Pat Surtain has got to be in the prime of his career. But talent does fade from certain players at certain times.
Pat Surtain may be a couple of years away from his prime.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what's so exciting about how he plays.
So when a guy maybe I'll just focus this on Bo because I don't think Surtain is really that much of an issue. But when he's having a problem and he needs to
snap out of it,
what's the best way to do that? Well, maybe we can get into that. Plus, the wrong side of history in sports is a fascinating thing. I'm going to ask you guys, have you ever been on the wrong side of history? Think about that for a second. Plus, an injury report with the Broncos coming up. It is Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac here on 92.5.
All right, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got good news for you. You can get it fixed. It's pretty simple. Just call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask them about their Advanced FUE. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration, so call them at 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and the best of the best are going to be working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or go online and check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Hey, a reminder that Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday night football, Seahawks, Cardinals starting at 6. Kevin Harlan will join us on Monday, fellas, with the Monday night football game. They're also a big Westwood One on Monday night. That's true. And Tyler, I see you're going to do a few of these too, but I'll be down at Stoney's on Lincoln to watch the game down there. They got 70 TVs. A 20-inch projector screen, not a bad seat of the house. That's Stoney's on Lincoln. Grab a Tullamore Dew and a brew and register to win some awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Broncos helmet starting at 6 at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln.
Is the boy coming by? Mama coming down?
They're invited. We'll see. They're always invited. Mama's not coming down. Mama is. I'm
going to be right next to you at CBS. I might swing by and say hello.
Come on by.
Or I might not. I might pull
or not
a McKee son.
That is like what was that, a Romy show? Is that a Romy show?
Yeah.
You recording it for Saturday or Sunday or something like that?
Saturday.
Is that how that works?
Saturday. Yep.
Romy Bean is the best.
I'll be at Inglewood High School.
Okay, a little roll call where everybody's going to be tonight.
Yeah, there you go.
You got a volleyball game or a soccer game?
Soccer practice.
Soccer practice. You in the practices, huh?
Mm.
You like the practices.
You know what?
Inglewood High School.
This is
knocking on Formica.
Probably going to be my last child.
Really? Like, are we sure?
Well, that's why I'm not.
Well, there's a way, Scott, to not, there's things you can do that you don't. I'm not knocking on any wood.
Which wood?
There you go.
I go to Revitalized. Anyway,
that's got nothing to do with nothing. But go ahead.
Anyway,
yes.
So I don't know why I've. This is my last one. And she's 11, and if there's an event I can, and you know what I do? I just sit in the car and just watch for the car. Sometimes I'll read a book, but it's, I was watching something online one time. It's not always, being the loudest or anything else, but it's just showing up. So I'm just trying to show up.
I know. One year my son was on the same son as Walt Weiss's youngest son. He's got 4, but his youngest son, Walt went to everything because Walt was between jobs at the time. And it was pretty funny just to see Walt Weiss, like, it's kind of the same thing. He was just sucking the marrow out of all of it.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm doing.
He's been working with the Braves now. So it was really a very short period of time that he was even able to do it. And so it's fun to see.
Let me, you mentioned Walt Weiss. Let me throw this no dumb question, start the show off a little bit early. Most underrated good player the Rockies have ever had. I'm going
you
Walt
like Walt?
Weiss.
Walt was pretty solid. He's in the pocket for sure. Underrated player they've had of all time. Wow.
Because he never was hitting 320 or 25 home runs or anything like that. But you know what he does? And I used to say this before the DH and all the stuff like that.
Yeah.
He for the Rockies was the greatest 8th hole hitter I've ever seen.
Underrated player. That is
does he
tough
count
question.
as underrated?
Yeah, it's hard to define.
I think he only made like one All-Star game, which is big. Maybe he made more. He might have made somebody who was in Oakland.
Yeah, so
I'll give you the most underrated that I can think of. DJ LeMahieu.
Well,
I don't know if he's underrated, but he was
a lot of attention. Though.
It seemed like the Rockies underappreciated.
Did he get that type of attention though? Like, did he get Troy Tulowitzki attention? Did he get
it's pretty big.
Trevor Story attention?
I don't know if he got those guys' attention, but you know what he did? He got the attention of the Yankees saying, "Hey, yeah, we'll take him."
See, when you're saying underrated, I'm thinking like, hey, how about Ryan Spilborghs, who was part of the 07? Okay, sorry, Spilly.
Spilly,
I tried.
Sorry, bud. Scotty hates you.
I tried right there.
You can't be over
Juan Pierre, like a Juan Pierre sort of guy.
That's a good one.
Here's
why Spielberg's in. He was too loud. You couldn't underrate him. He might have even been louder than his talent.
Okay.
That's why he's doing TV. He's really good at that. But you didn't hear much from Juan Pierre. You didn't hear much from, Walt Weiss when he played.
I can get into the Rocky stuff if you want me to. I was going to save it for a little bit.
Oh, no.
You can barrel right down that path.
How about the quietest 60 home run season?
Oh, now you're just taking me there. You're just going right there.
I said that on the thread today. Wouldn't you agree with that this was a quiet 60 home run season?
Yeah, because nobody follows Seattle baseball unless you live in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
But what Cal Raleigh pulled off last night in particular, hitting home run 59 and 60 is Staggering.
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 And I will say this. I did like what the coach said. He goes, listen, Goody's got 30 this year, and that seems like an unbelievable year. He doubled it.
Yeah. It's mind-boggling.
But and I know we're not following Seattle baseball here in Colorado. In fact,
but that feels like it should be a story.
That seems like that should lead the Sports Center every day when they start talking baseball.
It is ridiculous.
When was the last time you watched Sports Center?
I saw a piece of it after one of the football games when does the Scott Van Pelt post.
But I think that's the problem. We've all just changed the way we digest information so much that we're stuck in our own echo chambers.
Well, I'll watch it. I'll watch it in the mornings sometimes. And then I'll watch Scott Van Pelt after some football and basketball games.
Yeah.
Sports Center type show, if you will. But I the greatest thing about Sports Center in my era is when it was really good going is that the personalities you had on there were just fabulous. You liked the personalities as much as the stories.
Well, you guys have just led me down this path anyways. What about Cal?
Now we're talking about ESPN.
But Cal Raleigh, what about him is interesting. I wouldn't call him fat because he's strong as a house.
Right.
But there is a catcher dumpiness about it.
That's another thing.
I don't even think his butt is that big.
He's hitting 60 home runs as a catcher.
I don't even think it's that big. The big dumper.
Yeah, that's his nickname. Like, that's literally his nickname is the big dumper, that he's just kind of a... Pete Alonso was kind of like that, too. Schwarber's a little bit like, wait a second, what's going on with these guys? I mean, they're strong, though. They're baseball strong. But 60... And then he's got this very... everyman sort of vibe. So here he is post-game.
I think last night what I kept hearing from everybody on this team was we got more work to do, and it seems like this team was just even more focused tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people heard what I said last night, might as well win the whole thing.
All right, Aaron, back up to you. Naughty Cal. Naughty Cal.
All I have is this job interviewing baseball players after game, and you gotta...
Not her fault.
You gotta curse 2 days in a row. You gotta do this to me. Cal. What are we gonna do with them? I mean, how do you not love that story? So again, this is the Rockies, who run differential is, guys, it is staggering.
That'd be over 400 by now, isn't it?
Nate and Andy were talking about it, and Jeff Passan was saying, like, the one thing to remember about this season out of everything is the Rockies' negative run differentials. 400, minus 412. It is staggering. They're more than 200 runs away from the second to worst team. It's unbelievable what they're doing. So if you were making the argument this is the worst team of all time and you want to take away wins and losses, this is exactly what you would focus on.
Well, you almost would want to. What did the White Sox do last year? What was their run differential?
It wasn't this bad. It was, you know what? I actually have that, as a matter of fact. I have it somewhere. Hold on. It wasn't that bad. Oh, gosh darn it. I just did have it, and maybe I lost it. Nope, I got it. It wasn't even close. But it wasn't even close. It wasn't even the top 6. So I don't know what it was, but it wasn't there.
So did they do more scars last night?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you this. Because they said we're only going to go halfway 2 nights ago. Because they just clinched like a playoff spot. They won the AL West.
Which you hadn't done since 06.
They have no, they hadn't won the West since 2001. They last got in the playoffs in 2022. If you look at the playoff history of the Mariners, it's kind of similar to the Rockies. It's a lot of incompetence up there in the Northwest.
Well, after you lost, Griffey was in there a handful of times, right? And Ichiro was in there a handful of times.
I don't know how many times they made the playoffs, though. They had those great players, as the Rockies have had, but I don't know how many they made the playoffs.
And when Griffey was there, a bunch of those years before they had wild card teams too, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, it's we could talk to our pal Brock Heward, and he's Mr. Seattle baseball. They talk all about it all the time. They're all,
Yeah, the difference between Seattle and Denver,
excited.
though, they've had bad teams, and they love the Mariners. They're obsessed with the Mariners out there. They talk about it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because I think there's the potential of it being good. All right. The wrong side of history. Have you guys ever been on the wrong side of history? So last night, I would make the argument the Colorado Rockies in their pathetic 7-2 performance, where some dude named Blake Krim had the only home run for the Rockies. Ever heard of Blake Krim?
Yeah, he struck out in the game.
He did. He struck out to end the game, too. That's right. That's good memory right there. He's got that. Have you guys ever been on the and can be on the opposite side of history be good? Can losing a Super Bowl and seeing another team celebrate or a championship or something like that? I know you've been part of history. You both have championships. You were part of Beastquake. But have you been on the other side of it when something amazing happened for the other team?
I was on the verge of it one time. I was playing out in Washington, and we were playing the Eagles in Week 16. We'd been eliminated from the playoffs. Game meant absolutely nothing to us. And I was going up against like my personal nemesis. For whatever reason, this dude just gave me hell. Jason Babin. Jason Babin was out there in Philadelphia, and Jason had he had a very quality NFL career, but he had like a 2 or 3 year stretch there where he just dominated the NFL, was on top of the world. And he needed 2 sacks, I think, to break the all-time single-season record. And it was the last game of the season.
Wow.
I'm going up against him. He's my personal nemesis.
Wow.
He gives me hell every single time. I'm well aware because all the ESPN can talk about is if Jason Babin's going to break the record.
And he needs to.
Needs to.
Okay.
Last game of the season. And all I can think to myself, don't be the guy. Because if you're the guy, you're going to be that last highlight that they play forever,
yeah.
right?
Yep.
They're not going to show sack number 4. They're not going to show sack number 5.
Right.
They're going to show the one that breaks the record. Fortunately, I did not give up any sacks in that game.
Wow.
But it was on the top of my mind the entire game. Don't be the guy.
That's a big win for you, actually. That's a huge win for you.
Yeah.
So being on the wrong side of history, was it Al Downing that gave up the 7-15 to Hank Aaron?
Yes.
So that, I mean, every time you see Hank hit 7-15,
there's Al Downing.
There's Al Downing right there. That'd be the wrong side of history.
That's the wrong side. Last night, the Rockies, I mean, they allowed home run 60. 59, and he hit one in the first inning, and then he hit one in the bottom of the 8th, the last inning they could hit. So Cal Raleigh was consistent there. So that's the wrong side of history. And look, you're on the field when a team is celebrating because they haven't won an AL West championship in 23 years.
I don't know if it was history making, but I lost the Big 12 championship 70-3. That felt like history.
It's close.
That felt like it was something historical.
That's called being on the wrong side of an ass whooping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So was that the biggest defeat in CU history in a championship game?
I don't know.
It's hard to imagine it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, I'd say that's the wrong side of history right there. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's the wrong side of history. You learn anything from that?
God, the only thing I learned was that college football needs a running clock. I have never wanted a running clock so bad in my life. I just kept looking up at that clock. Why won't that thing tick? Just move.
That is amazing. You're in a championship game. Both teams are really good.
Yeah. Well, they won the national championship that year, didn't they? That was the Vince Young year.
You, Scott?
Or no, did USC beat them? I can't remember. Who won that epic game? That epic game between USC and Texas. With Vince Young and Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart.
Went to Vince Young.
Who won that? It went to Vince.
Young.
Texas won it?
Yeah. I think. I really think.
I got beat in the finals of the Great Alaskan Shootout, what they used to call it. And we were playing against North Carolina. And it might have been the year they won it. They had Worthy and Perkins and Jimmy Black and a bunch of guys that played some NBA minutes. But we're up 8 or 10. I won't give you all the particulars. Anyway, I fouled the game with 10 minutes to go in the game. We got an 8 or 10 point lead. We're going to win this thing. I've already got 20 points with like 10 minutes to go. The guy gives me fouls 3, 4, and 5 within 45 seconds. Out of the game. We lose. I get the MVP. To me, that's, I win the MVP of the whole tournament, and yet we got beat in the finals.
How did it taste?
You're like, I have a cool trophy somewhere in the basement, but yeah.
You were a little bit on the wrong side of history with something else, though.
Oh, yeah?
Well, kind of. You were on the, when the Pistons' reign ended and the team walked off the court, and but you were
But I was
playing.
on the court.
Yeah, you weren't one of the walk-offers.
No.
But I would call that the wrong side of history, though, too.
Yeah, that's probably so. My problem was I was friends with Horace and Scotty. I mean, I knew them a little bit. So, and plus I was playing. So, I mean, not playing, you know.
Do you pick up anything from this as an athlete, as a professional?
I don't think
like
so.
when you're on. No, you just
not something like this. I think you can pick up things like when Denver lost to Jacksonville, right? I think that when there's an epic moment when you were on the fringe of something and you needed to learn some lesson. There was something that was missing from your team. I do believe there are lessons to be learned, but this one, the season's so irrelevant for the Rockies, they probably don't even feel this.
The relevancy of that, because let's be honest, you look at this team right here, this may be you don't know, an entirely different roster in 2 years. I mean, I know they got a lot of young guys, but if they don't work out, next year's tough. I mean, there's no one you're going to sit there and stamp and say, "Oh, that's our Arenado," or "That's our DJ LeMahieu."
Well, we'll see. You're probably right, but the Rockies, okay, they had big crowds because there's fireworks. I think for the young players, to me, I wonder if there's something to be learned. There's a big crowd here because our team is awesome. It's got nothing to do with fireworks. There's no stunts. There's no bobbleheads giving away. This is what it means to win.
Yeah, they're doing something they hadn't done since 2001.
Yeah, where our crowd is just barely paying attention. It's bark at the park. It's the free hot dogs. It's a nice sunny day. That's why people are at our games. Not for this reason.
Yeah, top half of the in attendance. I think 14th, Dan said.
Yeah.
14th in attendance.
Yeah, and you can give high fives.
With a record worst, one of the analytically worst team ever.
You can fool yourself and think that the crowd really is into you, but they're not. They're into the concept of you, but not you yourself. And this is what it really looks like. So put on your fishmonger outfits without shirts and dress up like a fish and go have fun for yourself. But at the end of the day, you were watching what a real team is all about last night, kicking your ass while you have the worst run differential in modern baseball history since 1901.
And here's the funny thing. So Seattle just won their division. They're just ahead of Colorado as far as average attendance.
Isn't that something else?
Isn't
that crazy?
They're averaging 600 more fans tonight than Colorado.
Isn't that bizarre?
They've won, 80-some games now? 80, whatever it is.
And you can see, and I understand the argument, like, this is why the Rockies will never get better, and this is why they'll never make tough decisions because of that right there. Seattle just finished off one of their most epic seasons of all time, and they're like a couple hundred in attendance ahead of the Rockies. That's it. So why would there be any change here? And you know what, fellas? I doubt there is. And I bet you they do hire Warren Schefter, and that's a mistake. And I bet you Bill Schmidt does keep his job.
And then you look at a town like the Dodgers is now so rich in tradition. Look at that. They average 49,000 plus.
Sold out every night.
A game.
That's what winning
Dodger
does.
Stadium.
That's what winning does. There's a difference.
Well, go look at Ball Arena with the Avs and Nuggets.
Hey, man, I'm not that old to not remember when I've been at Avs games when there were 6,000 fans there, Scott, Tyler. I've been there. When I first got here to Denver with the Nuggets, it was miserable. I mean, embarrassing with Bernie Bickerstaff and that crew.
It's wild to me, though, that there's only 4 teams in all of Major League Baseball that average over 40,000. Does that not seem a little weak?
Well, the Mets are just under by, 2.25?
There's a couple teams there you got to take off the list, like the Red Sox, for example, because their stadium doesn't hold that many. But, yeah, I mean, to your point, yes. Yeah, you'd think it'd be better. All right, listen, we have the injury.
Boston wasn't that good this year either, were they?
They're like 5.5 games out of the wild card. They're scraping, or they're kind of like right there. Listen, in order to make the playoffs, by the way, in fact, I got it right here. The Red Sox are 3 games behind the Blue Jays and the Yankees for top in the AFC East, and in the wild card, they are there. They're in the wild card right now. So they're a playoff team right now, but everybody's got like 4 games to go, and they're like, they still got to, they're not qualified.
They've got to win.
Yeah, a little bit, or team's got to lose. They're battling with the Tigers and the Astros for that like final playoff spot. All right, listen, we'll come back. We'll give you the injury report. Mike Kliss has some interesting information on a Bronco who's set to return. Plus, the top 10 players in the NBA, the ranking is out. We'll see where Jokic fits in coming up next.
Yeah, I think it was probably too early to tell.
Yeah.
Certainly, he's going to play a big role for us, and so 2 games in, it's.
Were injuries a factor with that?
No. I think the back became a factor during the game last week, so no.
Let's check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Evan Engram expected to be back. Practice is actually going on right now, so it's a little nod, wink, wink. But we'll have official notice of that when the practice wraps up. We'll carry Sean Payton if it's, during the show or not, but we'll see. But Evan Engram back. He missed last week's practice. Now, the Broncos also put Dre Greenlaw on IR, the corresponding move for that right now. And it could be something different in the future, but Adam Prentice has been promoted from the practice squad up. Boy, he is going to be the yo-yo guy this year, isn't he? He's just going to bounce up and down.
I actually think this is the last time they could do it.
Oh, really?
I think this time he has to stay on the 53-man or they can't put him back on the practice squad.
Okay. Well, there that goes then. So Adam
I might
Prentice
be wrong
up
on that, but I'm pretty sure you're only allowed to do it 3 times.
Okay.
That's already been 3 times for him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Engram, how does that impact things, if at all?
I ain't seen nothing from him all year, so
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. From paper, from the offseason,
Might be nothing,
a lot.
Right.
But what have you seen in preseason?
Yeah.
One catch?
I mean, he's almost in that category now that he's clearly been banged up. So you just wonder, should you err on the side of caution? Because a banged up Evan Engram has not been helping your football team. Should we just wait it out here a little bit, pull the Dre Greenlaw? I'm not saying put him on the PUP, but, give him a couple weeks.
All right, we'll dig into where the Broncos sit today and can Bo snap out of it in about 10 minutes or so. But we do have an update on the list as we were going through the top-rated preseason NBA players with the entire starting lineup plus Jonas Valanciunas on the list, which is pretty cool. So where does Joker fall? At number 10, Jalen Brunson. And open for your comments as we go through this list. Maybe he deserves to be there or not. These are the top 10 players in the NBA.
His play has said that he deserves to be there. I'm still not. I still can't believe he's there.
Okay. The next 3 rather, are remarkable. I'll just say I'm 1, 2, 3. Okay. 9, Durant. 8, LeBron. 7, Curry. And the reason why is mad respect for all 3 of those guys for being top 10 in the NBA at the ages they're at.
39, 41, and like 38 or something like that.
In particular, LeBron James. And listen, you can think whatever you want about LeBron. Fine. But you're his age in your 40s, and you're still regarded as a top 10 player in the NBA.
But you also got to now go back and think who's voting and how much on reputation.
Is it deserved or not?
I don't think he's a top 10 player
you
anymore.
Don't.
He's pretty close, though, isn't he? I mean,
if he is, your league's down.
Should Durant and Curry be in the top 10?
Probably.
Well, Curry averaged 26 and still shot 40% from 3, and Durant, I mean, he beat you, didn't he, last year in Phoenix 110 games?
So it's a yes. You really don't think LeBron should be in the top 10?
I don't think his game is as scary as it used to be on a consistent basis.
Okay.
Does he still have the ability to do something special on an occasion? Absolutely. Absolutely he does. But to me, top 10 players do it every single night. And I don't think he has the capability of doing it every single night.
I guess what my thinking is, too.
I'm biased. I'm Denver. He's LA.
You know, it's funny. He's won a championship in Cleveland. You won for the hometown. You've won in LA. You've won in Miami. You got to the point where you got your son drafted and you played with your son. You got 5 championships under your belt. You lead the league in scoring. You're a slam dunk, unanimous Hall of Famer. You've won Olympic championships. You got so much money and ways to make money outside of basketball. It's ridiculous, and you're a billionaire. Why does LeBron James keep playing basketball? And what makes anybody think he's even close to retiring?
Yeah, I mean, the answer, he probably isn't because he loves ball. So he's probably just going to go till the wheels fall off.
Number 6 is Anthony Edwards, and he is the highest ranked American. at 6. How about that? Just soak that in for a second. Let me give you the top 5, and you're going to be shocked by this. Wemby, number 5.
Yeah. And again, like LeBron, I think you're voting on potential of what you saw his rookie year because we didn't see him last year.
That's right.
So
Right.
it's not what you've done; it's what we potentially think you're going to do. Just like LeBron, it's not kind of where you're at; it's where where you've been.
Clearly a future MVP, and the expectations for him are ridiculous. Yeah. Then you go Giannis at 4, Luka at 3. Do you think between Shea and Joker's number 1, yes or no?
No.
You say no. What do you think, Scott? Is Shea or Joker number 1?
I think they'll go with Shea.
They went with Joker.
At number 1.
On ESPN's Top 100, they went with Joker, with Shea going number 2.
So you go with him at number 1, and yet all your ESPN voted Shea over him for MVP.
Right.
It likely will go. Who is that? Rick, oh, shoot. Basketball analyst. Rick Buchers?
Rick Bucher. Yeah.
Am I thinking right? He was the one saying repeatedly, when we look back on this past season, we will all shake our heads. How did Joker not win the MVP? Now, to Shea's credit, he did lead his team into a championship. Like, he did do that, and he was fantastic.
Yeah, and won the MVP.
Yeah,
in the finals.
I actually think that conversation died after Shea won the championship. Once he did that, it kind of solidified it.
Yeah, but for a big man to average a triple-double for an entire season, I don't know when we're going to see that again. But how about that, man? Nice little pat on the back for the big fella and the Nuggets that he's number 1. So way to go. I think that's pretty cool. And betting favorite to win the MVP this season, by the way.
So Denver has 6 of their players in the top 87. The Lakers have 2 of their players in the top 10.
The bar is appropriately high for this year's Denver Nuggets team, guys, and it is for the Avalanche, too. We are right around the corner for what could be an unbelievable run in Denver sports history. Unbelievable run. And it's about to get going here in the next week or so. Cannot wait. It's PhD here on 92.5. Got a cool Eric Johnson story for you guys here in about 10 minutes or so. Stick around for that. Adam Schefter will join us at 1:40. We have Thursday night football, rather, at Stoney's Bar and Grill in Lincoln. I'll be down there with tons of awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Broncos helmet, all sorts of incredible deals. That's Stoney's on Lincoln tonight starting at 6. Grab a dew and a brew with our friends at Tullamore Dew. On Hot Mic with Lindahl and Hastings and Lindahl. Lindahl and Hastings. Hastings and Lindahl? Yeah. Lindahl and Hastings?
Yeah, which we're thinking about changing it to only on Sundays.
Okay. Do you still believe was your topic last night? Where'd you guys land on that? And people can go to our YouTube page and check it out for themselves. You and Andy every Wednesday night. But where'd you guys land on that?
Well, and Sanford said it to us when we left out. The one thing, even the most ardent fans, he's not played well. And I asked Mike
no doubt about that.
Is it a scheme thing? Is it because we've heard footwork, we've had this, we've had that. He had a great breakdown with Cody Rourke on, this type of offense for this type of offense, the responsibilities of the offensive line on this compared to this, and my strength at this might not be my strengths for this. Is it the same thing with quarterbacks? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to tell what's going on with Bo. The thing that has surprised me is just how frazzled it seems at times, right? That's the part, like, sophomore year slumps, okay, it's a real deal, and I tried to warn everybody for months leading into the season, like, do not expect straight linear progress from Bo Nix, because that's not the way that it works. But I did not expect him to look frazzled, and it looks frazzled. The way he climbs the pocket is frazzled. The way he doesn't get his feet set is frazzled. All of that, like the mechanics to me, I don't think Bo Nix, like in the off, I'm sure he worked his butt off in the offseason. I know he's working with Tom House. I know he's got good coaching. I know he's being taught the right things. So when you don't implement the right things while you're playing, it's usually because you're panicked. That's usually what happens. So how do you get out of that? Well, that's where I'm confused on what the answer is for Bo. Because typically speaking, how do you get out of it? Well, let's simplify things. Let's run some bubble screens. Let's run some quick slants. Let's get the ball out of his hands quickly. That's what we've been doing, boys. That's what we've been doing.
Yeah. I don't know if we've done as many slants. I remember the first game there was one or two that worked.
You know what I mean, though. I mean, get the ball out of his hands.
He gets it out of his hands quick, but it's usually, sideways, boom. I'm tired of the bubble screen. I mean, I think
don't watch Colorado football game if you don't like bubble screens and swing routes.
Well, it seems to me that we've had as many bubble screens as we did all last year, and I think 2 of them have gone for more than 2 yards.
Troy did. He had 2 of them in the last game. And
one was like 7 or 8 yards.
And he made something out of nothing on the first one for 3 or 4 yards. Did a really good job of it. The second one, I was like, damn, 7 or 8 yards doesn't sound like a lot, but it was a tough 7 or 8 yards.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. So what do I believe? I do not believe, but I've never been a believer. I've been more of a hobo because I'm like you from this standpoint. The sanest thing you've said about all this, and you were insane on some of your takes. But the sanest thing that you've said is the best thing for this organization is for this to work.
Well, of course.
And let's forget it's Bo Nix. If it would have been J.J. McCarthy or if it would have been Penix or if it had been whomever, the biggest thing is that you got the first-round quarterback and you commit to him. I am all the way around on you on that. Commit to him and let's go. But how long? The key is how long is that window do you wait? We're not in the window yet. But year 3, going into year 4, now you got if it doesn't improve between now and a year from now.
Well, my grace period has been long. It's been 37 starts, which is a lot. I mean, that's 2.5 years, includes a couple of off seasons and everything. It's 20. This will be the 22nd game here for Bo. So I still have some leeway. And, of course, I think they're going to beat Cincinnati. In fact, I think they're going to spank Cincinnati. That being said, I think it's the right thing to go get Bo at the time. But I've always said, and I've been consistent about this, the bar is going to keep getting raised because financially you can do things because you have a rookie quarterback that you can't do if you've got a $50 million guy.
And
So, let me tell you this. If Bo ain't it halfway through next year for whatever reason, bummer. It'd be better for everybody if it was. But in my head, rinse and repeat.
So
go for your next guy.
And so going on that vein right there, had Atlanta taken Bo before Penix, they took him where they took Penix, and now Denver has to take Michael Penix.
I'd be all about it.
You're in the same
exact
orgasm that you had.
Absolutely, positively. And don't forget draft night. Like, the reason I was so excited for Bo Nix specifically is he was the last one that was left. But if I would have been equally as excited for Michael Penix as Bo Nix, because it fits the same category.
Right.
You can go to
So yours is more out of a philosophy.
Yes.
So you're not hooked to and honored on the player as much as the philosophy of that player.
I'm not just a take anybody guy, but when you clearly have a draft class like Bo Nix's, and you've got several, as it's proven out, talented guys, wow, that's awesome. But that's why I've always said, too, you can't choose when you suck. Like, you got to get a little lucky. You could have been in Kenny Pickett's year when he was the only quarterback taken in the first round, and he went midway through the first round. Like, that just is bad luck. You're just a bad team at a bad time. Well, that wasn't the case for the Broncos in 2018 when they should have taken Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, and it wasn't the case a couple of years ago when they took Bo.
Help me out with the Pickett. He was drafted by Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Which could have been the worst organization and coaching staff to go for, because they are sold into we're always going to make the playoffs. Whereas if he might have gone somewhere else and actually they really developed him and took some slings and arrows for a year, and you were willing to take slings and arrows last year.
Hey, man, if Pickett doesn't get hurt, is he starting for the Browns right now?
Maybe. Well, I don't know. Flacco's been
I got
the same record as Denver.
Let me pause on that willing to take slings and arrows thing, okay? Because I guess that's where I found myself oddly defensive of Bo Nix with when, if anything, I've been accused of being a Bo Nix hater for the majority of his time here in Denver. That's what I've been accused of. And now all of a sudden I find myself on the other end of the spectrum because for whatever reason, people are willing to take some slings and arrows in year one, but they're not willing to take it in year two. And I'm like, guys, this is football. This is the way it goes. So, slow down with this talk of benching Bo Nix. Slow down with this talk of Bo Nix is on a leash. This is the reality of the NFL. You're going to take slings and arrows. You're going to get humbled. You're going to have bad stretches. And although I'm not necessarily the most optimistic dude in the world with Bo Nix, I'm a realist of what the NFL is, and what he's gone through in the first 3 weeks of this season is nothing that surprises me. And I'm like, oh, we got to get this dude on the bench.
No, and I think that's silly. You gotta stick with him all year. Hopefully he stays healthy and hope that he grows. And
he's your dude.
And it could be as simple as a couple little footwork adjustments that he's not made. You said it in training camp. I think you used the word hectic, right? But how many people have we? Leggy said it the other day. Sanford said it with us before also. His feet are skitterish, right? Hectic, as you called it in the second week of training camp.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it like the second week of training camp. It looks like Bo's footwork is real hectic right now.
Yeah.
And it hasn't changed. And that's and listen, you might qualify, but I don't qualify as a football coach. Wouldn't take long. But that would seem like there's got to be somebody to work on that, right?
Sure, of course.
There's got to be somebody that's going over film, going, look at you. I mean, Flea Flecker,
well, Scott,
you're not in a hurry.
I know you're a big Davis Webb fan.
That's where he needs to go.
Yeah, what do you think his job is?
I mean, this is Davis Webb's job.
Yeah.
He's not a play caller.
Right.
Davis Webb's only job is the quarterback.
Look at film, work on mechanics.
A bull's only job is to inseminate cows, and sometimes they cut something off of the bull.
Huh? What are you insinuating about Davis Webb?
I can stick my head up a bull's, but never mind.
You think something's been cut off of Davis? You think Sean Payton has cut something off?
A bull is born with the hope and joy of possibly impregnating cattle as you get older. But you know what the farmer does? The rancher does?
What's that?
You ain't special enough.
Yeah.
We're going to cut them off right there. So now you're a
I think something you should consider.
Now you're a steer.
Something you should
If you're still worried about having another kid, you should probably think about that.
By the way,
I'm not worried.
Tyler, are you friends at all? Hold on. Let me get this.
I'm nervous.
Sean Alexander.
No.
I've interviewed him.
I saw the story, but I've met him a couple times, but no, I wouldn't.
You didn't. You weren't teammates with him. It
No.
just missed you. Okay.
No.
We had him on the we interviewed him.
He's quite a bit older than me.
Okay. I'm surprised he had time to be on with you. He is welcoming his 14th child to this world.
Unbelievable.
There you go. You know what he didn't do? Knock for Micah.
All with the same woman.
Yeah.
You might be
That's good. 14.
What's Philip Rivers at?
Is he in double digits?
I think he's at 11.
He's in double digits?
I want to say 11.
Yeah, he's probably not.
Kevin told us at lunch today he's one of 8.
Yeah, I think
I one of my basketball coaches.
River runs through it there in the Rivers household.
One of my basketball coaches.
Philip Rivers has 10.
Grew up in Olathe, and she was one of 16.
I don't even know what to say.
Struggling to figure out where they find time.
14.
It's like from
is there no PTSD? Is there no like?
It's from 11:05 to about 11:07.
Yeah, right.
That's all you need.
That's it. Yep.
I suppose when you're into your I'm sorry. Philip has how many? 9?
10.
He does have 10. At some point, your older kids also become
built-in babysitters.
So I guess if you have enough kids, it circles around.
You can just stop being a parent?
I mean, I guess. I mean, just the age of the kids would eventually catch up to the youngins.
Yeah, I saw Cheaper by the Dozen. It was a good movie.
Well,
that
was a blended family, though, wasn't it?
I don't think so.
No, Steve Martin, no.
No, I think they were just getting after it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's...
I thought
he was football coach, too, by the way.
He was a football... I don't think... I think
that was Cheaper by the Dozen, too, that he was the football coach.
I remember it, yeah.
I thought he was...
No, he was definitely not a blended family.
I don't think so. I
lived in a lighthouse in the first one?
What are you talking about?
All right. Sean Alexander. All right.
Shoe.
Another quick note, too, and we'll have no dumb questions coming up here. Good for Eric Johnson. It's a little bit too visual, so it doesn't really translate exactly on the radio. But here's what he's done. There is a commentator, sort of like the Mark Moser of Philadelphia, who does like on the bench reports, like in the pregame skate or something about, hey, tonight coming up, blah, 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 blah. So apparently Eric Johnson has just been goofing behind this guy. EJ's got a great sense of humor. So in Philadelphia, he was doing goofy things. One thing, he's like lifting weights. Another thing, I don't even know how he did this. He put like 3 hockey sticks together as like one big hockey stick to do things. He was just doing goofy things behind this guy all year. He has put all those goofy things together in a reel and posted on social media, trying to get the attention of other NHL teams, saying, I'm still ready to play. Here's my highlight reel.
So he's pulling a Jameis Winston.
And it's just a minute of him being goofy behind this one guy. The video is great. It just, like I said, it doesn't translate on the radio.
Can we watch it during break?
Yeah, sure. But I want to wish EJ the best of luck because he's got a great sense of humor and he still wants to play hockey. He won't be on the Avalanche, but he's such a good dude. And he's going to live in Colorado the rest of his life.
That's
firmly convinced about it.
Chicklets audition.
Yeah, it's. I think he'll be part of our family sooner or later at some point, but he still wants to play. And I give the guy a lot of credit for being creative and having a sense of humor. So maybe, yeah, you can go look that up. No dumb questions coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with erectile dysfunction, the man machine ain't what it used to be. But it's not over. Come on now. You can get back in that game. I mean, the stress that it causes, ED, is just a downer. But listen, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. They're there for you when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. You know, some treatments can have you last an hour or more, and good on you for that. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So it's time. It's time for you to get back in it, get back in the game. Your initial visit's only $99. You get that consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, the test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work in the office, that visit's free, so don't sweat it. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. A refurbished, renewed location in Castle Rock. 4 others up and down I-25. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
A reminder, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, it's high school football right here on Altitude. Nate and Andy on the call. How about that? As Valor with Mike Sanford faces off against Ralston Valley. That is number 2 Valor. I'm assuming Creek's number 1. Against number 4 Ralston Valley.
Big dog.
Wow, man, that is a battle right there. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips. Pros and men's hair. That is where I got my haircut just a couple days ago at Sport Clips.
There you go.
And Lone Tree.
I was told Tyler goes to Scotch and soda, Scotch and
Scissors and Scotch?
Scissors and Scotch.
I did go there at one point in my life, but I don't currently go there.
I did too.
Someone told you that for real?
Yeah, last night.
Interesting. Oh, okay.
On the podcast.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what you
yeah.
get only on Sunday.
I did used to go there. It's a good experience.
Yeah. Well,
I go to Sport Clips, which is the sponsor of high school football on Friday nights.
That's right.
On good old Altitude Sports.
I went to Sport Clips the other day to get a free neck trim.
And you can get free neck trims, and once you get your haircut there. That's right. Yeah.
No dumb question.
Oh, sure.
Have you guys ever driven a car in Europe?
No.
I've never been to Europe.
The other side of the road.
I have not.
I have driven in Africa though. On the other side of the road.
It's on the other side of the road.
Yes.
So you've done. Why, when you do that, you're driving on the other side of the road. We could talk about why, whatever. They're going left side of the road. We're on the right. But have you ever noticed the foot pedals are all identical?
The same.
Yeah. Still
because
got
everybody's
the right
right-handed.
foot gas.
It's because everybody's right-handed.
Yeah. I just thought it'd be kind of funny because the first time I did that, I was saying, okay, now I got to learn to drive with the steering wheel on the right side of the road.
That would really mess you up.
Left foot gas, right foot, with the
that would be really weird.
Yeah.
But no, it's the same foot pedals. It's just the steering wheel's different.
I'm even trying to think of that right now. Like, I don't know.
I
don't think I can do it.
No dumb question. Okay. It's a dumb question, all right? Is there something with the metric system being on the left-hand side?
I don't think so. I don't think it has to do with metrics.
It's just what they chose.
Yeah.
No dumb question. Scott, I saw a video last night of John Sally saying it was you, Joe, and Sally that stayed and shook hands with the Bulls when they finally beat Detroit. Were your teammates upset with you for shaking their hands?
Well, I don't even think they even knew or realized.
Is that right? You did shake hands though. You like the guys that were.
Well,
on
I was
the
on the floor, and I think and
so those guys walked off, didn't shake hands, but the guys on the floor did.
Listen, I had a good relationship with Pippen because he was at Central Arkansas, so we felt like we were Arkansas brethren, and Horace's brother Harvey played junior college basketball in my hometown, so there was kind of we just kind of got along with each other.
Cool.
So,
cool.
And I was there, so I just shook hands. And I've ever telling Horace.
Have you maintained a relationship with either one of those guys?
I've seen him. Like I saw Scotty at the Arkansas State Hall of Fame dinner last time I saw him live. No, he was at a game. He came to some other game somewhere. I saw him. I'd still be friendly.
So there were no beefs about you guys doing that once you got back to the locker room, anything like that?
No, I don't know. No.
Okay.
No.
Well, that was the dumb question.
Well, no, I don't think there's any beefs. I'm still good friends with Isaiah, and Bill's not friends with anybody. So.
Oh, wow. I can never tell if you're joking about Lambier or if you're serious about Lambier.
Listen,
it feels like a little bit of both.
Here's what I always tell everybody about Bill. The guy you see, there's some people that, like Tin Cup, the guy in front of the camera, the real good golfer, but then off the camera, he was just a turd.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on camera, Bill's a turd. He's a turd off the camera, too. I mean, so one thing, he's the same guy you see. He's the same guy. That's just who he is. Now, I've been hammered with him. He's a devout atheist, and I was hammered with him in my buddy's condo in LA, and he's laying on the floor hammered singing Christmas songs. So,
well, 'tis the season.
I've seen that.
A good song's a good song.
I've seen that part of Bill too. But I'll tell you, Bill. It's a funny story. So we go back for one of our reunions for the championship team,
mm-hmm.
and we're back there, and we're all staying at the same hotel, and they have a breakfast out for us in some little private place in the morning, and I'm there, and I get to see Gerald Henderson. I hadn't seen Gerald for a while, and he and I were pretty good friends. Mark Aguirre was there, pretty good friends with him.
Mm-hmm.
Boot, I talk to Boot every time we get back to Detroit, but we see guys. Sal came, blah, 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 we're all talking, having a good time. Bill comes in,
mm-hmm.
and shakes hands, and everybody's gruff, like guy needs coffee type thing. So sits right beside me. So he's beside me, and I'm here. Aguirre's right here, and we're talking. We're already. It gets right back to 1990. I mean, it all of a sudden all the roles are the exact same. Joe comes in, whatever, and we're getting towards the end of breakfast. We've all been in there having coffee, talking and stuff. And Mark says something to Bill. He said, "Hey, Bill, give me your number. What's your number?" And Bill had a card and gave him a card and had a cell number on stuff like that. And I'm going, what? I can't get your number? Yeah, so I said that to him.
Okay.
He goes, like I said, I asked a bad question. He goes, here. He reaches in, grabs their car, and he goes, don't ever call me to be on your effing stupid radio show.
Wow. Wow.
I don't even know where that card is anymore. But so I never called him to be on these.
No problem,
on
Bill.
the stupid radio show.
Yeah, no problem.
He'd actually be a great guest.
Of course he would, I guess.
If we got Bill to come in here and sit down with us, you'd hear raw opinion.
Well, apparently
Dan would be like this, probably on the dump button.
Apparently you have his number.
Well, I've got some old wallets where I keep all my old cards. I could probably go back and see.
Oh, I mean, I would love to talk to Bill Lambier. I would have a million questions for him. I don't know what but the way you talk about him and the fact that you say he's got no friends, but
I'm sure he does.
Who
exactly?
Okay, it's
you know who's good friends with him? Rick Mahorn.
Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense.
But and
you know what's funny? You think of Mahorn as a tough guy. You think of Lambier as a bully.
Yes.
And I guess there's a difference between a tough guy, which everybody loves, and a bully, which everybody hates.
Yeah, like Bill's Bill's big.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
He played at 6'11", 285. I mean, he's a big guy.
But Mahorn's, well, I guess he's a pinch under that, but still, I always think of Mahorn.
Not anymore, but yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. I would say this. That's exactly right. Bill was a bully, and I'm not sure people were afraid to step up to him. But if you stepped up to Mahorn, then you're stepping up.
Yeah, good stuff. Those are always great stories. All right, we have Adam Schefter coming up. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. When you shop at Phil Long Ford, you're talking about one-stop shopping. No reason to drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking new, whether you're looking pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best price. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to respect your time, and they've got an award-winning service department. So remember, after you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Adam Schefter will join us here in just a couple of minutes. We have Thursday night football. We down at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln starting at 6. Tullamore Dew and a brew. So if you want to watch the game, come on down and we'll watch some Thursday night football together. A note, I see a no dumb question about the Avs. And it's, I want to be able to go watch the Avs at Family Sports. How do I know where to go? I want to bring my son down there. It's a good question because they don't announce the schedule far in advance. They're off today, but tomorrow they're at Family Sports, very close to the Broncos facility. Tomorrow from 9 to 11 a.m. And then Group 2, they split it up in groups. Group 2 is noon to 2. Have you guys ever been? Have you ever gone down there for the Avs training camp to Family Sports for any reason?
I did our show down there one time.
It's so cool what they do, and I get it with the facility, and it's, better facilities are coming. But for what it's worth, that you don't have to pay any money. You can sit there the entire time. You kind of just can mill about and whatever. They did put up championship banners. It was pretty funny being there because my older son, played for Arapahoe Youth Hockey, which is based at Family Sports. So it was always wild to see your kid either get there for a practice or leave after a practice, and there's the Avalanche. And for years, me and Jesse from DNVR, are from Gorilla now, but we would joke because when you go into the rinks, there were banners for squirts and mites and peewees. There were banners all over the place. But there were never any Avalanche banners for their 3 championships. Well, for whatever reason this year, they have put up 3 championship banners for the Avalanche.
They should.
So amongst the one rink with all the squirts and mites and peewee and Bantam, you can now see where the Avalanche practice, and they have theirs there too, which is kind of funny when you think about it.
Yeah.
So they have made that change in Family Sports that there's 3 championship banners at their practice facility. See, things get done.
Is that the moral of the story?
It's like a great free thing to do with your kids, and there's video games down
we
in the
did our
lobby
show
as well.
down there one time and did it just off ice, and talk about being cold.
Yeah, well, it's ice. Adam Schefter time. Adam Schefter brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings. Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Adam, where are we with Bo Nix, you think, in terms of being an NFL quarterback? What do you think the perspective is?
I still feel comfortable and confident that he's going to make it. I mean, I really do, but Scotty's feeling pretty good right now about this, right? And he hasn't progressed this season the way that I think Broncos fans would hope. And I look at that quarterback draft class, and it seems like everybody but Caleb Williams is taking some lumps there. Shaden Daniels has had a rough season so far. Drake May's been pretty good. Michael Penix, tough. Bo Nix, tough. JJ McCarthy, tough, right? Like, hasn't been a stellar, great year.
Caleb Williams had a tough year last year, so maybe that was, his progression from a tough there last year to maybe he's starting to step up. And some say the game he played last week was just unbelievable.
Well, it was a great game. It was his best pro game, but it also was against the Dallas Cowboys, and their defense is leaking yards and touchdown passes and everything like that. But it doesn't change the fact that Caleb played great. There were some throws there that not a lot of guys can make, right?
Hey, who do you think are the who are our candidates for wild card spots this year in the AFC?
Well, we're comfortable giving the East to the Bills, right? After 3 games, you feel good about that.
Yep.
The North, somebody will win, but I don't expect there to be a wild card in that division, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the South could produce multiple. It could produce multiple playoff teams. That's possible.
I guess where I'm getting at, and I think you're saying the same thing. If there's a glass half full approach for the Broncos right now, I don't think there's a ton of competition for the wild card spots this year.
I'll say this to you: the AFC has been the big bad conference for a long time now. Like you've had the Ravens playing at a high level, and the Chiefs playing at a high level, and the Bills playing at a high level. The Steelers have been tough. It feels like the AFC right now, through 3 games, for whatever that's worth, it doesn't feel like the conference is quite as tough as it was in other years. And the NFC is loaded. Like I could give you 5 powerhouses in the NFC to me: Philly, Green Bay, Detroit, Tampa, the Rams. You'll agree those are 5 really good teams?
Really good teams.
Mm-hmm. And now I haven't even mentioned Washington, San Francisco, Minnesota, Seattle. Like the NFC is loaded, more so than the AFC this year.
Hey, let me ask you this. We saw another one of these injuries in the Bronco game. Why is the new injury du jour seem to be torn Achilles? It seems like we're seeing an inordinate amount of those over the last few seasons. In the NBA also, to be honest with you.
Who tore his ACL, the Achilles in the Broncos game last week?
The running back, Najee Harris.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he did. I just think that these happen every year. And he's playing on the SoFi field turf, played his career on grass, Pittsburgh. I don't know why, like, these guys are so big and strong and fast, and these are non-contact injuries.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say, Scott. I don't know that it's any more. It's just that when you got a running back on a winning team, you notice it a little bit more, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. It just, to me, and listen, I tore my Achilles 8, 9, 10 years ago. And so when I see a guy go down and how he's pushing off, I'm the announcers, well, we got to see what the MRI says. No, you don't. You see that big thing that just rolled up in the back of the leg? That's torn Achilles.
I mean, listen, I think just from a reporting standpoint, everybody knows, like, when you see the word Achilles, player ruled out Achilles, and it's not, I think we all know what happened, but you be that one isolated example where they go in and for whatever reason, maybe it's not torn. But I think every time your player goes down, Achilles, you just expect it to be a torn Achilles until it's confirmed. But we always expect it. How do you tear your Achilles, Scott?
Yeah. Well, I stepped back, kind of like Najee was right ready to blow through the hole. I stepped back thinking I could lift an 800-pound shed over my head, and that didn't really work.
Shed over your head?
Yeah, duh.
What do you think? You're the mountain?
Yeah, I was trying to lift up this shed that probably went between 800 and 1,000. I thought I could at least lift it a quarter of an inch to get up over a lip. And all of a sudden,
and how did it feel? How did your was it
hurt right away, and then because I tore it completely across, then the pain was gone. But the initial snap, ouch, and then after I blacked out, I was okay.
Did you black out?
Oh, I did.
Wow. It's why I stopped playing basketball. Not that I would have, made any kind of mark playing pickup basketball. But I see guys my age, their 40s and the 50s, playing pickup basketball.
Doing all the time.
What are we doing here?
We're talking old man injuries. All right. See, now you're starting to worry about old man. All right, let me get back to football right here. We're almost. I know they got 17 games, but literally this week now we'll get to basically the quarter post of the NFL season, which is amazing to sit there and go, we've now played a quarter of the games. I mean, that's always a high water mark for me right there. Is there anybody on either side, good or bad, that has surprised you in this start?
Oh, the Indianapolis Colts, surprise team so far, 3-0, in part thanks to the Denver Broncos. But they are 3-0, and Daniel Jones has been one of the stories of the NFL season. And I think that the loser of the Ravens-Chiefs game will be a surprise to me because they'll be 1-3.
Yeah,
whoever that is.
Crazy.
And both teams you didn't expect to be in the spot, but here they are. Houston Texans 0-3. That's a little surprising to me. So there are some teams out there that you're looking at right now saying, yeah, good, bad, surprising, but that's the case every year.
We went over it yesterday, Adam. This is pretty interesting. And Dan, maybe you can help me out here with the exact numbers. But there is a crazy statistical difference with Sean Payton's win-loss percentage in the first month of the season, the second month of the season. And it's roughly, and I don't know, Dan, if you got the exact numbers. I know Nate and Andy had it, but it was more or less 500 for his career, Adam, in the first month of the season. But in the second month of the season, Sean Payton is
like 38-13.
Wildly successful. I mean, like bizarrely successful in the second month of the season. I do find that a fascinating trend. Like, I understand teams change, but isn't that kind of interesting that a coach would have that record with no matter what team he coached? And sure enough, his record with the Broncos is somewhat similar. What do you think you can attribute that to, specifically with Sean Payton as a coach?
I'd love to hear his answer to that, because if he's going to answer it thoroughly and honestly, it probably would be really interesting, because when he gets rolling, he's fascinating to listen to. My guess off the top of my head is I think it reflects positively and speaks positively to how he thinks as a coach, because he adjusts from there and can the necessary adjustments to improve. Whereas I always remembered Mike Shanahan, if you looked at his record at the start of the season, he always killed it in September.
Yeah. Well, let me give you the specific numbers. In September, thank you, Dan, 24-20 as a career as a coach in the month of September. October for Sean Payton. For October, 38-13.
Right. Well, again, I think he adjusts, adapts, figures out what works and what doesn't, and makes the necessary adjustment. That's my non-exos off the top of my head guess. But like I started to tell you, Mike Shanahan, he would script these things all summer. Like, he'd study the first few opponents. He was so smart that he'd be so out ahead of these things on these that if you looked up Mike Shanahan's record in September, I'll bet you it's similar to Sean's in October.
Yeah, I would. Okay, I bet it is. I would agree with that.
Yep.
Hey, we got news the other day, and you saw a lot of his career when you were with the Post here. Were you at the Post or the Rocky Mountain?
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Make a case for us real fast for Rod Smith, who's nominated again for the Hall of Fame. Make a case for us real fast for Rod Smith, the Hall of Famer.
Well, Rod Smith is one of the great undrafted free agent stories. Was he undrafted? Was he
undrafted? He's undrafted.
Mm-hmm.
Undrafted free. Is he the all-time leading receiver in Broncos history?
Adam came from the practice squad.
Well, again, there is a Hall of Fame tight end who was a great receiver in the Hall of Fame who played for Denver. And Rod Smith has more receptions than Shannon Sharpe.
Yep.
Rod Smith was as much of a self-made man, self-made football player as any player I've covered in the National Football League in 35 years. He came from a spot where you wouldn't necessarily expect or count on anything, and worked so hard and cared so much and willed himself to be one of the great players in Broncos franchise history. I would hope that that's enough for the Hall of Fame, Pro Football. I don't know that it's enough for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but he was incredible. Did a great. I'd love to see him go in. As much as he'd like to razz me, I still would be rooting for him to go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And he always had a very analytical, thoughtful, business type of mind. Hard worker.
Yep.
His very first catch was a Hail Mary against Washington.
Yep.
From John beat the then Redskins on the final play. That was his first NFL catch. There aren't many players who have had more meaningful first NFL receptions. There aren't many players who have had as many receptions. There aren't many players who led their league or led their team franchise history. There aren't many players who have caught game-deciding touchdown passes in Super Bowls the way that he did in Super Bowl 33. Like, I can give you a case for him. I just did.
Yep. And, oh, by the way, 2 Super Bowl rings.
2 Super Bowl rings. Pretty good.
Hey, one more out the door for you, because you are a man that goes to high-profile places, especially when it's convenient to where you live. Will you be at the Ryder Cup at all this weekend?
I think when the president went, that nixed any hopes I would have. Like, I'm not going into some place where.
Oh, wait, hold on. So you're choosing not to go. Like, you could go to the Ryder Cup if you wanted to, but you're choosing not to.
I haven't pushed it to go. Like, I've had people ask me, am I going? Like, you're about the 8th or 9th person. Am I going? I got to be honest with you. Would I like to go? Yes. A scene like that is going to be just a lot. Number one, that's not my kind of. Number two, when you get in season, like if the Ryder Cup were in May or June, I would go. But like, my days are so structured and regimented.
Yeah, but it can't be far from where you live, though. It's got to be pretty close, relatively, right?
It's not far. It's not far.
Yeah.
Yeah, just open up your bay window and sit there and have a cup of coffee and watch the golfers go by this week.
By the way, like, yeah, they've been around. I haven't seen any. I'd love to go. It'd be great, but in all honesty, I'm so in season when the games start.
Yeah.
I'm in my routine, and I just don't get out of it. Like go, out to Bethpage on Friday or Saturday. I just don't have the time to do it. I wish I did. You know what? If somebody made it really easy for me, maybe I would think about it. I don't think.
All right. 2 years ago this week, I was in Rome and went to the Ryder Cup. In the ones they had in Italy, it was fantastic.
So you're saying it was really easy for you to go to the U.S. Open in Flushing for tennis. It was really easy for you.
It was before the season really got going.
What? No, it was like 2 weeks ago.
First of all, the season hadn't gotten going. Number two, I had a parking pass. Number three, ESPN was broadcast for people waiting to take me in. Right? So yes,
it was easy.
DMac, that's easy.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Events, an NBC event. Nobody's invited me. I don't have a parking pass. Nobody's walking me in. Right? Like,
what? Tirico can't help you out? He can't make it easy for you? Mike's not gonna help a fellow scribe out? No.
Yeah.
No is the answer, obviously.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. Have a wonderful week. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks,
Thank
pal. See you, brother.
The great Adam Schefter. Thank you, Adam. Brought to you by the Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports Not Sports.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Fly ball to right field. Number 60. A catcher has hit 60 home runs. Your MVP moment, Cal Raleigh.
That's not the topic, though. That happened was remarkable. The guy that caught the ball, and there's a new trend. I call it give the ball to a kid. And it's a good new trend. If you actually watch videos, you'll see this happening left and right. Most adults now are just simply giving home run balls to kids, and I love the videos. My question
until a Karen runs in.
My question for you guys, and this did happen last night. You got to understand, this was a 60th home run in Seattle, Cal Raleigh. Now, I'm not saying this ball's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, because it's really kind of more of a local story. But at the worst, at the best, you could sell it for as much as you could.
Yeah, and you never know when the career's all said and done what he becomes.
You never know. At the worst, you could tell the PR person from the Mariners, I'd love to give this ball to Cal Raleigh. And there you are behind the scenes, getting a bat, a shirt, shaking hands, getting a picture. That's probably at the worst. The guy that caught that ball just gave the ball to a kid. And my question to you guys, if you caught a ball like that, I mean, this is borderline, at least they're historic. It's not just any home run. Would you still just give the ball to a kid?
Dude, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I I flirted playing in the collectibles market for a couple of years, and at least enough that I'm knowledgeable about it. And it's a psycho world, man. It is a psycho world. And you never freaking know what moment you're going to accidentally fall into $100,000.
You never know.
And, something like that. Right now, I have no idea what the value of it is, but let's say Cal keeps this up. You know, he becomes the greatest catcher of all time. I don't know, right?
Right.
I mean, that ball could be worth $500,000 down the road.
What do you think it'd just be worth flat out?
Always,
you think it's $20,000?
I always like when teams offer you for like a record-breaking ball, they're like, hey, we're going to give you a half season of tickets, and a signed baseball bat, and a photo opportunity. Don't freaking take the deal. You can go buy yourself season tickets.
Because that ball's going to be worth more.
Do not take the deal. I know it feels cool to give that ball back.
Yeah.
I know it does.
Yeah.
But man, these things are worth some serious money nowadays. So to answer your question, I would like to think 10 out of 10 times I would give the ball to the kid. A moment like that might be different.
Well, they got 3 more games. How many of those games is he going to play?
The American League record for home runs is 62 by Aaron Judge. It's the American League record. So
he just hit his 50th again, right?
I'm just assuming everybody on the Mariners is hammered and hungover, probably still at this point. So I'm going to guess they don't play today. Good bet, by the way, for the Rockies against the Mariners to win tonight. And then they probably have 3 games after that. So he's got a shot to get 2 more or 3 more to break the record. But still, 60 is something. And he might not get another home run the rest of the year. But even getting 60 is ridiculous.
Especially from a catcher and with the wear on the knees and everything.
Would you give the ball to a kid?
If it were July, yes.
It's not July. It's a record ball.
I know. that
and it's a sold-out crowd. And by the way, a lot of times when you give the ball to the kid, you've seen it. There's like nobody in. There's like, empty seats all over the place. This was packed. It's not like there was just one kid. I mean, there's a million other kids.
I would probably do this. I would give it to the kid, and I said, now, if you get to go down and meet him, I tell the dad, if you guys get to go down and meet him, make sure you bring me with you, and then maybe give it to him.
That is slightly creepy. He doesn't know the kid. It wasn't his kid. For the record, I couldn't believe the guy gave the ball to a kid in that scenario.
Did we hear what happened with the kid? Did he get to go down there?
I think the kid just is a kid. He's like 7. I think he's just like, I got a cool ball.
But guess what? He's out there by himself.
No, I get it.
But did they get to go down?
I did not see that. I don't know if the kid exchanged the ball for a bunch of other swag. I don't know. I guess I'd be curious about it. But Tyler, Scott,
it's not worth a signed bat. I know that much.
I'm telling you, man. Like, you don't have to give the ball.
That hit it.
Still not worth it.
I say if it's a record, if it's something significant, and you didn't do anything wrong, you didn't carry it up, you didn't, you sat there, you caught it, like you didn't pile over anybody, whatever. You
didn't rip the ball out of the kid's hands.
Exactly. It was just your day, not, whatever. I don't think you owe that to a kid at all. If it is July, I'll tell you this, man. I promise you, if I was ever in that situation in July with 1,000 empty seats, where is the nearest kid, for sure?
Remember when Jim Harbaugh said that he has caught something like 47 foul balls over the course of his life? You guys remember that?
Yeah. Maybe it was some ridiculous
I'm calling
number.
BS on that.
Me too.
How the heck you catch 47 foul balls?
So, for the record, that guy, nice guy, but an idiot?
Yeah.
Nice. No, I'm just saying nice guy.
Maybe not very financially smart.
What if he's a billionaire?
Not that I am.
I don't know. He's a billionaire, Scott. He's hanging out there in right field because right field's packed because Cal Raleigh's a lefty.
Well, that brings up an interesting question. How much money do you got? You know what I mean?
Well, I guess. So I guess you're right. All right, time for the big question of the day. Let's go. Tonight, Seattle's at Arizona, so we have Thursday night football.
Get your app out.
I'm on now. You can hear the game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 70 screens, 2 120-inch projector screens. I'll be out there at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln starting at 6. We have prizes, a Randy Gradishar autographed helmet, Tullamore Dew, and a brew. Come on now. We'll see you out at Stoney's. Big question of the day. What's the best way for Bo Nix to snap out of it as the Broncos, and we'll hear from Sean Payton and crew, because don't forget, today in Bronco land is actually Wednesday, not really Thursday. But what is the best way for Bo Nix, you think, to snap out of it and start playing like we know he's capable of?
I mean, I don't know that there's a magic answer to it. You come up with things schematically to try to get your quarterback off to a hot start, right? I mean, let's come up with simple routes. Let's get that ball out of his hands. Let's run some bubble screens. Let's run some slant routes. Let's just have success early in the game. Oftentimes, early in the game, a coordinator will scheme up ways to get a wide receiver the ball within the first 3 plays because they just know that receiver, he's going to have a better game if he catches the ball within the first drive or 2, right? If you don't give the guy the ball until the second quarter, well, they feel checked out of the game. I think there are things that you could do schematically to have success, but I think we've also kind of been doing those things. So it's kind of like, well, what's going to change there, right? At the end of the day, it just comes down to replicating success and believing in yourself. I don't know, Scott, maybe you've got a magic answer for when you were playing, but I know for me, it just took success and it took enough opportunities of repeating that success that I believed in it.
Yeah, that would be my quick, easy answer is just early success. You know, short, quick passes, couple slants, couple doom, little dig route here, boom, bing, boom, pom, ping, ping, ping. You know what I'm almost saying with this offense here, so snake bit. Get 2 or 3 first downs on your first possession. You know, at the best you score touchdown or field goal. The worst you flip the field. But too many times it feels like they get out and they'll get enough for a first down penalty, get back, and then they don't pick the first down up. They got to put multiple first downs on the board early in their first 2 or 3 drives and then find a way to sustain it.
What's the easiest?
This offense has got to get away from 3 and outs.
What's the easiest way just to pick up a couple first downs, Tyler?
Well,
can I ask a dumb question?
Sure.
If the goal is just to get first downs, is it really that complicated if we're really just trying to get a first down or 2?
Clearly. Yeah. I mean, clearly, if you've been watching the Broncos, I mean, do you think Sean Payton knows what he's doing? Do you think that he's struggling to pick up first downs right now? The answer to your question is, yeah, it's extremely hard.
So what's the simplest way to do it if you're struggling?
I don't really know how to answer your question. I mean, the simplest way to do it is to have a great ground game. If you've got a great ground game, you go from 1st and 10. I mean, look, some of the years that I had my most success, in 2012, when I'm playing with the Redskins and we're picking up 8 yards a pop, everything we did went for 8, 12 yards. You know, we're literally averaging double digits in every single play. Well, why did it work? Because we were one of the most predictable teams in the NFL, and we just said, stop us. Stop us. We've got a wide zone running scheme that every first down, or the first series, we're going to run that ball. And you know what we're going to do on 3rd and short? You know what we're going to do in 4th and short? And I didn't take offense to this. Trent Williams is the left tackle. We're going behind Trent Williams. Okay? That's what we're doing. And you know we're doing it. Like, you looked at our tendencies that year. We had some of the biggest tells in all the NFL. But it didn't matter because we had the dudes. We had the dudes that were getting it done, right? So when you don't have a running game, it's really hard to script. You got to script success. But when you script, you plan on that first play gaining 4 yards. When that first play doesn't gain 4 yards, well, now all of a sudden, okay, do we stick with the second play on the script or not? You got to have a running game.
If you're looking at a lot of 2nd and 12, 2nd and 11s, 2nd and 10s, heck, I mean, you just got it. It just became harder to get a first down. And I think the last game against the Chargers, first possession, I feel like they ran Harvey, lost 2 or 3 yards. Incomplete on 2nd down. Now you've got to pick up a 13-yarder on 3rd down to win. Well, those don't always hang on trees, especially in offense. It's kind of a short pass offense. So, Mike said something on their show before ours today that I thought was really interesting, in the sense that they want to try to run, and we talked about it during training camp. We saw it out there. Tyler's the first one that brought it out there, talking about one of the assistant line coaches they brought in, and said this guy is a wide zone specialist. Yeah. He knows what to do. And we said, hey, they're going to try to maybe throw more wide zone in this year, and I think they have. But Sanford was talking about, I said, listen, you can say we're going to run wide zone, but if you don't have wide zone offensive linemen, you might struggle. And I actually called Sanford and was asking about it because, I was fortunate to cover Mike. You played for Mike a couple different occasions. To me, he's the king of the wide zone running scheme. I mean, there was none better. Now, when he was winning Super Bowls here, you could chop people, and that sure made the job a lot easier, right? You can't really go after and chop people like that.
Mm-hmm.
But every one of them linemen were quick, athletic, and light and fast. The big knock on Super Bowl 32, there's no way this line's going to hold up against 300-pound Gilbert and all these big guys that the Green Bay Packers are throwing out. Man, by the end of the game, that defensive line didn't want anything to do with that short, slow, or fast, mobile offensive line of Denver. I don't think they got those guys, neither does Sanford.
Well, I was just going to ask, what is the go-to play for the Broncos right now? What do they got? I mean, you said screens, whatever. You think, we need yards. We're going to throw it to DT, right? We're going to go wide zone block. All right, fine. Let's cut back with TD. The tush push right there in Philadelphia. That is identity to me, too. So what do the Broncos have right now that's like, okay, we know we can go to this.
This is going to work.
Or at least going to get 4 or 5 yards out of this, at least.
You tell me.
I'm asking.
I don't know. Scott, you know?
No, I have not seen it. If you've seen it, we haven't seen it consistent.
Right.
The one thing, and I'll go back to the Shanahan thing, when especially when Terrell, when he ran that 2,000 yards, and Tyler talked about this offensive lineman. When you got a 3rd and 5,
Mm-hmm.
and the defense don't know if you're going to run it or pass it, you got an advantage. I saw them run on 3rd and 5 on numerous occasions and got 7. But this team gets 3rd and 5. Are they going to run a football on 3rd and 5 ever?
No, but Bo might run for 5.
He might.
He might scramble for 5. It won't be a call play. He might scramble.
It won't be a call play, exactly.
No. But he might.
When you're playing against a running team, a team that can run the football, and it's 3rd and 5, and you bring a nickel in, guess what they're coming out at you with?
Yeah.
Wide zone, bing, bang, boom, boom, and all of a sudden an extra cornerback's making a tackle 9 yards deep.
What should the Broncos be able to do that they just haven't been able to do based on who they are and what they want to be and who Sean Payton is?
I mean, you're asking a lot of deep questions right now that I don't know the answer to them. I mean, what should they be able to do?
Mm-hmm.
They are not exactly like – how many times did we have the conversation about our wide receivers? Like, Sean Payton loves these guys, and I'm like, yeah, but who's the playmaker? Like who's the dog in that group? Well, Troy's trying to become that guy. He's getting close. Our running back room, we like J.K. Dobbins, but we don't have a dog in that group. I guess the one thing that I would say they should be able to do, based off of the success that we've had with our offensive line in the first couple games, we should have a far better running game than we do. And I was surprised. Scott, one of you two brought it up yesterday, and you asked, where do you think the Broncos rank in the running game? And I think the answer was 15 or something like that, right? Was that what it was?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That actually shocked me. I was like, no freaking way.
Right.
Like,
I think it was 8th.
8th? Is that what it was? They were top 10? I'm like, no freaking. It certainly doesn't feel that way when you're watching the games.
Net rushing yards per game, 8th in the league through 3 weeks.
How about per run?
Per run, yards per play is 5.24. That's 18th in the league.
That's actually not terrible, though.
Yeah. It doesn't have it broken down with rushing and passing right there. But, better than you thought. 129 rushing yards a game.
Now, I do wonder if you took out the Bo Nix rushing yards, where they would be. Because Bo's runs are not designed runs.
Okay. Well, I don't know. But doesn't every team sort of accumulate like that? I mean, Josh Allen does. Lamar Jackson does. I mean, you got quarterbacks kind of scrambling around for yards for every team. Good teams, at least. It's hard for me to imagine a good team without a quarterback that could actually scramble 3 or 4 times a game for a first down. I mean, what team has a running quarterback? I don't know if anybody has a running quarterback, but we're just calling
Jalen Hurts.
We're just calling flat-out running plays for Jalen Hurts?
God, yes.
Okay. All right, there's one.
All
Anybody
the time.
else?
Lamar.
I don't see that many. By the way, Lamar, did you see how many times he got sacked? I think Lamar is actually it feels like he's actually kind of slowing down in that department. I was surprised how much he was getting caught the other night. I was like, whoa, okay.
I don't know, but
there are a bunch of situations where I thought, oh, he's about to break it off, and he gets caught from behind, and he got sacked a ton in his last game. I don't know about Lamar. I mean, he couldn't get away from the Lions. But I know what you're basically insinuating. I think this is a Broncos identity thing, and perhaps it's revealed that Sean Payton struggles in September and is better in October because he needs to figure out what kind of team he has. But the good news is he does figure it out. Whereas Shanny kind of has it figured out from the start, which was pretty interesting talking to Schefter about that. And other teams just kind of figured out Mike, I suppose. Or...
I looked up Mike's record in the month of September.
Yeah.
And it's better. It's not as good as Adam thought it was. I believe it was like 33 and 20. Here, I got it right here.
For his whole career?
Yeah, his whole career. He was 33 and 26.
33 and 26. Okay. Well, that's better than Sean Payton, but it's not as good as Sean Payton in October.
That also accounts for some really rough years we had in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to...
And probably the Raiders, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you just
actually, here we go. This is interesting. It's got the breakdown by teams. So, okay, Adam was right with the Broncos. Very right with the Broncos. So with the Raiders, he was 2-3 in September. Broncos, 26 and 16 in the month of September.
Yeah.
And with the Redskins, he was 5-7.
Okay. Well, better teams are better teams, right? I mean, is what it is. Sean, though, 38 and 13 in October? Guys, come on, man. That's pretty good.
Well, they got a chance to go 3-1 this year.
I think the thing is, if you can beat Cincinnati, which you should, you probably have some good moments coming up here with the Broncos. You probably do. But you gotta, do what you should do, and you should beat Cincinnati. Mike Tomlin had some interesting things to say, and Russell Wilson concedes, sort of. Let's football go. Dan Bud Squinstanner has it next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Oh, he's excited. Not an issue with low testosterone there at the end of that commercial. But if you do, if you're just not the same, if your body doesn't feel as good, I don't know what's going on. What is going on? What is going on? You all right? Low T, baby. You might be bogged down by that. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you feeling better. What you got to do, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. Just takes a couple minutes, 10 questions, yes or no. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and make the decision together with their medical team. It's only $99. You get the medical consult, the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. 5 locations, including a spectacular location in Castle Rock. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and the Springs. So call today, and let's get back in the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Come on now, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad and the gang down there are fantastic. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Hey, a reminder during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Valor and Ralston Valley, right here on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week. It's presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Let's football go, Dan Bud Swinstanner.
All right, fellas, we talked about this earlier. Mike Kliss reporting that tight end Evan Ingram expected back at practice today. He missed last week's practices and game with a back issue. The Broncos, from Kliss, say they're getting healthier at a good time. We should be getting an update here from Sean Payton within the next 40-ish minutes or so. So we will see if we can confirm that Evan Ingram was back at practice today. But another note here with the Broncos. Let me know what you guys think about this. So J.K. Dobbins among running backs with a minimum of 25 carries. These are some analytics. His explosive run rate.
Scott's doing an explosive right now, I'll tell you that much.
And he probably wouldn't want to hear these analytics. So 12.2% explosive run rate. That's first in the NFL.
Okay.
120 explosive run yards is fourth in the NFL. And 54.1% explosive yards is second in the NFL. He is tied, fellas, with Derrick Henry for the highest explosive run rate in football. Now, he only had 11 carries against the Chargers last week. RJ Harvey had 2. So from your Broncos running backs, 13 total carries. How many carries do they need to have against the Cincinnati Bengals and specifically J.K. Dobbins?
Well, first of all, those are all fine numbers, but understand the Broncos only had 21 carries, and that includes a bunch from Bo Nix.
Bo had 8.
So the percentage of carries that J.K. Dobbins actually had was 50% of all carries, and then obviously a lot less for R.J. Harvey. So I think you're looking at more of the percentage than the actual number. And 50% from your most explosive runner is good. You just hope to have more first downs and have the ball more. Don't forget, the Broncos had the ball for 13 minutes less than the Chargers.
Well, that stat does go to explain at least a little bit about how the Broncos are ranked in the top 10 in rushing right now, because despite the fact we don't run the ball a lot, we've had a huge gainer from R.J. Harvey. We've had a couple of huge plays from J.K. Dobbins.
Right.
When you could stack a 50-yarder in there, when you could stack a 40-yarder in there, that's going to impact your total rushing stats significantly, right? So maybe, I don't know, maybe that number, it does go down. Not probably. You're not going to maintain such a high explosive rate like Scott just went through.
Welcome back. Glad you survived.
It's good to see you.
Hey, you're welcome.
You are not going to maintain that if you're rushing the ball 30 times per game.
By the way, I went back and looked it up. Bo Nix has averaged for 3 games 23 yards-ish a game. So out of 129 yards, Bo has 23, meaning that your running backs really just are slightly over, between the two of them, 100 yards a game, which is, it's okay. It's not great. It's just kind of okay. Listen, man, figure it out. Snap out of it. Everybody snap out of it. And if you just got to get some first downs, because that was the most embarrassing stat, guys. 29 first downs for the Chargers and 9 for the Broncos. That is because you can't move the ball and you can't collect first downs. And you've got to be better than that. And you will be, I think, against the Bengals. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Jackson Dart will make his NFL debut against the Chargers on Sunday in New York. So that means Russell Wilson going to the bench. Here is Russ on how he's going to handle getting benched for Jackson Dart. Now, this is about a minute and a half. So feel free to just tell me to shut it off if you need me to.
Yeah, I think the best thing I can do is lead from the front. I thank God every day I get to do what I love to do and play this game with guys that I love and enjoy, and being around the locker room, the teammates. We've had 3 tough games, obviously, close ones in fashion, and 3 really good teams. We didn't get it done. We feel like, that Dallas game is a special one in particular that we felt like we could have won, but we didn't. And so I think, at the end of the day, I think for me right now, I think it's really about the team, really about helping Jackson the best I can possibly can. I remember when I was a rookie. I remember coming in as a young
Who'd you play with, Russ?
Name all of them.
looking for help and looking for answers and stuff like that. And I just told him, I got your back, and I got whatever I can help you with, and help him get prepared the best he can possibly get prepared.
Timmy and Tommy and Fred.
I know that matters because I've lived
Jan,
it. And I've experienced it.
Marsha.
But I'm a winner.
I think for me personally,
just think about winning.
As well as I'm not done. I got so much belief in myself and know what I'm capable of.
Oh my Lord!
I believe I was able to show it, especially on the road in Dallas and everything else.
Wait till he says
I know
what
that can help
inning
this
he's in.
football team. If that comes up, but I think also too, just for me mentally,
is he a winner?
Just have the best practice.
Is Russ a winner?
Have the best workout session in the morning, early in the morning. Getting here and having the same routine and just find every single way to get better.
Okay,
I know.
That's what you can control. And, you control your attitude, you control your gratitude. And those two things,
I have
are
12
important
bathrooms.
to me because I love the game, I love the process, and I respect it.
Control your attitude and control your gratitude.
Oh my God! It's just, how did we do it? How did we survive 2 years of it?
He went on to make some boxing analogies about 16-round fights, but he's only in round 5 or 6.
Right, I saw that.
He's got 11 more rounds left.
Yeah, he's in round 16 of a 12-round fight. It's done. I can't believe he's the backup. Scott, you're staying quiet here, and maybe we're bombing on Russ unfairly, but that is the type of stuff right there that just drives Russ critics nuts.
You.
What, you think I'm the only one? You think Tyler's the only one? Are you kidding me? It comes off as phony and insincere.
I just like to make fun of him. I mean, it doesn't really drive me nuts, but he's easy to make fun of.
Here's what I say. If somebody does the same thing 54 times, when does it become unphony? And that's just who he is, and that personality rubs you wrong.
Fine.
What if that's just who he is?
Okay.
Deep cuts. Scott, can't you just make fun of him?
Well, listen, he played fabulous in that Dallas game.
Just ask him.
He'll tell you.
Well, but did you not come
He
in and
talked
say
about.
I did.
But can I tell you something, Scott? It bothered me the way he talked about that Dallas game because he talked about that game like it was a team win, and I'm like, cool, you played well and you lost the game.
You had a bad interception in overtime.
Yeah. I was actually pulling for him. I swear to God. I watched a ton of that Giants game, and I don't know if you're really. Cam Scatterbu is playing great. Cam Scatterbu amongst rookies is one of the better rookies in the NFL right now, and he's an exciting guy to watch. I was rooting, Scott. I was pulling for him, and it was so frustrating. The last sequence where he's just throwing the ball out of bounds on every down. 4 straight.
Well, he's trying not to get sacked because you guys make fun of him when he gets sacked.
All right. Okay, poor Russ.
Scatterbu's like Russ. He's had one good game of the 3.
Yeah. I agree.
But he's over there.
I'm rolling my eyes at that. Cam Scatterbu is an exciting high-impact
What'd you say he had
player.
that first game? How many yards? 2?
It was like -1.
2 carries -1.
Wow, are you down on Cam Scatterbu?
No, I wish they'd have drafted
him. You got
here.
to be kidding me. I wish he was here.
I would have rather had Cam Scatterbu than R.J. Hart.
Me too. It would have made way more sense because they got J.K. Dobbins. And I know it's, you can't do one thing after another, but Cam Scatterbu would have made way more sense. If you're going to be short, you better be stout and tough and the whole thing. You can be short. Height really doesn't matter. But are you going to be Well, all right, fine. If you can't do the job, you can't do the job. But, if you can do the job and be short, who cares how short you are?
If you can do the job.
You can't get pushed over.
No, I love Scatterbu. I wish he was here. And listen, the thing we're seeing, you don't like Russ's personality. That's fine.
Who does like that personality?
But you keep calling him phony, and all I've seen for the last, because I didn't follow him the previous 8 years, so all I've seen about him since he first came here, he's been the same guy in every single interview you've ever seen.
Okay.
And that may be phony to you, but I think it's just him. I think he's if I were to be critical of him, he's almost a cartoon character of himself. He's turned himself into Berman. Berman was a great sportscaster. By the end, became a cartoon character of himself. And I like him a lot, know him well. So, but that's what Russ is now. He's almost a cartoon character. And here, I'll tell you the sad thing about it too. He ain't gonna know when it's done.
Well, yeah, he just told us he thinks he's in round 5 of a 16-round fight.
Yeah, he's going to be a guy that he's not going to go as done.
Hold on. Do you think his phone's going to ring after this year?
Yeah.
From who? No way.
Hold on. Qualify that though, Scott.
As a starter, no. Backup, yes.
Okay.
You don't think that somebody's going to cause hey, did Russ be willing to come in here? Would he be willing to come in and be a backup and make $3 million?
Honestly,
I don't think his wife's going to let him.
Honestly, if Russ would embrace it, I think he'd be an incredible backup. I really do believe him that he would mentor those kids. I really do believe him that he would invest in them. He cares about human beings, and he probably would be a fantastic backup if he could mentally accept it.
All right,
that's a big question.
We'll find out because he ain't going to be a starter anymore. That's for sure.
I bet he starts this year.
Well, they asked him if he was going to request a trade, and he more or less said, without saying it, I'm not giving up on starting here for the Giants.
Yeah. Well, he is still the backup. They did not elevate Jameis Winston over him, so who knows? And you know what?
Which that makes logical sense to me, and it happens all the time. Guys go from starters to inactive, and I'm always like, makes sense out of that for me. So how do you go from the number 1 guy to the worst option on the football team?
I got me. You're a distraction. I'm spitballing here. Like when Kyle Orton got demoted, it was distractful having him on the team when he got demoted for Tebow.
Yeah, but he hated Tebow and everything he stood for and didn't want to be around a guy like that.
What do you think? Starters are going to be, hey, I did it. I'm in the backup now. I mean, the most guys who get demoted are going to be tough to be around.
Well,
rightfully so. I don't even blame him on that.
Is Kirk Cousins right now being tough to be around?
Probably not.
I doubt it.
He's a different dude. He's a different type of dude.
And do you think he can still start?
Here's the difference between Kirk and Russ. They both preach the same things. They've got the same morals, but nobody questions Kirk's authenticity.
That's true. I don't disagree with that.
You know what I mean?
Russ, for me, and what he espouses, and some of the issues I have with Prime, they tend to. It feels to me they search out the camera way more than I feel like they should.
I'm with you on that.
That's too. If I had one negative thing about Russ, I feel like he searches out the camera way more than he could. Now, we'd have dogged him if he'd have told the guys, "Listen, I'm not the starter. You know, I'm not going to talk this week." We probably would have dogged him too.
All right, let's catch up with Sean Payton and just get an update as to what's going on. Sean, take it away, my friend.
And we knew he could catch the ball. So, between he and J.K., we see those guys carrying the boatload of what we're doing. And then Tyler helps us on third down. So we've looked at that. How do we want to split that? And I think we have a better feel for it.
Sean, obviously gets a lot of attention, but you're more than a year now into seeing Brandon, play back there. And I'm just curious what he brings to defense in general, and then also how he's sort of helped.
Yeah, number one, he's extremely smart. He's a real diligent. Like he can overtrain sometimes, but football's important to him. And when you put two people together that have like personalities relative to how important the game is, and that are smart, especially at the safety position, I think it makes your defense better.
When you have a guy that might overtrain, like you said about Brandon, do you tell them to slow down, or is that?
Well, but Bo, the sports science stuff now is so like we'll get reports today on miles per hour, workload. It's more than just distance traveled. In the beginning, when it was first being looked at, I remember the first time I was looking at the O-line, the average, it was during training camp, and it was just miles traveled, and the receivers averaged around 6.5 in a training camp practice. Now that's from the minute they enter the field, right? And then I remember seeing Brandon Cooks at 8, and so making sure, that you're paying attention to soft tissue, but yeah, now we can really qualify what kind of practice it was, or quantify and know for sure how guys are moving.
You talked before in week 3 about the importance of getting on the right side of the turnover battle. You were able to do that in week 3.
Yeah.
Sustainable, is that something?
Well, to finish +2, and not win the game, then there's got to be some other element. And I would say the 10 penalties certainly, we're forcing them to punt, and all of a sudden they got a first down. Well, that's like a turnover. But that has to continue. The ball security and taking it away. When we did that a year ago, it was dramatic, and so we want that trend to continue.
All right, well, he's right about that, and we'll follow him, Sean Payton, in his comments to see what other news is there. But, Dan, you do have an update with Evan Engram?
Yeah, he practiced today. Zach Stevens was reporting that not only did he practice, but Zach said he was flying around. So, good update on Broncos tight end Evan Engram.
Did you guys catch the Saints fraudulent slip there?
No, what did he say?
He was talking about Brandon Jones, and he called him Brandon Cooks.
Oh, okay. All right. I was trying to figure out what he was talking about. Yeah, the Broncos actually just hired a new sports science sort of person. I forget exactly what the title was.
No. You got that confused. But the sports science guy is his Saints guy. They brought in a data analytics guy.
That was what I was trying to say. So what's the...
Well, sports science is...
Right.
Now that's their term for, like, the old Lauren Landau.
All right, so who's data analytics? What are we doing there?
Nerd talk. We're doing analysis of what teams do on 3rd and 8 in this personnel versus that personnel. What blitz percentage works is most successful on 3rd and 6, so on and so forth.
What would get you a first down on 3rd and 1 at the 29 with 6 minutes to go in the game?
Nerd. All right, so that's a little bit more scientific than just
Snap out of it.
because that's how I look at it. I just like
Snap out of it.
that's it. Just snap out of it. Just we got nerds and numbers.
I still think we got to get the pat.
Science. Just nerd. Just snap out of it.
Snap out of it.
All right, we have a really fast. We didn't quite get to it. We have this Mike Tomlin sound that is really interesting. Fascinating to hear a head coach actually admit something that we have suspected over the years. We'll get to that in a little bit. Just a reminder, from tonight through Monday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is broadcasting 11 football games. Our NFL Quadcast on Sunday starts at 7:15 a.m. with the Vikings and the Steelers. We go to the Eagles at the Bucks, feature the Ravens at the Chiefs at 2:25, and then wrap it all up with the Packers at the Cowboys. It's all powered by Rally House. RallyHouse.com. Shop every team in town. Oh, man. Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com. Turn it up, Dan. What a spectacular day we have here in Colorado. We appreciate you listening to us from wherever. We know we have listeners all over the place, which is awesome. Just to let you know, the weather's awesome today. So Tyler's going to be on Channel 4 while you're recording it. Say hi to Romy for us.
Will do.
Scott's at a soccer practice. I'll be, I'm going to take this bike as long as we have good days, and today's a good day, so screw it. I'll be on the bike down to there, Stoney's downtown. It really is an awesome ride from here downtown on Willow Creek Path and then the Highline Canal and all that stuff. It's really cool.
You going straight from here?
Yeah. I'll just go from here and, hit that. And then, you know where? I actually looked it up. I'll take the light rail back home. 10th and Osage is the closest, light rail spot to, so I'll be right in the heart of where the new stadium is. I haven't really, bumped around that area. I haven't, been around that area.
It looks like a nice area to be late at night.
It looks really dicey, Scott. I'm not going to lie.
Looks a little sketchy.
Trust me, I have thought of that with my fancy pants bike and the whole thing.
Drive from, where you go? What's it called again?
The Stoney's on Lincoln, yes.
And drive over to Buckhorn.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to do.
And wait there, and wait for the light rail to pop
That's
up.
exactly what I'm going to do. And, just have a head on a swivel. Just be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Just,
You might see your old bike when you're running over there.
You're right. I'd see parts of my old bike.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I'm staying out of this. Last time I talked about downtown, I got angry messages in my DMs. So
Is that right?
I'm staying out of this. You can't say anything bad. Don't do that.
All right. Well, okay. I'm just giving you a reality check of what the situation is. It's close, though, so it's no big deal for me to go from one place to another. Then you just catch the E-line and...
How long will it take you to drive down there? Or ride down there?
Well, it's not too bad. Maybe an hour and 20 minutes, maybe something like that. And the only reason it takes that long is that eventually you get on Logan, which you have to stoplight after stoplight after stoplight. But you more or less can go from here to a good chunk, almost getting downtown without being on any streets. It's all paths. It's bike lanes. It's really great. And such a beautiful day here today, too. So
you go there so you get there while it's light out. What time does the game start?
The game starts at 6 o'clock, so it's plenty of time. All right, no dumb question. When do we fall back?
I think in November.
Early November.
Oh, so we got a long time before that happens.
You know what? It's not as long as you think.
Really?
Yeah.
About a month.
That's about as long as I thought,
Really?
I mean, that's what I think November is, about a month. Actually, I thought it was happening. You're right. I thought it was happening quicker, actually. So,
when you think about it, listen, the Avs already started their training camp. The Nuggets basically started their training camp.
Yes.
It snuck up on us. It's here.
I'm excited for it. Everybody has high expectations for both teams. It'll be fun to get the games going. Training camp for the Avs and Nuggets, let's face it, it's, tis what it is. The best thing about training camp for the Avs and Nuggets, it's short. And we get to the games relatively quickly.
Let me ask you this. I'll ask you a no dumb question Andy asked me last night. Which squad, just looking right now, just gut reaction right off the top, who's a deeper team on paper starting the season, the Avs or the Nuggets?
It would be the Denver Nuggets. They have 6 players in the top 100 preseason ranked in the NBA. It's the Denver Nuggets. But the Avs are good too. But I think
I was going to say the Avs because it seems
Scott, there's 6 guys in the top 100, including all of your starters and your primary backup to Jokic.
Well, how many guys do you think you have on the Avs would be in the top 100?
Well, that's what I was just going to ask.
Top 100?
You might have a couple in the top 10.
4.
You got Kale, Taves, and McKinnon for sure. That's 3.
Nichushkin?
Probably. Yeah. Top 100, yes. Sure. 4.
Would one of your your goaltender be in there?
No, unfortunately. I wish he was. Gabe's not there. Not right now. Hopefully he will be, but not now.
A healthy Gabe would.
Is Natchez, Dan, you think Natchez is in the top 100?
Yeah.
Okay, there's 5.
And I would say Mackenzie Blackwood is too.
You think so?
Yes.
All right, there's 6.
See, I think they're going to run, Dan, help me. Don't you think they're going to route 3 solid lines?
Oh, yeah. Drury is the third line center. That's a good third line center.
Yeah.
Very good.
Listen, I'm not trying to,
but I mean,
I'm saying good things about the Avs too.
I
They should be incredible.
I just think it's a more thought provoking question than it pops out, because I think on paper you go, automatic the Nuggets, but I think listen, they said it. Somebody said it in one of the media day for the Avs or something that they think this is the deepest team they've had ever.
I think there's far more pressure on the Avalanche than there is on the Nuggets.
Well, I think that's a fun, different question.
Far more pressure. Honestly, I think it's make or break year for Jared Bednar.
Maybe. I mean, that would be consistent with our 10 years and you're out of here if you can't get it together. But, hey, listen.
I mean, your fourth line ring is Kiviranta, and how many great games did he have last year? I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Here's the truth. We will get Logan O'Connor back in November. Injury-wise, they're better than they have been. They have stability at goaltending like they've never had before. So it's pretty good. You guys want to hear a little bit of Bo or not?
Yeah, why not?
All right, a little bit of Bo here.
You're going to hit him. How do you like that confidence he has in you to keep doing it?
Well, I love it. That's, the name of the game. You just keep making the next play. You keep throwing it. You don't want to be, afraid of failure. You don't want to be afraid of missing. You just go out there and shoot the shot, and, we'll hit them.
Well, you had some big-time plays in the primetime games last year, whether it was the throw to Mims on Monday night, the other one's to Mims against Cincinnati. But what do you enjoy about those kind of big stages, and do you feel like you raise your game in those moments?
Well, I feel like, it's every one of our dreams to play in front of the lights with, national television. It's what you grow up watching. So it's just, I think there's some adrenaline that comes with the game that, it's not just a Sunday afternoon with a lot of teams playing. You're the primetime game and, the only one that's on.
Well, your coach spent a lot of the summer talking you up and talking up the Super Bowl chances for this team. And I'm wondering if that put any sort of extra pressure on your shoulders, on your plate.
I don't think so. I think, it's better than him talking about how, tough of a season it's going to be, because we don't have it. So I'd rather, have the confidence going in and, have the full season to play and just get to go out there and play it out than a coach that doesn't really have confidence in us.
All right, that is a really, I don't know who asked that question. That's a really good question and not a very honest answer. But, boy, who asked that one? That was a good one right there. There might be somebody from out of town asking that question.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Would Cincinnati people already be here in town?
I don't think so.
I mean, it might not have been honest, but I mean, Coach said that about me, and then I really went out there and I peed my pants because I was nervous. I mean, what's he going to say?
I agree. I understand. What's he going to say? But, boy, wouldn't you love to get an honest answer, though? It's one of those questions where, like, you pretty much know what he's going to say, but you kind of ask it anyways because you never know. And, I'd rather have a coach that likes me than doesn't like me. And that's a funny joke. That's a Bo joke.
I don't mind the way that Bo handles the pressers. I really don't. I know after the game it kind of bothered you a little bit, him being snarky. I'll tell you this. I'd rather listen to Snarky Bo over Cordy Russ any day.
Yeah, that's a choice.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I'm being serious though. Like there's a realness to Bo that it as long as you're being real when you're snarky and you're not just being snarky to just be a jerk, I don't mind it.
All right, we got some identity questions. So I guess at the end of Sean Payton's press conference, he was, Dan, you ready? We have this.
Sean, on the topic of offensive identity, how long, historically, does it take to establish?
I think soon. Soon.
Would you like to be further along?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Shockingly, Dion actually weighed in immediately afterwards.
What's your identity? What does that mean? What does that mean?
So that is a funny answer. And it is consistent where Sean Payton's win-loss record is. When is your offensive identity, when are we going to see it? We talked all about it today. And he's like, soon.
What does that mean? But he didn't identify what that identity is.
No, but soon. I think that actually is a very honest answer.
That's Sean's way of saying, yeah, we need an identity now.
Right. Sean's admitting to the problem that exists. He's having a laugh with it.
Soon.
Wouldn't have been funny if he just said, identity, what is that?
That would have been hysterical if he said that.
What does that mean?
If he said, what does that mean? His awareness of all things football would blow my brains away.
Soon.
So the identity is for Prime. What does that mean?
What's your identity? What does that mean?
And for Sean Payne, it is
soon.
Okay.
When's it coming? Soon.
So we have a football identity crisis here in Colorado. We have overall a football identity crisis.
I think that's probably fair.
Never mind the CSU
Although
Rams.
one is still trying to establish one, the other one doesn't admit that that's a thing.
Wow. I wonder if Jay Norvell, if they lose to Washington State, will just be fired immediately on Sunday. That's another. We haven't really even gotten into that. But you realize what's going on there is not good.
Yeah.
They're benching Fowler Nicolosi. They're playing a bad Washington State team. They're giving away points and losing games. They lost to UNC, but were bailed out. Like, how hot is the seat on Jay Norvell up there, Ramy fans?
Scorching. It is.
Right?
Seats don't get hotter than that. Legit, if he loses that game at home on Saturday, I think that's probably
You
it.
think so?
Yeah, I could see them making that move right then and there.
It's
and
but
remember,
don't you kind of like him?
I love Jay.
Yeah.
I think he's a great guy. Andy and I had this discussion yesterday of, like, if you're CSU, in a way, kind of aren't you damned either way? Because if you stay with Jay, and I think Norvell likes Fort Collins, I think he wants to be there. I think he views that as a Sonny Lubick type of destination where he could, do a decade plus and stay with that job and be fully committed to it. I think that's who Norvell is. I think honestly, I think Jay has tried to evolve as college football has changed. The ground has changed underneath him. He's got a front office staff. He's got a GM. He has all those things. I think he's doing what he can to stay with the times. He's just not winning games. And that doesn't help anything. And John Weber and Amy Parsons didn't hire him. And so if they decided okay, we want to change course right now, and they hire the next hot young thing, well, that's cool. But if that guy wins, he's gone in 2 years anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of screwed either way if you're CSU. This is just sort of where you're at right now, and what is the right path to take?
And it's a bigger picture for schools of that size, that nature. I
Right.
don't even know what they call them now. Not even middle five or non
G4.
Yeah.
Group of or G5. I don't even know how many schools are in the group of anymore.
Well, it's going to get bigger too.
Yeah.
I think it almost comes to a point is you got to figure a way how to survive, and is survival 7 wins a season,
right?
Or is it just winning the Mountain West and being very, very satisfied with that?
Which they should win the Mountain West,
or
right?
have a chance to.
At that level, with the resources Colorado State has, with the quality of institution that you have, like Nico Medved won. He won, and he got the Minnesota job. Again, you're a little damned if you do, damned if you don't. Now, they had a good assistant. They handed over to Farouk Manesh, and he's a good coach. CSU should continue to be competitive at their level in college basketball, and basketball's just kind of a different animal.
You think they would make a change in the middle of the season?
I think they wouldn't be afraid to do it right now. And I think the biggest reason is that John Weber's phone wouldn't stop ringing.
Okay.
And just people complaining about it.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Well, we'll keep our eyes on that. Buffs are huge underdogs this weekend to BYU.
Mike Sanford is actually jumping in right now. Mike Sanford, longtime Group of Five and also Power Five college football coach. Sandman, where do you come down on that conversation for an institution at CSU's level? What is the best path forward for them to find any kind of consistent winning?
It's a pretty easy solution, Nathan.
You think so?
It's Dave Logan, man.
You think it's Dave?
What? Wow,
Just
trying to make your
rest
path
of us a
easier.
chance to go win some football games.
What the hell is that coming from?
Get him out of your level?
Damn.
I think that comes from a place of selfishness. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, obviously.
By the way, are you a caller on Irvin Joe in the 90s? I tell you, Hitman, they got to hire Logan.
Dude, we've had a lot of conversations over the years about Dave getting that gig.
I know, and that's why I said it.
Yeah.
I never heard him because I didn't live here during that era, but
man.
I can just envision those types of calls.
Tons. I think for the past 15 years, there have been Dave Logan college this, college that for both CU and CSU.
Other people that suggested him for the Broncos job.
Yeah.
Well, he knows football.
He does.
CSU is such a unique job because while I totally agree with you, Nate, that there's nothing in the way of competing at the highest level in the Mountain West Conference at CSU. You got arguably the best city/town in Fort Collins. You have a growing, thriving community. You have financial coffers that are willing to spend and willing to invest in a program. Frankly, I feel like there's times where there's more passionate donors at CSU than CU at times. Like it's not that there's not a huge disparity that you would see between a Power 4 program and what is a Group of 5 program right now. But I will say this as it relates to the top of the conference. Boise State, my alma mater, it just has that deep tradition in Group of 5 football that's almost unseen in any level, probably other than Gonzaga in basketball, right? Like it truly is where you just, I think CSU should be in a perennial position to compete for the title against Boise State.
Yeah.
But probably will, at least in the new Pac-12, won't ever have a stranglehold on it.
But this is, and again, like I'm operating off of a, deep well of experience covering the Mountain West for many, many years. Like, Sandman, you remember this. San Diego State used to stink, And that was one where you were like, look at their recruiting base in Southern California. Like, this program should be good. And then Rocky Long showed up and they won football games and turned into a powerhouse. UNLV, another one. Sandman, which you know quite well. Your dad was the head coach at that institution, and UNLV was the dregs of college football for a very, very long time. And now,
basically, it's entirety.
Yeah,
it's the entirety of its program.
And right now, it's it started with Barry Odom, and it's continuing now. I think with Dan Mullen, they're winning games.
Feels that way.
This is one of the best Group of 5 programs in the country right now. But again, what happened there? The Fertittas pumped a bunch of money into that program. They built one of the best facilities in the entire West. And now and Vegas has had sort of its renaissance as a sports town a little bit, and now UNLV is in a great spot. Like, you can revive, like, tradition-wise, you can turn the page in the modern era of college athletics simply by, number one, you got to get the hire right, and number two, you got to pump the resources into it.
Yeah, and CSU as a program, I think that there is a decent footprint to recruit. I think that you are, I think Utah is a growing state that you can have a really good footprint in recruiting wise. I think the state of Colorado, I'll say this, I've played against 4 teams this year, 3 of which are Colorado based teams. And we've played against just about on average, 2 Power 4 players per team.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that CSU can't say those are our players and we're going to throw everything at those players and keep them here in the state of Colorado? Like, you can totally do that.
It's been perplexing to me over the years that CSU hasn't done that. And CU really takes pride in not doing it. But for CSU now, especially with NIL, how do you not make that happen? I mean, come on, man. That should be easy. By the way, what are you all doing tomorrow? Because this is the most fascinating thing. You guys are calling. So you're doing the show, and then you're calling Mike's game?
We're going to Foundation Kia. Come on out there.
Yeah.
I'm going to find a sales guy who is just living loose enough that we can go get nutty with a Kia.
Okay.
And maybe we'll record some stuff.
We're going to go Ferris Bueller in a Sorrento.
I told everybody last week. Well, don't they have I don't want to get the names wrong. They've got a really big one that looks fun. I want to go haul that around. My Land Rover guy, Stephen Jenkins, he was English. His name was Stephen Jenkins. I don't know why I screwed that up, but I used to tell him every time he'd give me one during my little deal, because he used to be able to turn them in at 5,000 miles, and he'd give me another one. It was really awesome, and I wish those days would come back. But I told him I'm going to go drive this like I stole it. And he would laugh every single time. He'd never heard it. He goes, what kind of American crap is that?
What does this got to do with your show and the game and everything?
We're going to go drive it like we stole it last night. I'm trying to let you know we're not going to be together very often. Mike's going to be wherever he is. We're going to be at Foundation Kia. Then we're all showing up at the stadium.
So
we're going to call a game. And I've already made up my mind that I'm going to be, I tell every coach.
That is a remarkable day tomorrow.
I've already told everybody. I've told coach. I tell every coach, I'm not here to criticize your play calling. I'm just here to call some kids' names and let the parents have a lot of fun. Those rules are off. Everything Mike does. It is not. You know what? I'm not impressed with that. I don't know where he got that call from. Hey, Pat Shurmur, you want to call a different play? I've seen the screen already. Mike's probably not going to enjoy our broadcast tomorrow, but Ralston Valley is going to be very entertaining.
My plan for the broadcast is I am going to homer it up so hard. I'm going to wee everything for Ralston Valley tomorrow.
Yeah, we're wearing the hats. We've got RV hats that we're going to wear.
We're going to go over the top anytime Ralston Valley does anything. If Valor gets it into the end zone, we're going to go full Connor McGahee and we're just going to go score.
Yeah. Here's what's going to happen. Because you notice we ain't wearing any Valor gear. I mean, Mike ain't hooked any of us up. So there's no attachments.
I don't have any swag, no logoed goods at all.
Because
this is a huge. This is 2-4.
It's a massive game.
Top 5 matchup right here.
Yeah, I see your free hat. We don't have any.
Number 2 versus number 4 tomorrow here on Altitude Sports
by the way,
Radio.
I guess I was wrong. Like I thought Creek was number 1, but it's not. It's Arvada West. Is that right?
No, Creek's number 1.
Creek is number 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
somebody.
Valor's 2. What's Ralston Valley's 4?
Yeah,
4. But they should be higher.
So here's
they're
the
better
deal.
They're a better football team than I am right now. Than my team.
Look at this.
My kids are better than my kids are better than me. Okay, Jared Yanacito's a better coach than me right now. Okay,
Mike Lou Holt Sanford is back in the house.
Oh, you're
Hold on.
spectacular. That's Ralston Valley.
Did he?
There we have no chance against them.
Did we just hear in real time Mike Sanford go to the dark place right here on this show? Is he?
No.
Is this?
No,
is
not
he
buying any of it.
Is he in prime midseason form right now? Just a football coach, just being like,
they're incredible, that Ralston Valley. I don't
He's
even
running
know.
off 9 lattes today as it is. He's not been home. He's been in the office the entire time. Now, you know what? Here's what's going to happen. When Ralston Valley has the ball, we're going to be Madden Summerall. When Valor has the ball, we're going to be the 2 old guys from the Muppets in the balcony.
I don't know what the hell that was.
Here's what Andy's.
What a day.
Anytime that Ralston has the ball, Andy is going to talk about Ralston Valley quarterback Zeke Andrews like John Madden used to talk about Brett Favre.
Yeah.
or is he going to go Chris Collinsworth with Patrick Mahomes?
Right. It all fits. It all fits.
What a cool day you guys have tomorrow. That's awesome.
Then would you have the ball,
look at this.
Would you have the ball? I'm going to go Troy Aikman watching that Thursday night Flacco Chiefs game where I'm just like,
the hell is he doing
where
now?
Where basically Aikman begged for the entire fourth quarter, bench Joe Flacco. I don't want to watch. Do you remember that? They were taking on Matt Moore. It's Fangio's first year.
Yep.
We got like 1 million drops from him because Aikman was like offended at what he was watching out there.
Yeah.
But
That's
Joe
good.
Flacco was in his prime.
That's good stuff, man.
All timer,
That's
man.
good stuff.
All timer.
Now Mike's worried. Mike, by the way, Mike.
He's definitely worried. There's no, I can sense
Mike
it.
doesn't care about us.
No,
Let's be clear.
This guy right now, he's at a place and I can see it.
Yeah. You know what this is? I've worked with this guy before.
Uh-huh.
This is big game week guy.
Yeah, he's not.
Look at him.
Big game week guy.
That
Oh,
guy.
yeah. You know what I mean? Logan had a few big game week guys.
Hey, I got you.
That guy is not sleeping a wink tonight.
No, look at him.
No. That guy
is the coach on Ralston Valley? Does he have his own radio and TV
Jared
show?
Yanacito?
And is he on
He may
9
have a
News? Is he
podcast.
on
I don't
Altitude TV?
I don't know.
He may have a podcast.
Jared Yanacito, you know what he is? I just learned this about him. Former intern at Channel 4 of one Vic Lombardi.
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
And Vic was so hard on him, he's like, I'm going to go coach football.
So this guy never cut it as a media guy, even though he wanted to, like Mike Sanford.
Really?
Well, I'm just pointing out if you're going in that direction.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, why else would you intern for Vic Lombardi? What are your goals in life?
Maybe you saw the dark side he was talking about. You're like, nah, this ain't for me. This ain't for me. Have you not heard about internships in the 70s and the 80s? Good God.
Vic had him going to pick up his Grecian hair formula
Dude, I used to
every
do
day.
that for David Scott. I'd be walking in the middle of downtown. Hey, go to the 7-Eleven where a guy just got stabbed. We need some Slurpees. Oh, okay. Here's $20. They were awesome, actually. It was fun. But I did have to go. There were a couple 7-Elevens. There's one time there's this famous 7-Eleven because they all had their order where I was like, I don't know if I had to go in there. There's some stuff happening in there.
Life on Lawrence Street back in the day.
And I couldn't text anybody. You know why? We didn't have the phones to do that.
By the way, that was my 7-Eleven, the one on Lawrence Street.
I know it.
I knew that.
Did you live in that
quite
hood?
well? I worked right over there. Mm-hmm.
Where?
At Comedy Works.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I was
That's
like,
right
what
there.
station were you at? young buck.
I was interning at Z560 while I was like.
Where were they?
Show off.
That
used to be a heavy metal station. They were the first ones to play Nirvana here.
Z5.
Yeah, because it was like that national brand, Z-Rock.
The AM station?
Yes.
KLZ?
Bro, I know. Look, I'm old, all right?
I know that.
Like in the we're talking like 1990. Yeah, but what?
KLZ is actually, it's the oldest radio station in Colorado.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Now it's playing
great signal.
Hits from the 40s.
It's
hey, they've got music of when the Cleveland Spiders didn't suck.
No, if you want that title, it's got to be more than 100.
The hits are that they're playing are from like BC 40. Okay, that's Eternal Damnation is coming your way.
Did we change again?
Oh,
I thought that was just the American Songbook and a little easy jazz.
No. They you know what they used to call us at that
King
company?
Cole ain't crooning on there anymore.
You know what they called us? We were ESPN Radio, Z560, KLZ. They used to call us secular radio.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Whereas I would look at them and say, "You're Christian radio." They would like, no.
Well,
you are secular.
Mike found a home for his games when we're not doing them.
I know, right? Sandman, seriously, you do seem to be walking on eggshells right now.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm doing just fine. I am doing. Everything is fine.
You're
I'm
lying
fine.
to us.
Anxiety is not high whatsoever.
Not at all.
Yeah,
No.
doing really well. Just enjoying. Just talking some sports.
Talking
with
some
you
ball.
fine fellas. Talking some ball.
Now hold on. Is today like the day off for you guys? What's the high school schedule look like?
Today is actually Thoroughbred Thursday.
What happens on Thoroughbred Thursday?
Fresh horses run fast races, right, Nate Kreckman?
Sure.
So we're going to be the fastest team, and today is a day that we unleash the horses for about a 50-minute practice, full speed, day before the practice.
Okay.
Or day before the game.
Okay.
Wednesday light day. Wednesday's the 48 hours before the game, and all this is coming from sports science. Chip Kelly and the Oregon Ducks did this back in the mid 20-aughts.
Okay.
And he revolutionized the sport in terms of recovery and peaking at the right time. So today is a quick practice, a burst of energy. Yesterday was pure walkthrough.
How much has that science evolved over the years? Because you've been coaching since the mid-aughts. I mean, like the idea of how to achieve peak performance on game day at any level. I would have to think that that's one of those things that like we've seen massive changes low over the years. Like, what was it like when you played at Boise State back in the 80s?
2000 was my first year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, anyway. Here's
first
what
year coaching, don't lie.
Yeah, first year coaching was 2005 at UNLV, and yeah, it was a failed tenure there, Nate, just so you know. My dad got fired, just like father, like son.
I'm aware. I covered it.
Yeah.
You both were there. You just forgot.
Exactly.
I was a GA there. But you know what? I've learned there's such a wide range of obviously many different ways that you can do it. The NFL and college, because you get the most amount of data in sports science, and it's probably the most copycat, where nobody really practices hard 48 hours within the window of playing the game.
Taper down before game day.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep. Now, I've learned this in high school. I've gone to a couple of my daughters, like on a Thursday, and a team has a Friday game. I've gone to some of my daughters' softball games and seen high school teams that are in full pads just banging the day before a game. And I'm like, okay, all right, here we go. In fact, I was at a softball game, and I saw an ambulance come take a kid away on the day before a game. I'm like, my 20-ish years of being around this other way of doing things, which is basically 48 hours outside the window, is a buildup of recovery and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I was just sitting there like, oh my gosh, how is a kid going in an ambulance to the hospital the day before a football game? Because they're practicing so physically.
And I tell you what, that ball coach, he's having that kid suit up on Friday. I promise you that.
Oh, he's ready to go.
Yeah,
tell you that.
Tape an aspirin to it and get out there, Junior.
That's right.
Or possibly a Tylenol.
Maybe an Aleve. How about an Aleve?
Big Tylenol guy. Yeah, I actually called my mom this morning. I said, Mom, honest to God, did you take Tylenol when you were pregnant with me? And all I'll say, fellas, is it explains some things. explain some things.
Listen, you guys, you're so soft. You know what they were doing when I was born? Hey, you better take a drag off this cigarette before you go in there. It's your last one. It's going to be a long delivery.
Hold on. I need one more
hit.
drink before we go into the room.
Here's a belt of scotch. Go on in.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you here. We got to take a break. When we come back, the Broncos offense. Sean Payton is trying to find their identity. Will he discover it by Monday? We'll discuss that next. Sean Payton Day over there at Dove Valley. UC Health Training Center presented by Common Spirit. Did I get that right, Andy?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not out there enough to say yes or no, but
okay, I appreciate it. You know what? I took a swing at it. I tried. Sean Payton today got the question about offensive identity. He got it. Now remember, Deion Sanders doesn't know what that is.
Yeah.
He doesn't subscribe to the concept of identity. Deion Sanders just said you either win or you lose. How did Sean Payton react to the question of what is your offense's identity?
Sean, on the topic of offensive identity, how long, historically, does it take to establish?
I think soon. Soon.
Would you like to be further along?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Soon is the answer. He did not, number one, he did not reject the premise of an idea of identity.
No.
Apparently, Sean Payton believes that identity is a thing that exists. But he also acknowledged that hopefully his offense is going to find its footing soon, which I think we would all like to see. If
that has happened.
If the offense was a little bit better, you'd be 3-0.
Yep.
So you got to get there, and you got to get there relatively quickly. And I'm sure he's starting to run out of a little bit of patience. But again, the question here is, at what point does it get pared down to, this is what we do well, this is a plan, this is personnel-wise what we would like to do, this is schematically what we would like to do, here's the plan, and we will go with it, rather than, as you put it, Andy, the Cheesecake Factory menu that the Broncos operate with.
I want to throw something out to Mike because, look, to answer your question directly, I'd like to see it happen against the Bengals starting on Monday night because you need to be tuned in and humming as you go on the road to face some tough teams.
Sure do.
And you don't have time to be playing with stuff when we get back for the Giants from, your international road trip. So Nate threw this out yesterday, Mike, and I am curious, do you think at points Sean is maybe fiddled with stuff, not only this year, but just tried some stuff the last 3 years that we've seen him? Because his record in September and October is so much different. We've all talked about this. Do you think he's going to maybe pare down some of what he's doing and maybe the experimenting part is over, seeing as how you don't really play preseason games anymore?
Yeah, is it just ironic that such a tenured professional in the NFL, one of the most tenured current head coaches in the National Football League, just can't quite figure out September? But
weird.
Explain how you all of a sudden just snap the fingers and October is just a better month for you. I can't quite make any sense of it, but I agree wholeheartedly with this premise that you brought up, Nate and Andy. What are you good at? Okay. Let's start with what your quarterback does well. And then you have to pair that with what your offensive line does well, just from an offensive standpoint. And I talked about it a lot this morning on the morning sprint with my guy Berto. And I think this offensive line and where the disconnect and the lack of marriage right now, schematically, that makes you feel like you're at a Cheesecake Factory or one of those delightful Mexican restaurants that have a brochure that's laminated, that's got 73 pages.
I like ordering the number. I always enjoy that. I'll take the combo number 17.
And right now, Sean's kind of picking between combo 1 and combo 493.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have combo 363. Does that sound good? It sounds like a good one. And then, of course, I love the server that's like, what's 363 again? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Really? You don't remember what 363 is? How could you not remember that? Well, that's kind of a little bit what's going on with the Broncos offensively. But the disconnect right now, I think that what Sean sees Bo Nix being really proficient at is the movement pass game off of hard outside zone play action and then getting the nakeds and the bootlegs and moving the pocket, because that's where Bo appears to show most of his athleticism. Guys, we saw the intent in the opening game against the Titans.
Yeah.
But the problem is when you're not good at actually running the play that correlates to that, which is the wide zone play. And the reason I don't think you're great at that is I don't think your offensive line fits that scheme. Like, that's a full offseason commitment. You got to go out and get lighter fast first step guys that can cut off the backside. And right now you don't really have that. You're heavy-handed. You got thick, powerful, gap scheme, downhill offensive linemen. So I just think that there's that disconnect right now between what Sean looks at the vision for Bo in the pass game, but that correlates with the run game that you're just not very good at right now.
All right, I got a question for both of you because you know what? You already said it in your last statement and Coach repeated it. What right now do we think Bo Nix does good? I've got one thing in mind and one thing I'd like to see him go back to, but what do we think Bo Nix does good?
Number one that I would say is make plays on the move.
Sure.
And that's exactly what Sandman just talked about right there of run that play action stuff, get him on the move, get him moving. If he's going to throw outside the numbers, he's a hell of a lot better at doing it when he is also outside the numbers. Sitting back in the pocket is not where he tends to have a lot of success, but I would say that's the biggest thing. But again, and it goes back to all these metrics that are screaming at us right now that the Broncos are having issues, especially on the early down stuff, is nobody's fooled by your run game because nobody's scared of your run game right now.
All right, Coach, what do you think? Give me one thing he does well.
I think he throws slants really well.
Okay.
I know that's really stupid, but I think if you can find ways to create slants and then one revolution beyond a slant is called a glance post.
But ball out quick to a guy
like
over the middle.
In rhythm over the middle. And I felt that at Oregon. I mean, that was the thing when I was game planning to coach against both Troy Franklin and at the time obviously it was Troy Franklin and Bo Nix, Terrence Ferguson. The one thing that you just saw repeatedly was get in empty and throw slants in quick game and get the ball out of his hand. And I thought he was really good throwing those balls. And he did it, guys, when he got going finally in the beginning of the game against the Colts. It was the slant to your fellow Illini.
Pat Bryant.
Pat Bryant. And he looked good, did he not? Like, he looked in rhythm. He looked confident. And it helped him.
Okay, you know what I want? And they did this last year. Can we get back to some pace? And, Coach, I heard you talking about it earlier in the week on your show. Let's stop bringing it in. You were telling Berto about how already you're getting the play in late to me. Now I got to get there. Now I'm already sped up because I'm trying to go through my checks real quick, make sure we're in everything. And I've only got 10 seconds to go, and the clock's counting down, and we can't afford to lose 5 yards. And so you've already sped me up in my mind, trying to figure out, make sure I got the right personnel group, and I'm remembering the play right. And then we got to go and snap, and here we go, and now I'm already, you know what I mean? Get back to some pace. Get the damn thing in. Get him to the line. Let him get a comfortable look at the defense and then go from there. Because honestly, he wasn't this manic in the pocket last year at times. And I think part of it's because he had enough time to calm himself before the play happened. There's been way too many times this year where you can tell he's giving us the frantic clap, just give me the ball. I hope we're ready to go. You know what I mean? That stuff has got to stop. That is something as a coach you can easily take out of this thing, isn't it?
Guys, what was he good at in camp? The
2-minute drill.
Go.
Just go. Let's get it in. Let's move.
Let's Eberflus this thing and get down to one-word play calls and just go.
But let's talk about what the 2-minute, or in some people's case, the 1-minute drill, depending on how much time's remaining on the clock. What is the factor that leads to what schemes you end up calling in the 2-minute drill?
Well, you don't get a lot of substitutions.
Yeah, and you're going to see more vanilla looks. And yeah.
So simplicity, but more important than that, all of your 2-minute calls are the plays that you install in the pass game on days 1, 2, and 3 of training camp.
Mm-hmm.
Like your first 3 days.
Easy stuff.
I say they're your DNA plays.
Your bread and
butter. So instead of trying to reinvent the wheel and have heavy new game plan ideas and new personnel groupings, and I'm going to tell you this, I have been guilty of it a lot. I was guilty of it a week ago against your alma mater, Nate or Andy. I was trying to be too cute. I'm like, you know what? What are we good at? Let's just run that really quickly. But like, it's an easy trap to fall into because you as coaches, man, you got these things in your mind that, hey, that is not good enough. The thing that we did on day 1 of training camp and we've done 10,000 times, it's not good enough. What's the old Bruce Lee quote about 10,000 of the same kick, right? 10,000 kicks practiced the exact way is better than 10,000 different kicks, right? And that's what I think right now is highly repped plays that are simplified and can be operated with pace will help this quarterback. He is not He's not damaged goods. He's not a terrible player. Do I see some of the concerns that I had about him coming out of the draft and coming out of? Yes, I do. But I don't. Clearly, we've seen the evidence that he is a good football player and he is a competent National Football League quarterback.
By the way, when you brought up Bruce Lee quotes, I was going to go with "You offended my family and you have dishonored a Shaolin temple." But I suppose he said something in an interview too. Enter the Dragon.
You just think it's all just movies?
That's it.
I fear not. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times.
Sean Keeler had this in a column a couple of days ago. Bo Nix has thrown the ball 8 times this year in no huddle. 6 of 8, 72 yards, 2 first downs, 102 passer rating in no huddle. Passer rating 81.7 huddling up. And we saw these similar kind of numbers out of him last year. Of when it's fast and when it's, to Sandman's point, simplified and well studied and well practiced, he's a hell of a lot better than Sean Payton and his Pollock painting of a game plan that he's throwing out there every single week.
Yeah. Now look, I'm not saying don't totally get rid of those. You know what I mean? Because
you have to.
It is.
The touchdown was sick, 4th and 2. I love that.
That's what
play.
I'm saying. You had some real creative formations
By the
that
way,
popped
Sandman,
guys wide open.
Can you run that play? Can you line a left tackle up out wide and fake toss right and throw it back the other way? You get the ball on the right hash?
I told you that off air, and you're going to bring that up?
Hey, Mike, is
now
the left tackle split out the crane kick of football formations? If done right, no can defend? Until you get to the next movie and the guy defends it?
Can't stop it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Guy's
This
totally
is
ready
correct.
for it. You telegraphed and he broke your ankle. No, but seriously, you know what I'd like to see? Because, again, Leggy pointed this out to us. The Chargers did a little of this to the Broncos. They just said, we're not subbing, so neither are you.
Yeah.
We're going to keep you in this group. We know who you got on the field. We know how to attack the guys you got on the field. I think the Colts did some of it, too, from what Leggy was telling me. And we're just going to stick in this grouping, and we're going to run a few plays, and we're going to make you not sub, and we're going to take advantage of these guys. And if you were to do that, like I said, not every drive, but if you stall down for a drive or so, why not go back to the quick pace that got you going a year ago?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I keep waiting for them to do it. And they, and there it is, Sean with his one sheet with the sub sheet and the big sheet here. I thought it was so hilarious a contrast last week because Sean's got multiple sheets to go to as if he's holding up the play cards in a college, play call. And there's Vance Joseph with a sheet of paper and his, covering his. It's one sheet of paper, giving himself a little call right there. And the defense has outperformed the offense to this point.
Right.
Just take a cue from him. Just go down to a sheet, Sean. That's all we need right now. I know you got a million plays. Bust them out in little,
You guys ever see Lincoln Riley and from his predecessor Mike Leach? It's like on a it's this big of a call sheet, and they just kind of just go down. Like Mike Leach used to write out 15 plays on a little white piece of paper.
Yeah.
And then he would just go and just call them right down the list in order. And if it was working, he would just keep going down the list and do it again and do it again. And sometimes he would go all the way to the bottom, and instead of going back to the top, he would just go backwards in reverse.
All right, I got to know this as you bring this up. It's story time with Sanford, I hope. I've heard of quarterbacks that only had a limited thing that they could run, but to hide it, you would still come out with the big play sheet, even though the play sheet was really that little piece of paper Mike just had. That's really all we're calling right here. But I can't let everybody know this is how simple we've gone, so I'm still coming out with the gigantic play sheet. Have you ever had to cover up how little you could actually get done with your guy?
Oh, did you watch the 2022 CU football season?
Yeah. You mean you weren't always calling the roll to the right and throw it out of bounds? That wasn't the play call?
My gosh.
Hey man,
you did love that play that year. I got to say, man.
No, I think he did. I think
you spammed the hell out of it, man.
I think Brendan Lewis was like, one look, nope, let's throw it out of bounds. We'll try again.
That's why Brendan Lewis didn't play again after the second week. That's why he didn't play again.
Hey, how about your guy McCown? Huh?
Good player. Came back into the state of Colorado for the UTSA Roadrunners and went and beat the Fighting Jay Norvell.
There wasn't any Memphis stuff going on there that time, was there? Did you hear about the Memphis stuff?
Oh, that's right.
The fact that he buddied up with the DB, and the DB said, "Here, man, here's what you're
deal,
looking
huh?
at." That was a year ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a weird scenario. Never heard of that one happening, but actually, it scares me to death how much everybody just slides into each other's DMs now in football games at every level. Yeah, it's just people are talking trash via DMs. Like, guys, like I just told our team, like, stay off that crap. Let our team be our team. Like, just stay out of the DM world and talking to other teams, and we'll talk to them after the game.
Are they hitting on the other team's cheerleaders, though?
Yeah. Hey.
I don't think so. You know, got a bunch of really good, well-behaved young men.
Sure.
Over here.
Coach, here's what you can be proud of. You're not Lane Kiffin. You don't got the other team's dudes dating your daughter. So
that's a weird look.
Did you guys did you hear the latest on Lane Kiffin? The ring girl from the Tyson Jake Paul fight?
No.
Yeah, not a great look for old Lane.
Yeah,
or maybe a great look for Lane. I don't know.
So she had said in a prior interview that an SEC head coach had slid into her DMs, and she more recently alleged that it was Lane Kiffin.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know, man. Coaching's coaching.
Sydney Thomas, is that her name?
Yeah, she seems like a very talented and upstanding young woman. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure sure she went to Bible study and all that good stuff. But yeah, apparently Lane Kiffin. Mm-hmm. That's the allegation that is out there.
All right.
With that type of behavior nowadays, he'll have his own show, you know, on Barstool and probably ESPN eventually.
Yeah. Get that man the Alabama job when they fired Kalen DeBoer. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That's Mike Sanford joining us from Valor Christian High School. I'm Nate Kreckman. That's Andy Lindahl. We're getting you set for Broncos Bengals. Plus, we're getting you ready for Thursday night football tonight with Seattle and Arizona here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And the place to be tonight, Stoney's on Lincoln. We got an NFC West showdown, 70 televisions, 120-inch projector screens. Not a bad seat in the house. Grab a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer. We call it a Dew and a Brew. And register to win awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Broncos helmet. We'll see you at 6 at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln. Andy Lindahl found a just absolute gem of a declaration about football played in the state of Colorado today that I want to talk about when we come back. What is the most famous play ever involving one of our teams in the sport of football? We'll talk about that next.
the defense, I'd have a few more guys over there.
3 wide outs at the top of the picture. Stewart with time. Lets it go. He's got 3 people down there. The ball's up in the air. Caught. Touchdown. Caught by Westbrook for a touchdown. Incredible.
29 years ago yesterday, September 24th, 1994. Unbelievable. By the way, 31 years. Quick math. Dum-dum. Cordell Stewart to Michael Westbrook. Miracle at Michigan. Buffs win. One of the great wins of the Bill McCartney era. One of the great wins in Colorado football history. Andy, you sent a tweet over earlier today that declared that play as the most iconic play in Colorado football history.
And I believe it came from Bill McCartney's grandson.
Okay.
To be fair, to give context.
Now, for CU football, I would completely agree. Miracle at Michigan, unbelievable. Most iconic play in CU history. But Andy asks the question, what's the most iconic football play in just our state, college and pro? What is it? What is the play that is number one on the list? And I got to tell you, Andy, like when I first saw that, I was like, it can't be that. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, everybody remembers that play.
Yeah. You want a funny end of that story? I'm watching that exact call.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got Keith Jackson on the call.
Hell yeah.
I just gotten home from a tournament at Air Force. We were playing some fall lacrosse. My buddy and I are watching it, still in our gear, stinking, because we're listening to Larry Zimmer on the radio, racing home to see the end of this game. Turn it on, see the play, jump up and down, hit my Sega, and the TV goes static. So it took me like 10 minutes to figure out who the hell caught the ball. We flipped to the radio, and of course, Zimmer's like, I don't know who caught it. I don't know who caught it, but it's a touchdown. And I'm like, oh my God, who the hell caught the ball? So, but it was just total pandemonium. And you're right. Everybody remembers because that was a huge game for CU. Huge game for them. That was like the arrival of Cordell Stewart. And I do believe that was Salam's 2,000-yard season the year that occurred. And he and Cordell were like neck and neck for the Heisman after that play.
So here's what I remember about that play, guys, is I was a freshman in high school, okay? Wakanda, Illinois. Not in Colorado, not in Michigan. But
but in a Marvel comic strip.
That's right.
Which is great.
Forever. So there were 2 history teachers at our high school, and they were both football coaches, and one of them went to Michigan. Okay. Oh. And so the other one, so that was Mr. Kolbacher, Mr. Sciatta, old Len Sciatta. He took because it was on the cover of the Chicago Tribune. Okay. He took the paper, and remember the old pull down map in history class, that was right up on the chalkboard. Yeah. Exactly. So he had pulled it down. He had taped the copy of the Tribune with the picture of Westbrook catching the ball, and then he had rolled it back up. And then Kolbacher on Monday morning was teaching first period and pulled down the map as a part of his lesson plan, and boom, there it was. It's such a good prank to pull, but that's how famous that play was. Again, like it had nothing to do with where I lived, and yet that was a play that everybody was talking about on Monday. Sandman, when you think of the legend of what has happened in this state, like, number one, that play has got to be huge on it, but like what jumps front of mind for you?
Yeah, what do you remember, Mike? And I know you could say you're not a local, so that's what adds to this. What is so big, everybody knows about it.
The only image that is fully etched in my brain of Colorado as a youth, we'll call it, is the helicopter from John Elway.
Yeah.
For Bowl 32.
Yeah.
The play.
I think that play I think that's the most iconic play in Bronco history. Okay.
I think it's the most iconic play in Colorado sports history.
I mean, imagery, everything else. Yeah, you're probably right about that.
Nate has a great one though.
I wrote down the Atwater hit on Okoye. Monday Night Football, the Nigerian Nightmare. It's, again, like his legend is simply growing. I remember I had the Topps football card, the ground force of Christian Okoye, and his shoulder pads were just...
He wore linebacker shoulder pads.
They were the size of like a sheet of plywood.
You could land helicopters on them.
And you looked at it and you were just like, oh man, that is the scariest human alive. And Atwater ended his legend like that.
It was funny because I remember the game. So Atwater was my guy from his rookie year, right? Just fell in love with
He's
the
your
guy
favorite
right
football
away.
player
He's
of
my
all
favorite
time.
football player over Elway, over Davis, over any of them. The greatest thing I got in my sports collection is his jersey he gave me. The old Joe Green, if you will. I remember laying on my couch because it was kind of a boring game. And the minute he did that, like, I don't even know how to explain it to you. I went from laying position to like a jump. Somehow I Jedi jumped onto my feet.
Yeah.
I'm clapping. And for those that don't remember, this is a Monday Night Football game. And all they did in pregame, this in the era of massive ESPN and all that, it was ABC. They come on with their little pregame hit, and it's nothing but Nigerian Nightmare and thunderous guitars and him just running one guy over after another. And here comes Atwater on his night, the coronation of the scariest running back in football in the NFL. And here comes Atwater and just drops his rear end. And then gives him, and then later they get the mic'd up out where he goes, "You tried, baby, you tried."
So in the NFL 100 greatest plays,
yeah,
the helicopter is 33, John Elway's helicopter, and Atwater's hit on Okoye 83.
Yeah.
So two iconic NFL plays,
without a doubt.
And very clearly, I think part of when you go back and actually watch the hit of Atwater, the reality of it from a football breakdown standpoint is Okoye didn't have his entire ground. Like his cleats weren't in the ground at the point in time. He made a bad cutting decision and he got caught in the perfect time. At the time, though, nobody cared.
Right.
Because, like you said, it was the buildup of the Nigerian Nightmare. And little FYI, my wife, Anne Marie, shares an alma mater with Christian Okoye. Any guesses?
Where did Christian Okoye play his college football? I don't know.
Azusa Pacific University.
Oh, all right.
Deep cut.
Yeah.
Very good. Oh, very good.
Only winners go to Azusa Pacific.
Do you guys remember Dan and Dave? The captains? One of those two, I think it was Dave O'Brien, was also at the same time as Okoye. Dave O'Brien of the Dan and Dave fame were also APU alums.
By the way, that's one of the most infamous. That's
maybe
all
the
we
most
heard about. Infamous sports ad campaigns ever. Because Dan O'Brien was the favorite to win the decathlon, and Dan and Dave, and then the dude didn't qualify for the games.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I think Dave got like
he stunk too. Neither of them were really great.
Did he win a bronze? He might have won a bronze,
probably, but they did not do
but,
everything we were promised all summer long.
Who cares? There's infamous plays, bad plays in Bronco history. The snap over Manning's head.
Oh, the Joe Flacco fling.
Flacco to Jacoby Jones. Those ones kind of jump out there. I got a couple of more. I got two college highlights for you that I think of. Number one, I think it's the most famous play in CSU history. BVP spiking the ball off of Roderick Sneed's helmet.
Yeah.
I think the Buffs were ranked number 6. And Bradley Van Pelt.
In the big stadium.
Yeah, beat those dudes. And then this one of recent vintage, but I think this play will live on in history. And again, I know there was the Hail Mary, but to me, the play of the game was the Travis Hunter forced fumble in the hole against Baylor.
Oh, dude, I remember watching that last year because I remember Travis.
That's a Heisman moment.
Travis was following a guy in motion.
Yeah.
Recognized the formation and hopped back inside to the exact hole the running back chose to run in, and he just let his guy go outside. The other thing for CU that I remember goes back to the Orange Bowl, the first Orange Bowl year.
Clipping?
No. That is a good one, though, dude.
Tell you what, most famous flag.
Yeah. No, this one was there. This was more the Salinesi year, you could call it, but I remember Darian Hagan. I don't remember who it was against. It was either CSU, Oklahoma, or Nebraska. It was one of the rivals. But he goes running down the field. Hagan got 40 yards, peels off, pitches out to J.J. Flanagan, and he runs it the rest of the way in.
Guys, fifth down.
Fifth down, dude.
Fifth down.
In Columbia, Missouri, was it not?
It sure was. Yeah. And they'll tell you it was because of bad turf. By the way, CJ didn't break the plane. I don't care what anybody says. And
he still is yet to confirm it to either one. Now, he doesn't.
Oh, I've told it to him to his face hundreds of times. So he's heard my diatribe about this. He didn't score. No. That's the irony of the fifth down is you had an extra down and then they made a bad call.
Who
on
scores
the fifth down.
first, CJ or Matt Holliday? Now we're going to baseball.
Mike Sanford, everybody. The great Mike Sanford, Valor Christian and Ralston Valley. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. You'll listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Number 2, number 4. Going to be an awesome game. Sandman, what is it? Horse Day? Lead a horse to
Thoroughbred Thursday.
Thoroughbred Thursday. Okay. Tomorrow night on the broadcast, I'm calling it Horse Day.
Yeah.
Okay. Thoroughbred Thursday out there at Valor Christian. Sandman, good work, dude. We appreciate it.
Love you, boys.
All right. That's the great Mike Sanford with us right there. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, that Rockies game last night sure was a lot of fun for the Seattle Mariners. We recap that game with the excellent Mariners broadcaster, Ryan Roland Smith, to talk about the American League West champions and just how cool it is to be a Mariner and how not cool it is to be a Rocky. We'll talk to him next.
40,000 chanting MVP. Fly ball to right field. Number 60. A catcher has hit 60 home runs. Your MVP moment, Cal Raleigh.
And a big congratulations to Angel Chivii of the Rockies, who now gets to be the answer of a trivia question. Who did Cal Raleigh hit his 60th home run off of back in 2025? Joining us right now, fresh off of that Mariners 9-2 victory last night over the Rockies as Seattle wins the NL West for the first time since 2001, former Mariners pitcher and now broadcaster on Root Sports Northwest, the pride of Sydney, Australia, Ryan Rowland-Smith with us. Ryan, welcome to the show. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. It was a big night for the Seattle Mariners. Last night, man, it's been a while too. Like, and I'll say this to you guys because I'm outside the region as we speak, but these fans have had to wait since 2001. And, Dan Wilson, I spoke to him last night. I'm like, the last time you guys actually won a division, you were behind the dish. I mean, it's just crazy to think about. So it's been a long time coming, special night last night, and the way they did it, it's kind of storybook the way Cal Raleigh hit his 60th to finish off that game.
Yeah, Ryan, the fans here, they've been waiting for infinity for the Rockies to win a division. So we're kind of wondering what that's like. But Ryan,
hey, at least you guys have gone to a World Series. Like, I mean, we haven't even been close to that. So I don't even want to hear it.
We may make you watch 300+ losses in 3 years.
Yeah, Ryan, don't act like anything is
we
better
are dead
in these
the
parts.
baseball soul. This is why we called you.
Yeah, like you guys, you had Big Dumper hitting 59 and 60 last night.
We're just the big dumpers.
You guys have a guy, and I know that the Mariners acquired him at the deadline, but Eugenio Suarez has 48 home runs. Nobody cares. That's how good your team is because Cal Raleigh has hit 60 this year. Ryan, it's so funny because here in Denver, Colorado, we live in the debate of Nikola Jokic versus whoever for NBA MVP. Right now, I think you guys are living the same life, the Cal Raleigh versus Aaron Judge argument as to who should be the American League MVP. Like, Judge's numbers are unbelievable, and he's earned it, but also a catcher has hit 60 home runs. When you guys talk about this on your broadcast, on your talk shows in Seattle, how do you frame the argument of why Cal Raleigh should be the AL MVP?
I think we frame it very similar to how they're doing it nationally, and the kind of that argument from enough people who kind of really understand just how demanding that position is starting to build a big enough case to give him a big enough push, honestly, because look, I'm taking nothing away from Aaron Judge, man. He is a special player, and he's having just another special year. And when you look at, obviously, I'm not the first to tell you this, but when you're looking at WRC plus, when you're looking at OPS and all these numbers that really stick out to push you over the edge to get that MVP, yes, Aaron Judge has got Cal Raleigh beat. I get all that. I totally understand that. But I always go back to this. When you guys cover the game and you go to spring training, that first week when pitchers and catchers report, it is like as a former pitcher, you go down there for that first week plus, and it's just like you're throwing a few bullpens, you're quote unquote getting your work in, having a lift, messing around with your buddies, playing golf. The other guys, that's the pitcher side. The catcher side, I'm looking at them going, who would want to play this position, man? They've got a frame. Block balls. They've got to figure out. They've got to build rapport with their team. They've got to get in the cage. Cal Raleigh's got to hit from both sides of the plate. All these things. They're out there grinding all day long, right? And I look at that and say, man, all right. Then you take that into the season, all the prep and everything you have to do that goes with it. So everyone's heard that argument before. I just hope that, and when you talk about a value of a player and how he impacts the guys around him and how he impacts this rotation, especially going back to about a month, 5 weeks ago, they were in Tampa Bay, and they had a meeting, and the pitching was terrible on the road. Like, straight up, it was really bad. Cal led the meeting, and he basically had to be all of a sudden do his best sports psych because he's behind the dish with all these guys who are struggling. So you factor in all that. I feel like there's just enough of an argument from people who understand how demanding that game is, that position is, where that can push them over the edge, where they say, you know what, this is value that sometimes we can't quite quantify, and this has to be taken into account. Not to mention, it has been 23 seasons since 2001 since they've won the American League West. And everything that goes with it. I also think too the other part which is going to be interesting, how do these teams look in the playoffs, right? So like if Cal Raleigh just carries his team in the playoffs and Aaron Judge has a sluggish playoff like he did last year, I think that might sway a little bit as well. But there's just such a huge case here for him in regards to the position he plays, because he's literally doing something this season that I don't think's ever going to be touched. And you're talking about being a trivia question with who gave it up to him. I don't think this is not 10 years down the track. This is 30 years down the track until someone touches some of these numbers, especially from that position.
All right, Ryan, I got a couple of questions for you here. I mean, it's really kind of the same question. First off, what was the mood when you guys were down to the Rockies in Game 1 the other night, and how much did it flip and maybe lead into what happened last night? And I am really curious, how much pressure is on a team when you face, especially a good team, not to lose to the Rockies? Because, I mean, Cleveland Spiders is all I got to say. We know more about the Cleveland Spiders this year than ever, Ryan, because of how bad this team is. Does that bring a different kind of pressure when you're facing these guys?
Well, they're coming off a series in Houston, which, just to revisit that, you got to remember, Houston have won out here in the American League West. They've won the American League West 7 of the last 8 years. That's just mean if you want to have any kind of chance to have a good run through the playoffs, guess what? You got Houston in your division. They've just dominated. So they'll come off a series where they swept them, and all of a sudden it was just his change in the guard with the American League West. They're coming off that. They have the off day, and they're looking around, and all of a sudden, for the first time in a while, they're like, wow, we're getting a little bit of a cushion here. We're in the driver's seat, literally for the first time in years, to be in this position. And I'm not going to lie, man, a couple things that went into that first game against the Rockies. Number one, the Mariners were on their heels. I think they were a little bit sort of lackadaisical because they were looking at this going, well, hey, maybe because we're playing the Rockies, there's going to be some weak links here. There's going to be some extra base runners coming out of that bullpen at some point. Or, we've got a couple days here where we can, I guess, secure some of these things we want to secure. That's number one. And so there's always that weird thing with baseball, again, hard to quantify, but that momentum shift that they just didn't have anything, any kind of that good energy happening early in that game. And not to mention, man, McKay Brown.
They couldn't touch him.
I said this, and people blew me up on Twitter. I said, I'm watching this kid, 6'6", stepping across his body, 95, 96 with some sink, and a pretty big breaking ball. I'm watching him, and I said in the second inning, I'm like, if this kid can land a couple of these breaking balls in the strike zone, it's going to be really tough. And then people blowing me up on Twitter, like, oh, you jinxed it, this and that, because he was just untouchable.
10 strikeouts,
like,
man.
Oh, no. It was impressive. And look, you got to remember, you got a kid out there who's scuffled his first little run here in the big leagues. He's auditioning for 2026. He's on a team that's just straight individual. Everyone's auditioning essentially, but it's not a situation where McKay Brown's just going to roll over and go, I'm just going to try and have some fun here. No, he's on a mission, and they ran into that, man, and something was clicking for him. So you put all that together, and then it took him to the 8th inning. But what did they do? They got to that weak link with the command out of that bullpen from the Rockies, and it was dramatic fashion. And if it was a situation, honestly, that first game where they're up 7 runs, it wouldn't have been the same moment a couple nights ago that led into last night, which was one of the most magical games in Mariners history.
And Ryan, that's what I wanted to finish up on. And again, we're talking to former Mariners left-hander, now Root Sports Northwest broadcaster Ryan Rowland-Smith. Ryan, we got about a minute, but last night, I mean, you guys hit 3 solo bombs off of Tanner Gordon in the first, just jumped all over him, including the 59th for Big Dumper. Then he hits the 60th in the 8th. Like, you win the division. A catcher hits 2 bombs and hits number 60. Like, that's got to be the big, like, really, and I heard you guys say it on the broadcast, like, it was just a coronation last night. Last night was just a party for the 2025 Mariners.
It was, man, and I'll be quick because I know you got to get to other stuff. But it felt like last night the whole game was just like they're in celebration mode from out the gates. Now I know it helps when you hit 3 bombs in the first inning, but there's big smiles everywhere. Julio was doing his whole thing with these little cheering squad out there in center field. Luis Castillo was just having a blast on the mound, and I'm like, man, look at this, man! Like it was just his vibe that like. You knew you're about to grab the division, first time since whenever, and it just had that feel to it. I'm telling you right now, man, Disney has to come up with some cringe movie with bad actors who don't know how to play baseball and make some baseball movie out of this. That's what it felt like. That's how ridiculous it got last night with how everything got put together, man. I'm telling you, it was a blast, a lot of fun, and I don't know how they're going to be today, man. I was down in that clubhouse last night, and I was like, whoo, they've waited a long time to do that. And, a couple too many brown Gatorades after the game last night. So we'll see how they go today.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Ryan, how did you end up a pitcher, not a punter?
Hey, that's the thing back there, man. All these kids now, I can't believe it. Like, there's a program back there, by the way. I met the guy who runs it. It's called Pro Kick. And I'm telling you, he is just churning them out, dude. Like, I wasn't big into Aussie rules football at all. I was big into rugby. I just fell in love with baseball from an early age. Matter of fact, the Rockies, I loved their colors and everything when they were that expansion team. When they came into the league, I was a huge Rockies fan even. And I fell in love with baseball. I absolutely loved it, and that was it for me. I was done.
All right, man. Well, Ryan Roland Smith, hope you're not too hungover today. I hope you guys enjoy the hell out of it. But thank you so much for giving us some time. And we want you to know, man, we here, like in Colorado and in Denver, really, the fans have always kind of considered the Mariners to be like the American League Rockies. So we're living vicariously through you guys right now. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. And by the way, no better city, man. I love Denver, and that ballpark's amazing. You guys have got all the foundations. You just got to put the team together. That's for sure.
Yeah. We need a new owner. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't know about all the foundations, but yes. Ryan, thank you so much.
See you guys.
All right, Ryan Roland Smith, Mariners broadcaster, stopping by right there. By the way, Andy, I got a fun trivia question for you here, okay? So last night, Luis Castillo mows down the rocks, gets that win for the Mariners. They win the American League West.
He went 8, right?
I think 7 1/3. I think he went out in the 8th.
Yeah, you're right.
Do you know, or do you remember, and there is a Colorado connection here, who the starting pitcher was, the pitcher of record, the last time the Mariners clinched the American League West?
No idea.
Okay, I want to give you a commercial break to think about it. I will reveal the answer to you when we come back.
Would the hint be friend of the program?
We've never had him on the show.
Okay, then I'm thinking the wrong guy.
But we've definitely talked about this guy a lot.
Okay.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll check in with the Bengals. Cincinnati radio host Mo Egger joins the program next as well, so keep it here.
Gentlemen, how is your energy lately? I'm just very curious. How you doing? How you feeling? How are the workouts? How's the sleep? Have you been dealing with brain fog? If all of this is showing up for you, then it could be a sign of low testosterone. You may know about the sexual side effects of this, but there's a lot of ways that low testosterone can show itself. And again, it's a lot of those things that I just mentioned. If you're in the gym and working out the way that you used to, but just not seeing the same gains, there's another sign of it. And even in some cases, depression can be linked to this. So if you think you're dealing with low testosterone, get on and talk over to the experts at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're experts in low T, and they can help you out with getting to feel better. If you wanted to, just go ahead and take a quiz over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Go right there. 10-question quiz. Going to take you 2 minutes. They're all yes and no answers. And you can find out a little bit more about the condition, see if the answers line up with how you're feeling, and then get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have your first visit. They'll draw your blood. You have results in 30 minutes. They'll tell you what your T numbers are, and then you can talk about it with a Colorado licensed medical provider during the consult that if you want to start on testosterone. You'll have a T and a PSA test. The cost of all this is $99, but if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of that appointment, then the visit is free. So get back to the higher energy levels, not maybe wanting that midday nap. Sleeping better overall, waking up feeling refreshed, getting the brain fog gone, and getting those gains back in the gym. Just get on down to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations to serve you, 1 in Fort Collins and the Springs as well. They also have a great revamped location in Castle Rock they're very proud of. Go check that out. And call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
There's a stretch where, when Joe was injured, a couple of years ago, where, man, this quarterback is accurate, in rhythm, all of those things, and first down's important. If you allow him to get going, they've won a lot of games and played well with him. So we absolutely do, because it's not like the backup is a different type of player. He's a pocket passer. He's you know what I mean. It'd be different if who's playing now is all of a sudden a guy that scrambles, run, and so we would defend the offense because the offense really hadn't changed.
That was Sean Payton today talking about preparing for a Jake Browning-led Bengals offense versus a, Joe Burrow-led offense, which is a slightly different task. I don't care what Sean says. By the way, trivia answer, Andy, Jamie Moyer.
There it is.
Jamie
I did not know it, but the text
Moyer.
line did.
Yes. Pitched for the Rockies, I believe, at the age of 75. Jamie Moyer. Let's go to Cincinnati right now and check in on those Bengals. Mo Egger, afternoon drive host, ESPN 1530 there in Cincinnati. Mo, welcome to the program. How are you, sir?
I'm great, guys. What's up?
Mo, we're taking a look at this game, and obviously here in Denver, it's like, okay, defense has been good, but they're giving up too many points. Offense is stalled out, but we're still, I think, viewing this as a Broncos season that is, very optimistic that this can be a playoff team. Yeah, but how are you guys viewing the Cincinnati Bengals season now in the context of the quarterback injury?
Lots of frustration and a sense of, God, who didn't see this coming? Because we wondered all offseason, have they done enough to protect Joe Burrow? And as it turns out, this is the third time in 6 years that Joe has been here that we're talking about at least potentially a season-ending injury. And then you follow all of that up with not just the fact that they lost to the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, think about this. The Cincinnati Bengals have a losing history. Obviously, recently they've been pretty good. Sometimes more than good, but they've had a losing history. In the 1990s, they were the worst franchise, maybe in all of sports, and yet the game on Sunday was the most lopsided defeat they've ever had. They lost by 38 points. At one point, they were down 48-3. So you add to it just the frustration of losing Joe Burrow and the sense that, well, there goes their championship hopes. Yet another year in what is supposed to be their Super Bowl window is gone. But all right, they should be able to stay afloat with Jake Browning. They certainly did 2 years ago. For them to author the sort of performance they did has elicited, unfortunately, around here, some very familiar feelings, some very familiar emotions, and for what we do for a living, some very familiar opinions and takes.
Yeah, Mo, I kind of wanted to ask you about that part of it because when the injury became abundantly clear, okay, Burrow's going to be out. He could be missing up to 12 weeks. Like, they're going to go with Jake Browning. But Browning had a winning record, and he's still 500 as a starting quarterback in the NFL at 4-4, and he's generally viewed as one of the better backup quarterbacks in the league. And because Zach Taylor can run the kind of offense that he likes, that the Bengals can stay afloat, and maybe Joe can come back, and they can sneak into the playoffs and be dangerous. Okay, that's one version of reality. Then there could be the other one where they just play like they did last week every week, and, hey, they can draft Reuben Bain. Where do you come down on this? Like, what is going to be better for the Cincinnati Bengals?
Well, I think if you cling to the idea that the best-case scenario turns out to be the actual scenario, and that's Joe Burrow comes back in mid-December, you're holding out hope that they could stay afloat with a quarterback who kept them afloat 2 years ago. I don't think that they are as bad as they showed on Sunday because there were some, I hate to say this, fluky things that happened in that game. Jamar Chase never fumbles, had a critical fumble. Samaje Perine doesn't fumble, had a fumble on a play where he broke one of his fingers. They just had some things. Noah Fant fumbled. They had all these turnovers that weren't necessarily scheme-related. You add to it a pick six from Jake Browning, who – that's unfortunately backup quarterbacks are more likely to make the kind of mistake that Jake did. It just snowballed. And so as frustrating as Sunday was, I don't think they're that bad. That said, a lot of folks went into that game thinking, you know what? Jake can keep them afloat. He's still got some dudes to throw to. The AFC, once you get past the top two or three teams, kind of feels like the playoff race is going to be wide open. Maybe 9 games gets them in, and if by then you have Joe Burrow, you'll take your chances. I haven't really completely felt that way. Number one, this is a coaching staff that has not been able to successfully develop a running game on a consistent basis, which you need to when you have a backup quarterback. Number two, I think there's still too many questions about what they're going to be defensively to think that unit can play better than they were expected to play before Joe Burrow got injured. So I think this is the game where we kind of find out, right? If it's a repeat performance from what we saw last week, well, then last week's not an outlier. If it's a bit of a bounce back, and they're able to function on offense, and they can find some things in the running game that they haven't tapped into yet, and the defense can go on the road and acquit themselves pretty well, then I think you cling to, all right, they're 3-1. What happened against Minnesota was unfortunate, but it really doesn't represent who they are, and maybe they can get to a point where they're still in it. If Joe Burrow comes back in mid-December, you can kind of take off from there. I think this is the game on Monday night where we find out what it's going to be.
Well, I got to tell you, I love watching Joe Burrow play. So this is incredibly frustrating for me. I draft him in fantasy every year if I can, just because I love rooting for the guy, frankly. And it's annoying to watch these same offensive line problems pop up. As it relates to this game and the business coming up on Monday night, the biggest thing that I would think the Bengals have to worry about is the Bronco pass rush. That's been the most consistent thing about this season. Frankly, nothing offensively has been all that consistent. Can this line, in your mind, hold up against this pass rush, or is that going to be the big challenge?
That's the challenge, and has been for years. It's interesting. When Joe got injured in that game against Jacksonville, you had a lot of folks who I thought worked really hard to manufacture this narrative that, well, it's Joe Burrow's fault. It's how he plays. He insists on being in the shotgun. And he's too much of a risk taker. And I go, well, I don't know which play you watched. I saw the pocket collapse immediately. What's the quarterback supposed to do? So it was really interesting. There was almost like this weird narrative that folks decided to build that, hey, the offensive line really isn't that bad. And I'm like, hang on. I don't know where you folks have been for the last 9 years, but for 9 years we've been debating what the Bengals could do to make their offensive line just okay, much less good. Who should they draft? Who should they sign? Who's the next offensive line coach? And they still haven't been able to fix their offensive line. And they've tried. They've spent money in free agency. They've used first-round draft picks. Zach Taylor's on his third offensive line coach. Organizationally, it's been a decade since they have a good offensive line. Metrics would suggest as much. And so with the way they played against Minnesota kind of made everybody go back to, oh, yeah, that's right. Maybe the offensive line is a problem. And so I will assume it's going to be a problem every single week until it's not. And that's independent of who the opponent is. Now, you add to it, just look at what Myles Garrett did against this team in week 1 when the game was hanging in the balance. Almost completely destroyed the Bengals' chances of winning. This offensive line is unproven. This offensive line still has one rookie playing at one guard position, a guy in Dalton Reisner who's been a disaster playing at another position.
We know him.
Orlando Brown on Sunday against Minnesota played like he was my age, and I'm too old to be playing in the NFL. And so game in and game out, I wonder, are they going to be able to pass protect? But the bigger question for me is, are they going to be able to run block? Because even coming into the season, if you looked at the offensive line from an optimistic point of view, you acknowledged, okay, they have 5 linemen who individually and collectively are good at pass protection. They're not great run blockers. And when you have Joe Burrow, you go, okay, fine, just keep him upright. Well, now with Jake Browning, if they're going to replicate the success they had with him 2 years ago, they have to figure out ways to run the football more effectively, and they're the least efficient team on the ground so far this year. So that's what I'm going to be watching for on Monday night.
All right, Mo, I'm going to take a flyer with this one because I know you're a talk show host, and I think we all pay attention to roughly the same things as we get ready for shows. I'm curious the out-of-town reaction to all the media hype. Nate and I did a segment of, we're going to talk about how nobody's talking about the Broncos as a dark horse Super Bowl champion, and yet because Sean Payton has connections from his time in the media, it felt like everybody was talking about the Broncos as the team nobody was talking about. I'm sure you heard some of the talking heads like us out there nationally on ESPN and Fox and whatnot bring up the Broncos as a Super Bowl contender. What was your reaction to that as an AFC team who had those same aspirations in that market?
I understand it because it kind of felt like, number one, everybody wants to declare the Chiefs dead. Trust me, out here, you're not going to find a fan base more enthusiastic to do that. And so it was sort of a trendy, and maybe it'll prove to be an accurate thing this offseason, to declare that the Chiefs' run in the AFC West is coming to an end. All right, well then, who's more likely to end it? The discussion becomes the Chargers or the Broncos. No knock on the Raiders. And then there's, Denver played here late last season. That was a huge game. Yeah. And I think a lot of us walked away from that going all right, those two teams should be in the hunt next year. And Bo Nix had a good rookie season. And when a quarterback has a good rookie season, you just expect them and him to expand upon it, especially when he's playing for a coach like Sean Payton. So to me, it made sense. And also I think league-wide, everybody's kind of trying to figure out, all right, we know the big three in the AFC, the Bengals for 2 years notwithstanding, is Kansas City, Buffalo, and Baltimore. who's the team most likely to crack that three? Who's the team more likely to make that a quartet? Is it the Bengals? Well, if it's not the Bengals, who is it likely to be? And you start to look around the league. I think it made sense to think that the Broncos could be one of those teams. And so a lot of the discourse to me made sense. It's why I have felt like this game, since the schedule came out, could have long-lasting reverberations, was an interesting matchup. Again, they played a great game against each other last year. I just wish we were talking about that with Joe Burrow playing and not Jake Browning.
Okay, so Mo Egger, afternoon drive, ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. Last thing, how do you guys react to, and how do you specifically, I suppose, because you can only speak for yourself, how do you react to the take, the cliche, or whatever it may be, that Joe Burrow is this generation's Andrew Luck?
I hate it, but I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not qualified, nor do I think anyone else is qualified to get into Joe Burrow's head. That said, you have two quarterbacks that had some almost instant success, had teams that had almost instant success, but the injuries mounted, the frustration mounted. And, you know, at some point, Andrew Luck threw up his hands and said, it's got to be a better way to go through life. Frankly, here, the comparison that gets used more is Carson Palmer. Because at the end of the 2010 season, Carson Palmer said, you know what, enough of this. I'll go sit on the beach unless you trade me. And so, right or wrong, what hovers over everything as it relates to Joe Burrow, or frankly any star player, is do they examine their relationship with the Bengals and do what Carson Palmer did? Carson, I don't think, was ever as good as Joe. I don't think he was ever as beloved as Joe. But 7 years into his NFL career, he saw a situation that for him was untenable and decided, I want nothing more to do with this. Could we get to that point with Joe Burrow if the injuries continue, or if there are more seasons like last year where he played at an MVP caliber level and they weren't even a playoff team? A dude like that who plays a position where you're judged on how much do you win, it would be very understandable if he said, not so much, hey, I'm going to retire, but I might retire if you don't send me elsewhere. I don't know that that is a scenario that any Bengals fan at some point hasn't considered. But yes, if you look at the amount of hits that Joe Burrow and Andrew Luck each took through their first 6 NFL seasons, the amount of injuries, the amount of frustration, I do understand why people make that comparison.
Well, Mo, here's the good news. The Reds won today. You guys aren't dead yet, so you still got that. Mo Egger, everybody. Afternoon drive, ESPN 1530, Cincinnati. Mo, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. See ya.
All right, that was, I have to say, you know what's funny? Andy, we talk a lot about the Bengals.
We do, because, look, they're
at the top of the AFC. They've got Joe Burrow. They are one of those teams, like he talked about, if you're having the debate of, of this recent vintage, that we need to determine who is the 4th best team in the AFC. The Bengals are one of those teams in the conversation. The Broncos are one of those teams in the conversation. He's absolutely right about that. But, like, he talks about that from a place of he lives in that reality every single day of the Cincinnati Bengals. That's one of those that, like, I feel like I view the Bengals from afar, and I'm like, how are these people not all ripping their hair out?
Yeah.
And I think his view of it is just like, well, that's the Bengals. They haven't had an offensive line forever, which, again, they don't. Their answers this year, when they were trying to fix their offensive line in front of Joe Burrow, was, they drafted Dylan Fairchild. They brought in Dalton Reisner. They paid Orlando Brown, and they drafted Amarius Mims last year. Like, okay, this is what's going to fix our offensive line, and they still have the same problem. It still stinks.
Yeah, and then they went and committed a ton of money to receivers.
And then they did. And that was,
they went and got in a fight with their best defensive player.
Yep.
They came to an amicable agreement, but let's be honest, that agreement was basically for this year, and I think Trey Hendrickson's like, I'm getting the bleep out of here.
Right.
Next year if I can. It is interesting because I'll tell you what, we don't know a lot about how this tenure of the Broncos ownership is really going to go because of how young it all is. But we know what he's hinting at there. I may retire if you're not going to spend some money and fix the team around me. That I don't think will ever be a problem here. It would suck to be a Bengals fan and wonder, is Joe Burrow going to I forgot about Carson Palmer. Is he going to pull a Carson Palmer and just say, I would rather not make money than play for you?
Let me tell you the biggest problem with the Bengals. I'm looking at their injury report right now. Let me give you the first 3 names on their injury report. Noah Fant, concussion, did not practice. Samaje Perine, finger, full participant. Dalton Reisner, calf, full participant. That's too many crappy ex-Broncos.
I was about to say, you know what's funny? I didn't want to split hairs with our friend because I knew that Mo, back when Samaje Perine was a Bengal, he did not fumble.
Yeah.
But here,
He did.
I wanted to go, Mo, he's fumbled an awful lot in the orange and blue. I hate to tell you. I remember a few Samaje Perine fumbles, frankly.
Yeah, when you give Jamar Chase and T. Higgins all that money, you're shopping off of the Broncos cast-off
That's
rack.
right. That ain't a rack you want to shop in too often.
From tonight through Monday, Altitude Sports Radio is broadcasting 11 football games.
How many?
11. Our NFL quad.
These go to 11.
Thank you. Our NFL quadcast on Sunday. We got a quadcast, Andy.
That's because we getting up early for
Starts
some football.
at 7:15 a.m. from London with Vikings Steelers. Vikings just blew out the Bengals. Continue with Eagles Bucks. We got Ravens Chiefs in the afternoon window. You wrap it up with Green Bay and Dallas in the Michael Parsons Bowl. It's all powered by Rally House. Shop every team in town. We have got 11 football games from tonight through Monday. You know which game I'm most excited about? Game number 2 on that list.
Say it again. What's number 2?
Number 2, that is
It's a number 2.
Valor Christian at Ralston Valley, which you will listen to tomorrow night.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking the second game of the Sunday. I was stuck on when you said the first game starts at 7:15.
11.
I know, but see again, you just mentioned the Sunday quartet. I thought you meant the number 2 game on the Sunday quartet. But I was thinking 7:15 spring. Will you just be getting up to watch football, or will you just be rolling in? Remember those days, Nate, where 7:15 football game? I don't know if I'd have gone to bed yet. That was a hell of a Saturday night.
I never did enough blow to be rolling in at 7:15 in the morning.
You don't know what you're missing. You ain't ever seen the sun come up?
That was more of a...
Where you're like, man, I ain't slept yet.
I feel like...
You have never... I don't believe you.
I feel like 3 or 4 a.m.
Oh, I don't know that I made it to 7. Well, I made it to 7:15 when I was doing the overnight shift at the other place. But
7:15 is like you need to go stay in a facility in Malibu for a while.
You haven't lived life until you've gone to the all-night Taco Bell, the 24-hour Taco Bell, and you realize you're getting breakfast, you're getting dinner items as everyone's going to their job.
I think I'm okay having
you
missed
haven't
that.
lived until at 7:15 you want to crack your first beer because you ain't been to sleep, you've been working. You know, I got a Mexi Melt and a Mexican pizza, and I need a Bud Light Ice.
Yeah, 7:15 is beyond anything I ever saw.
I don't believe you.
I never went full Belushi.
There has to be one night you're forgetting about. You're not like, boy, I got to get some sleep.
I think
I need to get up and meditate.
I think there's a tremendous gap between Hank Hill and Chris Farley in the 90s, okay? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl
You
show.
always shut it down by 4?
On Altitude Sports Radio. I still think Big Voice Guy should have called him Michael Parsons. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. Sign up to bid. Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude. Why should you do that? Well, number one, that gets you all set and ready to bid at Roller Auction, which then you're all set. But secondly, then you can win tickets from us here at Altitude. Roller.bid/altitude. Just plug in name, email address. Guys, you're good to go. You are good to go right there. You'll get the emails to let you know when the new auctions are opening up. For example, they will let you know that coming up on the 1st of October. That's right. It is time for the October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction over there at Roller Auction. Guys, trucks, SUVs, sedans, construction equipment, all of this great stuff is available for you to be able to bid at roller.bid. Cost of used cars? Out of hand. Unbelievable. Well, get some great deals at Roller Auctions, Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up because our next giveaway, Nuggets tickets, Nuggets Heat tickets. You can be there. NBA Finals rematch, courtesy of your friends at Altitude and Roller Auction. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kicking button, taking names here on a Thursday afternoon where, hey, the place to be on a Thursday, Stoney's on Lincoln. You can watch Thursday Night Football. TUNF, Seattle, Arizona, NFC West battle. 70 televisions, 2 120-inch projector screens mean there isn't a bad seat in the house. Grab a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer. We call it a Dew and a Brew. And register to win awesome prizes, including an autographed Randy Gradishar Bronco helmet. We'll see you at 6 at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln. All right. High Five coming up at 5 o'clock. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got a ton of Sean Payton that we have to get to. Plus, we have now heard from Shedeur Sanders. He has reacted to the news that is out there about him, which of that there is plenty. So we'll get to all that coming up in the High Five. First off, Andy, though, number one, great conversation earlier this hour with Ryan Rowland Smith about the Mariners, and I love that we got into the Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge MVP discussion. I don't know if it's anti-Yankee bias. I don't know what it is. I'm legitimately invested in. I want Cal Raleigh to be the MVP. I never thought I would live in a world where I saw a catcher hit 60. Are you kidding me? A catcher hitting 60. Ryan talked about him running meetings and everything else like that. I told you the story a week or two ago of, he takes a ball in the dirt off the neck and then homers later in the game. He's talking to the media afterwards. He's just got a red welt from where a baseball hit him going, 100 miles an hour. It's unbelievable what he's done. And Judge's year is amazing. His numbers, they all live up to it. They are all MVP stuff. But in some ways, doesn't it kind of mirror the Jokic argument of, and Ryan Rowland Smith made this case for Cal Raleigh because he's a catcher. A huge part of his job is to make everyone around him better. He has to do that. So if you want to dive into the most valuable discussion, isn't that a big part of the argument for why we favored Jokic over Joel Embiid, over Shea, over whomever? Make everyone around you better.
Yeah. That should be what it is. But too often, who is the best? Are the Yankees the best team? They're not the best team this year, right?
No.
So you can't just default to.
They haven't even won their division.
The biggest guy on the most, the best team right now.
Look, Judge's numbers.
A lot of time that's what happens. But
Andy, Judge, there'd be nothing wrong if Aaron Judge won the MVP. 51 bombs, 109 ribbies, an OPS over 1,100 for. It's again that's MVP stuff. But we're watching something we've never seen before with what Cal Raleigh has done, and that to me is again, it is much the same way that we argued for Jokic here in Denver. When have you ever seen this? Okay, folks, tell me the time that a big man is operating an offense and has the usage rate and the assists and everything else that this guy is doing, in addition to scoring, in addition to rebounding, in addition to everything else that he does for his basketball team.
Yeah, look, the bottom line is when you do something no one at your position has ever done before,
it's pretty special.
I think you ought to win the MVP.
It's pretty
especially if your team's good. Now, again, if you've done it, if he'd have done this and the Mariners were terrible, third in their division,
sure,
not even in the wild card race, then I think there's merit to what we're talking about.
Yeah.
This guy's done it, and someone texted in during the interview, without Cal Raleigh, they're not even in this thing. It's a totally different season.
Being an everyday catcher is one of the biggest physical slogs in pro sports.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that part back up. I didn't want to ask our guest. I didn't want to ask Ryan, but our buddy Brian Madden from CBS 4 hit me up, and he was like, does the pace of play help catchers' longevity or deal with this
Great question.
anymore?
Great question.
That's what I said to him.
I tell you, we don't have enough evidence.
We don't know yet, right?
To know. I'll say this: it can't hurt.
That still doesn't mean it's not a physical grind of a position in baseball.
And by the way, you have to know every one of your pitchers, and you have to know the game plan, and you have to know the opposing hitters and the amount of scouting and everything else that you have to do and have in your brain before you go out there. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to need you to hit at the top of the order too.
And by the way, he's the only player usually that is involved in every play of the game. He receives a pitch every time.
Every time. Got to play this audio. Speaking of Jokic. Michael Malone goes on Sirius XM NBA radio earlier this week. I believe it was Tuesday. He's talking to Scalabrini and Isola. Okay? And now he's ESPN guy. He's TV guy. But you want to get back into coaching? Here's Michael Malone.
All right, Mike, you have a chance here to become a big star in TV. Would that be okay for you, or are you thinking at some point you'd like to get back into coaching?
In my heart, Frank, I'm a coach. I'm the son of a coach. It's definitely something I'd love to get back in. I still have a bad taste in my mouth with how things ended in Denver, and I'd love to go out on my own terms. With that being said, what I've learned over my many years in this league is how important it is to go to work every day with people you care about, you trust, you respect, and that are all pulling in the same direction. So when I have a chance to go back into the NBA, I just want to make sure I'm working with a group of people that are like-minded and share a common vision and are willing to do whatever it takes to make that vision become a reality. And if that situation pops up, I would love to get back on that sideline. I'm a competitor. I'm a teacher, and I am a coach first and foremost. TV star second.
Andy, whatever could he be talking about?
Yeah. And I guess he's got to put it that way. I got to be honest, I don't love how that hit me because for a long time you were with a lot of like-minded people.
He was. Until
now I
he
get
wasn't.
it. You and Calvin Booth. Just go ahead and say the name Calvin Booth, man, because guess what? I guess you're never going to work with that guy again. You're never going to agree to work with Calvin Booth again. That's pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
So just say the name.
Yeah.
Are you trying to suggest anybody else? Because,
No, everybody knows exactly who
sure,
he's talking about.
Sure, but I'd say be more clear about it because when you say like-minded people and it's the plural, that there are other people who you had an issue with?
Well, there were because there were factions within the organization.
Fair enough, but again, you created those factions.
It became
so.
He was 50% of it. He was absolutely 50% of it. It was his camp against another camp, and you had people inside the organization afraid to say things from two people of the other camp, and it got ugly and it got stupid. As for the part of I wish I could go out on my own terms, coaches don't get to do that.
No, you get hired to get fired.
And he knows that. He absolutely knows.
Will he get another shot? Will he get into the Thibs rotation and name any other guy that kind of keeps making the rounds?
He's a championship-winning head coach. There is an owner out there that loves that resume and will give him a gig. Absolutely. And to that point, he's an excellent basketball coach.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. But he's also a little old school. I do look. I get it. I know you don't like how things went down last year. I think we all thought it was unfortunate to see it. But I also, I think there's enough out there that you were getting a little tiresome to be around. And I don't know if you can be that guy all the time. That's Thibs' problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that why the Knicks didn't? We all thought he's a New York guy. You're not even going to call him?
I think it's important to remember, and hopefully Malone will learn that lesson, is you're not always going to love everybody that you work with, but it is important to make sure you stay in a place where you treat everybody well. I think that is absolutely critical. Man, the other thing about it, do you think he looks at the moves that Tensor Wallace made and looks at this roster right now and goes, well, I wish I could coach that team.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some bitterness over that.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, he had to coach last year's Nuggets team.
I'm sure he wished that Booth would have. But again, you didn't make the MPJ trade a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
That was the catalyst to all of this.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next.
Yeah.
Tune in tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, for our high school football game of the week. Nate and Andy, I like those guys. They will have the call as number 2 Valor faces off against number 4 Ralston Valley. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio, brought to you by Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. Now let's talk about the pro football. 2 men with hair. We'll discuss it.
Yeah.
Here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
All 3.
That's true. 3.
No show has more hair than this one.
We're a hairy bunch
Although
over
if
here.
you go body hair, Tyler alone wins it for that midday crew.
Yes, Chewbacca in the middays, everybody. Let's do
Although
this.
DMac's got a little sweater action going on, too. Anyway, Spring.
Oh, nobody wants to. Come on.
I've never seen a shirtless DMac.
That's not how we start the high five.
Pops out the back. You don't need to.
Come on.
You know I'm talking to you, know I'm right.
I've never seen it. I don't want to think about it.
When he rolls in his biking gear, you know. Oh, I'll call him out on it tomorrow during crosstalk.
All right. Sean Payton talking to the media today. Hey,
queasy.
Sean Payton teams infamously or famously, one of the two, better in October than they are September. They struggle in September. Broncos are 1-2 in this September, yet they have one final September game on Monday night against the Bengals. Sean Payton was asked today, why? Why is this the case?
Good question. I've seen those numbers, and so, you know, this can be an early October game if we want it to be, right?
Spring, you got to pull the media laugh.
That's a hell of an answer.
I need to hear that.
When we talked to our guy, Mo Egger, Mo.
You're doing great.
Which one?
Egger.
Bomba? Could be Eager. Anyway, after him talking about the fact that he thought they had a better game in him, because apparently Sanford's worried about this game a little bit. We'll get into it with him tomorrow, I guess, if we talk to him. But
I'm not. I'm not.
But you're not basically because of the pass rush, though, right?
Yeah. The Broncos pass rush is awesome, and the Bengals offensive line stinks, and they're going up against a backup quarterback with the best pass rush in the NFL. That's it. Like that, you win that matchup, and you're good to go. Now, I don't think you're going to win 48-10 like the Vikings did last week. Like, to Mo's point, there were goofy things that did happen in that game that contributed to the blowout. But their defense presents a wonderful get-right opportunity for the Bronco offense. I think the performance of Denver last week offensively will force some hard looks in the mirror. It has to. I don't see any other result. And as much as I respect Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, because I think they're awesome, but the matchup of front seven against that Bengals front is the Broncos should kick the crap out of these guys. I got Denver as a 10-point winner in this game.
I hope so. I don't hate that prediction. Just don't want anything stupid. Here's the problem with what you've done to this point. If something stupid happens.
Stupid things can happen, of course.
You know what he said, what Mo Egger said that kind of caught me? If Cincy wins, they're 3-1. It's like, God, you don't think of them as a 3-1 team. But he's right.
Yeah.
They could be 3-1.
And the Broncos
and there'd be
would be
another
1-3.
potential playoff foe that you're dealing with.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Jake Browning stinks. I think he is one of the NFL's better backup quarterbacks. But I believe the only quarterbacks that are going to be able to consistently beat this Denver defense are elite quarterbacks.
You're right. Just don't
And by the way, guys, Daniel Jones is playing like an elite quarterback right now.
And you're right there, too. All I'm saying is just don't go screwing around with it. Don't play with your food Monday night. Don't play with your food.
Oh, they might.
You need to win this game and just get out into Philadelphia.
Here's the thing, Andy. It's very possible that I'm dead wrong about the Broncos.
I hope you're not.
I will fully acknowledge that. But I think this team is good, and I think that they have lost in two really stupid ways.
Cool enough.
Yes. And so I think this is a team right now that have lost a couple of coin flips at the gun. And when they start playing some weaker teams on the schedule, which they are coming up, the Broncos are going to be just fine. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. More from Sean Payton today. He was asked once again about Bo Nix's deep balls. And does he treat...
Why did you
Yeah, you really phrased that.
Really laid into that
did a
one.
lot
I'm
of
trying to
heavy
pop you guys.
lifting.
I'm trying to get you
phrasing
going, and I did that.
You
there.
really
You did. You did.
It's what I live for nowadays.
Okay.
Does Sean Payton treat Bo Nix miss deep ball like any other play? Like, RJ Harvey getting stuff for no gain. Does he treat a missed 50-yard potential gain from Bo Nix just like that?
Well, you got to be careful. Like when they're just off the fingertips. Yeah, I mean, you're always looking at your technique within the pocket. One of them is a flea flicker, and we had seen in 3rd and long when you run a draw, there was a big collapse of the defense, and so sure enough. But no, I think that you keep firing. If it was something different, a lot of times maybe crossing routes to the left, if they're not mechanically opening up their hips, you can be behind receiver. There's certain things, but when it comes to the only thing I would say is like Sutton's is a little bit of a double move. It was a seam go, and so guys sometimes aren't at top speed like your mind sees them, but just keep firing. He's going to hit plenty of those.
Did he just suggest that was Cortland's fault?
I don't even know. Look, he's defending Bo right now, and that's fine. We'll see if this continues. If his patience wanes. I don't know.
Because he ran a double move, so he wasn't at full speed. So Bo overshot
unleashed
him.
it. Look, the bottom line is you got to hit it.
But let me tell you the other thing that sucks about that throw. You know what happens if you underthrow it? Either Cortland goes up and gets it, or you get a PI.
Yeah,
that's what happens if you underthrow that ball. Overthrow it, only bad things can happen. Underthrow it, I mean, I suppose it could have been picked off, but like I'm gonna bet on Cortland Sutton on that 50-50 ball to either make the play or have a dude run into him and have it be a PI. But the thing I want to focus on in there is the part where he said I want to keep firing. Yeah, you have to, because right now you don't have a choice. Like the Denver offense is sadly it's feast or famine right now, and so you have to go for the feast. That's your only shot. You've got to continue to do that, because I don't at the moment, Andy, I don't think this offense can move up and down the field in 12, 13, 14 play drives and put points on the board. I think they're going to end up in 3rd and long, and they're going to be off the field.
Is that the Admiral's Feast of the old Red Lobster fame, or what kind of feast are we talking? All I heard was feast, and now I'm hungry.
What was in the Admiral's Feast? Now I have to Google it.
Yeah, you got to go look it up. Yes, you got to keep taking those shots, because you know what? Most importantly, not only do you need the scores, but if you can hit a few that maybe don't end up in touchdowns, it's going to open up them backing off the line of scrimmage and maybe help some of your run plays too. So just get it going. Did you find it yet?
I did. Wow.
Got some fried shrimp. I'm positive of that.
You got the shrimp, the base scallops, clam strips, and crispy fish, all fried to a golden brown, served with Chesapeake fries.
Is anything better when you just fry the hell out of everything?
I know,
so you're
right?
not even sure what the difference is and what you're tasting.
It's
Andy, just sauce and batter.
Nutritionists would suggest to you want a lot of different colors on your plate.
Sure. Not just yellow with different crap inside.
To be fair, the Admiral's Feast does have some red in that there is cocktail sauce and ketchup. Other than that, brown.
There was none of the buttered shrimp. See, what I love is a good straight up buttered shrimp.
No. Everything is deep fried. No. Everything in the Admiral's Feast.
How fat's your Admiral?
The Admiral went down with the ship because he was so fat he sunk the thing.
He died and sunk us. He was at the bottom when it happened.
I say all that, and I got to tell you, it looks pretty good. Anyway, the Admiral's Feast.
Spring!
Keep throwing the ball deep. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Shedeur Sanders talking to ESPN Cleveland today, and he was reacting to his father's comments on the New Heights podcast earlier this week. Andy, you actually put this audio in our Twitter thread. Let's play both clips. First, this is Dion talking with Jason and Travis Kelce. Remember, Adam Schefter had the report that Shedeur Sanders did not want to get drafted by the Ravens because he didn't want to back up Lamar Jackson. Here's what Dion said about that.
I've never sat on the bench and said, well, I learned a lot today.
That is the ultimate media by Jason Kelce.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, I told you.
No, that's
I
a
wanted
media
you to
laugh.
isolate that sucker.
That destroyed the local Denver media
That
today.
was a single man creating a gaggle of media laugh.
The Denver media laugh today was polite.
Yeah.
Kelsey, though.
Yeah.
That sounded like he was going
heard
to.
a joke. That is a great quote. I mean, that really hit him right.
Was he watching Richard Pryor at
Yeah,
the
dude,
Apollo
I
in
know,
'77?
yeah. I mean, what are you doing?
What was that?
Good night. I heard that beginning of the week. I told you, I was like, you got to pull this thing.
Yeah, well, we got to it.
That was
on Thursday.
Unbelievable.
Was that like the first time you'd seen the Chappelle Show,
That's
Rick
what I'm
James
saying.
episode?
What are you doing?
Wow.
It really struck you that much?
It certainly seemed to.
You want to chuckle, that's cool. I don't know that I've ever. DMac talked about me and Nate Bargatze. I never went that. Never did full that. And that guy was trying to make you laugh. Listen, he's like blowing the mic.
You know what? Hold on. I mean, you got
Serbian. I was gonna say. But this is where I'll defend Serbian guy. Like, he was happy.
Oh, you're just beside yourself with the stupidity you
hit
just
a
saw.
soundboard shuffle.
Yeah.
Like you were happy about it.
Yeah. Jason Kelsey's just trying to complete an interview. Whew. Even Travis was taken back by it. Travis felt like he had to laugh because his brother was having a convulsion. Okay, Spring, do you have your comment from the beginning? Really make yourself good. Play the comment, and now play Jason Kelsey.
Oh, yeah. No, that. I mean, now it's not
Jason
going to do any
Kelsey's about
justice.
to get weaponized against all of us.
Yeah, it is.
That's staying.
We're dead on that.
That's going to get really annoying.
That might have replaced Serbian guy.
Drop of the year. Look out, everybody.
Yeah.
Look out.
Didn't see a Kelsey brother jumping in this thing, but here we are.
Yeah, you know what? They're taking over the entire media world, and now they're about to knock Chris Dempsey off the top of the perch.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah, that's still my favorite because I don't know what that was.
I'd say we need a joker.
Those are the two leaders in the clubhouse right there.
Yeah.
See, but to me, the Sean works best in concert with the George.
Sure.
That's
trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah. George being hacked off that he won't quit talking about it while Sean's in a lather. from Bourbon Street.
Speaking of lather.
Oh, get ready. Oh, my God.
Oh,
That's our next 4 months.
What did Shador say?
Okay, so you're Shador Sanders reacting to what
he laugh?
his dad said.
Everybody perspective. So, that's not nothing, in my place to answer. That's nothing I can't not answer, but I know for sure I'm not. I know if you see the quarterback play in the league right now, I know I'm capable of doing better than that.
Here's my question, okay? So Dion said you can't learn anything sitting on the bench. Well, Shador is sitting on the bench right now. So here's my question to Shador Sanders. Are you not learning anything?
What have you learned?
Yeah. What have you picked? Seemingly, the man who speaks for you says you have learned nothing.
I would say listening to Shador over the last couple months, though, he has learned to tone it down.
He's doing, I honestly think
Frankly.
he's generally done a pretty
So
good
I
job.
think you've learned something.
Yeah. I think he's handled it quite well. And look, Dion's an entertainer.
And it's his kid. I get it. You're going to talk that way. I'm more blown away by Here's what happened. We had a point to all this with clips playing each other, and Jason Kelsey decided he'd just shove his way in our show. I've never heard that kind of laugh when it wasn't necessary.
We were distracted.
Yeah. Well, I mean, come on now. Listen to that thing.
That Denver media laugh.
That ain't nothing now.
You're nothing. No.
Sean's going to start expecting that.
Good question. Also, Sean, pretending it's October. No, there's a thing here.
Yeah, dude.
You have too much crap in your game plan.
Yeah.
And your quarterback
You know
is
what
confused.
You got too many clam strips. Get some more shrimp in there and just quit. You don't need the whole feast. You don't need it all. Walk in, give me the old surf and turf steak and some butterfly shrimp. I'm out the door.
Lose
Let's go to that.
the Bay scallops,
You don't
Sean.
need the scallops. You don't need the strips. You don't need the Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Do I need the Chesapeake seasoning on the fries? Some salt will do the job.
Do you need the fries at all? Just get some clam chowder at that point. Don't ask how long it's been sitting back there. But,
Just a nice film on top of it. I'm getting hungry now. Okay, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Whoa.
Hey, we got beef.
Wow.
We got beef.
Hey, speaking of surf and turf.
We got beef. We got hot beef between a couple of 0-3 teams. A couple of AFC South 0-3 teams.
Excellent.
It's going to be a hot one. The Titans and the Texans. Get ready for this, okay? So Nico Collins, Texans wide receiver, is back from injury. He will be going up against Titans cornerback L'Jarius Sneed. So L'Jarius Sneed was asked about Nico Collins. Here's how it went down.
Nico Collins this week. Who? Nico.
He said, who?
Did you hear that media laugh?
That did that top 10 list?
That was
that there's one guy in there making that top 10 list. Yeah. One guy's really into it. Okay.
So Nico Collins.
The irony is that I am legitimately laughing at the fake laugh.
That did make me laugh because I feel like we've weaponized spring too much.
Nico Collins was asked about L'Jarius Sneed saying, who?
He was asked about you, and he said who a couple times today.
Okay. Yeah, he knows who I am.
Ooh.
Who? From a who to a he knows who I am.
You sure?
Is what we got going on right here.
This would be a lot more interesting if you both weren't 0-3.
I was going to say, this is some low stakes beef right here.
Yeah,
all right.
It's a nerd fight.
This is some manager special. Okay, this is a 2-week-old porterhouse for $1.98.
This is the loopster at the Hungry Heifer at a Cheers. You went and got the loopster. The Beth. You know what? That's a steak-em sandwich you two are fighting over right there.
Love a steak-em.
No, you don't. It's a sandwich that literally will hold on. You take a bite, it won't let go. You have got to gnaw and fight to get the stupid bite off. There's so much grizzled fat in that thing.
Do you remember the Gaffigan joke? Why it's named that?
No.
Is it steak?
That tickles me quite greatly.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I helped do. Sports Radio 92.5. We'll have high school football tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Valor Christian, Ralston Valley, number 2, number 4. Andy and I will be on the call for that one. High school football and Altitude Sports Radio, brought to you by Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. And Andy, during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Valor and Ralston Valley here on 92.5, we will honor the Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222.
A lot of people are mad at you about that biscuit take, so just be ready. You've been hated for a lot of things, but the biscuit take was the final straw for a few. You don't get rid of the Cheddar Bay biscuits, I guess.
They're fine. They're fine.
Look, they're better than chips and salsa, I would say.
It depends.
As a starter to a meal.
Depends on the chip and the salsa.
Fair enough.
That would be my.
Yeah, there's a couple restaurants that have outstanding ones.
That would be my
there's
pushback
also
on
plenty
that.
that just have really, really mid ones.
Yeah, if you're just serving me some replacement level, get it out of here. Yeah, but if you take pride in your salsa, then
People
I'm
like
here
to
for
say
it
salsa
all day long.
More than they like to say Cheddar Bay biscuits.
By the way, speaking of people like to say salsa, tomorrow on the show, my interview with actor Michael Chiklis here on the program. Yeah, I sat down with a commish, talk about his new movie and to talk about the episode of Seinfeld that he was on, which, Andy, I'll give you a little preview. When I asked him about it, he was just like, I can't believe people still ask me about this 35 years later.
How can you be shocked, son?
Seinfeld.
Got news for you.
It's on
Best
TV.
thing you've done.
All the time. He did win an Emmy and a Golden Globe.
Good for you.
He was Vince Mackey in The Shield. Did you ever watch The Shield?
I didn't.
Shield was all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll trust you.
He was a crooked cop. Good TV cop.
You know, it was funny. I told you my daughter was making fun of me for forgetting Alex Caruso's name. And then she threw out David Caruso. And I go, David Caruso? Where the hell did you hear about that? So she looked him up and was horrified.
NCIS?
Yeah.
Or CSI? Which one is it?
I can't even remember.
There's a lot of those.
He was a cop.
Yeah.
But he's not aged well.
Mm-hmm.
So the images had her a little stunned.
Sean Payton, how's he aging, by the way? You didn't like that setup. Sean Payton is getting ready to take on the Cincinnati Bengals. And
That's a lot of people managing. This laugh has entered our life.
It's not going to go away anytime soon. Sean Payton was asked today about the mechanics of one Beauregard Nix and how he feels he's doing mechanically as a thrower of the football. We've talked a lot about when he's redlining, max effort throws, that the mechanics are going to crap. It's making him inaccurate. How does Sean Payton feel about Bo Nix's mechanics?
Yeah. Meaning, look, there's times I'm sure when we sit and watch the tape, but one of the things that's a gift is his off-schedule throws. So you just want to be careful how much you tell him, and then I think part of it is when you settle into certain plays, there's a rhythm to the mechanics, whether it's 3-5 or play action. But overall, I think it's coming out well. The key is one of his great strengths is he doesn't take a lot of sacks. He's quick through a progression, and but I think you'll start seeing that.
What's weird about that answer to me, Andy, is like the off-schedule thing, that's just Bo's natural athleticism taking over. But, like, the concern is not, to me, those plays. To me, the concern is from inside the pocket, particularly when pressure is upon him throwing off his back foot too much. Or him essentially, crow-hopping his way into throws and then putting too much body into it. There's a disconnect right now, to me, with what he is doing inside the pocket that I don't think really applies to what he does off schedule when I think he's just playing and not thinking.
Yeah, and I mean, that answer doesn't suggest that, he's denying that there is maybe. He goes back to what he does do well. Okay, but are you fixing this problem?
Yeah.
How do you fix this problem?
Right.
How do you take it away? Has he been hit too much? Quite honestly, man, I still go back to did they maybe just too often go against this defense, this number one unit on the defense that was giving the O-line problems day in and day out? Did it begin? Did some of his happiness, his unsettledness, his desire? Because, look, there's been Baldy's breakdown. There's been tape out there of him leaving good pockets a little too soon when he didn't need to. Did some of this all occur because this kid had to face his defense with this great pass rush that we've talked about a little too often?
It's training camp is so weird.
Yeah, because,
right?
Yeah.
Because you don't it really and I know they watch the film and they can make these determinations and they're looking at the all 22, but like until somebody is actively trying to hit you on a given play, there is an element of it that doesn't ring true once actual football starts. And I do think that that Bo Nix right now is he's happy feet in there, and that's hopefully one of those things that, okay, 3 games of evidence on film, they're putting in front of him and saying, you don't need to be backpedaling. You don't need to be thrown off your back foot. You can hang in the pocket, and you can make this throw. I don't worry about Bo Nix's toughness. I don't worry about that part. He has that in spades. He's a tough dude. Okay, I don't worry about that part of it. I do worry about how his mechanics are going to crap because I think he's reacting to something that may not always necessarily be there.
Yeah, look, what I'm more worried about, quite frankly, I'm more worried about the bread and butter stuff, the stuff you go to. What's the base play this team has?
What's the Cheddar Bay biscuit?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What is the Cheddar Bay biscuit you pick to get yourself going on a drive or get yourself out of a tough spot in a manageable situation? Because even right now, if I were to tell you 3rd and 5, do you love that down? 3rd and 5 last year for this team after the first month of the season, and maybe they'll get there again. But 3rd and 5 for this team most of the time last year, minus the Baltimore game, minus the Buffalo game, they knew what they were going to do.
Yeah,
and they would pick up some first downs at times with those, but they're not doing it right now.
So our friend Jeff Legwald asked a question very much along these lines. What do they do well on offense? What do you hang your hat on right now as an offense? Leggy's question today to Sean Payton.
Sean, do you feel like you have a go-to section on your offense yet? Things you can go to when it's not going well? Or bread and butter?
Yeah. And I think we've evaluated. That's a great question relative to where we are, and so it's important. And I think this sums it up is to say, hey, this is an identity relative to running and throwing the ball. This is our identity. And I would say we've yet to establish that clearly for anyone watching or ourselves. And so that's us as coaches.
Do you believe when he said, yeah, and then he had to calm himself down?
Right.
Like he was revving up for Jeff. He goes, yeah, we've got that section. We've got, okay. Are you sure you got that section?
Can we see it?
Yeah. Can I have proof? Give me the section.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Can I check that out too? You don't have to show me the playbook. Just run the plays in the game. That'll be good enough for me. I'd like to see that section. I'm eager. Tell you what, that first drive of the third quarter the other day, that one was pretty good. I like that section of the playbook. I like Pat Bryant setting a key block on the edge and J.K. Dobbins getting to the outside and taking off. That all looked pretty good to me.
Was that first drive was the 3 Dobbins plays?
Sure was. Yeah, you got 6 yards on a first down and 10. You set up a second down and 4, and then a check down play, but check down that resulted in a touchdown and excellent blocking downfield from Marvin Mims. Okay. More of that, please, then, sir. Can we please get more of that? Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's so weird about this team, Sanford talked about it before, of like he loves the slant throw. He thinks that that's a throw that Bo makes very, very well. I would also say opposing defenses know that that's one of Bo Nix's Cheddar Bay biscuit throws, and that is one that he really relies on. I think they've defended it pretty well so far this year, and he's missed on a couple of them. He's also hit on a couple of them. Like right now, Cortland Sutton, and then who's the next most consistent pass catcher on this team?
Yeah, we don't have one. That's what I was going to bring up. Bo doesn't need new throws. I knew a lot of us would like to see Bo maybe make some different throws, and that's fine. Ultimately, he may evolve into something like that, right? Keep working on whatever you did with Tom House over the year. Maybe gets the footwork down better, blah, 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 all that stuff you hear off the offseason.
Yeah.
What I'd like right now is a guy, and I hope Evan Ingram can be it. I'm not going to tell you I'm confident basically we have no evidence to say he's going to be it at this point. He's been hurt. How about a guy that changes the coverage enough that it does open up some of Bo's throws to be easier? Give him back some of his easy buttons. Because right now, what was described from what the Chargers were doing, they were taking away all the short stuff.
Yeah.
They were begging him to keep throwing the long throws. That's why they kept popping open, and they made sure they took away his. We kept hearing, all I read about 4 guys that like to dive into the tape, including national guys, saying nothing in the middle of the field was available to Bo. And if you go back to the Indianapolis game where the offense had some really nice drives, a lot of the stuff was between the numbers in the middle of the field where Bo's got that straight line look that he can throw. Teams are taking that away. So I hope Evan Ingram can change the spacing enough that some of those throws come back. Because to your point, Franklin's had a game. Mims could have had a game, but they couldn't hit him last week. I don't know who. We thought it was going to be Cortland, and then number 2, just nipping at his heels, was going to be Evan Ingram, and Evan Ingram's barely caught any passes this year.
Ingram did practice today.
That's a help. That's a start.
Yes. Evan Ingram was a full participant in practice today. Nate Atkins, full participant. Benito has a wrist, full participant. Alex Singleton, full participant. John Franklin Myers, hip. He was limited today.
But wasn't that his designation like just a couple? I think when I was in Houston, this thing started with JFM.
I think JFM might have even missed practice last Wednesday.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think he's already on veteran monitoring.
Maintenance.
And then, look, they get through
That
this
dude
game.
is so good, by the way.
He is. You may want to think about giving him a contract now that all the other big guys are gone. I know you've handed out a lot of money. I'd say this, too. I'm really excited for this game to get done and Malcolm Roach to return.
Yeah, that'll help.
I hope that happens. We haven't heard if he's going to ramp up or not.
Your Broncos injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos, as Denver gets ready to take on the Cincinnati Bengals. What is Denver's Cheddar Bay Biscuit offensive plays? Hey, we got Thursday Night Football tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and DMac hosting the watch party over at Stoney's on Lincoln. Seahawks, Cardinals, NFC West battle. Got 70 TVs. They got the giant projector screens over there at Stoney's. We love watching football at Stoney's. That place
Stoney's is awesome. And it's a great place to do these watch parties. Get on down there. You win some prizes.
Grab a Tullamore Dew and a brew while you're there. And Andy talked about prizes. Yes, pick up an autographed Randy Gradishar helmet. So head down to Stoney's on Lincoln, 11th and Lincoln, and watch Thursday Night Football tonight. Andy, it's happening, man. When you are knocking on the door of 120 losses and being one of the worst teams in Major League history and having the worst run differential ever, as the Rockies do.
And they added to that last night, baby.
Sure did. Another -7 last night for the Rocks.
Aren't they up to 411 now?
I think 412 by the time we got to the end of last night's ball game. 412 is where they're currently at.
I think they went to 11.
Whew, it's bad. So the national media is starting to write their "how the hell did this happen" stories. And there was a good deep dive on ESPN today. Is there any hope that anything is going to change? I want to hit a couple of the highlights of this story next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We get it going with Thursday Night Football tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hell yeah, everybody. You're home for the NFL on Westwood 1. Seahawks, Cardinals tonight, Thursday Night Football. That's how we will start the week. We got 4 NFL games on Sunday. We got the London game with Minnesota and Pittsburgh. We got Philly and Tampa, huge one in the NFC. Then we flip it over to a huge one in the AFC with Baltimore, Kansas City at 2:25. And then the Packers and the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. It is all right here on Altitude Sports Radio. It is all powered by Rally House. Shop every team in town. Andy, here we go, okay? First off, here was the headline. This is how ESPN got me to click on this story. Buster Olney and Jesse Rogers reporting. Headline, lost seasons, disastrous drafts, and fans rooting for the visiting team inside the Rockies' road to rock bottom. It's good alliteration. It's also very true. Can confirm that's true, by the way. Kyle Freeland talking about Cub fans, Dodger fans, Met fans, everybody in his ballpark. Quote, it's gotten to a point, especially me being from here, where it's something I don't enjoy seeing in my home ballpark. Inside of our own ballpark, when we have 60-40, sometimes 70-30 split of fans from the other side, it eats at you a little bit. It's true.
Yeah.
I bet that does suck.
I'd get tired of it.
I would certainly think so. And this is nothing new. Look, Denver's got a lot of transplants. Rockies typically aren't good. And so they're not winning over transplant baseball fans to begin with. And then their fans come into town and they pack the joint. That's how it always goes. It's always been like this. There's a lot in this story and really good reporting here done by Buster Olney and Jesse Rogers on this. But, Andy, here's some of the critical stuff that I want to hit in this story. We do have quotes from Walker Monfort, okay? He did speak to ESPN for this story. And I want to start with this quote right here. I think what we've realized is over the past several years, the plan that we had did not come to fruition the way that we expected it to. The attendance issue doesn't bug me as much as it motivates me. I noted if the roles were reversed, it would be 80-85% Rockies fans here. And so our goal is to reverse those roles, turn this team into a winning ball club, competitive year in and year out ball club. Okay. So he's acknowledging the problem. He is aware. It seems as though Walker Monfort has seen the standings, and he is aware of it. They talk about the many issues the club has had in this story, Andy, one of which is they don't fire people.
Yeah.
They keep people.
You have to volunteer to leave like Jim Tracy did.
Essentially, or Jeff Bridich.
Yep. Good call.
You have to fire yourself, basically. Walker Monfort said this in defense of his father, quote, he is a loyal individual, and we're not going to discredit him for that, close quote.
Look, in a way, that's fair. I have said a lot of us would like to work for a man that's as loyal as Dick Monfort is to people.
Say a nice thing
about
your father.
It's a fault. It's a fault in this business of baseball where you can't. It's not working.
Right.
But there is, I will say, I do admire that this man does seem to be loyal to his people.
Yeah.
Wrong business for it.
A lot of bad in what I agree that's a good trait in a human being, but man, it's gone too far. I want to read this. I want to read this paragraph for you really quickly, because this harkens back to something that our buddy Tyler Maughan said on this show over the summer when we were talking to him about the Rocky struggles. He compared the activities of this organization to that of North Korea, in that nobody knows what's going on over there. Nobody gets it. Nobody in the industry gets it. Buster Olney and Jesse Rogers write this. As teams have prepared for the trade deadline in recent years, anticipating what other clubs might do, the Rockies have often been dismissed into a category all their own because of their erratic and unpredictable decision-making. There are adders, there are unloaders, and there are the Rockies and who the hell knows, because Colorado has so often followed a logic all its own, the moves overseen by the elder Monfort. The Rockies have had lost years in which rival executives believed the team had valuable trade candidates who could have been flipped to improve the organization. Instead, the message coming out of the front office was, we're not subtracting, with the decisions attributed to Dick Monfort. Yeah. Honestly, Andy, the litany, the Admiral's feast of reasons why this club has fallen to these depths is massive. But if I had to maybe, like, what is the worst thing they've done? They haven't participated in the marketplace of Major League Baseball to make moves in an attempt to improve their club. And sadly, Dick Monfort, that often does mean subtracting. When you're bad, you move your good players, and then you get assets in return, and you build.
Yeah, because again, it's worked out for you when you've done it the few times. And remember, you moved Matt Holliday before it would be impossible to move, or he got to leave, and you ended up with a Carlos Gonzalez. And
you ended up with an excellent closer in Houston Street and a future star in Carlos Gonzalez.
And remind me again, what trade brought them German Marquez?
Oh, it was who was that dude they moved?
Corey Dickerson.
Corey Dickerson.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, again, this you've done this and had success.
Yeah.
Now you don't have a ton of it, but you have some of it.
Right.
How you and I have been on the air long enough. Unfortunately, they should have moved. We've talked about it. They should have moved Freeland. They should have moved Marquez. They should have moved Story. They should have moved Gray. You moved none of them. None of them. And now I don't know if Marquez has any value. Freeland, I don't know where his value's at.
Not terribly high.
You didn't get anything for Gray or Story. They just walked.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And here you sit with not enough talent to win 60 games.
There's another part of this story. A rival executive talking about how no new hirings have been announced for the Rockies. Like, honestly, there's not even rumors of interviews taking place as to who will supplant Bill Schmidt at the end of this year, if indeed it does happen. That's not to say that it won't, but Andy, there's no industry buzz. Washington just hired a new GM. There's nothing about the Rockies. Here's a quote from a rival executive. I'm not sure what they're waiting for. What's the point in waiting? You've had a chance to get this started. We're 5 weeks from the end of the World Series when you're supposed to be ready to acquire players. If you had started turning this over in August, then you'd have somebody hired. That person would be able to get people in place. You'd have time to get things started, developing a new process. Yeah, because you have to have a new staff in place. You have to have a strategy, an evaluation, and
it tells you where this is going. I think.
I hope
Which
not.
Is nowhere.
I know.
Parked in the lot.
I am accepting of that possibility. More on this tomorrow. More on Broncos getting ready for the Bengals, the football weekend, and all of that. Thursday night football, Seahawks, Cardinals, next on Altitude Sports Radio. Good night.